Read along with me a new book. It's called Taking Advantage of School Beauty's Poor Family, Tricking Her into Becoming Your Girlfriend. What an obnoxious name, but it does sound interesting. The tags include daily life, single female lead, entrepreneurship, and campus life. I'm guessing this is not a harem. And rebirth of the past. So main character is a dude and he gets reborn. Here's the synopsis. It's constantly being updated. This is today's date. And it's up to 865 chapters. Looks like the synopsis here is a copy paste from this. And I'll think of something to get some free chapters.
Warm reminder, please seal your mind before reading. Chapter 1. Back to the first year of high school, my life is in my own hands. Jiangsu, thank you for your care all the time. But I have always treated you as a brother. Will you bless us? On the night of the Chinese Valentine's Day, Jiangsu carefully prepared gifts and flowers and came to Zhou Qingyue's company building, wanting to confess to her. This was the 99th time he confessed to Zhou Qingyue. The previous 98 times all failed. But Jiangsu was not discouraged at all. He treated her well as always. However, the reward was. On the day of the Chinese Valentine's Day, he witnessed with his own eyes the girl he had pursued for 3 years in high school, 4 years in college, and 2 years after work. Throwing herself into the arms of someone else. Jiangsu was cold all over and felt ridiculous. In the second year of high school, when he saw Zhou Qingyue for the first time, Jiangsu fell in love with this girl with twin ponytails and a sweet smile. For her, Jiangsu did a lot. She liked to drink milk tea, so he bought it for her with the money saved from breakfast. She liked some small hand accessories, so Jiangsu lied to his parents to buy textbooks. Or he would take out the New Year's money he had saved for the spring festival. When Zhou Qingyue was on duty, he would help her clean the house. She was not good at her homework, so Jiangsu stayed up late to write down the best study method. She said she wanted the latest mobile phone. Jiangsu would hang out in the internet cafe on Saturdays and Sundays, using his skills to play games and make money. After a long time, he bought her a new mobile phone with the more than 2,000 yuan he earned. But he only got a bland thank you from her. When she confessed her love for the first time, Zhou Qingyue said that she had to focus on her studies now. But if she wanted to have a relationship in the future, she would give priority to Jiangsu. Although Jiangsu was disappointed, he was still full of energy. He believed that as long as he gave enough sincerity, he would be able to move her. After graduating from college, she said she wanted to start a business. So Jiangsu secretly gave her the 2 million yuan his parents gave him to buy a house. Jiangsu's family was considered wealthy, with assets of tens of millions. At that time, the 2 million yuan in cash was also earned by his parents after a long time. However, Zhou Qingyue was really not suitable for starting a business. The first business failed and all the money was spent. Later, Jiangsu borrowed money in his own name. Then he planned various plans himself. It took him countless days and nights to convince investors to invest. Later, the company was basically managed by Jiangsu. With his efforts, the company prospered. It has already IPO'd and is preparing for listing. Zhou Qingyue can be considered successful in her career. Jiangsu thought that if he confessed his love at this time, Zhou Qingyue would definitely agree. Who knew that what he was waiting for was a heartbreaking news? Looking at the person he loved most, nestling in the arms of another man. He showed a smile that he had never shown to Jiangsu. Jiangsu also smiled. But this smile was full of anger, unwillingness, and madness. He also knew the man. The second largest shareholder of the company, his family was very rich. The man put his arm around Zhou Qinyue's waist. Looking at Jiangsu with a smile, thank you for taking care of Qinyue for me all these years. Please come when we get married. Zhou Qinyue also said, Jiangsu, you have also made some contributions to the development of the company over the years. After the company goes public, I will increase your salary by another 500 yuan. Jiangsu smiled, wait a minute, I have a surprise for you. Put the flowers in his hand on the ground. Jiangsu ran to the fruit shop next door. When he came out again, he had a fruit knife in his hand. A moment later, Jiangsu looked at the couple lying in a pool of blood and ended his life expressionlessly. Before his consciousness fell into darkness. Jiangsu's last thought was that if there is an afterlife, I will never look at you, Zhou Qinyue, again. Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School, Class 2, Grade 2. Jiangsu stared blankly at Zhou Qinyue, who was standing in front of him, smiling like a flower, with a ponytail, and a pure and lovely appearance. He looked around again, at those familiar and immature faces. Jiangsu realized that he was reborn in high school. A wave of ecstasy surged into my heart. In my previous life, I did too many stupid things and had too many regrets. I didn't expect that God would give me another chance. My fate is in my own hands. Never mind. If any novel dares to say that it is against the will of heaven, Jiangsu will be the first to get angry with him. Jiangsu, we are only in the second year of high school now, and we should focus on studying. Just when Jiangsu was stunned, Zhou Qinyue's voice came into his ears. Jiangsu used to feel better when he heard this voice. But now, he feels sick no matter how he hears it. It's like a piece of fresh meat, which will eventually rot and stink without any preservation measures. Zhou Qingyue said again, but I am still very grateful that you can give me a mobile phone. I will accept this gift. As she said that, she stretched out her hand to take the mobile phone in Jiang Su's hand. It is 2008 now, and Nokia is still the leader in the domestic mobile phone market. Jiang Su spent several weekends going to internet cafes to earn gold and get paid for playing for him. He bought this phone with the money he saved from breakfast for 2 weeks. His grades have dropped significantly recently because of this. Jiang Su is only 20 points away from being the top student in his grade. It's so annoying. Seeing Zhou Qingyue's hand about to touch the phone box, Jiang Su dodged it quickly. Huh? Zhou Qingyue's eyes were full of question marks. Jiang Su sneered, when did I say I was going to give you this phone? Zhou Qingyue was a little confused, who else can you give your phone to besides me? It's the second semester of the second year of high school. But Jiang Su has confessed his love to her no less than 10 times. He licked her in various ways. Even if Zhou Qingyue used very harsh words, Jiang Su was unmoved, but licked her even more vigorously. So Zhou Qingyue already had a feeling that Jiang Su was completely inseparable from her and could be manipulated at will. I would never give it to you even if I gave it to a dog. After saying that, Jiang Su sat back in his seat. These words shocked the whole class. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their faces full of shock. As a super bootlicker known throughout the school, Jiang Su stood up today. Zhou Qingyue's face turned pale and blue. She never expected Jiang Su to say such a thing. She pointed at Jiang Su angrily, you'd better apologize to me right now, otherwise I will never talk to you again. Is there such a good thing? Jiang Su, it's a deal. Zhou Qingyue. The whole class, 6. Zhou Qingyue was so angry that her lungs were about to explode, and she felt extremely embarrassed. As the class flower, when has she ever been so angry? Just when she was about to ask Jiang Su what was wrong today, the teacher came. She could only sit down first. After Jiang Su sat back in his seat, his eyes were quickly attracted by a girl sitting in the first row, the last seat. A girl who was not conspicuous at all. It's her. A Nuonuo. A girl who had no sense of existence in the 3 years of high school. She was tall and thin. She had thick bangs that covered most of her face. She had average grades and spoke very little. However, no one knew what kind of treasure girl she was. No one cared about her in the 3 years of high school. But she was admitted to the top university in the country with the highest college entrance examination score in the province. At the dinner after the college entrance examination, a Nuonuo cut her bangs and revealed a face that captivated everyone. Everyone in the class was shocked. This girl had a stunning face, but she had been hiding it for 3 years. Zhou Qingyue was only worthy of being a maid in front of her. In addition to her studies and appearance, a Nuonuo later had another identity. The daughter of the richest man in the country. When a Nuonuo was in high school, her family was still very poor. They were the kind that only ate meat once a month. But when she was in college, her father made a fortune. And it was the kind that was out of control. When she was a freshman, a Nuonuo's father became the richest man in the province. In the second year of college, he ranked 3rd on the national rich list. In the 3rd year of college, he became the richest man in the country. For many years after that, until Jiang Su was reborn, a Nuonuo's father had always been on the throne of the richest man. Many people joked that he had obtained the system, otherwise how could he have such a fortune in such a short time? At that time, I don't know how many classmates in the class were upset. If I had known that a Nuonuo was so outstanding and her father was so powerful, I would definitely have pursued her madly. If I had caught up with her, would I still need to work hard in the future? Reborn once. In addition to making up for some regrets in his previous life and staying away from Zhou Qingyue, that woman. It was a Nuonuo. Jiang Su had met her several times after graduating from college in his previous life. This girl not only had a richest father, but also achieved great success. With a double doctorate degree, she also entered a certain academy of sciences, and relied on her own strength to sit in a very high position. According to a Nuonuo's identity, status and financial resources at that time. Not to mention looking down on anyone. But there should be some alienation more or less. But she didn't. She is still the same as in high school, gentle and without any airs. If some old classmates come to her for something, she will agree as long as it is not too much. Compared with her, Zhou Qingyue is just a fly on the ground and a fly is like a jade rabbit in the moon palace. In his previous life, Jiang Su was really blind to give everything to a woman like Zhou Qingyue. Jiang Su still remembers the disappointment and despair of his parents when they knew that he gave all the money for buying a house to Zhou Qingyue for investment. Later, he got seriously ill because of this matter. This time he will definitely not do such a thing again. Well, the next focus is to chase a Nuonuo. It's not because she will have a richest father in the future. Jiang Su just doesn't want to work hard. I say Jiang Su, what's wrong with you today? Deskmate Fu Yanjie came over. This is Jiang Su's best friend, and his family is quite rich. But he is also a brother in distress with Jiang Su. In the previous life, hundreds of millions of assets were all cheated away by a green tea. In this life, Jiang Su will definitely not let his good brother repeat the same mistake. Jiang Su shook his head, nothing, I just suddenly don't like her. Fu Yanjie obviously didn't believe it, come on, everyone in the school knows that you love her deeply. If she just looks at you, you will jump into the river directly. Jiang Su helplessly, I really don't like her anymore. Huh, did you see some strategy from somewhere and plan to retreat to advance? Fu Yanjie didn't know Jiang Su yet. For Zhou Qingyue, he really used all his thoughts. Even if it was him, he would probably have given up long ago. Seeing that his best friend didn't believe it at all. There was no way. Jiang Su could only use his big move. In fact, I have always liked you. Fu Yanjie was stunned for a moment. Then a shy look appeared on her face. Let me think about it. Jiang Su. The bell rang for the end of class. After the teacher left, Zhou Qingyue slowly packed up her stationery. She couldn't help but glance at Jiang Su from the corner of her eye. She snorted in her heart. Just now, she suddenly thought of a possibility. Jiang Su was playing hard to get. He wanted to attract her attention in this way. It was really ridiculous. She has made up her mind. In addition to giving her a mobile phone, Jiang Su will also treat her to milk tea for a month. Otherwise, she will never forgive him. From the corner of her eye, she saw Jiang Su standing up. Zhou Qingyue immediately sat up straight, looking straight ahead with a cold face. She knew that Jiang Su would definitely come over and invite her to go home together. After all, for most of the semester, Jiang Su would ride his bicycle to take her home every day. Even if it was raining heavily, he would pay for a taxi out of his own pocket. Are you really not going to the internet cafe? Fu Yanjie asked unwillingly. A very interesting game has just been released recently. No, I need to study. Jiang Su shook his head and refused. Fu Yanjie, you are already the first in the grade, what else do you need to study? Jiang Su asked back, you watched a porn movie yesterday, but you won't watch it today. Fu Yanjie blushed immediately, you are talking nonsense, I didn't. Jiang Su didn't bother to pay attention to him. He carried his school bag and walked to a Nuonuo and sat down next to her. Jiang. Jiang classmate, is there anything you need? Jiang Su suddenly sat next to her and became nervous all of a sudden. In the class, she has always been a little transparent, with few friends, and she would study hard. Although Jiang Su is a big bootlicker, he is very handsome. He is only in the second year of high school, but he is about 1.8 meters tall. He has a short haircut, a high appearance, and can sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. His grades are good, the highest in the whole grade. And I am just an ugly duckling, of course I will be nervous. Jiang Su smiled and said, it's like this. I don't know how to do a question. Can you help me explain it? Ah. A Nuonuo was dumbfounded, classmate Jiang can't do it, so I definitely can't do it either. Take a look, maybe you can do it. Jiang Su put the question in front of her and moved closer without making a sound. As he got closer, Jiang Su found that her skin was very good. It was the kind of white that glowed. She just looked a little thin. There was also a very nice fragrance on her body. Like jasmine and osmanthus. This question. Hey, I know. Jiang. Classmate Jiang, can you not get so close? A Nuonuo said weakly. Feeling the sunshine-like breath emanating from Jiang Su, she couldn't help but feel her heartbeat speed up and her face flushed. Jiang Su pretended to be stupid. Ah, is it because I smell and you dislike me? No, no. A Nuonuo shook her head quickly, and her ponytail swung back and forth. This scene, falling into Zhou Qingyue's eyes, immediately felt very annoyed. Zhou Qingyue couldn't keep calm anymore after seeing this scene, and stood up suddenly. She walked to Jiang Su and said coldly, Jiang Su, do you have fun with this little trick? Jiang Su and a Nuonuo raised their heads at the same time. Both looked confused. What do you mean? Jiang Su asked. Humph. Zhou Qingyue snorted coldly, raised her head slightly, revealing her snow-white neck. Like a noble little swan, don't think I don't know, you did it on purpose for me to see. You thought that getting closer to other girls would make me jealous. Then you would change your mind and agree to be your girlfriend. This method is too childish, I advise you to save it. Jiang Su was speechless. This woman must be sick in the head. Go away, don't bother me. Jiang Su didn't give her any face. I thought about it for a long time in class before I thought of an opportunity to chat with a Nuonuo. I can't let this woman ruin it. Zhou Qingyue's pretty face showed a trace of anger. How long are you going to pretend? If you continue, I will really ignore you. I'm going home now, hurry up and ride my bike, hum. After saying that, she turned around and left. Jiang Su's expression was as if he had eaten a dead fly. In his previous life, he was really blinded by lard, so he liked this kind of thing. Take a deep breath. Jiang Su turned his head and smiled at a Nuonuo again. Ignore her, let's continue. Oh. Student Jiang, do you understand? Jiang Su scratched his head. I still don't quite understand, can you explain it again? A Nuonuo felt a little strange. This question is not difficult, why doesn't student Jiang understand it? Although she was anxious to go home. But a Nuonuo was not good at rejecting others, so she explained it to Jiang Su again. What about now? Well, I still don't understand a little bit. Ah, but it's dark, I have to go home to cook. A Nuonuo's little face showed a trace of embarrassment. Her parents have to work overtime until 8 or 9 o'clock every day before they go home. After returning home, after finishing homework, there are still many housework to do. Tell me again. Jiang Su put his hands together. I will take you home later, please, classmate him. But, isn't classmate Zhou waiting outside for you to take her home? It's been so long. Jiang Su, I won't take her home anymore, I don't like her anymore. Ah. A Nuonuo widened her eyes, feeling incredible. At the same time, Zhou Qingyue waited outside for half an hour for Jiang Su, but he didn't show up. Her cheeks were puffed with anger. This bastard, now he dares to stand me up, I swear. For the next week, I will ignore him and won't eat the breakfast he sent. Zhou Qingyue thought while walking back. Not long after walking, her legs were very tired. Jiang Su used to drive her. Now that I walk by myself, I find that the way home is so far. When I got home, Zhou Qingyue was so tired that she lay directly on the bed. The resentment toward someone in my heart increased exponentially. Hold on tight, let's go. Jiang Su was riding a bicycle, with a Nuonuo sitting behind him. She lowered her head, her face was very red. This was the first time she had ridden in a man's car other than her father's since she was a child. She didn't know where to put her hands. The breeze blew up the girl's bangs, revealing a face that was so charming. Perhaps because of the lack of nutrition, the girl's face was a little pale. This actually added a bit of tenderness and beauty to her. People couldn't help but have the urge to protect her. A Nuonuo lived quite far from the school. At this time, Jiangxing had not yet developed, and there were only some old houses. A Nuonuo's family had a small courtyard. If it was more than 10 years later, in a first-tier city like Jiangxing, owning such a house would be worth at least hundreds of millions. After sending her home, Jiang Su found that there was still a lot of firewood piled in front of the courtyard. Thank you, classmate Jiang. A Nuonuo got off the car. Not daring to look into Jiang Su's eyes, well, do you want to go in and have a glass of water? Okay. Jiang Su agreed immediately. Ah. A Nuonuo was dumbfounded. She raised her head and stared at Jiang Su blankly. Her cherry lips opened slightly, looking very cute. A breeze blew over, blowing up her bangs. Jiang Su saw her complete face. Even though he had seen it several times in his previous life. But seeing it again, Jiang Su's heart still stopped. Some people do nothing. Just standing there is amazing. Why, were you just talking casually? Jiang Su pretended to be angry. No, please come in, classmate Jiang. A Nuonuo opened the door quickly. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. This was the first time she brought a boy home since she was a child. Fortunately, her parents were not there, otherwise she didn't know what to do. A Nuonuo's home is very simple. There is not even a TV, just a diamond brand floor fan. But it was cleaned very well, making people feel comfortable. Student Jiang, drink some water. Sorry, I don't have any drinks at home. A Nuonuo put the water cup in front of Jiang Su. A trace of sadness flashed in the girl's eyes. Her family is very poor and she often doesn't have enough food. As a result, she developed an inferiority complex and didn't talk much with people in the class. It's okay, I just like to drink boiled water. Jiang Su smiled and drank the water. At this time, I saw that the girl's hands were full of calluses. These must be serious calluses. Think of the firewood outside. I guess she has to chop firewood frequently. Thinking of the girl's thin body and having to chop so much firewood, Jiang Su felt a little distressed. This is my future wife. So Jiang Su said, Studentin, thank you for helping me solve the problem today. To repay you, I will help you chop the firewood in the courtyard. As he said, without waiting for a Nuonuo's consent, Jiang Su ran out. He picked up the axe and started chopping. A Nuonuo chased after him, classmate Jiang, it's okay, it's all a small matter. Jiang Su, it's okay, I have to play basketball every day, otherwise I will be too energetic to sleep. While speaking, Jiang Su had already chopped 5 pieces of firewood. The girl bit her pink lip slightly, and the string in her heart was inexplicably touched. Because of her family, she is more mature than ordinary girls. Naturally, she can feel Jiang Su's sincere heart. Why don't you want such a good boy, classmate Zhou? A Nuonuo didn't understand. If it were her, if there was a person who treated her well with all his heart, she would definitely hold on to him tightly and never let go for the rest of her life. Shaking her head. A Nuonuo was shy about her idea. She quickly squatted down to help. Daughter, we are back. A Nuonuo's hands trembled, and she almost dropped the firewood in her hands. She panicked instantly. Why did my parents come back so early tonight? Where should I hide? No, where should classmate Jiang hide? A Nuonuo's pretty face turned red, almost steaming. Jiang Su found it very interesting. The door was pushed open. The voice stopped abruptly. Feng and Li Yuanwan were stunned. Jiang Su's eyes quickly wandered around the two of them. He focused on looking at Feng a few more times. A middle-aged man, not fat, with an average figure and appearance. Doesn't this look like someone with a system? He complained in his heart. On the surface, Jiang Su smiled and greeted, Hello uncle and aunt, I am Nuonuo's classmate Jiang Su. She helped me with the questions today and delayed my time, so I sent her back. By the way, I saw a lot of firewood in the yard, so I helped chop it. Jiang Su spoke clearly and his appearance was sunny and handsome. A Nuonuo's parents immediately liked him. Seeing this, a Nuonuo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her parents didn't think in other directions. It was a little late. Jiang Su didn't stay for long. A Nuonuo sent Jiang Su out, blushing and whispering, be careful on the road. The little girl's face was like a red apple, emitting an attractive luster. Ah, I really want to hold her in my arms right now. I was really blind before. A Nuonuo is much better than Zhou Qingyue. Okay, I got it, goodbye. I wanted to tease her a few more times. But I thought about it and gave up. The little girl is shy and not in a hurry. There is a long way to go, serious words. Jiang Su rode his bicycle back. He didn't go home immediately, but went to the store where he bought the phone before. He wanted to return the phone. When he came to the store, Jiang Su walked to the front of the counter and said, Boss, do you remember me? The middle-aged bald boss smiled and said, Of course I remember. Jiang Su took out the unopened phone from his school bag. Put it on the table, I don't want this phone anymore, please help me return it. The bald boss's smile immediately subsided. He said calmly, no returns will be accepted for items sold in this store unless there are quality issues. This is how physical stores work. Jiangsu had thought of a plan when he came. But just as he was about to implement it, he saw a girl wearing the uniform of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School coming in from outside. She called the boss, Dad, and ran into the house. Jiangsu came up with a plan. Boss, this is your daughter. Is she also from Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School? Yes. The boss was a little proud, my daughter has good grades in school. Jiangsu laughed, then please help me return the phone. You don't want your daughter to fall in love early in school, do you? The boss was furious when he heard this. He said to Jiangsu viciously, little bastard, if you dare to hit on my daughter, I will kill you. Jiangsu was not afraid at all. Still smiling, boss, don't be so angry. I just want to return a mobile phone. If you return it to me, everything will be fine. Otherwise, with my looks and figure, it would be easy for me to control your daughter. Oh, by the way, let me tell you one more thing. I am the top student in the grade. With this title, it is easy for me to get close to your daughter. The boss was stunned and his anger disappeared. The next second, a bright smile appeared on his face, ha ha ha, I was just kidding you. Return it, I will return it to you immediately. Jiangsu had 2,800 yuan in his hand. He was a little stunned, boss, I made a mistake. I bought this phone for 2,600 yuan. That's right, the remaining 200 yuan is the money for you to buy information. I have only one request. Jiangsu waved his hand, don't worry, boss, I won't do anything to your daughter. Goodbye. After that, he left. As soon as Jiangsu left, his daughter came out of the room. Looking at Jiangsu's back, his eyes flickered. With a huge sum of 2,800 yuan in hand, Jiangsu thought about what to do with the money. Start a business. He shook his head. Who would start a business? His future wife's father is the richest man in the country. If rounded up, wouldn't it be the same as being the richest man in the country? No need, absolutely no need. Jiangsu couldn't think of the use of this money for the time being, so he didn't think about it. Back home. As expected, his parents were not there. Jiangsu's parents opened a seafood food stall. Because of their good cooking skills, real ingredients, and affordable prices, their business is very good. They are often busy until 2 or 3 in the morning. On weekdays, they make a net profit of 80,000 to 90,000 yuan per month. During the peak season, it can double. Therefore, Jiangsu has had a good life since he was a child. The only bad thing is that there are no adults in the family, and he basically cooks for himself every day. Wash your hands and cook a bowl of noodles by yourself. Zhou Qingyue's house. She had just taken a shower and was wearing a teddy bear pajamas with wet hair. She is indeed very beautiful. She is only in the 2nd year of high school, but she is already about 1.6 meters tall. She has a pair of big eyes like Carmen. She is also well developed. She looks young and charming. She lay on the bed, took out her mobile phone, and checked QQ. She did not see the peace request sent by Jiangsu. In the past, whenever Jiangsu made her unhappy, he would apologize immediately. But this time, there was no message for several hours. Zhou Qingyue snorted coldly, how childish, playing this kind of lustful trick. I wonder how long you can endure it. Zhou Qingyue threw her broken mobile phone angrily. She did not think that Jiangsu had given up on her. After all, Jiangsu's previous performance was too affectionate and too humble. It gave people a feeling that he could not live without Zhou Qingyue. It was also because of this that Zhou Qingyue did not take Jiangsu to heart at all. Just do it casually. The next day. Jiangsu woke up at 6 o'clock. After washing up, he started to study for half an hour. After all, I had just been reborn, and I had basically forgotten all the high school knowledge. It would take some effort to pick it up again. Ridiculous. In his previous life, Jiangsu lowered his score in the college entrance examination in order to go to the same university as Zhou Qingyue. Originally, with his ability, he could be ranked in the top 3 in the country. But for Zhou Qingyue, he went to an ordinary junior college. Now think about it, I was a big fool at that time. 6:30. Jiangsu put away his books and went out. His movements were very gentle. My parents were still sleeping. Passing by the breakfast shop, Jiangsu stopped and bought 2 breakfasts. When he came to the class, only 1/10 of the classmates had arrived. Jiangsu saw Nuonyuo in the corner at a glance. He was happy and walked towards her. Zhou Qingyue also arrived, and she was in a bad mood. In the past, Jiangsu would send her a message to say good morning every morning. He didn't send it today. He was so upset. Seeing the breakfast in Jiangsu's hand, Zhou Qingyue snorted coldly, don't think that I will forgive you if you buy some breakfast. Huh? Jiangsu looked at Zhou Qingyue in astonishment, are you talking to me? Pretend, keep pretending. Zhou Qingyue hugged her arms in front of her, squeezing her clothes out of shape. A big question mark appeared on Jiangsu's head. When he saw Zhou Qingyue's eyes fall on the breakfast in his hand, he suddenly realized. Do you think this breakfast is bought for you? What else? Zhou Qingyue asked back, who else can you give it to besides me? The girl looked as if it was a matter of course, and her face was full of arrogance, if you want me to accept your breakfast, you must sincerely apologize to me. And you have to buy me milk tea for 2 consecutive months. This attitude is purely spoiled. Looking at Zhou Qingyue at this moment, Jiangsu's heart was foggy. In fact, Zhou Qingyue was not like this when school just started. Speaking of it, it was also because Jiangsu was too obedient and too affectionate to her. He gave Zhou Qingyue all the best in himself. Then she developed this kind of character. After all, Zhou Qingyue's family conditions are average, and it is impossible to raise a princess with princess syndrome. After figuring this out, Jiang Su couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this what is called reap what you sow? In this life, Jiang Su didn't want to have any contact with Zhou Qingyue. So he shook his head and said, this breakfast is not for you. Zhou Qingyue's face showed a trace of impatience. Her voice was much louder, Jiang Su, that's enough. How long will this childish trick last? Didn't I just reject your confession? I did it for your own good. At this time, most of the classmates in the class had arrived. Jiang Su took a deep breath. He looked at her very seriously. I'll say it one last time. I don't like you anymore. Don't talk to me again in the future. If you say it to me again, you are a dog. After that, he left her. Zhou Qingyue was stunned there. She only felt her face burning, and tears rolled in her eyes. When the other female classmates in the class heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. They actually said in public that they no longer liked Zhou Qingyue. So do they have a chance? After all, Jiang Su is good at studying, and I heard that his family conditions are not bad. He is also so handsome. He has many talents. For example, singing, dancing, rap, and playing basketball. Zhou Qingyue doesn't want such a perfect boy, but there are many people who want him. Qingyue, are you okay? Zhou Qingyue's deskmate Li Honghong pulled her sleeve. Why did he change so much all of a sudden? Zhou Qingyue was puzzled. Li Honghong thought for a while and said, maybe you rejected him too many times in public, and your self-esteem can't stand it. He must be doing this on purpose to anger you. After school, you should give in to him. According to his personality, he will definitely make peace with you happily. I don't want to. Zhou Qingyue wiped her tears. Why should I give in? In the past, when the two of them got along, Jiang Su has always been the one who gives and is humble. Over time, Zhou Qingyue has formed a mindset that it is natural and all this is what it should be. It's like a boss who will not apologize to his employees even if he makes a mistake. Li Honghong said, you are stupid. You can't just use tough means to deal with men. You need to use both hard and soft means to control them. Give them a sweet date after a beating, and they will never escape from your palm. Zhou Qingyue nodded unconsciously. Then she asked curiously, you have never been in a relationship, where did you get all this knowledge? Li Honghong smiled slightly, revealing an unfathomable expression. In the school bag, a book, female edition, How to Walk Through 100 Flowers Without Getting a Leaf on Your Body, lay quietly. Jiang Su walked to a nuonuo and put breakfast on her table. I bought too much, you eat it. The little girl has been malnourished for a long time and her face is pale. Ah. A nuonuo raised her head. She looked at Jiang Su and then at Zhou Qingyue. She was a little moved, but still shook her head, Thank you, but I ate it. Gurgle. As soon as the voice fell, her stomach growled. A pink and tender little face was instantly covered with blush. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Jiang Su didn't laugh at her. He pretended not to hear, the teacher taught us that we can't waste food. Just think of it as a good deed and help me eat it. Seeing that a nuonuo was still hesitant, Jiang Su leaned close to her ear and whispered, if you don't eat it, I will announce it loudly in front of the whole class that I like you. No, no. A nuonuo panicked. She quickly picked up the breakfast and ate it in small bites. The girl had a serious social phobia. It was scary to think about her being noticed by the whole class. Seeing that a nuonuo had eaten, Jiang Su smiled and sat back in his seat. Zhou Qingyue saw the whole scene. The ballpoint pen in her hand was almost broken by her. She was still a little hesitant about whether to do as Li Honghong said. Now she has made up her mind. No, what's wrong with you? Fu Yanjia leaned his head over, are you not licking Zhou Qingyue, but licking a nuonuo instead? Get lost. Jiang Su said unhappily, why are you talking so harshly? How can this be called licking? I don't understand your taste. Fu Yanjia was very surprised, Zhou Qingyue and a nuonuo look so different, why would you choose the latter? Jiang Su laughed in his heart. That's because you haven't seen a nuonuo's true appearance. The class bell rang. Jiang Su said to Fu Yanjia, I'm sorry, this time daddy is going to leave you. Fu Yanjia, ah. Without waiting for him to ask in detail, Jiang Su stood up, teacher, I want to change seats. Zhou Qingyue raised her eyebrows. Li Honghong, who was sitting next to her, whispered, so his big move is waiting for you here. It seems that we can't be deskmates. Zhou Qingyue's mouth corners slightly raised, and she was in a good mood. But she still maintained a proud attitude, who wants to be a deskmate with him? This person is so annoying. She made up her mind. If the teacher asks if she is willing later, she must refuse him. Let Jiang Su know that she also has a temper. It's not that easy to sit with him so easily. The class teacher looked at Jiang Su kindly, student Jiang Su, where do you want to go? He glanced at Zhou Qingyue inconspicuously. The teachers also knew about Jiang Su licking Zhou Qingyue. All the teachers and students in the school knew that Jiang Su was a super licker. It was well known far and wide. But Jiang Su's grades were too strong, so he turned a blind eye. Jiang Su said with a smile on his face, I want to sit at the same table with classmate Nuonuo. Oh, you want to sit with Zhou, what, classmate Nuonuo? The teacher looked as if he had heard wrongly. The whole class was in an uproar. Nuonuo was dumbfounded. Zhou Qingyue clenched her hands, and blue veins appeared on the back of her hands. Her face also turned from sunny to cloudy. Fu Yanjia had a face full of grief, Jiang Su, you actually abandoned me for that woman. Jiangsu, get lost. Classmate Jiangsu, are you sure you didn't say it wrong? Do you want to sit with a Nuonuo? The teacher asked. Jiangsu nodded, yes. The teacher, tell me the reason. Jiangsu looked righteous. As the first in the grade, I think I have the responsibility to help the students in the class who are not doing well to improve their grades. At this time, a female classmate raised her hand. My grades are not very good either, can you help me improve? Jiangsu glanced at her. Next time, definitely next time. Okay, then you can change your seat. Thank you, teacher. Jiangsu quickly picked up his school bag and sat next to a Nuonuo. Hello, new deskmate. I hope you will teach me more in the future. A Nuonuo's face was burning hot. She responded in a voice as thin as a mosquito. The pair of eyes hidden under the thick bangs were clear and bright. Jiangsu liked her more and more. He thought that my future wife was really beautiful. A Nuonuo's grades in the 3 years of high school were average. Jiangsu tested her and found that she did not hide it. Either she was late in getting her head, or she worked very hard in the college entrance examination. It's impossible that there is really a system, right? I don't have it, how could she have it? After class at noon, everyone rushed to the cafeteria. Zhou Qingyue put away her things and left with a stern face. She didn't look at Jiangsu the whole time. This guy really made her angry. The kind that can't be coaxed. Aren't you going to eat? Jiangsu saw a Nuonuo still sitting in her seat. I ate too much this morning. I'm not hungry. Jiang classmate, you should go to eat quickly. A Nuonuo lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Jiangsu. Because Jiangsu's eyes on her were too hot. I always feel like I'm going to melt. Jiangsu naturally knew that the girl must be so frugal because of family reasons. He didn't force it. On the way, Fu Yanjie looked at Jiangsu with resentment. Jiangsu couldn't stand his look. He kicked him on the butt. Are you sick? Don't look at me with such disgusting eyes. Fu Yanjie wiped the non-existent tears on his face. He cried and said, you have changed, you were not like this before. Jiangsu was too lazy to pay attention to this drama, and quickened his pace to the cafeteria. On the other side, when Zhou Qingyue came to the cafeteria, she was dumbfounded when she saw so many people. There was a long line at each window. How long would it take to get there? At this time, Zhou Qingyue remembered that Jiangsu used to help her get lunch every day at noon. She didn't need to queue at all. Jiangsu would put her favorite food in front of her every day. She used to take it for granted, but now it's her turn to get lunch, and she knows that this is not a simple thing. Hey, Jiangsu. Li Honghong suddenly pointed to the left. Zhou Qingyue looked in the direction of her hand, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She saw that Jiangsu was holding 2 lunch boxes. One of them must be for her. Although Jiangsu came out of the classroom very late. But he and Fu Yanjie had already found an unknown shortcut. So when the other students were halfway there, the two had already finished their meals. The canteen aunties of this era did not shake their hands when serving food, and the portions were quite large. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetables and rice cost only 4 yuan. Jiangsu, which lunchbox is mine? Zhou Qingyue stopped Jiangsu with a smile on her face. In fact, her figure and appearance are indeed quite good. In the whole school, it is not a problem to rank in the top 10. When she smiles, there will be 2 dimples on her face. In the previous life, Jiangsu was captured by her smile. Then began a very unhappy life. Jiangsu did not even want to talk to her, and walked around her directly. The smile on Zhou Qingyue's face froze. A rage grew from the bottom of her heart, and she stopped Jiangsu again. But she soon smiled again. Her voice became much softer. If you are upset because I rejected your confession in public last time, I apologize to you. In fact, I also have a good impression of you. If you just try harder, maybe I will agree to you. A standard bad girl's statement. I can't agree to be with you now. But if you continue to be nice to me, maybe one day I will agree. After saying this, Zhou Qingyue looked at Jiangsu steadily. She thought to herself, she has already lowered her posture. Jiangsu will not continue to pretend to ignore her, right? They will definitely follow me around and serve me. This can't control you. However, Jiangsu's face was not happy at all, but indifferent. Suddenly, Jiangsu pointed behind Zhou Qingyue. Look, what is that? Ah. Zhou Qingyue turned around. Jiangsu ran away. When Zhou Qingyue turned around again, Jiangsu had disappeared. Only Fu Yanjie was left standing there blankly. Zhou Qingyue was stunned for a moment, and then her anger was full. Jiangsu trotted all the way. What the hell? Do you really think you are a dog? When he came to the door of the classroom, Jiangsu stopped. Just in time to see a Nuonuo eat the last bite of steamed bun, and then drink a sip of boiled water. No wonder this little girl is so thin. She eats this thing every noon. It's strange that she can gain weight. Jiangsu deliberately made a little noise and walked in. Ah! Suddenly, Jiangsu screamed and fell down. Student Jiang, how are you? A Nuonuo hurried over, her face full of anxiety. Are you okay? I'm fine, give me a hand. A Nuonuo looked weak, but she still had some strength. It should be related to her long-term work. Jiangsu put one hand on a Nuonuo's shoulder. A Nuonuo's delicate body trembled slightly. This was the first time she had close contact with a boy since she was a child, and she was really a little uncomfortable. Most of Jiangsu's body was leaning on a Nuonuo. A fresh and elegant fragrance came from his nose. This was the unique body fragrance of a girl. Jiangsu leaned half of his body on a Nuonuo. The girl's body was soft, like cotton. I really want to pinch her face. Jiangsu was helped by Nuo to sit down. After sitting for a few minutes, Jiangsu exhaled. Facing the girl's somewhat worried eyes, he smiled and said, "It seems that there is nothing wrong. It's just that I fell down just now and I have lost my appetite. I can't finish the 2 meals. Can you help me finish one?" Jiangsu knew that Nuo's self-esteem was very fragile. If he directly said he would give her lunch, she would not accept it. So this happened. Seeing Jiangsu's sincere eyes, Nuo took it after a little hesitation. He whispered, "How much is it?" "I'll give it to you. 4 yuan. "Oh, okay." Nuo took out a few banknotes from her pocket. 1 2-yuan note, 1 1-yuan note and 2 50-cent notes. Jiangsu took them without hesitation. Nuo smiled. Opening the lid, the aroma filled her nose. A fish-flavored pork shreds, a tomato scrambled egg, a piece of fried fish and vegetables. Nuo's nose twitched and her stomach moved unconsciously. It smelled so good. Although 4 yuan was a bit expensive, it was acceptable to eat it occasionally. She ate it in small bites. Jiangsu saw that she always ate rice and vegetables first, and put the meat at the end. He had to sigh that there were really different people for different rice. I still remember serving Zhou Qingyue rice before. She doesn't eat meat that's too lean or too fat. She must eat meat and fat. She doesn't eat water spinach or bitter melon. She only eats tomatoes and cucumbers. Most of a meal is wasted. Unlike Nuo, she eats all the food. She's not picky about food. Nuo gently touches her slightly bulging belly. It's been a long time since she felt full. Her body is warm and full of strength. Then Nuo felt Jiangsu's burning gaze. She couldn't stand it. "Well, I'll go wash the lunch boxes." After saying that, she picked up 2 lunch boxes and fled away. Looking at her back, Jiangsu smiled and said to himself, "My wife is so cute. Today's food is so bad." On the way back, Zhou Qingyue kept complaining. There were too many people in line. When she got there, the food was cold. In the past, Jiangsu always prepared her food, which was always hot and in the best condition. It also tasted the best. Li Honghong thought to herself that it was all your own fault. As Zhou Qingyue's deskmate, Jiangsu would always buy her a portion when he got her food or bought snacks or milk tea. Now that Jiangsu stopped licking her, she also lost an extra benefit. "Hey, isn't that a Nuo? What she is holding is." Li Honghong saw a Nuo. Zhou Qingyue's eyes fixed. She also saw the lunchbox in a Nuo's hand. She recognized it at a glance. It was Jiangsu's. One of them was her exclusive use in the past. Zhou Qingyue couldn't hold it back all of a sudden. She felt like her things were taken away by others. She stopped a Nuo who was walking with her head down. "Ah. Zhou, classmate Zhou." A Nuo didn't check and almost bumped into him. Zhou Qingyue's eyes were spitting fire. "Why is Jiangsu's lunch box in your hand?" "I." A Nuo was a little flustered and didn't know how to explain. Li Honghong said from the side, "A Nuo, I hope you have some self-awareness. You don't really think that Jiangsu would like you, who looks ordinary, studies SOSO, and has a poor family background. Jiangsu approaches you just to piss off Zhou Qingyue. Don't be confused about the directions." A Nuo bit her lip slightly, feeling a little aggrieved. But she was not good at speaking, so she didn't know how to explain. Zhou Qingyue said to a Nuo in an imperative tone, "Go wash the lunchbox and give it to me." A Nuo didn't dare to resist. Family reasons made her feel inferior all the time. She went to the cafeteria to wash the lunchbox and handed it to Zhou Qingyue. Zhou Qingyue carried the lunchbox and walked into the classroom with her head held high. She walked in front of Jiangsu. She put the lunchbox on his table and said proudly, "I saw a Nuo didn't wash it seriously in the cafeteria just now. I washed it myself and brought it to you." She kept paying attention to Jiangsu from the corner of her eyes. She thought to herself that this lady would wash the dishes for you, personally. To have done this, the Lord must be very touched, right? Huh. Jiangsu was suspicious. A Nuo didn't seem like the kind of person she said. At this time, Jiangsu saw a Nuo coming in with her head down. She sat down in her seat without saying a word. Jiangsu probably guessed something. He stood up and looked at Zhou Qingyue. "Did you wash this lunchbox?" Zhou Qingyue's face looked a little unnatural. But she still said with a stiff upper lip, "Of course." Jiangsu suddenly grabbed Zhou Qingyue's hand. Zhou Qingyue was startled. She subconsciously wanted to pull it back. But when she thought about Jiangsu being in a mood these days, she thought, "Never mind, let him take advantage of her." Then, Jiangsu grabbed Zhou Qingyue's hand and put it under his nose to smell it. Li Honghong was shocked. A man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. A Nuo's eyes were a little dim. It seemed that what Li Honghong said just now was indeed true. She was just a tool used by Jiangsu to anger Zhou Qingyue. Zhou Qingyue's face was also covered with blush. "Jiangsu, how can you be so frivolous?" She quickly pulled her hand back with force. But what Jiangsu said next made her face pale. "You said you washed the dishes, but your hands smelled of detergent. Who are you kidding?" "I." Zhou Qingyue opened her mouth to quibble, but was interrupted by Jiangsu. "A Nuo was stopped by you on the road. Then you snatched the lunchbox away and said it was your credit. Don't you think this behavior is too disgusting and too despicable?" Zhou Qingyue's eyes suddenly turned red. "You scolded me?" He was making trouble and using someone else's force to fight him. Li Honghong also chimed in, Qingyue washed Jiang Su's lunchbox, there is no doubt about that, I can testify. There is no smell of detergent on her hands, that's because she washes her hands more often. If you don't believe me, ask a Nuonyuo, right? After saying that, she looked at a Nuonyuo with a warning look. What else could a Nuonyuo say, he could only nod. Jiang Su sighed secretly. Even the person involved was like this, he couldn't say anything more. He sat down. He waved at Zhou Qingyue, leave quickly, don't bother me. Zhou Qingyue's tears fell, Jiang Su, I hate you, I will never talk to you again in this life. Fortunately, there was no one else in the class at this time, otherwise there would be all kinds of rumors. Jiang Su looked at a Nuonyuo who was in a bad mood. He whispered in her ear, don't be unhappy, I will avenge you in the afternoon. Ah. A Nuonyuo was puzzled. The first class in the afternoon was math class. The math teacher was very strict. Although she was pretty, she had a nickname called Jade Face Shura. But her class was rather boring, and many students could not listen. Then they would do some small actions. At this time, Jiang Su saw Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong secretly reading a novel. Jiang Su raised his hand and stood up, teacher, I report Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong for secretly reading a novel in class. Damn it, Jiang Su is really not a human being. Outside the classroom, Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong were punished to stand. The teacher searched out 2 romance novels from under their desks. This could be said to have touched her reverse scale. She scolded the 2 people on the spot. They had to stand outside and write a 1,000-word self-criticism. This was the first time Zhou Qingyue was punished to stand, and she felt so ashamed. Her resentment towards Jiang Su deepened. Zhou Qingyue had been hit by Jiang Su continuously in the past 2 days, and she felt bad. This dog man is so hateful. Li Honghong was indignant, Qingyue, he is taking revenge on you. Such a man is too uncultured, let's not choose him again. With your looks, you can find any boyfriend you want. Zhou Qingyue bit her lip and did not answer. I don't know what she was thinking. Inside the classroom. Jiang Su looked at a Nuonyuo, how is it, I keep my word. I avenged you, are you happy? A Nuonyuo did not expect Jiang Su to really do this. She was naturally a little happy in her heart. But there were also some concerns, if you do this, classmate Zhou may never forgive you. How can you be with her in the future? Jiang Su said helplessly, didn't I tell you a long time ago? I am not interested in that woman at all. Now the biggest goal is to study hard. By the way, I will tutor you, and in the future we will be admitted to the top universities in the country together. Together, why? A Nuonyuo was a little unsteady in her speech. She always felt that Jiang Su had something else in his words. Although a Nuonyuo was a little slow, she was not stupid. A bold idea came into her mind. But she quickly denied this idea. How could it be possible? She had poor grades, was not pretty, and her family was very poor. She was from a completely different world from Jiang Su. No matter who Jiang Su liked, he would never like her. A Nuonyuo, don't be so self-indulgent. Jiang Su said, because we are deskmates, we will be together in the future. Then we are the closest comrades in arms. Shouldn't we advance and retreat together? Ah, is that so? A Nuonyuo looked dazed. Seeing this look, Jiang Su's appetite was excited. He really wanted to rub her. The last class was physical education. In the past, Jiang Su was basically around Zhou Qingyue during physical education class. He asked about her well-being and didn't exercise with other students. This time, Jiang Su didn't stay around Zhou Qingyue. Instead, he played basketball with Fu Yanjie and the others. On the court, Jiang Su was swift and shot frequently. His handsome appearance and movements caused many girls to scream. Even many female students from other classes gathered around. Jiang Su was very famous. Whether it was his grades or his looks. But before, his heart was all on Zhou Qingyue. He didn't give other girls a chance at all. Now, everyone knows that he has given up on Zhou Qingyue. Many girls have become active. Some smarter ones have already bought drinks. When Jiang Su finished playing, they ran over. With a blushing face, he handed over the drink and wanted his QQ. Fu Yanjie, who was watching from the side, was envious and jealous. I touched the pimples on my face and thought indignantly. I am so handsome, why don't girls bring me water? Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong stood under a tree. Zhou Qingyue saw a lot of girls surrounding Jiang Su. She was very angry. She even had a strong sense of crisis. Now she realized that Jiang Su was so popular. Why didn't she notice it before? People are like this. They don't know how to cherish when they get it. Only when they lose it, they will realize how precious and rare it is that they once had it. On the other side, a Nuonyuo sat quietly. Looking at the very popular Jiang Su, she smiled. She felt a hint of youth. Sorry, I don't drink beverages or iced drinks, thank you. Jiang Su rejected the kindness of all the girls. He glanced at a Nuonyuo without leaving a trace. He didn't go to find her, lest she become the object of jealousy of all the girls. Hey, Jiang Su actually rejected all the girls. Li Honghong's eyes lit up. Touching Zhou Qingyue, she said, do you think he still likes you? Zhou Qingyue raised her lips when she heard this. She felt happy all of a sudden. But she still said, what he did before already made me very unhappy. I won't give him another chance. Li Honghong said, I think he is playing hard to get. Let's wait a few more days, and he will definitely come to you to make peace. Zhou Qingyue said very proudly, unless he kneels down at that time, I will never forgive him. The class is over. Tomorrow is Saturday and Sunday. Fu Yenjie went straight to the internet cafe. Anuonuo was the last one to leave. Today was her duty day. But she had just closed the doors and windows, and was startled when she turned around. Jiang Su stood behind her at some point, looking at her with a smile. Anuonuo blushed all of a sudden. Jiang Su found that this little girl was really easy to blush. She was just like a little lamb. The more Jiang Su looked at her, the more he wanted to bully her. Aren't you leaving yet, classmate Jiang? Yes, are you free tomorrow? I'm going to help my mother sell vegetables. Jiang Su heard Anuonuo say. Her father worked in a factory, and her mother did some odd jobs. There are also several vegetable plots behind her house. In addition to eating the vegetables she planted, the excess would be sold to supplement the family income. Every Saturday and Sunday, Anuonuo would go to help. Don't go to sell vegetables. Jiang Su said, didn't I tell you this morning that my family owns a restaurant? It's the peak season now, and there are so many customers, especially on Saturdays and Sundays, we can't handle it. You can come with me to help, and I'll give you 40 yuan a day, including food, how about it? Ah. Anuonuo opened her mouth. Jiang Su didn't give her a chance to refuse. He continued, normally, the monthly salary for a waiter is about 1,500 yuan. That's 50 yuan a day, and my family will make a profit if I give you 40 yuan. If you don't agree, I will be unhappy. You don't want to lose me as your deskmate, classmate Anuonuo. Anuonuo couldn't get a word in. After being told this by Jiang Su, she felt that if she didn't agree, she would be guilty of a heinous crime. So she agreed without thinking. Jiang Su showed a smile of success on his face. To show my gratitude, I will take you home today. Anuonuo's heartbeat accelerated. It was Jiang Su who took her home yesterday. Today. She was a little embarrassed. She wanted to refuse. Jiang Su simply pulled her away. Anuonuo was stunned for a moment. Jiang Su's hands were so broad and warm. They made people feel safe. For a moment, she forgot to break free. Jiang Su was also very excited. Anuonuo's hands were very soft, truly boneless. They were icy and cold, like holding jelly. I don't know when I can do this openly. After going downstairs, Jiang Su let her go. The girl's face was about to steam. Jiang Su went to push the bicycle over. He patted the back seat, get in the car. If you refuse, I will tell the teacher that you read novels in class. Anuonuo was anxious, I didn't. Jiang Su showed a villain smile, do you think the teacher believes you or me? You don't want to be criticized by the teacher, classmate Anuonuo. Anuonuo felt as if she was completely controlled by Jiang Su. She had no ability to resist. But she felt that she was not angry or disgusted at all. Instead, there was a strange emotion spreading from the bottom of her heart. It's like moistening things silently, moistening something unconsciously. Maybe one day, it will blossom and bear fruit. Anuonuo carefully sat on the back of the bicycle. Two small hands, holding the spring under the cushion. Hold on, I'm going to start. Anuonuo showed a faint smile on her face. Jiang Su is her first real friend. Although the two people have only really met for 2 days. But Anuonuo feels as if they have known each other for a long time. Secretly cheering herself up. She must study hard and go to the same university with Jiang Su in the future. As for what to do after going to college, she has not thought about it now, and dare not think about it. Damn, stinky Jiang Su, damn Jiang Su, I really want to cut you into pieces. Zhou Qingyue didn't stop cursing Jiang Su on the way home. After school, she deliberately waited for a while at the school gate. Just wanting to wait for Jiang Su to come out and take her back. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, there was no one. Today I have to walk back again. It's tiring and a waste of time. While scolding Jiang Su, she also missed the days when Jiang Su used to pick her up regardless of weather conditions. Ding-ling-ling. The sound of a bicycle bell came from behind. Zhou Qingyue was delighted. This was Jiang Su's bike. The sound of his bell was different from others. Because Zhou Qingyue mentioned it once. Everyone's bell sounded the same, too lacking in personality. So Jiang Su went to make some modifications. The sound was clearer and more penetrating. Humph, no matter how nice you say it, you still come to pick me up obediently now. I have to let you dry later, and I can't get on your bike easily. Zhou Qingyue thought so in her heart, and her back straightened a little. The sound was getting closer and closer. The bicycle passed by Zhou Qingyue. But it didn't stop as she expected. What made Zhou Qingyue feel even more unbelievable was that there was a person sitting behind the bike. Anuonuo. Jiang Su actually took her. Zhou Qingyue felt very absurd. She couldn't help but yell, Jiang Su, stop right there. She felt that she was being strongly insulted. In what way was she not stronger than Anuonuo? Even if Jiang Su wanted to find someone to piss him off, he would have to find someone better. What does this mean? However, Zhou Qingyue's shouting did not stop Jiang Su, but instead accelerated his pace. After his rebirth, Jiang Su didn't want to have any more contact with this woman. Avoid her like a snake or scorpion. I don't understand. Didn't this woman always reject him before? At the same time, she also painted all kinds of cakes for herself. She said that if she wanted to fall in love in the future, she would definitely be the first choice. Just because of this sentence, Jiang Su didn't know how much he had paid. Later, he lost everything. Ah, Jiang Su, you bastard. Jiang Su's look as if he saw the plague god when he saw him made Zhou Qingyue completely crazy. But at this moment, Jiang Su had already walked away and didn't hear her voice. Smoothly sent Anuonuo home. He waved at her. I'll pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, goodbye, classmate Jiang. He went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. He went home to cook the meal and then rode his bike to his restaurant. It was past 6 o'clock and there were already a lot of people. Jiang-su looked at this 3-story food stall with a good location. His thoughts were flying. This store is rented. In the previous life, as the house price rose, the landlord sold the house. It was said that it seemed to be sold for more than 100 million at that time. After the new owner bought the house, he was unwilling to continue renting this shop to his family. Later, it took some effort to find a shop with a relatively bad location but higher rent. The business was affected for a long time. It was not until later that the area was demolished and renovated that the traffic recovered. If Jiang-su remembered correctly, the current housing price in Jiangqing is only 3 to 4,000. This commercial and residential building covers an area of about 300 square meters. The 3 floors together are nearly 1,000 square meters. With the full payment, 4 million should be enough. I have to find a way to let my parents take it down while the housing price is low. In this way, they don't have to go to other places in the future. The family probably doesn't have so much savings now. But 1 million is probably available. Then apply for a loan. With the current business of the store, the probability of the bank's approval will not be low. Mom and Dad, eat first, I'll help you. Jiang-su handed over the lunchbox and took over the work in their hands. The store hired a chef and 2 waiters, and they were too busy when there were a lot of customers. Huh, my son is so good. Chen Yu smiled. Jiang Shan nodded as he ate the food. My son's cooking skills are getting better and better. Even if he can't get into a good university in the future, he can still be a good cook. Shut up your crow mouth. Chen Yu said unhappily, my son's grades are so good, it's no problem for him to get into the first university. Jiang Su felt extremely satisfied while calculating the accounts and listening to his parents nagging. In his previous life, when he controlled his scores and only scored a little over 400. The 2 elders seemed to have been drained of their energy and spirit in an instant. They aged by more than 10 years in an instant. Now that I think about it, I'm really nothing. This kind of thing will never happen again in this life. Mom and Dad, how much savings do we have at home now? Jiang Su asked. Jiang Shan and Chen Yu did not hide anything from their son. Chen Yu replied, the total amount of several passbooks at home is 1.25 million. Jiang Su's eyes lit up, take it all out for me. Jiang Shan silently put down his chopsticks and picked up the broom in the corner. You little brat, you're still young, but you're already thinking about your father's savings, right? Jiang Shan picked up a broom and pretended to hit him. The father and son were loving and filial 1 second ago, but they were in chaos the next second. Dad, don't be impulsive, listen to me. Jiang Su was shocked, take out the money and let's buy this place. Huh? Jiang Shan frowned, why do you have such an idea? Jiang Su said, renting someone else's shop is always a problem. If they don't want to rent it one day, we have to run away. Besides, if we buy this house, our descendants will use it, and it won't be useless. Take advantage of the current low housing prices and buy it first. Chen Yu, what my son said makes sense, but we don't have enough money to buy this place. Jiang Su, we can get a loan from the bank as long as we provide the hotel's cash flow. The loan interest rate is not high now, and the monthly payment is also easy. What if the housing price falls in the future? Jiang Shan asked. Impossible. Jiang Su said with a firm tone. Then he talked about macroeconomics, international situation, and domestic historical changes in recent years. In short, Chen Yu and Jiang Shan were confused by Jiang Su's words. They didn't know what was going on. Finally, 6 words came to their mind, my son is awesome. Jiang Su made them feel that it would be a sin if they didn't buy this place. By the way, Mom and Dad, I'll ask a classmate to help tomorrow. I'll give her 40 yuan a day in food. How about that? A girl? Chen Yu became interested. Yeah. Jiang Su smiled and said, Mom, I like her. She's kind and cute. I've decided to be with her for the rest of my life. When the time comes, you can take the opportunity to say more good things about me in front of her. Jiang Su's family is different from other families. It's very open-minded. Chen Yu said it a long time ago. It's okay to fall in love. As long as you don't do anything beyond the limit and be responsible for the girl. And it doesn't affect your grades, it's fine. Oh, then I have to take a good look at how good that girl is tomorrow to make my son say such a thing. Friday nights are always busy. He worked until after 3 in the morning before closing the shop. He had already told his parents about it. They would go talk to the owner of the shop tomorrow morning to see if he was willing to sell. Jiang Su woke up on time at 6 o'clock the next morning. He had activated most of his memories of his previous life in the past 2 days. He had almost finished reading the textbooks for the 2nd year of high school. At 7 o'clock, after washing up, Jiang Su went out to buy breakfast. Soy milk, fried dough sticks and steamed buns. His parents gave him 50 yuan a week for pocket money since he was in junior high school. In high school, it was increased to 150 yuan a week. In this life, he didn't need to pay for Zhou Qingyue, and his pocket money was simply not enough to spend. On the way back, Jiang Su thought about what he should do next. He was not interested in starting a business for the time being. He was quite interested in literature. Got it. Storytelling. He could write short stories and submit them. He was very good at this. There were 3 categories of storytelling that had the largest audience. Family ethics, youthful campus, and workplace events. In his previous life, when Jiang Su was in college, he liked to watch green campus dramas. He remembered countless story plots in his mind. If he wrote them down, he should be able to sell them for a lot of money. He might even be able to sell the copyright. Back home, Jiang-Su ate breakfast and put the rest in the kitchen, waiting for his parents to wake up before eating. It was 7:15. Jiang-Su returned to the bedroom, took out a pen and paper, and roughly wrote a story outline. Then he went out. The rest, I'll have to wait until I come back in the evening. He rode his bike to Nuonyuo's house. When he arrived at her door, he found that she was already chopping wood in the yard. Nuonyuo, let's go. Ah, classmate Jiang. And Nuonyuo put down the axe and wiped the sweat off her face. Please wait a moment. She ran back to the house. When she came out again, she changed into a set of jeans that were washed a little bleached. Jiang-Su's eyes lit up. And Nuonyuo had long and straight legs. She wore a loose white t-shirt on her upper body. However, waves of surging were faintly visible. Her face was still blocked by thick bangs. Jiang-Su didn't think of letting Nuonyuo cut it off right now. He hasn't won it yet, so he can't add more competitors for himself. Even so, in Jiang-Su's eyes, Nuonyuo at this moment also gave him a feeling of being amazed at the time. Let's go, get in the car. Oh. Nuonyuo sat down obediently. Now she is not as shy as the first time she sat down. Here, breakfast. Jiang-Su handed her the hot breakfast he bought on the way when he just came. 3 meat buns and a cup of hot milk. Thank you, but it's too much, I can't finish it. Jiang-Su turned his head and looked at her. You are so thin, you should eat more. Besides, you have a big appetite. Can't you finish 3 buns? Nuonyuo took a bite of the bun, and her cheeks bulged. What? It's not true that girls have big appetites. It's too much. 3 meat buns and a cup of hot milk. Nuonyuo estimated that it would cost 2 yuan. After eating, she quietly took out 2 yuan and stuffed it into Jiang-Su's trouser pocket. Jiang-Su's mouth curled up slightly. He pretended not to notice. This girl is not like Zhou Qingyue who only knows how to accept but not how to give. No one likes those who only know how to ask for but are unwilling to give. Ah, why are you in the library? Nuonyuo raised her head and found that she had arrived in front of the library. Jiang-Su smiled and said, the restaurant doesn't open until 10 o'clock. Let's go read some books first. The little plan in my mind is to stay with her as much as possible. This will better promote the relationship between the two people. Then take her to more popular places, such as libraries, milk tea shops, parks and other places. After a long time, even if Jiang-Su is not with her. Seeing these scenes, she may be reminded of him. I am really a clever ghost. The little white rabbit and Nuonyuo didn't know that she had been arranged clearly by Jiang-Su. Hearing this, she didn't think much. Reading is fine. She also likes reading. Jiang-Su locked the car, and the two walked in. This is a public library. Students can come in with their student ID cards. Jiang-Su went to choose 2 books and sat in the corner. At this point, there are not many people reading. They chose a corner. The two sat together. The sun happened to shine down. Nuonyuo turned her head and saw Jiang-Su's perfect profile. Her heartbeat paused. Then she blushed and lowered her head. She couldn't calm down for a long time. Jiang-Su noticed her abnormality. He smiled and asked, is this book good? Well, it's very good. Nuonyuo said in a low voice. She felt her face getting hot again. She felt so useless. She was always like this. Would Jiang hate her? Jiang-Su, let me see what kind of magical book you can read upside down with such relish. Nuonyuo, huh? This is what social death means. Nuonyuo wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. Jiang-Su smiled and was in a good mood. Maybe this is what a peaceful life is like. After reading until about 9:30, Jiang-Su took Nuonyuo away. On the way, Jiang-Su reminded Nuonyuo, you only need to be responsible for serving the dishes. If any customer gets drunk, you should come to me first. Another customer who is more generous will give a tip. This is your own money, just keep it, don't give it to me. And you can't refuse others. Because this will make the other party think you look down on him, do you understand? Oh, I know. Nuonyuo nodded obediently. Only Chen Yu and 2 waiters were in the store. Jiang Shan went to talk to the landlord. Ah, hello, auntie, I'm Nuonyuo, sorry to bother you. Seeing Chen Yu, Nuonyuo bowed 90 degrees. Oh, don't be so polite, come in. Chen Yu pulled Nuonyuo in with a smile on her face, showing great enthusiasm. Come, auntie will take you to understand the situation. 10 minutes later. Nuonyuo came out with a red face and went to wipe the table. Jiang-Su ran to ask Chen Yu, Mom, what did you do to her? Nothing. Chen Yu replied, just told her some precautions, and by the way. Chen Yu leaned close to Jiang-Su's ear and said slyly, by the way, I'll check for you. Don't say it, this little girl looks a little malnourished. But her figure is really good. Mom just touched her and she is a good candidate for giving birth to a son. The little girl has a good personality, and Mom is very satisfied. Jiang-Su was speechless. Mom, you are going too far. What if you scare her away? No, the little girl looks very kind at first glance. Hurry up. Starting from next week, the pocket money will be doubled. Jiang-Su's face changed immediately. Mom is awesome. There was no way, Mom gave too much. At around 11 o'clock, the number of customers gradually increased. Jiang Shan also came back. He said to Jiang-Su who was teaching in Nuonyuo, the landlord agreed. His family is going to immigrate, and the price is 3,900 per square meter. Jiang-su was overjoyed. The price was lower than he thought. Hello, uncle. Anuonuo said softly. When Jiang Shan saw the well-behaved and sensible Anuonuo, his face immediately burst into smiles. Hello, hello. Thank you for coming to help, uncle is really sorry. Anuonuo shook his head. No, I should say thank you. She is not stupid. She knew that Jiang-su brought her here so that he could make more money. She silently remembered this favor. She is not able to repay it now, but she will repay it in the future. Near noon, more and more customers came. Everyone was busy. Not to mention, Anuonuo did a good job. Serving tea and dishes were steady and fast. Jiang-su secretly observed and felt relieved. Except for a little social anxiety, she had no problems with the rest. Jiang-su took advantage of Anuonuo's inattention and walked into several private rooms. After coming out, she said to Anuonuo, 2 bottles of red wine and a large can of soda will be sent to the private room number 5. Oh, okay. Anuonuo responded and went in with the things swiftly. Not long after. Anuonuo came out. She trotted to Jiang-su. She stretched out a small hand. Here. In her palm, there was a 20 yuan bill. What for? Jiang-su asked. The tip from the guests at that table just now. I can't take it, so I'll give it to you. Just take it, I don't need it. No. Anuonuo shook her head. You give me money for my work, this is extra, I can't accept it. The little girl has a soft personality. But sometimes, she is also very stubborn. Jiang-su patiently explained, this money is not taken out of my pocket, it is given by the guests. What's more, do you know how much pocket money I have in a week? Anuonuo shook her head. 1,000 yuan a week. Jiang-su lied without blushing, brother has money, what's the point of giving me these 20 yuan? Are you humiliating me? Take it, or I will ignore you in the future. Anuonuo bit her lip. Seeing that Jiang-su seemed to be angry, she quickly put the money away. There seemed to be a lot of customers today. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening that the number of customers decreased slightly. Chen Yu pulled Anuonuo to the back kitchen. Anuonuo, I didn't expect it to be so busy today. You have worked hard. Let's end it here today. This is the reward for 2 days. I'll give it to you first. She took out 100 yuan. Seeing that Anuonuo was about to ask for her money, Chen Yu stopped her. The extra money is considered overtime pay. Originally, you only need to work until 8 o'clock in the evening. If you calculate it this way, Auntie is still taking advantage. Thank you, Auntie. Anuonuo sniffed. She felt the kindness of Jiang-su's family towards her. She held the 100 yuan tightly. Because of the poor family conditions. Most of the time, the girl felt disdain and contempt from others. But Jiang-su's family treated her as their own from the beginning. Is it true or false? This is easy to distinguish for Anuonuo, who is sensitive by nature. Jiang-su went to wash his hands. Then he took Anuonuo out of the restaurant and sent her back. Anuonuo whispered, actually, you don't have to send me off. The store needs manpower. I can go back alone. It's not very far. How can that be? Jiang-su disagreed, it's late at night, you are a little girl, what if you meet a pervert? I'm not beautiful, who would like me? That's right. Jiang-su touched his chin and said, look at you. Your academic performance is average, your figure is average, and you are not particularly beautiful. You will probably not be able to get married in the future. Anuonuo looked at Jiang-su a little aggrieved. How can you say such a thing? A little sad. Unexpectedly. Jiang-su changed the subject, but, since we are deskmates, we must help each other, right? I can marry you home with reluctance. Ah, you, bullying me. Anuonuo's face flushed. She lowered her head and ran away. For a nerd like her, Jiang-su's words were very lethal. Jiang-su chased after her with a smile. After safely sending Anuonuo home, Jiang-su returned to the hotel. He worked with his parents until 2:30 in the morning before finishing work. After returning home, Jiang-su fell asleep. On the other hand, Anuonuo suffered from insomnia. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. In her mind, she kept replaying what Jiang-su said before. I can marry you with reluctance. Is he joking, or? Anuonuo's heart was in a mess. And tonight, it was not only Anuonuo who suffered from insomnia, but also Zhou Qingyue. Ah, Jiang-su, you bastard. Zhou Qingyue was going crazy in the room. Jiang-su had ignored her for the 3rd day. In the past, Jiang-su brought her breakfast and lunch and sent her home every day. He would send good morning in the morning and good night in the evening. He didn't send any messages these days, which made Zhou Qingyue very uncomfortable. After all, she was used to Jiang-su's unconditional kindness to her. And since Jiang-su started licking her, Zhou Qingyue has saved a lot of money. She doesn't have to spend money on breakfast and lunch. The money saved can be used to buy some small jewelry she likes. She can also buy a few more nice clothes. Now she doesn't dare to spend money indiscriminately. After all, her family only gives her 100 yuan a month. Zhou Qingyue blamed all this on Jiang-su and Anuonuo. Jiang-su, you wait for me, the trick of playing hard to get, see how long you want to play. The girl still insisted that all this was pretended by Jiang-su. After all, Jiang-su licked too fiercely before. How could he change in an instant? This is very un-river. Okay, since you want to play, then I will play with you, and see who can't bear it first. Zhou Qingyue made up her mind. From now on, she will never take the initiative to say another word to Jiang-su. See how long he can bear it. Jiang-Su got up late today, more than 7 o'clock. After reading a book for a while, he went out to buy breakfast. When he went to bed last night, Jiang-Su thought about the entire content of the story he wanted to submit to the story club. Just write about his experience of being in love but not being able to get it. This is his real experience, and it will resonate with the text when writing. I have a draft in my mind, so it is particularly smooth to write. At 8:30, I finished writing 2,000 words. One chapter is 1,000 words. It's ready to submit. Let's see if I can successfully sign the contract first, and then consider the rest. The name of the novel is The Dismal Youth of Those Years. Go to the post office to deliver it. Then I went to find Inonuo. On the way, I met a bald uncle. Jiang-Su smiled and greeted, "Hello, Uncle Wang." "It's Jiang-Su. How are you? Did you get that girl last night?" "Not yet. Thank you, Uncle Wang, for yesterday." "Why are you being polite? That was originally your money. I passed it to that girl through my hands." After chatting for a few words, they parted ways. "That's right. The tips given by those guests yesterday were actually paid by Jiang-Su. That is to say, Inonuo doesn't know anything. That's why she thinks that there are really guests who give tips when eating in such a restaurant. It's not a KTV or a club. She is so silly and cute. Inonuo earned a total of 360 yuan last night. I guess she can be more generous when eating in the future." On the way to Inonuo's house, Jiang-Su had already finished all the housework. "Mom and Dad, this is the money I earned from working these 2 days. I'll keep 60 yuan and give the rest to you to pay off your debts." Inonuo's father has a stable income of 1,600 yuan a month. Together with her mother, it's just over 2,000 yuan a month. Although not particularly wealthy, it is enough for normal use. The reason why they were so tight on money was that their family owed a large sum of money. Most of the income was used to pay back the debt. "Daughter, why is it so much? Isn't it 80 yuan? Li Yuanwan asked. They knew that Inonuo went to work. Inonuo said it was a tip from the guests of the restaurant. Li Yuanwan and Enfone looked at each other. Their daughter didn't have much social experience now. But the two of them have been in society for more than 10 or 20 years. Naturally, they knew. How rich can the customers in the restaurant be? How is it possible to receive a tip of 200 or 300 yuan in one night? 9 out of 10, it was paid out of pocket by that classmate Jiang-Su, right? The couple didn't tell Inonuo about this speculation. They just silently remembered this kindness. Their good impression of Jiang-Su was raised to another level. The future richest man's good impression plus 10. This little boy has a high emotional intelligence and is very sophisticated in doing things. When helping others, the first thing to consider is the dignity of the other party. This kind of silent way of moistening things may not be possessed by many adults. "Inonuo, I'm here." Jiang-Su's voice sounded outside the house. A smile appeared on the girl's face unconsciously. Enfone and Li Yuanwan knew what was going on. But they didn't stop her. "Mom and Dad, I'm leaving first." With that, Inonuo picked up the lunchbox on the table and went out. Li Yuanwan reminded from behind, "Daughter, be careful." "Oh, I see." Li Yuanwan shook her head, she doesn't know. Inonuo was wearing a sports suit today. It looked like it had been worn for many years, and some parts were faded. However, the youthful aura gradually emerging from the girl could not be concealed by a set of sportswear. "Good morning, classmate Jiang, this is the breakfast I made, try it and see if it tastes good." Inonuo handed over the lunchbox with both hands, with expectation and uneasiness in her eyes. The girl was more lively than a few days ago. Jiang-Su's eyes lit up, "I must try what you made." When he opened the lunchbox, a fragrance came. Fried dough sticks and steamed buns. The color looked pretty good. "Does it take a long time to make this?" Jiang-Su asked after taking a bite of the fried dough stick. "It's okay." Inonuo didn't tell Jiang-Su that she got up at 5 o'clock. She went to buy various materials and did it all by herself. She didn't have much money on hand, and what she could give back to Jiang-Su was just a little bit of her craftsmanship. "Is it delicious?" Inonuo asked again. She didn't know if what she made would suit Jiang-Su's taste. "Oh." Jiang-Su sighed, "If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten the breakfast you made." Inonuo's face turned pale. She forced a smile, "I'm not very good at cooking, sorry." "What are you talking about?" Jiang-Su smiled and said, "I mean the breakfast you made tastes so good. After eating this once, I don't want to eat breakfast outside anymore." One sentence. It made Inonuo go from hell to heaven. Her mood also took a sharp turn for the better. A dazzling smile bloomed on her face again. Just at this moment, a gust of wind blew. It blew up Inonuo's thick bangs, revealing a stunning face that captivated everyone. All of Jiang-Su's attention was attracted by the girl at this moment. This moment seemed to become eternal and frozen forever. Inonuo couldn't stand Jiang-Su's gaze and said weakly, "Student Jiang, don't look at me like that." Jiang-Su came back to his senses and continued to eat with a smile. "You eat too." Jiang-Su picked up a piece of fried dough sticks and gave it to Inonuo. Inonuo shook her head, "I ate it, I'm full." Jiang-Su, "No, you're not full." Facing the slightly overbearing Jiang-Su, Inonuo could only open her mouth obediently. At this time, a sharp voice came from behind the two of them. "What are you doing?" Jiang-Su and Inonuo looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Li Honghong running over angrily. She glared at the two of them, "What are you doing?" "We." Nuonuo moved her lips, not knowing what to say. Jiang Su frowned, why are you yelling here? Li Honghong was very angry. She pointed at Jiang Su, you are pursuing Zhou Qingyue while you are having an affair with this woman. You are simply a scumbag. Please make your words clear. Jiang Su was unhappy, I have said it a long time ago that I have given up Zhou Qingyue. Ha! Li Honghong sneered, everyone knows that you have deep feelings for Zhou Qingyue. How can you give up just like that? If you break up with this woman right now, I will not tell Zhou Qingyue what I saw today. Jiang Su did not want to say so much nonsense to this woman. He waved his hand, whatever you want, get out of the way. This indifferent attitude made Li Honghong furious. He pointed the finger at Nuonuo, how can you be so shameless to interfere with other people's feelings? If you still have a trace of self-respect, you should get as far away as possible. Nuonuo's eyes suddenly turned red. Tears were swirling in her eyes. She took a deep breath and tried not to let the tears fall. She wanted to step back and stay away from Jiang Su. But Jiang Su grabbed her wrist. Then, a deep five-finger mark appeared on Li Honghong's face. The sound was unusually crisp. Li Honghong covered her slapped face. She looked at Jiang Su in disbelief, you hit me? Ha! As soon as the voice fell, she was slapped on the other side of her face. Jiang Su's tone was calm. But what he said made Li Honghong feel a chill. Nuonuo is under my protection. If you bully her once, I will beat you twice. This was the first time that Li Honghong was slapped twice in a row since she was a child. He wanted to say something harsh. But after being touched by Jiang Su's cold eyes, she dared not say it. Jiang Su at this moment made Li Honghong feel very strange. He seemed to be completely different from the Jiang Su in her memory who only knew how to circle around Zhou Qingyue. He had no dignity and only knew how to humble and flatter. Li Honghong turned around and ran away. She stopped after running a distance. She shouted at Jiang Su, wait for me, this matter will not be let go like this. Jiang Su raised his fist, and Li Honghong's heart trembled, and she ran away. When she turned her head, she saw that Nuonuo's face was full of tears. This immediately made Jiang Su panic. He hurriedly helped her wipe the tears from her face. Don't cry, that woman is really damned, wait, I'll beat her up again. No. Nuonuo grabbed Jiang Su's arm. She sniffed hard. Although she cried because of the humiliation she had just received from Li Honghong, what really made her unable to hold back was Jiang Su's words just now that she was protected by him. Nuonuo had never experienced this feeling of being protected before. It caused ripples in her heart, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Don't worry, with me here, no one dares to bully you. Well, thank you. Nuonuo lowered her head to cover up her shyness. Jiang Su is such a good person. When Nuonuo calmed down completely, Jiang Su took her to the library again. When it was almost noon, they went to the restaurant. Today was as busy as yesterday. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Su took Nuonuo away. They had to go to school tomorrow. On the way, Jiang Su asked her how much tips she received today. A total of 560 yuan, thank you classmate Jiang. The girl sat in the back seat of the car, her face full of joy. She kept 120 of this money for herself, and treated classmate Jiang to dinner tomorrow to thank him. The rest was used as living expenses until the end of the semester. Not bad, you are so lucky. Someone smiled. He didn't care that his wallet was much smaller. This is called strategic investment. Send her to her doorstep. Nuonuo got down from the back seat, thank you, classmate Jiang. Go back slowly. Jiang Su, I am a few months older than you. Don't call me classmate Jiang anymore. It's too distant. Call me brother Jiang. The thin-skinned Nuonuo blushed again. She couldn't call him. Jiang Su urged, call me quickly. No. Nuonuo turned and ran back to the house. Jiang Su laughed dumbly. He was not in a hurry. In the future, not only will he let you call me brother, but he will also let you call. Just when he was about to turn around, Nuonuo poked her head out, be careful on the road, brother. And immediately retracted it. It's so cute. How can there be such a cute girl in the world? Jiang Su laughed foolishly on the spot. The next day, Jiang Su got up on time and reviewed for half an hour. Then he went out. In the classroom, Zhou Qingyue came in with red eyes. She didn't sleep well last night. Of course it was because of someone. She has a stubborn side in her character. The more Jiang Su ignored her, the more unhappy she was. However, I just swore that I would never take the initiative to find Jiang Su. I could only bear it. Suddenly, Zhou Qingyue, who had a stern face all the way, smiled. Because she saw buns and soy milk on her table. I thought you could hold on for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be unable to hold it so soon. Zhou Qingyue had just sat down. Jiang Su arrived. Other classmates in the class also came one after another. Strange, why hasn't Nuonuo come yet? Jiang Su muttered in a low voice. Usually at this time, Nuonuo would have arrived. Zhou Qingyue saw Jiang Su come in. She snorted in her heart. She would not forgive him so easily. Think buying breakfast is enough. Thinking of this, she got up, picked up the breakfast and walked in front of Jiang Su. Put the breakfast on his table with a snap. He said with a cold face, take it away, I said, I will not forgive you. Jiang Su, who was about to read a book, raised his head in surprise, what? Pretend, keep pretending. Zhou Qingyue sneered, you didn't dare to admit that you bought me breakfast. I tell you, don't think that you can make me forgive you with such a small favor, dream on. This breakfast was not bought by me. Jiangsu said. Zhou Qingyue didn't believe it at all. Why, you are afraid of being rejected by me, so you dare to do it but not to take responsibility, right? It's really not me. Jiangsu was speechless. This woman is getting more and more annoying. How could I like such a woman in the past? She was really blinded by lard. You are boring now. Zhou Qingyue looked disdainful. You dare to do it but not to take responsibility, I despise you. No, you are sick. Jiangsu couldn't help it, I said it wasn't bought by me. What's wrong, what are you arguing about? At this time, the class monitor ran in. He looked at the breakfast on Jiangsu's table. Hey, didn't I buy this for classmate Zhou? Did you buy this breakfast? Zhou Qingyue was stunned. Yes. The monitor nodded, her face full of shyness. I don't know if you like it or not. If it doesn't suit your taste, I'll change it to something else next time. Zhou Qingyue was dumbfounded on the spot. Then, she felt her face burning. She had done another stupid thing. But then, she realized a more serious problem. This breakfast was not bought by Jiangsu. Why didn't he buy breakfast for herself? Zhou Qingyue felt a gas stuck in her chest, and she felt indescribably uncomfortable. In anger, she picked up the breakfast and threw it into the trash can. I don't like it, don't bring it to me in the future. After that, she sat back in her seat angrily, sulking alone. Jiangsu looked at the monitor with a face full of grievance in silence. I'm not saying, you're fine, why do you want to send her breakfast? The monitor scratched his head. Actually, I like classmate Zhou very much. It's because you didn't pursue her. Then I thought, let's see if I can succeed. With Zhou Qingyue's looks, there must be many people in the class who like her. It's just that Jiangsu licked too hard before, and licked all the other competitors away. But now everyone knows that Jiangsu has given up licking. Many people feel hopeful and start to get restless. Jiangsu's head is full of black lines. What's going on? The monitor went back with a disappointed face. He couldn't figure out why he failed so quickly. Could it be that he is not as good at licking as Jiangsu? A Nuonuo came. Jiangsu asked, why are you so late today? Have you had breakfast? Yes. A Nuonuo said in a low voice. When he put down his school bag, he opened the zipper and took out a pink sachet from it. He turned his head around. Make sure no one noticed this side. Then she stuffed it into Jiangsu's hand like lightning. I made this. Thank you for introducing me to the part-time job. I put dried osmanthus and a peace amulet in it. It's not worth much, I hope you don't dislike it. After that, she quickly took out a book and pretended to read it seriously. But the corner of her eyes looked at Jiangsu uncontrollably. She was nervous and expectant. She was afraid that Jiangsu would not like it. She was even more looking forward to hearing the word like from his mouth. Jiangsu's eyes lit up. This sachet is very delicate. There are also a few words, peace and happiness every year, embroidered on it. Put it under your nose and smell it. The faint fragrance of osmanthus smells good. Jiangsu noticed that there was a wound on Nuonyo's hand. He grabbed it and took a look. There were many tiny pinholes on the fingers. He felt a little distressed. Did you make a sachet? Nuonyo pulled her hand back and whispered, the moon was not out last night, and the light was dim. So I accidentally got a few pricks, it's okay. Nuonyo's family conditions are not good. So she didn't turn on the lights. Instead, she sat by the window and sewed this sachet for Jiangsu. Silly girl, I like it very much and will treasure it for a lifetime. A warm current flowed through Jiangsu's heart. I think she came late today because she stayed up late last night to make this sachet. After all, it was past 10 o'clock when she went back last night. Hearing Jiangsu say that she liked it, Nuonyo's mouth corners slightly raised. Her mood suddenly became like spring flowers blooming. A sweet joy spread from the bottom of her heart and spread throughout her body. It seemed that every cell was emitting joy. This feeling was very wonderful, making her a little reluctant to leave. Jiangsu, the head teacher is calling you. Li Honghong shouted at Jiangsu at the door. Her eyes were full of gloating. Jiangsu slapped her twice yesterday, and she was embarrassed to tell her parents. As soon as she came today, she went to complain to the head teacher. The head teacher has always hated evil, and Jiangsu will definitely be miserable this time. Jiangsu got up and went to the teacher's office. Li Honghong looked aggrieved. Teacher, you have to make the decision for me. The head teacher stared at Jiangsu. Jiangsu, classmate Li said that you beat her yesterday, what's the matter? Jiangsu shrugged. Teacher, I shot down a J-10 with a slingshot yesterday, do you believe it? The head teacher said unhappily, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiangsu looked innocent. You also think this is impossible. I am the top of the grade and the most handsome guy in the school. Why would I have a conflict with a person with average academic performance, average looks, and average figure? This does not fit my personality. Li Honghong's face turned red on the spot. She stomped her feet hard. Teacher, look at him, he attacked me personally. Every word Jiangsu said was poking her heart. The head teacher looked at Jiangsu suspiciously. You really didn't beat her? Teacher, if I really beat her, then ask her to produce evidence. Otherwise, this matter will not end. I might be depressed and unable to study seriously. As a result, my academic performance plummeted and I couldn't get into a good university in the end. In the end, it will affect your promotion and salary increase, and you will marry a beautiful and wealthy woman and reach the pinnacle of life. Teacher, you don't want this to happen, do you? Don't say it, these words have a great effect. After all the hopes of the head teacher are now on Jiangsu. So he said to Li Honghong in a stern tone, since you said that Jiang Su beat you, then produce evidence. Li Honghong was dumbfounded. Where can she find evidence? In this era, many places do not have surveillance equipment. In addition, the fingerprints on her face have long disappeared after a day. As long as Jiang Su does not admit it, this matter will become a headless case. Oh, I know. Jiang Su suddenly slapped his thigh, student Li Honghong. Is it because I reported to the teacher last week that you and your deskmate were secretly reading novels in class? So you hold a grudge and now come to slander me? The head teacher's face suddenly darkened. I'm not, I didn't. Li Honghong shouted anxiously. Okay, this matter ends here. The head teacher made the decision. Neither side could produce evidence, and there was no point in continuing this matter. However, he was more inclined to what Jiang Su said. So he said to Li Honghong, in the exam 2 days later, if your average score in each subject is not 80 points, you can stay for tutoring for half an hour every day after school. No, teacher. Li Honghong looked desperate. Jiang Su smiled and said, okay, teacher, I'll go first. Li Honghong came out dejected. In the fight with Jiang Su, she was completely defeated, and she was slapped twice in vain. Just thinking about it makes me lose a lot. No, this matter can't be let go. Li Honghong raised her head with a gleam in her eyes. She returned to the classroom and sat down. A nuo moved her lips. After hesitating for a while, she still asked Jiang Su. Did he go to the head teacher's office just now because he beat Li Honghong yesterday? Is he okay? Jiang Su leaned his head over. Smelling the unique body fragrance of the girl, why, are you concerned about me? I didn't. A nuo quickly shook her head to deny. You can see that her ears are completely red, as if blood is dripping out. The more Jiang Su saw her shy look, the more he wanted to bully her. But he held back. The little girl is not easy to tease, and she has to slowly improve her endurance. During class, Jiang Su was very serious and taught a nuo carefully. If there was something she didn't understand, he would explain it over and over again without getting tired of it. And after Jiang Su's hard work in the past few days, he has already memorized all the courses in the second year of high school. He has also mastered about 1/5 of the courses in the third year of high school. At this rate, all the courses in the third year of high school will be mastered before the end of the second year of high school. On this side, the two were studying very seriously. On the other side, Li Honghong quietly told Zhou Qingyue what happened yesterday, adding fuel to the fire. I saw them having a secret tryst yesterday. I felt indignant for you, so I went up to say a few words. I didn't expect Jiang Su to punch and kick me. It was really too much. He is a scumbag. The deep affection he showed for you in the past was all fake. And his vision is too bad. You beat a nuo countless times. Jiang Su is so blind to be with such a person. Zhou Qingyue was about to break the ballpoint pen in her hand. Li Honghong said again, I think you should take revenge. How to take revenge? Zhou Qingyue asked subconsciously. Li Honghong, find someone who is better than him and pretend that you are dating. Let him know the pain of losing you. Men are like this. Once they find that they are going to lose, their desire to win will be stimulated. At that time, he will be around you like before. When that day comes, you will humiliate him severely and vent my anger. Zhou Qingyue, but there is no boy in the whole school who has better academic performance than him. You are stupid. Excellence is not only about grades, but also about other aspects. For example, good sports, handsome, rich family or singing. You can look at Cheng Fei, his academic performance is the second in the class. He sings very well and looks handsome. And I feel that he should like you too. As long as you hook your finger, he will definitely be very happy. Zhou Qingyue felt that what Li Honghong said made sense. He couldn't help but look back at Jiang Su. He snorted in his heart, I want to let you know that there are many people chasing after me. You will regret it when the time comes. After class. Zhou Qingyue took the book to find Cheng Fei. Student Cheng Fei, I don't know how to do this question. Can you explain it to me? Cheng Fei was stunned for a moment. He saw Zhou Qingyue looking at him with a bit of shyness on her face. His heart immediately became hot. He thought, is my spring coming? Zhou Qingyue even deliberately moved closer. A few strands of hair gently brushed against Cheng Fei's arm. It was like a stone was thrown into his heart, rippling waves. Zhou Qingyue bit her lip slightly, student Cheng Fei, you are really amazing. Cheng Fei blushed and scratched his head, no, Jiang Su is much better than me. No, he is not as smart as you. Good grades for a while don't mean forever. I believe you will definitely be admitted to a better university than him in the future. I am optimistic about you. Cheng Fei was like being injected with chicken blood. Zhou Qingyue said again, the next class is music class. Can you sing a song for me? Cheng Fei is the representative of the music class. Before every class, the teacher would ask him to sing a song. Okay, no problem. The inexplicably excited Cheng Fei agreed without hesitation. Zhou Qingyue stood up and returned to her seat. She subconsciously looked towards Jiang Su. She thought that he must be jealous because he saw her and Cheng Fei standing so close to each other. But she was disappointed. Jiang Su didn't even look at her. After class, she was explaining to Nuo some knowledge that she didn't understand in class. This feeling of helping others improve little by little is also quite fulfilling. Zhou Qingyue gritted her teeth. She sat back in her seat angrily. The class bell rang. The music teacher was a female college student who had just graduated not long ago. She had a good personality. Okay, as usual today, let's ask Ching Fei to sing a song for us first. Everyone applauded. Ching Fei stood up and glanced at Zhou Qingyue. He said, then today I will sing a song of Serious Snow for everyone, for Zhou Qingyue. Wow! The whole class made exaggerated shouts. All eyes fell on Zhou Qingyue. Zhou Qingyue subconsciously straightened her back. Then she looked at Jiang Su and raised her eyebrows. That look was speaking. See? I'm very popular, and there are many people chasing after me. You're going to regret it. Jiang Su grinned. At this moment, he really wanted to thank Ching Fei. Brother, you are so kind, you attracted the fire for me. He had been annoyed with Zhou Qingyue for a long time. It would be a blessing in disguise for Zhou Qingyue to change her target and stop bothering her. Ching Fei's voice was indeed very good. He sang this song with great emotion. After the song was finished, the class burst into warm applause. Zhou Qingyue glanced at Jiang Su in triumph. Jiang Su didn't even look at her. In her previous life, she had suffered enough damage because of this woman. In this life, Jiang Su felt unlucky if he looked at her for a second longer. Humph, you're still pretending to be indifferent. You must be very anxious in your heart. Zhou Qingyue thought to herself. Okay, thank you Ching Fei. The music teacher said, the teacher has a little cold today and my throat is uncomfortable, so I won't teach. If there are any students who want to sing, they can all come up. This teacher is still very open-minded. She wouldn't get angry or say anything about things like confessing in public in the class. Jiang Su, go up and sing a song for everyone. Li Honghong suddenly spoke. She knew Jiang Su could sing. However, he was far inferior to Ching Fei. I just want to see Jiang Su being outdone so that it can be considered revenge. Zhou Qingyue's heart moved. This woman. Jiang Su narrowed her eyes. Is she looking for trouble again? The music teacher also said, that's fine, classmate Jiang, your singing skills are not bad, can you sing a song? Jiang Su didn't plan to sing at first. But since the music teacher has spoken, it's hard to refuse. So he stood up and walked to the podium. Li Honghong sneered in her heart, see how I belittle you later. A Nuonuo looked at Jiang Su without blinking. The girl was looking forward to what Jiang Su would sing. Ahem. Jiang Su coughed lightly, this song is from an old friend of mine. The name of the song is You who are walking towards me make me excited, Bebe, oh. This is the first time I become like this. Bebe, just because of you. I will explode if I look at you for one more time. The whole class, question mark. Music teacher, question mark. What is this song about? Ahem. Jiang Su coughed, no, I'm just joking with you. Next, I will sing a song for you seriously, my deskmate. A Nuonuo's delicate body trembled slightly. You who can't guess the problem. You who are sentimental. When it comes to natural conditions such as voice, Jiang Su is indeed not as good as Ching Fei. But he is more emotional, and he attracted everyone's attention as soon as he opened his mouth. He was involuntarily brought into that artistic conception by his singing. Zhou Qingyue's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She thought of the time when Jiang Su was good to her in the past. When she didn't bring an umbrella on a rainy day, she would give her her umbrella and then go back in the rain. When it was her turn to be on duty, Jiang Su never let her touch him. He always wiped the blackboard clean and cleaned the floor. Jiang Su said that girls' hands can't do this kind of work. There are many more. When you are thirsty, you don't need to ask, Jiang Su will put your favorite drink on the table. When you have your period, he will considerately prepare hot water, etc. Looking back now, Jiang Su is really gentle and treats me well. But I have never taken Jiang Su to heart. I often give him a cold face, making him lose face in public. My heart aches. Zhou Qingyue realized that she was too harsh on Jiang Su in the past. However, is Jiang Su not wrong? I am a girl, even if I made a mistake, I can't treat myself like that. Humph, I won't take the initiative to admit my mistakes. The song ended. After a moment of silence, warm applause broke out. Ching Fei sighed, as far as this song is concerned, he is not as good as Jiang Su. Ah, since there is ginger, why is there Cheng? Snowflakes are fluttering, the north wind is whistling. The music teacher also applauded, not bad, Jiang Su sang well, and I will reward you to help the teacher fetch water. Jiang Su, thank you, teacher. All the classmates, ha ha ha. After class. Fu Yanjie ran to Jiang Su, tears in his eyes, I didn't expect that you have such deep feelings for me. Woohoo, I'm so touched. Jiang Su, what? Fu Yanjie wiped his tears, the song you just sang, wasn't it for me? It was to commemorate the friendship between the two of us who have been deskmates for nearly a year. You really touched me. Let's go to the canteen, I'll treat you. Jiang Su. Jiang Su kicked him on the butt, get lost, you don't deserve it. Fu Yanjie smiled, you're still pretending to be me, right? You're shy, you must be shy. Jiang Su. He sat back in his seat. He took out a white rabbit milk candy and peeled it. He handed it to a Nuonuo, eat. Because this little girl often skipped meals to save money, she occasionally had low blood sugar. Jiang Su discovered this when she was working in her own restaurant. So she always kept a few candies in her pocket. Thank you. A Nuonuo said in a low voice. She was about to take the candy from Jiang Su. Jiang Su dodged, don't move, open your mouth, I'll feed you. No, I can eat it myself. You have a pencil in your hand, it's not clean, hurry up, don't force me to beg you. Oh, okay. In the end, a Nuonuo couldn't beat Jiang Su. She opened her cherry mouth obediently and ate the candy. Although her face was flushed and she felt very shy, she felt unprecedented happiness. And this candy is so sweet, the kind that goes to the heart. Fu Yanjie leaned his head over. I want it too. Jiangsu stuffed the candy wrapper into his mouth. Fu Yanjie spit it out. A face full of resentment. Jiangsu, you changed your mind. Jiangsu's forehead was covered with black lines. A Nuonuo covered her mouth and chuckled. Such days are good. After school at noon. A Nuonuo said to Jiangsu, can I treat you at noon today? Okay. Jiangsu agreed immediately. You have made so much money in the past 2 days, I must give you a good meal. A Nuonuo laughed happily and got along well with Jiangsu. He did not show pity to her just because his family conditions were not good. Instead, he always put himself on the same level. And he was very careful and took care of other people's emotions. Why did you suddenly invite him to dinner? I want one too. Fu Yanjie came over. You want a hammer? Jiangsu kicked him again. Fu Yanjie rubbed his butt, feeling aggrieved. Jiangsu, you really have a new person now and forgot the old one, right? Have you forgotten what you said to me before, those promises? Several classmates who passed by looked at them in horror when they heard this. Several girls had gossip burning in their eyes. Jiangsu raised his fist. Fu Yanjie, I'm going to kill you today. Ah, help. They came to the cafeteria in a noisy manner. There were not many people yet. The shortcut they took was very hidden. Few people knew about it at present. Jiangsu walked to a window where no one was queuing. Sister, please give me a fried chicken wing, steamed egg, stir-fried vegetables and stir-fried meat with black fungus. It's Jiangsu, come, I'll give you more. The auntie serving food smiled when she saw Jiangsu. This boy is so sweet-talking. When he sees a girl, no matter how old she is, he calls her sister. The aunties serving food at these windows all like him very much. He always gives the largest portion of food and the best parts. A Nuonuo, who was standing behind him, envied Jiangsu for having such strong social skills. After finishing his own meal, Jiangsu took a Nuonuo's lunchbox. The cafeteria auntie's eyes lit up. This is the first time I see you bring a girl here to get food. Is this your girlfriend? She is so well-behaved and cute. Jiangsu did not deny it, nor did he say yes. Instead, he asked with a smile, do we two look like a couple? Of course, anyone would think you two are a couple at first glance. A talented man and a beautiful woman, made for each other. A Nuonuo had buried her head deeply in her chest. But she couldn't see her toes when she lowered her head. This alone was enough to instantly kill 99% of the girls. Jiangsu gave the cafeteria aunt a thumbs up implicitly. Then he took a Nuonuo away. Jiangsu had long guessed that a Nuonuo would treat him to a meal as a thank you. So after the first class, he ran to the cafeteria alone and bought drinks for several aunts. He asked them for help. If he brought a girl to get food today or some other time, he would say that the two looked like a couple and had a good resemblance to a married couple. All of this was Jiangsu's routine. Silly and simple Nuonuo didn't know that she had been arranged clearly. Eat, why are you still standing there? Jiangsu looked at a Nuonuo, who was sitting opposite him and blushing, and asked knowingly. This little girl hasn't reacted to what the cafeteria aunt said just now. The little sunflower mom class is open. Highlight the key points. One of the ways to pursue a girl is to let people around her often say in her ear that the two of you are a good match. Many times, the girl originally has no feelings for you and doesn't like you. But people around her keep saying it. Over time, they will have a doubt in their hearts. Do I really like him? In their hearts, your shadow will naturally appear. If you don't believe it, you can observe the classmates around you. Many of them are just friends who make fun of them. Originally, the two of them didn't like each other. After being made fun of so many times, they even doubted themselves. Then they came together inexplicably. Jiangsu's words brought a Nuonuo back to her senses. She shook her head repeatedly and lowered her head to eat. But the words that the cafeteria aunt just said kept appearing in her mind. Jiangsu showed a hint of a hidden smile at the corner of his mouth. This method is feasible. Next, after a Nuonuo got used to it, he mobilized the classmates around him to join in the fun. Try to make a Nuonuo's heart only have Jiangsu as soon as possible. Look, it's Jiangsu. Zhou Qingyue, Li Honghong and Cheng Fei are together today. Cheng Fei took over Jiangsu's burden and now began to lick Zhou Qingyue. As soon as school was over, he ran over at the speed of a 100-meter sprint to get food for Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong. Let's go over there too. Zhou Qingyue said. Do you mind if we sit down? Although she said so, Zhou Qingyue sat down without waiting for Jiangsu and the others to respond. Put the food on the table. Look at Jiangsu with her head held high. That means to say. See, this girl is very popular. Don't think that it won't work without you. Jiangsu picked up his and a Nuonuo's food without saying a word. Go sit in another empty seat. He didn't want to be disturbed and affect his appetite when he had a good meal. Excuse me, a Nuonuo bowed to them and followed them. Hey, wait for me. Fu Yanjie also picked up the plate. Zhou Qingyue was stunned there, and then she felt her face burning. She felt a strong sense of humiliation. She had just seen deep disgust and impatience in Jiangsu's eyes. Could it be that he really hated her, and was not playing hard to get? Impossible. Zhou Qingyue didn't want to believe this result. How could a passionate licking dog suddenly change his personality completely? She didn't want to believe this fact. This guy really has no quality at all. Li Honghong snorted coldly. Ever since she was slapped twice by Jiangsu, she couldn't stand Jiangsu. Ignore them, let's eat, this chicken leg is good, you try it. The new licking dog, Cheng Fei, was very attentive to Zhou Qingyue. Zhou Qingyue felt very irritated. Doesn't Cheng Fei know that he hates chicken legs the most? Subconsciously, he compared him with Jiangsu. I found out. Jiangsu is still the best. He knows what he needs with just one look. However, Zhou Qingyue did not show any impatience towards Cheng Fei. Instead, she passed the chicken leg to him again. She said with a smile, boys need nutrition to grow up. We girls don't need such high calories, just eat it. Suddenly, Cheng Fei felt that Zhou Qingyue was so considerate. She was caring about me. The whole person was light. Now even the name of the two children has been thought of. On the other side. While eating, Jiangsu said to Nuonuo, it's courtesy to reciprocate. After school in the afternoon, I will treat you to spicy hot pot. Brother Jia, you can come too. The current price is still very cheap. One person can eat very full for 5 yuan. Calling Fu Yanjie is mainly because he is afraid that a Nuonuo will have too much psychological burden. A tool man. Brothers are used to use and stab. Fu Yanjie was very moved. Jiangsu, you still love me. Jiangsu, get lost. In the afternoon. Not bad, your grades have improved a lot. Jiangsu nodded approvingly. He took the exam in the afternoon. After the exam, he checked the answers with a Nuonuo. He roughly knew the score. It was 10 points higher than her last average score. A Nuonuo was also very happy. She looked at Jiangsu with a look full of gratitude. Jiangsu was like a ray of light shining into her life. He brought her warmth, hope and happiness. Let's go eat spicy hot pot. Okay. Jiangsu and Fu Yanjie went to ride their bikes, while a Nuonuo was waiting at the school gate. By the way, are you really going to pursue a Nuonuo? Fu Yanjie asked. Yeah. Jiangsu nodded. That's fine. Fu Yanjie smacked his lips, although a Nuonuo looks ordinary. But she has a good personality. I think she will be a good wife and mother in the future. I support you. Jiangsu said, don't go there all the time. Go to the internet cafe to play games. Study more and go to a better university in the future. In his previous life, Fu Yanjie had average grades and went to a very ordinary university. After graduation, he couldn't find a job for a long time. In desperation, he could only go back to inherit his father's 3 listed companies. Damn. Arriving at the school gate. Jiangsu saw Zhou Qingyue there too. Cheng Fei rode over and said to Zhou Qingyue, you've been waiting for a long time, get in the car. Thank you. Zhou Qingyue smiled sweetly and sat in the back seat. She also found Jiangsu. However, she deliberately didn't look at him. She just wanted to make Jiangsu feel heartbroken and make him feel that he was about to lose himself. Tonight, Jiangsu will definitely contact me actively. I will be a little reserved when the time comes, and then give him another chance. After all, after a few days, Zhou Qingyue found that Jiangsu still played a big role in her life. It was very inconvenient without him. In the final analysis, Zhou Qingyue didn't really like Jiangsu. Instead, she needed a free labor force that could help her do a lot of things without paying. And, in some occasions, it could be used as capital to show off. However, she had no idea what Jiangsu was thinking at the moment. Ecstasy. Hahaha, they got together, that's great. Jiangsu was ecstatic. Zhou Qingyue was not a good person, and Cheng Fei was almost the same. This guy became a singer in his previous life. He released a few good songs. After he had fans, he became a fan. He also destroyed other people's families. After the house collapsed, he was found to have evaded taxes and finally went to jail. These two people can be said to be a perfect match. Putting them together can also prevent them from going out to harm others. Jiangsu really hopes that they can be together forever. There is a food street behind the school. The 3 of them came to a stall selling spicy hot pot. The owner was a girl in her 20s. Jiangsu gave the stall owner a look. The owner of this spicy hot pot stall is Jiangsu's cousin, Chen Mi. She stopped going to school after high school and set up a stall here. Business is pretty good. Before school was over, Jiangsu sent her a text message. Chen Mi understood. The 3 of them each took a plate and started choosing dishes. A Nuonuo ordered some very cheap vegetarian dishes. Jiangsu ordered all meat and soon got a full plate. Fu Yanjie grinned, Jiangsu, can you finish it? Jiangsu, I think so. Chen Mi, a total of 16 yuan. Jiangsu was about to pay. But Chen Mi said, today is my first year of setting up a stall. So, I specially organized a lottery event. There is a chance to win a free meal. Jiangsu became interested, is that so, Nuonuo, you come to draw. No, you come, I'm unlucky. Okay, then I'll do it. Jiangsu reached into the box. He had already talked to Chen Mi. The prize-winning ones are of different paper quality. They are relatively rough. Jiangsu touched them a few times and chose them. Take it out. Throw it to a Nuonuo, open it. A Nuonuo took a deep breath. Then, open it. Ah. She covered her mouth, looking surprised. How is it, did you win? It's free. A Nuonuo's eyes sparkled, you are so lucky. Oh, that's not bad, eat it. There were a lot of things ordered, enough for 4 or 5 adults. When the food was cooked and served, Jiangsu frowned, it's careless, so much can't be eaten, it's a waste. Fu Yanjie was about to say that it's okay, I can pack it up and take it home if I can't finish it. Before he could say anything, Jiang Su gave him a warning look. Fu Yanjie shut up obediently, I understand. This bastard, he's here to pick up girls. Jiang Su smiled and said to him, there are too many girls, I can't finish it. Do me a favor, you can pack half of it and take it home, okay? Seeing that Nuonyo was about to refuse, he said, there are too many girls, I can't finish it. Do me a favor, you can pack half of it and take it home, okay? Seeing that Nuonyo was about to refuse, Jiang Su said first, anyway, these are free. My parents are eating in a restaurant, so it's useless to take them home. Fu Yanjie's family is rich and doesn't care about these things, so just do me a favor. Jiang Su deliberately wanted Nuonyo to eat more good food. He just hoped that she could make up for the nutrition she had lost before as soon as possible. Now think about it. The reason why Nuonyo's study is average may be because of the lack of nutrition. How much energy do you have to study when you are hungry every day? The brain cannot be effectively supplemented. Perhaps, in this life, Nuonyo can bloom her light in advance with Jiang Su's efforts. Oh, okay. Nuonyo swallowed the words that were about to come to her mouth. She protested softly, can you stop calling me sister? Jiang Su, you called me brother last time, what's wrong with me calling you sister? Nuonyo was stuck all of a sudden, not knowing how to refute. So she could only lower her head and eat the spicy hot pot in her bowl. Both cheeks were puffed up and looked very cute. Jiang Su's index finger moved, and he wanted to pinch her face. In the past few days, Nuonyo's complexion looked much better. With adequate nutrition, she will be able to recover in another week or two. Oh my god, what's going on? You are all calling each other brother and sister. Fu Yanjie was extremely surprised. Nuonyo didn't want to answer this question. Jiang Su rolled his eyes at him. After eating, Jiang Su took the opportunity to ask for the packaging bag and secretly stuffed the money to Chenmi. Chenmi blinked and said quickly, this little girl is good, take her. Jiang Su, thank you, cousin. At the intersection, Jiang Su said to Fu Yanjie, see you tomorrow. Fu Yanjie, no, aren't you going the same way as me? Jiang Su, it's closer this way. Fu Yanjie, nonsense, this road is the closest, you go that way. The voice became smaller and smaller. Because Jiang Su's eyes had already revealed murderous intent. Oh, yes, it's closer for you to go that way. I'm leaving now. Her legs were kicking very fast. Nuonyo moved her pink lips, you don't have to send me off every day. I can go back by myself. Yeah. Jiang Su nodded, your suggestion is very good, I won't adopt it. She kicked her legs and took off. Nuonyo exclaimed. Jiang Su was so fast that she almost lost her balance. She subconsciously hugged Jiang Su's waist. Summer clothes are very thin. Nuonyo could clearly feel the heat coming from Jiang Su's abdomen. It seemed that there were abdominal muscles as well. Nuonyo retracted her hand like lightning, and her heartbeat rate was several times higher than usual. Her whole head was in a daze. This kind of intimate contact was still a bit beyond her scope. Jiang Su's mouth curled up. After sending Nuonyo home, she said goodbye and ran back to the house. She washed her face with cold water for a long time before the temperature came down. Looking at herself in the mirror, Nuonyo couldn't help but cover her face. It felt too embarrassing. On the other side, Jiang Su didn't go home directly. Instead, he went to the post office to see if the story club had replied. There was a thick letter. Jiang Su touched it and knew. There should be money inside. He opened it when he got home. There was a letter and 6 10-yuan bills inside. The letter was very long, and the general content was that they recognized Jiang Su's ability. Invite him to join the story club. The price given was 30 yuan per 1,000 words. In this era, it was considered very high. As far as Jiang Su knew, those very famous writers only paid 200 or 300 yuan per 1,000 words. The 60 yuan was the reward for the 2,000 words that Jiang Su submitted. If the data of this novel is good in the future, the price can be raised. There is also a contract. A very simple contract. He only wanted the publishing rights, and the rest of the copyrights belonged to Jiang Su. The letter also said at the end that even if Jiang Su did not sign the contract, the 60 yuan would still be his. It was quite generous. Jiang Su read the contents of the contract carefully again. In his previous life, he often helped Zhou Qingyue's company with business and other matters, so he could tell at a glance whether there were any traps in the contract. The requirements were not high, at least 2 chapters should be submitted in a week. Each chapter should be no less than 1,000 words. He signed it. His hand speed was still very fast. After signing the contract, he could go to the internet cafe to play. It was easy to write 3,000 or 4,000 words in an hour. Then he just printed it out. After signing, he put it aside. When he went to school tomorrow, he would mail it to his parents. Then Jiang Su went to cook and brought it to his parents. The shop was already settled. It was transferred to Jiang Shan's name. He borrowed 3 million from the bank for 30 years, with a total interest of a little over 1,100,000, and an interest rate of 2.6. He chose equal principal payments. The first month he paid nearly 15,000. Every month thereafter, it would be reduced by a few dozen yuan. Ding dong. Just as he was about to go out, he received a QQ message. It was actually sent by Zhou Qingyue. The content surprised Jiang Su even more. So irritable. Zhou Qingyue sat at the desk, looking at the questions, unable to read a single word. She couldn't understand why Jiang Su treated her like this. It was too much. Wasn't he afraid that he would be sad or even taken away by someone else? Then she thought of Nuonyo. These days, she and Jiangsu were almost inseparable. Although Zhou Qingyue thought that she was far superior to Nuonyo in all aspects. Until now, she still believed that Jiangsu did this on purpose just to piss her off. But she still felt a sense of crisis. What if the two of them fell in love with each other over time? Or, should I take the initiative? This thought flashed through Zhou Qingyue's mind. Then it spread wildly. Not long ago, she vowed that she would never take the initiative to make peace. A woman's mouth. Zhou Qingyue picked up her phone and opened QQ. She saw a bunch of messages from Cheng Fei. Are you there? Have you eaten? Have you washed? Have you slept? Remember to cover yourself with more quilts when you go to bed at night. Zhou Qingyue was annoyed by what she saw. What is this? I don't want to pay attention to it. When I see him tomorrow, I will tell him that my phone was confiscated by my parents. Zhou Qingyue opened Jiangsu's chat box. The message was still the good morning message that Jiangsu sent a few days ago. Zhou Qingyue couldn't help but scroll up and look at the previous chat records between the two. Compared with Cheng Fei's meaningless chat style, Jiangsu's is much more interesting. He will tell some jokes. He will also send some small stories he likes. People are like this, afraid of being compared. Originally, I planned to use Cheng Fei to anger Jiangsu. After this contact, Zhou Qingyue felt that Jiangsu was even better. After thinking about it, Zhou Qingyue edited a message and sent it. Jiangsu, can you bring me breakfast tomorrow? I miss your breakfast. At the end, there is a smiling expression. The smiling expressions of this era are not aggressive. After sending it, Zhou Qingyue thought about what kind of surprised tone Jiangsu would reply with later. After all, this is her first time taking the initiative. No, this woman is sick. Jiangsu was speechless and unhappy after receiving the message from Zhou Qingyue. You really thought I was still the same person as before. 30 years later. No, I went to the wrong set. Without saying anything, he deleted her directly. So much trouble. After delivering food to his parents, Jiangsu finished his homework and wrote the outline of the novel. After school tomorrow afternoon, I will go to the internet cafe to update the chapters. I looked at the time, it was almost 10:30. Wash up and go to bed. Young people have good health and fall asleep as soon as they lie down. On the other side, Zhou Qingyue waited for a long time, but did not wait for Jiangsu's reply. She was a little anxious. She sent another message. However, she was dumbfounded the next second. You are not the other party's friend yet, please add friends before sending messages. Boom. Zhou Qingyue's head was like being struck by thunder, and it was blank in an instant. He deleted himself. Shaking his head vigorously, wondering if he was hallucinating. Take a closer look. Indeed, Jiangsu deleted himself. Zhou Qingyue's hands were shaking. Anger, unwillingness, and a trace of fear that she didn't even notice spread from her heart. She wanted to rush to Jiangsu right now. Ask him why he deleted herself. How dare he? That night, she was completely sleepless. When she got up the next day, she had a pair of big dark circles under her eyes. After washing up in a hurry, Zhou Qingyue went out. She was going to block the door of Jiangsu's house and question him face to face. Otherwise, she couldn't get rid of this breath. But Zhou Qingyue was stunned as soon as she walked out of the door. She didn't know where Jiangsu lived. But Jiangsu knew where her home was. After all, Jiangsu used to take her home every day regardless of the weather. Zhou Qingyue had tears in her eyes. At this moment, she felt infinite grievances in her heart. Jiangsu had a full sleep. Get up, wash up, read a book, and buy breakfast. When passing by a second-hand bicycle shop, Jiangsu stopped. Boss, how much is this bike? The cheapest is 30, the most expensive is 200. Which one is the 30? This one. The boss pointed to a bicycle with a badly rusted body. Jiangsu tried it. Except for the ugly appearance, the performance in all aspects is fine. You can buy some paint to paint the appearance. And Nuonyo, that little girl, doesn't have her own bicycle yet. It's very inconvenient most of the time. And all the classmates in the class have one, Jiangsu also wants her to have one. But Jiangsu didn't buy it right away. He shook his head and said he had to think about it. Let's talk about it after school in the afternoon. When he came to the classroom, Jiangsu saw Nuonyo at a glance. She was reading quietly. Zhou Qingyue and Cheng Fei arrived only 1 minute later than Jiangsu. Cheng Fei was licking very hard now. He escorted her in various ways, helped her get food, bought water, asked about her health, bought gifts, etc. It felt like Cheng Fei was a little better than his teacher. Jiangsu was very pleased. Zhou Qingyue saw Jiangsu, and her two pink fists clenched together subconsciously. She wanted to rush over and ask Jiangsu why he deleted her friend. But she held back. In front of so many people, didn't she have any face? And Jiangsu didn't even notice her. After sitting down, he put the breakfast he brought for Nuonyo in front of her, eat. And Nuonyo raised her head and then shook her head, I don't want it. I can't eat your food every day. Although she really enjoyed it. But she couldn't spend Jiangsu's money every day. Jiangsu smiled and said, this breakfast is not given to you for free. I need your help with something. What? Jiangsu, isn't it my turn to be on duty today? I need to go to the internet cafe for something. You help me clean up, and this breakfast will be your reward. And Nuonyo whispered, you don't have to buy me breakfast, I am willing to help you clean up. Jiang Su suddenly came over. At a close distance, you can see the fine hairs on the girl's face and her exquisite and flawless face. There is also a very good body fragrance that penetrates into the nose. You, what are you doing? A Nuonuo faced Jiang Su's sudden approach, and her body instinctively stepped back. Jiang Su said with a smile, why are you willing to help me without any reward? Do you like me? No. No. I just. A Nuonuo stuttered all of a sudden, not knowing how to explain. Okay, eat quickly, the breakfast is cold, and this matter is settled. Jiang Su stopped teasing her. Otherwise, this little girl would probably be steaming from her ears. Jiang Su's tone was a little overbearing. A Nuonuo didn't dare to say no again. She picked up the breakfast and started eating. Hey, why do the meat buns taste a little sweet? After the first class, Zhou Qingyue walked up to Jiang Su and said coldly, Jiang Su, come out, I have something to tell you. Downstairs in the classroom, Jiang Su leaned against a tree, looking at the girl standing in front of him. He said lightly, tell me, what's the matter? Jiang Su didn't want to come out at first. But he thought he should finish everything at once, lest this woman continue to pester him in the future. Seeing Jiang Su's cold tone and indifferent expression, Zhou Qingyue's grievance in her heart suddenly emerged again, why did you delete me as a friend? Jiang Su, I don't want to have any contact with you anymore. I have told you very clearly and clearly. I don't have any feelings for you anymore. Let's just be strangers in the future and don't bother each other, okay? Zhou Qingyue couldn't hold back her tears anymore, and they burst out. She only felt extremely aggrieved. This pear blossom with rain on her face really looks easy to feel pity. There is even an impulse to hold her in his arms and take good care of her. But Jiang Su's heart is as hard as stone. In his previous life, he had been hurt badly by this woman. He gave up the opportunity to enter the top 3 universities in the country in vain. He gave her the money her parents gave him to buy a house in a first-tier city to start a business. The housing prices at that time were not particularly outrageous. With Jiang Su's 2 million, he could buy a house of 80 to 90 square meters in full. After a few years, the housing prices have increased at least tenfold. He also wasted his time for her. What did he gain in the end? What he waited for was not sweet love, but witnessing her snuggling with a rich second generation. If Jiang Su looked at this woman one more time in this life, he would look down on himself. I don't believe it, you liked me so much before. Let's make peace, Jiang Su. As he said that, Zhou Qingyue wanted to grab Jiang Su's hand. He dodged her. Jiang Su sneered, yes, I really liked you in the past. I was very good to you, but how did you treat me? I sent you to school and back every day, rain or shine. I saved money to buy you all kinds of gifts. I helped you with your duty, cleaned the house, and did your homework. I did everything I could. But how did you treat me? Not to mention the same return, I didn't even hear you say thank you. Do you really treat me as your slave? No matter how hot your heart is, it will get cold after being blown by the cold wind for a long time. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Don't bother me anymore in the future. I don't want to have anything to do with you now. After that, Jiang Su went back to the classroom with his hands in his pockets. He just felt refreshed. The resentment accumulated in his heart in his previous life was completely vented. In the future, he will be happier. But this kind of happiness will have nothing to do with Zhou Qingyue. Zhou Qingyue was frozen there as if she was cast into a spell. It turned out that Jiang Su had done so many things to her in the past year. It turned out that she had failed him so much. Zhou Qingyue regretted it so much. Would she be like this before? She wanted to slap herself. Turning around. Looking at Jiang Su's back. Zhou Qingyue wanted to catch up and say sorry. But as soon as she raised her foot, he stopped. Tears blurred her eyes. Jiang Su had said it very clearly just now. He didn't want to have anything to do with her in this life. She didn't dare to look for him again. This time, Zhou Qingyue faced the reality. She really lost Jiang Su completely. She lost a boy who once loved her sincerely and treated her well. Zhou Qingyue felt empty in her heart, as if a piece of her heart had been dug out. She squatted on the ground and cried silently. Jiang Su didn't take this matter to heart. He still read books and studied as usual. By the way, he tutored in Nuonuo. Occasionally teased her. It was very interesting to see her blushing and not knowing how to resist. This girl is the real treasure. Soon it was time to finish school in the afternoon. Jiang Su said to Nuonuo, I will be back soon, in about an hour. After you help me clean up, read a book and do homework in the classroom. I will come back to find you and take you back. Nuonuo shook her head, no, I can go back by myself, don't bother. Jiang Su pinched her face, I am informing you, not asking for your opinion. I will come back later. If I don't see you, you will bear the consequences. After that, he took Fu Yanjie away. Nuonuo couldn't help pouting. What? Jiang classmate is so domineering. But the strange thing is that he doesn't seem to be angry at all. Why did you change your personality today and actually accompany me to the internet cafe? Fu Yanjie was extremely surprised. Jiang Su put his arm around his neck, occasionally, you have to take your emotions into consideration. Look, daddy treats you very well. Fu Yanjie, get lost. Arrived at the internet cafe. Internet cafes of this era are still dirty and messy. Full of smoke and foul smells. Jiang Su asked Fu Yanjie for 2 computers. After Jiang Su turned on the computer, he began to type. At first, the speed was a bit slow. After waiting for 10 minutes or so, after getting used to it, the speed was flying. He had already written the detailed outline, all imprinted in his mind, and it was incredibly smooth. Fu Yanjie asked curiously, "What are you doing? Aren't you playing games in the internet cafe?" "Writing." Jiang Su didn't even turn his head, his eyes were fixed on the screen. "Let me see what you are writing." Fu Yanjie stared at it for a while, and felt bored. What youth, unrequited love, pain and so on. What the hell? Where is the fun of games? An hour passed quickly. He counted the numbers. 5,000 words. It feels very good, beyond the normal level. Jiang Su plugged in the USB drive he brought and copied the article over. He stood up and patted Fu Yanjie on the shoulder. "I'm going back first, you can play slowly by yourself." "Hey, why are you leaving so soon?" "Play for a while longer, uncle." After leaving the internet cafe, there happened to be a printing shop next to it. He spent 2 yuan to print out the article. Then on the way back to school, he mailed it to the story club. The 150 yuan was in hand. He rushed to school as fast as he could. Jiang Su came to the door of the classroom. He saw a Nuonuo at a glance. In addition to her, there was actually a strange boy. It seemed that he should be in the senior grade. He was tall and handsome. He was saying to a Nuonuo with an excited face, "Classmate, I am from class 2, grade 2, and my name is Wang Ming. Can I add a QQ? I think you are very cute." A Nuonuo shook her head like a frightened rabbit. "I don't have a QQ. How is it possible?" "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person and I have no ill intentions." "I really don't." A Nuonuo said in a low voice. She was almost forced into a corner. Wang Ming didn't want to give up and took another step forward. Her eyes were burning with anger. "Classmate, give me a chance. I just want to be friends with you." At this moment, a Nuonuo was about to cry. Wang Ming felt his blood boiling when he saw a Nuonuo's delicate and charming appearance. Just now, he happened to pass by here. He saw a Nuonuo sitting by the window in the classroom, quietly doing homework. The girl lowered her head, and most of her face was covered by her thick bangs. Just at this time, a gust of wind blew, blowing up a Nuonuo's thick bangs. Wang Ming saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. The girl had bright eyes and white teeth, fresh and elegant, and had a beautiful face. Wang Ming felt that his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. There was actually such a treasure girl hidden in the school. The so-called school beauties in the school now are not worth mentioning in front of her. This is the real school beauties. Then he rushed into the classroom and wanted a Nuonuo's contact information. The more the girl retreated, the more excited Wang Ming felt. Such a soft and beautiful girl, he must get her. But at this moment, Wang Ming noticed someone patting his shoulder. He turned his head in confusion. Bang! A huge fist smashed over. Then Jiang Su punched and kicked him. "You are so tired of living, you dare to touch my people." Jiang Su was angry and hit hard. Especially the first punch, Wang Ming's teeth were knocked out. "Stop it." A Nuonuo was shocked, and then hurriedly pulled Jiang Su. Jiang Su stopped and asked with concern, "He didn't do anything to you?" "No." A Nuonuo shook his head. "That's good." Jiang Su was relieved. Wang Ming struggled to get up, his eyes blazing. "You hit me for no reason, just wait to be expelled." "Ha." Jiang Su sneered, "You go and tell me, I want to see whether I will be expelled or you, the scum who molested female classmates, will be expelled." Wang Ming shouted angrily, "Nonsense, when did I molest her? I just wanted a contact number." Jiang Su looked at a Nuonuo. "Did he molest you just now?" A Nuonuo wanted to say no. But then he thought about it. Still nodded, "Yeah." Wang Ming's face changed. Jiang Su sneered at Wang Ming and said, "Do you know who I am? I am the top student in the grade. This guy next to me is a good kid in the eyes of the teacher and never lies. If the two of us insist that you are molesting female classmates, what will be the result? You guys." Wang Ming was stunned. "Go away." Jiang Su's face suddenly turned cold. "If you don't want to be expelled, don't show up in front of me in the future. Also, if you dare to harass her again, I promise you will be miserable." Wang Ming couldn't help shuddering. Jiang Su at this time was very scary. Swallowed his saliva. Finally, weighing the pros and cons, he still didn't dare to continue, and left in disgrace. This beating was in vain. "Can you, let go of your hand?" A Nuonuo said weakly. Jiang Su just put his hand on her shoulder. His hand was very broad and strong. The palm was even hotter. A Nuonuo felt as if she was about to melt, and half of her body was numb. Jiang Su took his hand back without a sound. Then there were some harsh criticisms. "Are you a fool? Facing such a person, you don't know how to resist." A Nuonuo lowered her head. Jiang Su lifted her head. "Next time someone bullies you, you must resist. You can kick the other person's legs, or crotch, or bite his arm, and then take the opportunity to run away, understand?" A Nuonuo asked weakly, "Including you?" Jiang Su was angry and laughed. "You are deliberately irritating me, right? When did I bully you?" A Nuonuo thought to herself that it was obvious. "Bullying me every day. Okay, remember what I said, go back." A Nuonuo lowered her head, like a little punching bag, and followed Jiang Su. She got on Jiang Su's car skillfully. "Can you ride a bike?" Jiang Su asked. A Nuonuo, "No." "Jiang Su, then I will teach you this Saturday and Sunday, and you are not allowed to say no." The next second, Jiang Su felt his arm a little wet. Turning his head to see. "Good guy. This girl actually bit me. But she didn't use any force. It was off at the touch." A Nuonuo blushed and whispered, "You taught me that." If someone bullies me, I bite him. You are good at applying what you have learned. Jiang Su sneered, it seems that you have not been beaten by society yet. As he said that, Jiang Su quickly twisted the front of the car. The car swayed left and right. Ah! Nuonyuo screamed and lost her balance. She almost fell down. She subconsciously hugged Jiang Su's waist. Blue sky and white clouds. Breeze. Small road. Sunset. You and me. It formed a painting called Youth. And by chance, Zhou Qingyue, who was returning home alone, saw this scene. She rejected Cheng Fei today and said that he would never pursue her again. Starting tomorrow, she will learn to ride a bike and go to school by herself. She had been telling herself over and over again in her heart that it was okay and everything would pass. But she saw the intimate scene of the two of them. Zhou Qingyue couldn't hold it in any longer. Infinite grievances and regrets surged in her heart, it was obviously me who came here first. Jiang Su stopped at the second-hand bicycle shop that he passed by in the morning. The cheapest bike was still there. He said to the boss, "Boss, I really want this bike, can it be cheaper?" The boss was a middle-aged uncle who looked very kind. He smiled and said, "Since you are a student, I will make less money, just give 28. Jiang Su, boss, look at this bike, it's so broken, it needs a major overhaul after buying it back, a little less. Boss, can it be cheaper?" Nuonyuo also spoke. Her voice was weak and naturally gave people an impulse to protect her. The boss softened his heart, okay, 25, the cheapest. Jiang Su grinned, thank you, boss. He paid and left. The two of them each pushed a car and walked away. This place is not far from their homes. Student Jiang, what do you buy this car for? Call me brother. Jiang, brother. Nuonyuo pouted slightly, Jiang Su bullied her again. This car, I bought it to modify it, and then gave it to you. Nuonyuo was shocked and shook her head repeatedly, no, it's too expensive, I can't take it. 25 yuan is enough for her meal money for a long time. Jiang Su, you gave me a sachet, so of course I have to give you a gift in return. But, the sachet is not worth money. Nuonyuo protested softly. Who said that? Jiang Su glared, in my heart, the sachet is a priceless treasure, I won't exchange it for a mountain of gold. A warm current flowed through my heart. Nuonyuo swallowed gently. I don't know why, but when she heard this, she felt sweet in her mouth. It's amazing. Jiang Su continued, so, do you want to let me down? After hearing what Jiang Su said, Nuonyuo felt that if she refused again, she would be too heartless. So she could only agree. But she secretly made up her mind. She had to save more money and give Jiang Su a gift of similar price. Jiang Su's home was not very far from Nuonyuo. She would go back to Jiang Su's home today. She put away the bicycle she bought. Then Jiang Su was about to send Nuonyuo back. The little girl ran away. She ran into the alley and turned around. The bangs on her forehead fluttered. It seemed that the surroundings were brighter. She waved at Jiang Su, you don't have to send me off. It's very close to home. You should rest more. Goodbye, classmate Jiang. After that, she went into the alley. Jiang Su laughed dumbly, you call me classmate again, I will deal with you tomorrow. But let's be honest. Nuonyuo is now much more cheerful than at the beginning. Of course, it's only when facing herself. Jiang Su finished his homework first. Then he went to the nearby vegetable market to buy vegetables and started cooking. Others have parents taking care of their children. In his case, it is the children who take care of their parents. The main point is filial piety. After the meal is ready, Jiang Su eats it first and then sends it to his parents. Although he runs a restaurant, it is okay to eat there. But you can't eat seafood often. So most of the time Jiang Su cooks and sends it to his parents. On the way back, Jiang Su bought 2 small buckets of paint at the paint store. Pink and blue. When he got home, he began to transform the rusty bicycle. Use a knife to scrape off all the rust on the bike. Then use sandpaper to clean it. The main body is pink. For the frame, wheels, and back seat, use blue. After the first coat of paint dried, Jiang Su used fine sandpaper to sand it for the second time and then painted it again. The bicycle that looked tattered at first suddenly looked like a new one. The overall style is girlish. Just buy a padlock tomorrow. After finishing the housework and taking a shower, Nuonyuo returned to her room and closed the door. Her room is very small. Apart from a bed and a table, it occupies half of the space. She doesn't have her own wardrobe. After taking a shower, she still wears her school uniform, and she doesn't even have a set of pajamas of her own. She carefully took out a few balls of sweater yarn from her school bag. She bought them in a store on her way home today. She thought about knitting a sweater for Jiang Su. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to. It's still summer and there's plenty of time. Knit a top first, and if there's time, knit a pair of pants. In that case, it will be very warm in winter. Nuonyuo raised the corners of her mouth slightly and started knitting. She has a good eye and knows what size Jiang Su is. A little bigger will be safe. Guidu. Lin Nan, deputy editor-in-chief of the story club. It was past 7 in the evening, and she was still working overtime. The editor-in-chief resigned. This position is vacant. Several deputy editors-in-chief are now trying their best to get involved in that position. And the competition for the position of editor-in-chief naturally depends on the number of authors under his command and the achievements made. After Lin Nan finished reading the manuscript on hand, he shook his head and put it aside. This is the follow-up chapter of a newly signed author. It is very ordinary and cannot be approved. He will contact the other party to revise it tomorrow. He opened another envelope. It is The Bleak Youth of Those Years by Sui Sui and Ping, a new author who has just signed a contract. The first 2 chapters gave Lin Nan a very amazing visual experience. That's why a newcomer was paid a high price of 30 yuan per 1,000 words. Lin Nan read it carefully. The story is completely based on Jiang Su and Zhou Qingyue, and some elements are added. To put it simply, it is a story between a bootlicker and a green tea. But in this era, bootlickers are still called affectionate. Lin Nan finished reading it unknowingly. Her eyes were a little red. She couldn't help but think of her youth, which was a sunny summer. I digressed. Lin Nan calmed down a little, and then became excited. This manuscript is very emotional. Between the lines, there is a kind of infatuation and a faint sadness of unrequited love. It will definitely be a hit. After 2 submissions, the total is 7,000 words. It can be included in the serial column. Immediately, Lin Nan put Those Years of Bleak Youth on the list. And he gave the best position to this story. Whether you can promote me to editor-in-chief depends on you. Anuonyo, are you in love with Jiang Su? How could he like you? Wow, then I have no chance. In the morning. As soon as Anuonyo came to the classroom, several female classmates ran over. What they said made her confused. She quickly shook her head to indicate that she didn't. Who would believe it? Li Honghong sneered, you two are now sticking together like sticky candy. He either brings you breakfast or sends you home every day. I don't understand, what's so good about you, compared with Zhou Qingyue, you are far behind. It was she who spread the news that the 2 of them were suspected of being in love. The purpose, of course, was to avenge Jiang Su for being slapped twice. She thought to herself. This matter will sooner or later be reported to the head teacher. By then, not only will the 2 be criticized, but they will definitely be separated. Thinking of this, Li Honghong felt happy. What are you doing? Just when Anuonyo was panicking and helpless, Jiang Su came. Jiang Su, there are rumors that you and Anuonyo are dating, right? A female classmate asked. Jiang Su looked at Li Honghong fiercely. No need to guess, it must be this woman who did it. Li Honghong panicked. But she straightened her back soon. What is she afraid of? Would he dare to hit her in public? Jiang Su waved his hand. No, Anuonyo is my distant relative, so I take good care of her. Oh, so that's the case. Now that you mention it, you 2 are a bit alike. The female classmates who were gathered here left one by one with satisfaction. Li Honghong was anxious. How is this possible? Jiang Su didn't even look at her. With her little tricks, she is not worthy of being his opponent. No one paid attention to her, and Li Honghong could only sit down in disappointment. Zhou Qingyue seemed to have become a different person in the past 2 days. She was silent and buried her head in her studies. She looked a lot more haggard. Qingyue, why don't you say anything? Li Honghong touched her, I'm helping you vent your anger. Zhou Qingyue shook her head, don't target him anymore, it was my fault before. Now, I just want to study hard. There was another sentence at the end, but she didn't say it. She didn't plan to give up Jiang Su. Instead, she planned to make herself better. Then, she would pursue Jiang Su in turn. I, Zhou Qingyue, have never been inferior to others in my life, how could I give up easily? After school in the afternoon. Jiang Su whispered to Anuonyo, let's go get a room. The pen in Anuonyo's hand fell to the ground with a click. Her face flushed, and she looked at Jiang Su with horror. She couldn't help but shrink back. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, so cute. I'm still young. Jiang classmate, you can't. Anuonyo was incoherent and didn't know how to finish her words. What are you thinking about? Jiang Su said seriously, I mean to go to the KTV to rent a room and sing, and Fu Yanjie will go too. There were not many entertainment activities in this era. Oh. Anuonyo lay on the table and covered her ears with her hands. Her face was burning hot. It was so embarrassing. Woo. Jiang Su must have done it on purpose. He only knew how to bully me. It was so hateful. How could there be such a deskmate? Are you going or not? Jiang Su touched her. The 2nd year of high school was about to end. Jiang Su remembered something from his previous life. That was the night when the 2nd year of high school ended. The head teacher organized all the students in the class to go to KTV to sing. Anuonyo had never been there before and didn't know how to order songs. She was also ridiculed by several sarcastic female classmates. At that time, Jiang Su was completely focused on Zhou Qingyue and didn't pay much attention. Now think about it. It must have caused a great trauma to Anuonyo's self-esteem at that time. So this time Jiang Su planned to take her to see it in advance. Next time she goes, she won't be so cramped. Anuonyo hesitated for a long time before raising her head. She was a little embarrassed, it must be very expensive, right? She used to hear others say that the consumption in KTV is very high. No. Jiang Su shook his head, it's more expensive at night, and there are not many people during the day. If we go now, the room fee for 3 hours will be at most 10 yuan. Anuonyo said weakly, but more than 10 yuan is also a lot. Before she finished speaking, she closed her mouth. Because Jiang Su's eyes were already fierce. Is it not okay for me to go? Anuonyo lowered her head. Jiang Su finally smiled, so good. Half an hour later, the 3 of them arrived at Xinghao KTV. The decoration style seemed old-fashioned to Jiangsu. But for Nuonyo, who was here for the first time, it was like entering a palace. She seemed very cramped. She followed Jiangsu like a little ostrich. The room fee for this time period was 15 yuan for 3 hours. Jiangsu asked for a set meal, 19.9, which also came with a fruit plate and 2 bottles of drinks. The room number was 666. Fu Yenjie was the first to rush over to order a song. Holding the microphone, "Now, let me sing a song, Perfume is Poisonous, for everyone." Then, his rough voice came out. "You smell of her perfume, but it's a pity that it's not as expensive as mine." Jiangsu looked disgusted. He pulled a Nuonyo, who was still a little nervous, to sit down. He handed her a piece of fruit, "Eat." A Nuonyo took it and ate it in small bites. She didn't refuse Jiangsu very much now. Because once she refused, he would use all kinds of reasons. If you can't find a reason, you will be savage to yourself. In this case, you'd better be obedient. She herself didn't realize what this change meant. "What do you want to sing?" Jiangsu asked. A Nuonyo stared. The room was too noisy and she couldn't hear clearly. Jiangsu leaned close to her ear and repeated it again. A Nuonyo's delicate body trembled slightly. The hot air exhaled by Jiangsu hit her ears, making her whole body twist unnaturally. As expected, her face turned red again and her breathing became faster. Well. This is also one of the reasons why Jiangsu brought a Nuonyo here. Studies have shown that. In a relatively dim environment, two people can let down their guard and quickly close the relationship between the two sides. Those who have a good relationship can also accelerate to enter another stage. "What, didn't you hear clearly?" Jiangsu asked again. A Nuonyo came back to her senses and bit her pink lips. "I can't sing." "Ah. What did you say?" Jiangsu shouted. In fact, he heard it. "Put your ear in front of a Nuonyo." The distance between the two people is no more than 1 centimeter. The girl's heartbeat quickened, and her palms were sweating. "I can't sing." She raised her voice a little. "What's wrong with you? I'll teach you." As she said that, she took a Nuonyo's hand and went to the song request area. She taught her how to request songs step by step. In this era, the number 1 song on the song request list was Promise, and the second place was Broken Bridge and Residual Snow. Both songs were more popular with girls. Jiangsu requested Broken Bridge and Residual Snow. When Fu Yenjie finished singing, he tactfully handed over the microphone. He had already seen it. He was just a foil, and a Nuonyo was the protagonist. The butterfly with broken wings that can't find flowers will never see the withering. Jiangsu started and gave a Nuonyo an encouraging look. She took a deep breath and sang along. As soon as she started, Jiangsu and Fu Yenjie were shocked. She sang so well. The voice was ethereal and melodious, very clean. It was as if a clear river appeared in front of them, with a few small fish swimming in the water. It gave people a feeling of peace and tranquility. The song ended. Jiangsu and Fu Yenjie both clapped their hands. "You sang so well. That's right, you can debut as a singer." "My singing is just average." A Nuonyo said embarrassedly. "You are great." Jiangsu said seriously, "You should be more confident. You are not bad looking, and your height is also in the first echelon among your peers. Your grades have been improving, and you have reached the second echelon in the class. As for your family conditions, this can be changed through your own efforts. So, there is no need for you to feel inferior, you are better than many people." Taking this opportunity, Jiangsu also gave her more confidence. The little girl is still a little cowardly now. If she encounters any unfairness one day, she will just endure it silently. "Well, I know." A Nuonyo nodded gently, her eyes bright. After singing for more than 2 hours, she went back. If she went back too late, a Nuonyo's parents would be worried. Jiangsu and Fu Yenjie sent a Nuonyo back first, and then the two brothers went home together. On the way, Jiangsu asked his parents how much pocket money he gave him a month. "It's so little." Fu Yenjie complained, "Only 800 yuan a month, not enough to spend." Jiangsu wanted to kill him. "Look. Is this human language? There are still many people whose monthly salary is less than 800 yuan. Jiangcheng has not yet developed. Some houses with poor locations are only priced at just over 500 yuan. Jiangsu said, "I'll give you a suggestion, save some money and buy a bigger house." "Ah, what do you want to buy a house for?" Fu Yenjie looked puzzled. "I have more than a dozen houses at home." Jiangsu. "Damn it. Unintentional display of wealth is the most deadly." Jiangsu calmed down and said, "Let's build our own secret base in the future. We can sing there in the future, or get a few good computers and play whatever we want. Isn't it wonderful?" This is one reason. Another reason is, of course, to help Fu Yenjie increase his foundation. House prices will soar in the future. If he buys a few more houses, his future will be more secure. He is not like himself, who has a father-in-law who is the future richest man. Fu Yenjie's eyes lit up. "Your idea is not bad. In the future, when I play games, my parents won't be able to go to the internet cafe to catch me. But, I don't have enough money. The New Year's money for these years is all with my mother. She said she would give it to me when I become an adult." Jiangsu was a little curious. "How much is it?" "Not much, 50,000. Bah. Jiangsu spit on the ground. "You dog, I shouldn't talk to you. The New Year's money is 50,000, it's just a beast. A lot. Some of my parents' friends' children get hundreds of thousands of New Year's money a year." Jiangsu was tired and didn't want to talk. "Destroy it. Jiang-su told him when they were about to reach the fork in the road. Tell your parents directly that you want to own a house of your own and let them give you the New Year's money. If they ask, just say that the domestic economy is developing rapidly and housing prices will definitely rise sharply. Fu Yanjie was skeptical, but he secretly wrote it down. Back home. Fu Yanjie shouted, Mom, give me my New Year's money, I want to buy a house. Why buy a house? Fu Yanjie repeated the words Jiang-su taught him. His mother praised, not bad, you are worthy of being my son, you have investment vision. But what good house can you buy with your little money? I will give you another 500,000 to buy a villa. Jiang-su got up at 5:30 on Saturday morning. Being young is good. Even if you get up so early, you are still energetic. Wash up and read for half an hour. After going out to buy breakfast, Jiang-su took the USB drive to the nearby internet cafe. Take advantage of Saturday and Sunday to write more. When he arrived at the internet cafe, there were many people who booked overnight. Jiang-su asked for a seat in the corner. After turning on the computer, he started typing. Jiang-su estimated that the number of words in this first story would be about 50,000. Try to finish it this Saturday and Sunday. Going to the restaurant to help can be a few hours later. With full concentration, Jiang-su typed very fast and fluently. Arrived at 6 o'clock. By 8 o'clock, he had finished 8,000 words. Get off the computer. Jiang-su rode the pink bicycle to the door of Nuonuo's house. Her parents had gone to work a long time ago. They were there watering the vegetables and feeding the chickens and ducks early in the morning. She tied a ponytail today and wore loose, faded sportswear. When Jiang-su arrived, she was bending over with her back to him, feeding the chickens and ducks. Jiang-su suddenly realized. No wonder my mother said that a Nuonuo would give birth to a son. Sure enough. It's great. Jiang-su couldn't bear to destroy such a beautiful scenery. So he didn't say anything and just watched quietly. He didn't mean anything else, he just wanted to keep this beauty. A Nuonuo turned around. When she saw Jiang-su, she was full of joy and trotted over. You're here, brother, wait, I'll wash my hands. A Nuonuo came out after washing her hands. Seeing this pink bicycle, the girl's heart was moved. Jiang-su patted the cushion. How is it? It's very good, do you like it? Yeah. The girl nodded like pounding garlic. Her beautiful eyes were full of love, and there were a few crystal tears. God knows how much she envied those classmates who had bicycles. It was just because of her family conditions that she was sensible and never mentioned buying a bicycle for her family. Although her parents said they would buy one for her. But a Nuonuo refused. What are you still standing there for? Get on the bike, I'll teach you. Oh. A Nuonuo came back to her senses and sat on it carefully. Come, hold on to me and put your feet on the pedals. Pay attention. Are you stupid? A Nuonuo pouted her pink lips. Jiang-su bullied her again. But she didn't feel unhappy, but had a very strange feeling. Not happy. It's hard to describe. Anyway, she liked this feeling. A Nuonuo was actually quite smart and had enough athletic talent. After more than an hour of learning, she could ride alone. She had a bright smile on her face. After more than a week of Jiang-su's various feedings, her body became fuller. Her face also became much rosier. Hidden under the thick bangs was a face that countless boys would never forget in their lifetime. In the future, I can ride home with him. A Nuonuo thought to herself. Although he still wanted to ride on. But he didn't forget the business. He stopped and said to Jiang-su, let's go to the restaurant, it's a bit late. Well, okay. Arrived at the restaurant. After seeing a Nuonuo, Chen-yu's face was full of smiles. She was very enthusiastic. Soda, fruit, drinks and so on were all brought up. A Nuonuo was at a loss, and looked at Jiang-su for help. Jiang-su said with some dissatisfaction, Mom, why don't you treat me like this? How can it be the same? Chen-yu said with a smile, sons are for beating, and daughters are for love. Jiang-su immediately replied, she is not your daughter either. Chen-yu, if she is not a daughter, she can be a daughter-in-law, don't you think, Nuonuo? Auntie. A Nuonuo's head was about to smoke. She couldn't stand this kind of attack at all. Jiang-su gave Chen-yu a thumbs up implicitly. This wave of assists was very powerful. Stop when you are ahead. Jiang-su pulled a Nuonuo to work. She smiled and said, my mom likes to joke around, don't mind. A Nuonuo shook her head slightly, the blush on her face still not gone, no, auntie is very nice. Soon there were more customers. They were busy until after 1 o'clock, when there were fewer customers. Jiang-su brought a Nuonuo a bottle of drink, go to the room and rest for a while, I'm going to the internet cafe. Oh, I see. So good. Jiang-su couldn't help but rub her head. Her hair was soft and felt good. A Nuonuo shrank her neck. At first, she was a little uncomfortable when her head was touched. But as the number of times increased, she felt a little comfortable. She also enjoyed being touched on the head by Jiang-su, and felt very safe. Jiang-su rushed to the internet cafe in a hurry. From 1:30 to 6 o'clock, there was almost no pause. He wrote 22,000 words. With the 8,000 in the morning, it's 30,000. Tomorrow, write more than 10,000, and it will be the finale. This speed will definitely scare Lin Nan. After all, most authors still update monthly at this time. Go to the front desk to check out. Jiang-su was moving his body as he walked outside. However, as luck would have it, as soon as he reached the door, Jiang-su saw. As soon as he walked to the door of the internet cafe, Jiang-su saw Zhou Qingyue. She looked much more haggard. She walked with her head down and did not notice Jiang Su. Jiang Su hurriedly quickened his pace. He did not want to have any intersection with her. Huh. Zhou Qingyue turned around as if she had sensed something. She only saw Jiang Su's back. Although she felt a little familiar, she did not think much about it. She entered the internet cafe. She found a computer with a keyboard that was not covered with cigarette ash. After turning it on, she began to search for some information online. She is a loyal fan of the Story Club. Recently, she made up her mind to submit her works to the Story Club. One reason is that she likes it after reading a lot. The other reason is that she wants to make herself more famous as a writer. In this way, when Jiang Su finds out about it in the future, he will definitely look at her with a new eye, right? Maybe, he will come back to her side and worship her as a goddess again. Thinking of this, Zhou Qingyue's mouth curled up slightly. Jiang Su printed out the manuscripts of the past 2 days and mailed them over. By the way, he also attached a suggestion at the end. That is, can you send the manuscript directly to the other party's QQ email in the future? In 2002, QQ email came out. It is much more convenient and faster to send emails. And it also saves a lot of postage. Back to the hotel. I saw Nuo busy. When Jiang Su walked in, he heard many comments from customers. This little girl is pretty good. She is polite and sensible, and works hard. I don't know whose child she is, it's really enviable. If my child is half as good as her. Jiang Su's mouth was so curled that even AK couldn't suppress it. If the timing was not right, he would definitely say something to these people. This is my future wife. He was busy until 9:30 in the evening. Jiang Su took Nuo to the kitchen to eat some seafood, and then went back. He still had to go to school tomorrow. How much did the guests tip today? Jiang Su asked. More than 300. Nuo was very happy. This money, for her, is a huge sum. Jiang Su said, when you are in the second year of high school, you can no longer work. You have to use your time to study and try to get a scholarship from the school. Oh, okay. Nuo felt a little reluctant. But she also felt that Jiang Su was right. By the way, where does your father work? Jiang Su changed the subject. When she was in the third year of high school, Nuo's father was already very rich. As for what her father did before he became famous, Jiang Su didn't know. He worked as a repairman in a garment factory. Nuo became a little depressed, the efficiency of the factory is getting worse and worse. My father said that there is a lot of backlog of inventory. If it can't be sold, the factory will close down and lay off employees. Jiang Su's heart moved. Anfeng's subsequent rise may be related to this. Jiang Su comforted Nuo. Send her home. The bicycle stopped at the door of her house. Jiang Su said to her, ride the bicycle to the three-way intersection where we came back tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, we will go to school and go home together. Nuo was very moved. Nodded vigorously. Jiang Su smiled. This little girl doesn't know how to be reserved. Okay, I'm leaving. Bye, be careful on the road. Nuo kept looking at Jiang Su. Only when he disappeared from her sight did she reluctantly look away. Entering the house, she found that her parents were in the living room, frowning. Mom and Dad, what's wrong? Nuo had a bad feeling in her heart. Anfeng forced a smile, nothing, Nuo, it's late, go back to your room and rest. Nuo walked up to Anfeng, Dad, I'm not a child anymore. She saw bloodshot in her father's eyes. Li Yuanwan sighed, your father's factory can't pay wages. Nuo's heart trembled, can't hold on so soon. At dinner last night, Anfeng said that he could at least hold on for a few months. We were all deceived by the boss. Anfeng shook his head, the factory actually ran out of money a long time ago. Many of the clothes produced have not even been paid to third parties. Nuo suddenly felt a huge pressure. Without thinking, he took out all the money he earned from working for the past 2 days plus the tips. You keep it for yourself. Li Yuanjuan's eyes were red, your parents are sorry for you and didn't give you a good life. You must have suffered a lot of grievances in school. I'm fine. Nuo shook her head, someone will protect me. Jiang Su's figure naturally emerged in her mind. I felt inexplicably relieved. The next day, when Jiang Su came to the fork in the road, Nuo was already there. Recalling the previous appointment with Zhou Qingyue. Every time, he would wait for her for several hours, or even half a day. Not to mention arriving early, it was impossible to arrive on time. It was the first time that Jiang Su felt the feeling of being waited for by a girl. Very good. Favorability plus 100. Didn't you sleep well? Jiang Su approached and saw that Nuo was not in a good mental state. No. Nuo shook his head. Jiang Su, when you lie, your whole body is full of flaws. Nuo lowered her head, my father's factory can't pay wages. So fast. Jiang Su's eyes fixed, talk while walking. The two rode on the bike. Nuo told the story. It turned out that the clothing factory where Anfeng worked had a pretty good business. But there was a problem later. He was tricked. A businessman came to buy goods. In the previous transactions, he paid in full first. After gaining the trust of the owner of the clothing factory, he increased the order. He said that he didn't have that much money, so could he pay a deposit of tens of thousands of yuan first? Because the buyer paid very quickly in the previous few times. The owner of the clothing factory didn't think too much and agreed. Later, wait until the goods are produced. The buyer suddenly couldn't be contacted. Hundreds of thousands of garments were on hold and none of them could be sold. All of a sudden, the entire capital chain was broken. All the workers' wages could not be paid. The owner of the garment factory could only mortgage these garments to the workers. Nuonyo now has more than 500 pieces of clothing at home. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the school. The two locked the car. Jiangsu asked Nuonyo what style and material these clothes were made of. All are white, pure cotton, very ordinary, and only a few pieces can be sold. The girl's voice became very low. Even though she was usually very strong, she was on the verge of collapse at this moment. The pillar of the family lost his job, and it was unknown how long it would take to find a new one. Even if he found one, the salary might not be more than it is now. He still owed a lot of money. It seemed that it was unknown whether she could study next semester. Jiangsu gently patted Nuonyo's shoulders. Isn't it just a few pieces of clothing? It's just a small problem. Your brother Jiang, will help you solve it. Please place your first order, thank you. No need. Nuonyo forced a smile. After school, I will go to the stall with my mother. I will sell as many as I can. I can't trouble you with everything. Jiangsu didn't say anything, but he had already calculated it in his mind. After school in the afternoon, Jiangsu grabbed Fu Yenjie, who wanted to run to the internet cafe. I remember you are very good at painting, right? Of course. Fu Yenjie said proudly, I'm not bragging, my paintings can be exhibited. Okay, I need your help, let's talk on the way. As he said, he also grabbed Nuonyo. On the way, Jiangsu expressed his thoughts. Personal customization. It may not be very difficult to sell ordinary white t-shirts. But it is very difficult to sell 500 pieces in a short time. Is this really useful? Fu Yenjie expressed his doubts. After all, in this era, most areas do not have this way of selling goods. Don't worry, the advantage is mine. First, I went to buy some paint that will not fade. Then, I came to Nuonyo's house. At the door, Li Yuanwan was preparing to put bundles of clothes in the back of the car. Plan to take it to the stall outside. Hello, Auntie X2. Hey, it's Jiangsu, hello. Li Yuanwan saw Jiangsu, just like Chen Yu saw in Nuonyo. They were all very enthusiastic. Hello, Auntie, this is my friend Fu Yenjie. Jiangsu smiled and said, I heard Nuonyo about uncle's matter. Now that school is over, there is nothing to do. We thought of helping you sell it together. No need, you study more. Li Yuanwan quickly refused. But she was very happy in her heart. Her daughter was usually taciturn, but she also made a few good friends who treated her sincerely. Jiangsu said, it's okay, Auntie, just think of it as giving us some social experience. Mom, give me some clothes. Nuonyo said, let us try. She was actually unsure, but she was willing to trust Jiangsu once. Okay, then you have to pay attention to safety. This piece of clothing costs 8 yuan, and it can be sold for 10 or 12 yuan. In the end, Li Yuanwan agreed. Take out 20 pieces of clothing. This little, Jiangsu felt a little too little. But he didn't say much. There are no results yet, and I guess Li Yuanwan just thinks Jiangsu is fun. Then Auntie, let's go first. Nuonyo left the car at home. The clothes were placed on the back seat of Fu Yenjie's car, and Jiangsu drove Nuonyo. Where are we going to sell them? Nuonyo asked. Internet cafe. Huh? Nuonyo and Fu Yenjie were both confused. Who would go to an internet cafe to buy clothes? They came to the door of a nearby internet cafe. Jiangsu took out 2 sets of clothes first. He said to Fu Yenjie, draw Naruto and Sasuke on the front of the clothes. The most popular anime of this era is naturally Naruto. The peripherals are all selling very well. Especially some teenagers. They are at the age of middle school and non-mainstream. They like these fancy things the most. And they also like to pursue individuality. They like to use things that I have but you don't. Nuonyo didn't understand, but stood aside obediently and didn't say anything. Fu Yenjie didn't think much about it and started drawing. Don't say it. Although this kid is not good looking, his grades are average and his IQ is not very good. But his drawing ability is quite strong. In a few minutes, 2 pieces of clothing were completed. With this hand speed, Jiangsu even suspected that this kid was secretly using some strange method to make up for his lessons. Jiangsu looked carefully. The restoration degree is very high, and the details are also well handled. Let's go in. The 3 entered the internet cafe. Jiangsu's eyes swept quickly. Then he came behind a yellow-haired man. The other party was playing Bubble Hall. Jiangsu did not disturb him. After he finished a game, he gently patted his shoulder. Who are you, what are you doing? The yellow-haired man was disturbed and was in a bad mood. He turned around and had a fierce look in his eyes. Jiangsu smiled and said, sorry to bother you, do you want to buy this dress? Then he spread out a piece of clothing in his hand. It was Sasuke performing the Chidori action. Huh? The yellow-haired man's eyes lit up, it's quite handsome, how much is it? 25. Nuonyo and Fu Yenjie were secretly shocked and they heard it. Jiangsu was too bold. Clothes that cost 8 yuan were sold for 25 yuan. Will anyone really buy it? It's a bit expensive. Huang Mao hesitated. Jiangsu said, these clothes have unique patterns. If you don't like this, we can customize it for you on the spot. The one with only the front pattern is 25. If you want both the front and back, it will be $32. Can it be customized on the spot? Huang Mao became interested. After seeing Jiangsu nod, Huang Mao immediately opened his own space. Pointing to a picture of Naruto summoning a toad, is this okay? Jiang Su nodded, no problem, but you have to pay half of the deposit first. Sure. After determining the pattern and the size of the clothes, Fu Yanjie began to draw according to the picture. This action attracted many people in the internet cafe to gather around. It took a few minutes to complete the pattern. Fu Yanjie can see that he draws frequently, and he knows many patterns by heart, very quickly. Very domineering and majestic. The yellow-haired man's eyes were bright, and he put it on the spot. He looked left and right, very satisfied. He immediately paid the remaining half of the money. And Nuonuo and Fu Yanjie were shocked. Is it so easy to make money? Clothes that cost 8 yuan. Add a pattern and it was sold at 3 times the price. Shocked, but I am not sisterly. I want one too, draw me one of Hinata. I want Ino in front and Tsunade in the back, and remember to draw Tsunade with fewer clothes. I want Orochimaru's, and draw it more perverted, hee. Everyone has a trend-following mentality. In addition, many people encounter this kind of thing called private customization for the first time. The most important thing is that these people are at the most immature and passionate age. Seeing this, they must be unable to walk. Fu Yanjie became busy all of a sudden. He kept drawing and drawing. 20 pieces of clothing were quickly sold out. Many people still didn't buy them. Jiang Su said, there is not enough stock. Please wait a moment. We will go back to get them. The 3 of them left the internet cafe. The owner of the internet cafe chased them out. He gave each of the 3 people a bottle of drink. He smiled and said, 3 of you, please come earlier. This boss still has a business sense. He knew that this behavior would bring him more popularity. Jiang Su smiled and nodded. After leaving the internet cafe, Jiang Su took out the money. A total of 507. It was exactly 25 to sell 10 pieces, and 32 to sell 10 pieces. Jiang Su said, Fu Yanjie draws a picture and gets 5 yuan. He drew a total of 30 pictures and got 150. I didn't put in much effort, but I got 2 yuan for each piece of clothing, which added up to 40 yuan. The remaining 308 were glutinous. Nuonuo and Fu Yanjie were both stunned. In just 1 or 2 hours, they made so much money. Nuonuo was stunned for a few seconds before she came back to her senses. She quickly shook her head, I can't take so much. You came up with the method, and you should take the biggest share. Jiang Su patted her head gently, you have no right to speak, just shut up, understand? Nuonuo, but... Well. Jiang Su glanced at her, and Nuonuo shut up. But she felt warm in her heart. She knew that Jiang Su was doing it for her. Fu Yanjie wiped his hands vigorously. This was the first time he made so much money with his own ability. Now he was in a state of excitement, let's get more goods to sell. Well. Jiang Su nodded, work harder today and try to sell all of them in one day. Otherwise, when others see how much money this thing makes, they will definitely imitate it. Nuonuo and Fu Yanjie both felt a sense of urgency. They split into 2 groups. Fu Yanjie went to buy paint, while Jiang Su and Nuonuo went back to get clothes. This time, Nuonuo also rode her own bike. There were a lot of things in the back and in the front. I took 100 pieces. Soon, the 2 sides met again. Some of those who bought clothes have already shown off to their friends. So. When Jiang Su and his friends came to the internet cafe again, there were already many people waiting here. They gathered around. Fu Yanjie worked at full speed. Jiang Su asked Nuonuo to go outside to buy some food. When the internet cafe owner saw the popularity of the store, his mouth was about to smile crookedly. He was busy until 7 o'clock. This first internet cafe sold 21 pieces for the second time. Continue to the next internet cafe. Fu Yanjie told his family in advance that he was outside with his classmates. Needless to say, Jiang Su and Nuonuo were not at home now. Although the Anfeng factory can't pay wages now. But many workers still take turns to stay in the factory 24 hours a day. They are afraid that the boss will sell the goods and equipment in the factory. Li Yuanwan set up a stall at a night market. My hands are so sore. Fu Yanjie moved his wrists. But he was still very excited. The money he earned was not particularly much. But it was earned by his own efforts, which was of great significance. Then they went to another internet cafe and did the same thing. This internet cafe was bigger. So the remaining 79 pieces of clothing were all sold. The 3 of them hurried back to Nuonuo's house. This time, the 3 bicycles were full of goods. There were 150 pieces. Li Yuanwan took 100 pieces, and there were 130 left at home. Under the dim street lights. The 3 boys and girls pedaled their bicycles vigorously. Their clothes were soaked. But they had smiles on their faces from the heart. Unknowingly, it was past 1 in the morning, almost 2 o'clock. 400 pieces of clothing were all sold. Fu Yanjie was like a dead dog. He had never experienced such an experience before. He was the one who worked the most, and now his right hand could not move. So Jiang Su drove him back first, and Nuonuo stayed to look after the 2 bicycles. I'll give you the money tomorrow. Fu Yanjie grinned, it's okay, be careful on the road. Jiang Su hurried to find Nuonuo. It was late at night, and she couldn't stay outside alone for too long. Son, what have you been doing? Why did you come back so late? Fu Yanjie's parents were so anxious. They were relieved when they saw him coming back. Then. Fu Yanjie's father silently pulled out his belt, if you don't tell me clearly what you are doing today, I will ask for sick leave for you tomorrow. No, Dad, don't be impulsive. Fu Yenjie was shocked. I went to make money with my classmates today. Do you know how much money I made? 2 or 3,000 yuan. Fu Yenjie's mother looked around. Where is my feather duster? His father had already pulled out his belt. Okay, now you have learned to lie and brag, right? Just you, if you can make 2 or 3,000 yuan, I will call you dad. As he said, the belt was about to hit Fu Yenjie. His mother also raised the feather duster. No, listen to me, it's like this. Fu Yenjie quickly recounted the whole story. He was afraid that if he spoke slowly, he would be beaten for no reason. His parents were stunned after hearing it. Are you serious? Fu Yenjie, of course it's true, I'm with Jiangsu. You all know what kind of person he is. Indeed. Fu Yenjie's father nodded. Jiangsu is much more reliable than you. You have no other advantages except being my son. Fu Yenjie received a critical hit of 100,000 points. Fu Yenjie's mother was very pleased. My dear son, you have made progress, and I am proud of you. Hee hee. Fu Yenjie scratched his head. He looked at his father a little embarrassedly. Dad, you just said you wanted to call me dad, look at this. Ah. I was wrong, Dad, stop hitting me. In the living room, Fu Yenjie's miserable cry rang out, and it lasted for a long time. Mom and Dad, I'm back. A Nuonuo dragged his tired body. Li Yuanwan and Enfeng had just returned not long ago. But now both of them looked extremely panicked. Daughter, our house was robbed. Ah. A Nuonuo was stunned. What happened? Li Yuanwan said, the remaining 400 pieces of clothes in the house are all gone. This is your father's 2.5 months' salary. Oh, that's it. A Nuonuo breathed a sigh of relief. There is no thief. We sold all the clothes. Oh, it's good that they are sold out. Ah, what? Enfeng and Li Yuanwan's voices suddenly rose. Suspecting that he had heard it wrong. A Nuonuo repeated again, Mom and Dad, the clothes are all sold out. Jiangsu helped, he is so powerful. A Nuonuo told the whole story. Enfeng and Li Yuanwan couldn't calm down for a long time after hearing this. Is the gap between people so big? Li Yuanwan sold for a whole night, her mouth was dry, and she only sold 12 pieces. The young girl sold 400 pieces in one night. Moreover, she sold them at a high price. Mom and Dad, this is the money from selling clothes. A Nuonuo opened the black plastic bag in her hand. There were banknotes of various denominations in it. Mom and Dad, there are 6,800 yuan in it. A total of more than 10,000 yuan was sold. This is after deducting the money for Jiangsu and Fu Yenjie, and the money for buying paint. At first, she was shocked for a long time. Nearly 7,000 yuan. Her father had to work for 4 months to earn so much money. Enfeng and Li Yuanwan were dumbfounded. Such a large sum of money was unimaginable. Daughter, there are still many goods in the factory that cannot be sold. If Enfeng proposed a bold idea. If hundreds of thousands of clothes can be sold, the factory can be revitalized. At this moment, something seemed to awaken in Enfeng. The next morning. When Jiangsu arrived at the fork in the road, he saw a Nuonuo had already arrived. She waved vigorously at Jiangsu, and with a pair of slender legs, she pedaled and ran over. Her bangs were blown up, revealing a face that she never got tired of looking at. Fortunately, no one noticed, otherwise there would be a traffic accident. I made breakfast this morning, take a look and see if you like it. A Nuonuo handed a bag to Jiangsu with a red face. There was expectation in her bright eyes. When Jiangsu opened it, there was a fragrance. A Nuonuo made steamed buns. Filled with leeks and pork. When he took a bite, the juice overflowed and the fragrance was full. Did you make this yourself? Jiangsu was shocked. The taste of this bun was more delicious than the breakfast she brought last time. Well, is it okay? A Nuonuo was quite nervous. 5-star chef. Jiangsu gave her a thumbs up, the most beautiful cook is you. A Nuonuo smiled happily. Last night, her parents knew what Jiangsu had done. He told a Nuonuo to thank Jiangsu. In addition to making this breakfast, he also told her to invite Jiangsu and Fu Yenjie to dinner at home this Sunday. I can't imagine how happy anyone will be if they marry you in the future. Jiangsu said with a smile. A Nuonuo lowered her head shyly. Her ears were burning. She was thinking in her heart what Jiangsu meant by this. She didn't know how she came to the school and her seat. It wasn't until Jiangsu gave her a white rabbit candy that she came back to her senses. By the way, my dad said that he wanted to find a way to sell the goods in the factory. The cost of a piece of clothing is 8 yuan, so even if it is sold for 10 yuan, there is still some profit. Yesterday, the family discussed it for a long time. They felt that this might be an opportunity to change their fate. Enfeng wanted to use the several thousand yuan on hand to get another batch of goods from the factory and sell them somewhere else. Of course this is a good thing. Jiangsu nodded, you can ask uncle to bring another 500 pieces, and we will sell them together. Selling another 500 pieces is the limit. Jiangsu plans to sell them at the school gate. There are about 2,000 people in the school. It is not a big problem to digest 500 pieces. But he can't do this kind of thing every day. After this sale, he can't do it again. You have to distinguish the primary from the secondary. He is here to learn. Things like making money should be left to the future father-in-law and mother-in-law. A Nuonuo nodded heavily, well, thank you, brother. The voice was sweet and soft. Jiangsu's hand trembled. He looked at a Nuonuo dimly. Why are you looking at me like this? A Nuonuo was a little flustered. Jiangsu's gaze was too intense, and he couldn't stand it. Jiangsu shook his head and looked away with difficulty. This little girl's appearance is now sealed, and her charm is so strong. If the seal is unsealed, it will be terrible. No way. I have to prepare the heart purification mantra, which will be useful sooner or later. After the first class, Jiangsu gave Fu Yanjie 2,600 yuan. He was so excited that he jumped up and down like a monkey. If Jiangsu hadn't repeatedly told him not to tell anyone, the whole school would know about this matter within 2 classes. When he heard that he had to sell it again, Fu Yanjie was the first to agree. He had already experienced the joy of making money. He suddenly felt that it didn't hurt that much when his father spanked him with a belt yesterday. This time, he couldn't use the custom method. That would be too wasteful for Fu Yanjie. After school at noon, Jiangsu took Nuonyuo to the factory to find her father. He said he wanted to get another 500 pieces. See if he could lower the price. The longer these things are piled in the warehouse, the greater the loss. Finally, with Enfeng's efforts, he only spent 6 yuan per piece to get it. 3,000 yuan. It just used up all the money Jiangsu had. Enfeng will have someone deliver the things to his home in the afternoon. As soon as school was over in the afternoon, the 3-person team rushed to Jiangsu's house. It didn't take long for the goods to arrive. Jiangsu planned to paint half of this batch of goods into patterns of various characters in Naruto. The remaining half was based on the characters in Cardcaptor Sakura and some cute little animals. The patterns of Naruto are easy to say, but the patterns for girls need to be compared. It's too troublesome to take them to the internet cafe. Jiangsu frowned. It would be great if I had a laptop, so I could download all the patterns. I have one at home. Fu Yanjie said, not long ago, my father bought me one. It's a top-level configuration, a 15,000 laptop. Jiangsu grinned, you deserve to die. Inadvertent display of wealth is the most deadly. Fu Yanjie went to download the pictures and then brought the laptop over. Jiangsu and Nuonyuo couldn't help with the rest. So the two of them went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables and cook together. Jiangsu is 1.8 meters tall, and it is estimated that he will grow to 1.9 meters by the time he is in the 3rd year of high school. Nuonyuo seems to be a little taller. The two walked side by side. In terms of height, they are a good match. Nuonyuo lowered her head slightly, with her 2 small hands clasped tightly in front of her body. She was quite nervous. All kinds of random thoughts ran through her mind. Will people misunderstand me if I go shopping for vegetables with him? It seems like a couple goes to the vegetable market after work. What if I meet classmates? What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Jiangsu's words interrupted her random thoughts. No, Nuonyuo shook her head like a rattle. Jiangsu didn't think much about it. Came to the vegetable market. Simply bought some pork, meatballs, water spinach and eggplant and went back. In Jiangsu's kitchen. Nuonyuo pushed him out. I'll do it, boys should stay out of the kitchen. Jiangsu smiled, you are so virtuous, will you marry me after you graduate from college? Boom. Nuonyuo's head exploded on the spot. Jiangsu's words were too destructive. He killed her directly. I don't know where the strength came from. She pushed Jiangsu out and closed the door with her backhand. Nuonyuo leaned against the door, breathing heavily. Her mind began to wander again. Why did he say that suddenly? Does he like me? Or is it a joke? What should I do if he confesses to me? Girls of this age are rich and sensitive. Jiangsu smiled. Nuonyuo is so cute. It's really easy to be amused. X in Jiangsu's impression, Nuonyuo is very powerful. Although she doesn't have heirs, she has an invisible temperament that makes most people stay away. In this life, Jiangsu hopes that she will always be shy in front of him. At about 6 in the evening, the meal was ready. Nuonyuo hadn't recovered from that sentence yet, and didn't dare to look at Jiangsu. Jiangsu picked up a piece of eggplant. After eating, he said something that made Nuonyuo unable to hold back. Please read on, thank you for the rewards, moi. The food that Nuonyuo makes is so delicious, otherwise I will ask my uncle and aunt to let me live with you. If you tease me again, I will ignore you. Nuonyuo glared at Jiangsu while picking at the rice. But she didn't have any momentum at all. Not only did these words have no deterrent power, but they made people want to bully her even more. It was like the excited punches of the gangsters in the short video more than 10 years later. Fu Yanjie buried his head in his food and ignored the flirting of the two. After eating, he continued to work. He found that he liked the feeling of making money. Nuonyuo went to wash the dishes, while Jiangsu went to cut the fruit and prepare the drinks. Then he began to pack up the clothes that Fu Yanjie had processed. The workload is even greater than yesterday. But Fu Yanjie's hand speed has also improved a lot compared to yesterday. The time was more than 10 minutes earlier. Oh, I'm so tired. Fu Yanjie lay on the ground and groaned weakly. Jiangsu, hurry up and massage Dad's shoulders. Thank you for your hard work. Jiangsu smiled and massaged his right arm, and also applied some active oil. After a while, Jiangsu sent Fu Yanjie back first. He said to Nuonyuo, you stay here, wait for me to send him back, and then I will send you back. Oh, I see. Nuonyuo's eyes flashed, and then nodded. Jiangsu saw through her little thoughts at a glance, if I don't see you when I come back, you will bear the consequences. Nuonyuo looked at him angrily. Originally, she didn't want to make Jiangsu so hard. But since he said so, Nuonyuo didn't dare to really leave. Bored. She picked up the broom, cleaned the room, and wiped the table and other things. Click. At this moment, the door was opened. Nuonyuo thought it was Jiangsu who came back. Turning her head, she was stunned. Outside, it was Jiang Shan and Chen Yu. Chen Yu rubbed her eyes. Did I walk too fast and have hallucinations? She stepped out. Then she came in again. After confirming that it was a Nuonuo, her smile was so bright that it could light up a city. Oh, Nuonuo, why are you here? Where's Jiangsu? Auntie, uncle, and Nuonuo was immediately at a loss. It's not what you think. It was the middle of the night, and she was in someone else's house, and was caught by his parents. This really can't be washed away even if she jumps into the Yellow River. Especially the look in Chen Yu's eyes when she looked at her, which was unusually ambiguous. Even a fool would know what she was thinking. Chen Yu grabbed in Nuonuo's hand and said kindly, oh, Nuonuo is really virtuous. However, you still have to focus on studying, and be patient with some things. Auntie, it's really not what you think. And Nuonuo was about to cry. It was only when Jiang Shan saw the pile of clothes in the living room and asked what was going on that he gave Nuonuo a chance to explain. After listening to Nuonuo's explanation, Chen Yu was disappointed, so that's how it is. Jiangsu is really useless. Jiang Shan, Nuonuo, Jiangsu is back. Mom and Dad, you're back so early today. Yeah. Jiang Shan nodded, business is a little slow today. Send Nuonuo home quickly. Don't do this again in the future. The parents will be anxious. Okay, I know. Looking at the backs of the two, Chen Yu sighed, my son has a good eye. Nuonuo is so virtuous. When they are in their freshman year, they can have a child first and let me take care of it. Yeah. Jiang Shan agreed, 4 years of college, 1 child in 2 years, just right. Ha ball. Jiang Su sneezed, a little confused. The next afternoon, Jiang Su specially asked for leave from the last class. His family has a tricycle. He loaded all the clothes and took them to the school gate. He also put up a sign. It said, limited sale, each piece is unique and cannot be copied. Then he spread out the clothes. Not long after, the class was over. Jiang Su shouted at the top of his voice, don't miss it if you pass by. The factory closed down, the boss ran away, the clothes that originally cost hundreds of yuan, now only need 20 yuan. This shout immediately attracted many classmates to gather around. A female classmate liked a piece of clothing with a kitten painted on it, and asked if the price could be reduced. Jiang Su saw that there was a male classmate following her. Jiang Su was too familiar with the look in the boy's eyes. The smell of licking a dog was too strong. So he didn't answer her, but said to the boy, classmate, do you want to buy 2 pieces? This kitten and puppy are a set. Last time, a man and a woman bought it, and they got together not long after. As soon as the voice fell, the other party threw a 50 yuan bill to Jiang Su. He picked up the 2 pieces of clothing and laughed foolishly. Jiang Su, Another female classmate asked, is each piece really unique? Many people of this age pursue individuality. Jiang Su nodded, of course, Fu Yanjie, never lie. Okay, I want a cardcaptor Sakura. A Nuonuo and Fu Yanjie also came over and joined in the selling. A Nuonuo was responsible for collecting money, while Jiang Su and Fu Yanjie, 2 social phobias, were responsible for hawking. Hey, what's going on over there? Why is it so lively? Let's go and take a look. Li Honghong and Zhou Qinyue pushed their bicycles out and found that there were many people gathered at the school gate. I don't know. Zhou Qinyue shook her head, I won't go. She had just submitted a manuscript to the story club yesterday, and now she wanted to go back to read. Oh, let's go and take a look. What are you going back so early for? In the end, Zhou Qinyue couldn't persuade her, so she put the bicycle aside, locked it, and squeezed in. Then Zhou Qinyue was stunned. He's selling clothes. At the age of teenagers, most people can't bring themselves to set up stalls. Zhou Qinyue also saw a Nuonuo, who was responsible for finding and collecting money behind Jiang Su. It gave people a feeling of husband and wife following each other. This made Zhou Qinyue feel very uncomfortable. An unknown anger was growing, but there was nowhere to vent. This couple is actually selling clothes. Li Honghong had a gloomy face, they are so ignorant and will never be able to get into a good university in the future. Let's go, there's nothing to see. After saying that, she tried to pull Zhou Qinyue. She didn't pull. Zhou Qinyue stared at a piece of clothing with a pastoral painting on the stall. She liked it very much. She gently broke free from Li Honghong's hand. She took a step forward and stood in front of Jiang Su, can you give me that one? Okay, 20 yuan, thank you. Jiang Su picked up the clothes neatly and handed it to Zhou Qinyue with a sunny smile. However, there was a sense of alienation. It seemed very close, but in fact, there were thousands of mountains and rivers between them. Zhou Qinyue's heart ached. She stood there in a daze. He completely treated her as a stranger. Was she really going to lose this boy who once loved her deeply forever? No, I still have a chance. Zhou Qinyue quickly strengthened her confidence. She is now constantly making herself better. With a good figure and good looks, if her grades improve, she will be the most perfect goddess. And what does a Nuonuo have? She looks average, her grades are average, her family conditions are not good, and she has no talents. Why compare with herself? Zhou Qinyue gritted her teeth and said thank you. After paying the money, she hugged the clothes tightly from Jiang Su's hand. This is what he gave it. Rounding it off, it was a gift from Jiang Su, and I have to collect it well. Many classmates in the class also saw it and came to buy it. 500 pieces of clothing were sold out in less than 2 hours. 10,000 yuan was in hand. Deduct the cost of 3,000. Similarly, pay yen jia another 2,005, and you will earn 4,005. As for Nuonuo, don't give it to her. This little girl will definitely not accept it. Jiangsu waved his hand. Let's go, I'll treat you today, let's go to my restaurant. That's great. Fu Yanjia rubbed his hands. Do you have hairy crabs and lobsters at home? Jiangsu, you have them if you treat me, but not if I treat you. Fu Yanjia pouted. After putting away the things. At about 6 o'clock in the evening, they came to Jiangsu's restaurant. Business has been a little slow in recent days, and there are not many people. A private room was opened. Jiangsu ordered more than a dozen dishes. The main purpose was to let Nuonuo taste them. Here, this has a lot of crab roe, you eat it. This 9-section shrimp tastes very delicious. Eat more of these oysters. Jiangsu kept putting food into Nuonuo's bowl, making her feel embarrassed. Hey. Fu Yanjia was unhappy. Forgot about me, right? You can make a lot of money thanks to me. Hurry up, I want some too. Okay, seeing that you have made a lot of efforts this time, Dad will reward you. As he said, he put a hairy crab in his bowl. Fu Yanjia grinned. Nuonuo looked at Jiangsu, then lowered her head and ate silently. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. After dinner, Nuonuo insisted on staying to help. Fu Yanjia left first. They were busy until almost 10 o'clock, and Jiangsu took Nuonuo back. On the way, he kept scolding her. Why are you so diligent? You haven't even married into my family yet. Aren't you afraid of being bullied by your mother-in-law in the future? I don't care about you anymore. You just know how to bully me. Nuonuo was angry and sped up her bike. Jiangsu caught up with her easily. Looking at her angry look, he laughed. Nuonuo said that her father and a few co-workers got a batch of clothes. Then they went to the next city to sell them. They took the train. There are a lot of these in this era. The cost price is lower than what Jiangsu got, 5 yuan and 80 cents. As long as one piece can be sold for 10 yuan, there is a profit. It seems that Anfeng is on the rise. Jiangsu silently looked forward to it. Future father-in-law, you have to be more powerful. Whether I can drive a sports car, own a private jet, a yacht, etc. in the future depends on you. After sending Nuonuo home, Jiangsu rode back slowly. Guidu, the headquarters of the story club. Lin Nan was still working overtime. The quality of the recent manuscripts was very average. Until she saw a manuscript from a newcomer. The pen name was, Youth with the Wind. The writing style was obviously that of a girl. It was a love story about campus youth. The writing style was a bit immature, but the plot was very good. Lin Nan nodded, this can be signed. Put it aside and picked up another envelope. It was very thick. Seeing the information on the envelope, Lin Nan frowned. This is the manuscript of Sui Sui and Ping. It is so thick, there must be a lot of words. She thought that if so many manuscripts were submitted at one time, it would definitely be watery. It seems that I have to talk to him carefully. Quality is the most important thing. After muttering to herself, Lin Nan opened the envelope and browsed through it. As soon as she saw it, she was fascinated. After she finished reading it, she came back to her senses, her eyes shining. Amazing, so many updates at one time, and it's not water at all. She thought that either he had saved some manuscripts or he was gifted. She was more inclined to the former. She also saw Jiangsu's last message. She wrote down the email address. She added Jiangsu's QQ on the spot. When filling out the contract, Jiangsu only provided his mobile phone number. In less than a minute, the friend request was approved. Hello, I'm your contracted editor, Lin Nan. Do you have an idea for your next book? Jiangsu replied, hello, I have an idea, but I haven't started writing yet. For the second book, he plans to write a youth campus love quadrangle. Lin Nan's eyes lit up. She likes authors with high output the most. So she asked her what type. Jiangsu didn't say it directly, but changed the subject in various ways. Lin Nan understood. This is to raise the price. However, the first edition of Those Years of Bleak Youth has just been released. She doesn't know how it performs yet. The amount of royalties is determined by the performance. Lin Nan also said directly that she would give him an answer as soon as possible. Time soon came to Friday morning again. The final exams will be next Thursday. After the exams, it will be summer vacation. Anfeng has been away for a few days, but there is no news. Jiangsu's restaurant has been doing average business these days. Parents are urging their children to study. When the final exams and college entrance examinations are over, the traffic will increase significantly. Jiangsu and Nuonuo entered the classroom one after another. The classmates in the class are no longer surprised. Jiangsu said that the two are relatives, so no one doubted it and thought they were really siblings. Zhou Qingyue raised her head and glanced at Jiangsu, then lowered her head and continued to read. She was reading the story club. The latest issue has been released. There was a new one, called Those Years of Dismal Youth. She liked it the first time she read it. She felt that this story was very much about her and Jiangsu. Qingyue, are you reading the latest story club? Li Honghong also came, staring at the book in Zhou Qingyue's hand. Yeah. Zhou Qingyue nodded, a new one has been published, it's very good, take a look. 5 minutes later. Li Honghong said with a crazy look on her face, it's really wonderful, I really want to see the plot later. The writing is so beautiful, and there is a breath of youth between the lines. It must be written by a handsome guy. I really want to meet him and ask him to sign for me. She was immediately attracted. Girls of this age group will easily be attracted by those who can sing, dance, or have other talents. But if she knew that this person was Jiangsu, I don't know what her expression would be. Zhou Qingyue thought that you probably won't have the chance to meet him. However, if she also signed a contract with the story club, maybe she could meet him in the future. She subconsciously glanced at Jiangsu again. I thought to myself, soon you will look at me with new eyes, even worship me. A bookstore in Jiangcheng. A female student walked in and looked at the most conspicuous position. Hey, the latest version of the story is out. She picked it up and took a look. She is a loyal reader of the story, and her eyes are very discerning. Ordinary articles are no longer in her eyes. She picked it up and took a look, and was immediately attracted by a new story. Those Years of Dismal Youth. After reading the beginning, she liked this story. So, when paying, she checked the form. When customers buy the story, they will be asked to check which story they bought the story. You can choose up to 3. This is also used to record the performance of each article. From the sale yesterday to now. In this bookstore alone, the sales data of Those Years of Dismal Youth is far ahead of other articles. The girl walked and looked at it. She accidentally bumped into a telephone pole. She covered her head with her hands, her eyes were red. But her eyes were always fixed on the story in her hand. Wow, such a passionate boy, why can't I meet him? I will keep following this story. Those Years of Bleak Youth is a hit. Whether it's the title or the content, it hits the hearts of most girls. And, as it's circulated among each other, its reputation is getting bigger and bigger. Storytelling, Sales Department. Lin Nan came over early in the morning. In addition to her, there were 2 other deputy editors-in-chief who also came over. They all wanted to know the performance of their contracted authors as soon as possible. Several deputy editors-in-chief greeted with a smile on the surface, but they were actually full of hostility. They were all staring at the editor-in-chief's position. How is it, are the results out? Asked Lu Yu, the deputy editor-in-chief wearing glasses. The head of the sales department said, wait. Then he operated on the computer and printed out a form. Several deputy editors-in-chief hurried over. Seeing this, Lin Nan laughed out loud. The first place was Those Years of Bleak Youth that she signed. The popularity value is 58,000. One customer's check is counted as 1 popularity value. That is to say, this latest version of Story Club. It has only been online for a few days. Nearly 60,000 people have paid for Those Years of Bleak Youth. The popularity value of the second place is only over 10,000. Moreover, it is a level 5 writer. Story Club has a writer ranking list. It is ranked according to the sales of past articles. The lowest level is level 1 and the highest is level 10. However, there is only one level 6 writer in the entire Story Club. Oh, really, I accidentally got the first place, I'm really embarrassed. Lin Nan said this, but the corners of her mouth were harder to suppress than AK-47. She was one step closer to the position of editor-in-chief. The faces of the other deputy editors-in-chief were uglier than they had eaten a fly. May you be safe and sound every year, you gave me a big surprise. Lin Nan was in a good mood. Then she immediately returned to her office. She wanted to strike while the iron was hot and update the following chapters to the next version. Jiangsu, have you read this, Those Years of My Bleak Youth? After class, Fu Yanjie came over. No, what's wrong? You don't know yet, this is very popular, and every class is discussing it. Even a grown man like me cried after reading it. The male lead is so affectionate and touching. Jiangsu chuckled, I wrote this. Tisk. Fu Yanjie looked down on him, don't brag, you don't have the cells for it. Jiangsu said seriously, it was really written by me. Fu Yanjie rolled his eyes and didn't believe it at all, if you wrote this, I would call you dad. Jiangsu, what a fool. Is it okay to have a big kid for no reason? Why are you so happy? Jiangsu saw Nuonyuo, who had just gone to the toilet outside, come back with a faint smile on his face. I met Junyue. After the girl sat down, she said excitedly, I just saw him on the first floor. I didn't expect him to be in this school. I didn't realize it before. I haven't seen him for many years. He has changed a lot. He is tall and handsome, and his voice is very gentle. Junyue. Jiangsu frowned, who? Why haven't I heard you mention him before? Inexplicably, Jiangsu felt a little alert. Could this guy be a childhood sweetheart? A Nuonyuo said, the big brother in the village. Jiangsu remembered that a Nuonyuo told him that when she was a child, her family lived in the countryside. Junyue brother is a good person. When I was a child, he often took me to play. If someone bullied me, he would help me. The girl was in a particularly good mood today. Jiangsu was a little sour. He still had a long way to go before he could win the beauty. Suddenly, a brother Junyue popped up. Judging from the girl's tone and expression. As for the brother's question about love between a man and a woman, that is definitely not the case. However, this kind of friendship established in the purest and most innocent period of childhood. If there is some interference from external forces, there is a high probability that it will develop into love. Fu Yanjie blinked at Jiangsu obscurely with a high frequency. Sending a silent telegram, your love rival is here. Jiangsu replied, a small scene, don't panic. The class bell rang. Fu Yanjie ran back to his seat. Jiangsu said to a Nuonyuo, tomorrow morning, I will take you to a place. A Nuonyuo looked embarrassed, but Junyue brother just made an appointment with me. He asked me to go to his orchard to help tomorrow. He really helped me a lot when I was a child. He often gave me delicious food. So I can't refuse, is it okay the day after tomorrow? Jiangsu raised his eyebrows, just the two of you? No, there is also his sister and another sister from the same village. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if they are alone. Jiang-su is not the kind of person with a strong possessiveness. A Nuonuo must be by his side 24 hours a day. Also, don't let her contact other people. It's unrealistic and too narrow-minded. Besides, she's not his girlfriend yet. If he really does something extreme, it's likely to scare a Nuonuo away. So he nodded, okay, then the day after tomorrow. Another mock exam was done in the afternoon. As expected, Jiang-su still ranked first. What's surprising is that a Nuonuo has made great progress. She has improved from the 20th or 30th place in the original class to the 15th place. This growth rate is terrifying. In addition to Jiang-su's tutoring. More importantly, her own talent seems to be beginning to show. The hot woman in the previous life is getting fat. After school, Fu Yanjie ran over. Quietly said to Jiang-su, regarding your love rival Jun-yu brother. I have found out a very important clue. Jiang-su, speak. Fu Yanjie, your rival has always been ranked second in the first year of high school. He is also very good at basketball and can play the guitar. He is tall and handsome, and is a very strong opponent. You have to be careful. Oh, it turned out to be him. Jiang-su suddenly realized, is it the one who has been suppressed by me for many years and is ahead by 20 or 30 points? He didn't pay attention to who the second one was. After all, they are worse than me, so there is no need to pay attention to it, right? Fu Yanjie. Well, he felt that he thought too much. This kid has no disadvantages at all. Looking around, there are advantages everywhere. Fu Yanjie rubbed his hands immediately afterwards. Can we talk about the clothes we sell? I'm about to get sick. He has never been able to express such an opportunity to brag and show off in front of others. Don't mention how uncomfortable it is. Jiang-su waved his hand and was very speechless. Go ahead. Fu Yanjie's eyes lit up, okay. Then, he saw the monitor walking behind. He grabbed his hand and said, class monitor, are you going home? The class monitor felt a little strange and nodded. Fu Yanjie smiled and said, how do you know that I made more than 3,000 yuan from selling clothes a few days ago? Class monitor. Fu Yanjie's face was flushed, and he waved his hands and said mysteriously, oh, it's actually nothing. Small money, small money. But it's just a casual thing, not worth mentioning, hee. Class monitor. Fu Yanjie saw the study committee member again. He ran over and grinned with 2 rows of white teeth. Study committee member, what place did you get in this mock exam? Study committee member, 10th place, what's wrong? Fu Yanjie waved his hands, yes, I made more than 3,000 yuan from selling clothes a few days ago, not worth mentioning, hee. Study committee member. This guy is crazy. Jiang-su shook his head. A Nuonuo went ahead and waited at the school gate. However, when Jiang-su went out, he saw a sunny and cheerful boy standing next to a Nuonuo. From the appearance, it is very eye-catching. At this moment, he is talking and laughing with a Nuonuo. Many female classmates walked by him with little stars in their eyes. But when they looked at a Nuonuo, they were envious or jealous. That should be the eternal runner-up. Jiang-su saw admiration in his eyes. Jiang-su felt a little strange, it shouldn't be. A Nuonuo is still so mediocre now. Except for his own discerning eyes. How could others like this silly little girl? With doubts, Jiang-su walked over and said with a smile, Nuonuo, you have been waiting for a long time. Then he naturally took her school bag and put it in the box. Put it here, it's heavy. A Nuonuo shook her head, no, I just came, thank you. Who is this? Jun-yu looked at Jiang-su. Jiang-su was also looking at him. The 4 eyes met, and there seemed to be arcs of electricity in the air. A Nuonuo did not notice that the atmosphere was wrong. She said happily, Brother Junue, this is my deskmate Jiang-su. He is very nice and has helped me a lot. He is my best friend. You are Jiang-su. Junue said with a smile, thank you for taking care of my sister. She emphasized the 3 words, my sister. Oh, so you are Junue. Jiang-su made a look of realization, I often hear your name. Junue was in a bad mood. This sentence was very targeted, and Junue naturally heard it. Isn't it just to say that he is always the second? Junue wisely chose to change the subject, let's not block the gate, go back. Jiang-su is the first in the grade, and his time must be spent on studying. From today on, the task of sending Nuonuo home will be given to me. Really? Jiang-su said with an exaggerated look on his face, does studying require extra time after school? No way, no way. Junue. At this time, even if a Nuonuo was slow to react, she realized that there was a smell of gunpowder in the tone of these 2 people. She said weakly, no, I can go back by myself. With a bicycle, she could go home very quickly. And she didn't have to take the side road anymore, which greatly increased safety. No. The 2 said in unison, which scared a Nuonuo. Then, both of them realized that they had lost their composure. They quickly recovered to be sunny and cheerful boys. The final result was that 2 people sent a Nuonuo back together. One on the left and the other on the right. A Nuonuo, who was sandwiched in the middle, felt very uncomfortable and weird. The speed of riding the bicycle increased a lot. The 3 of them didn't speak, and the atmosphere was a bit weird. After arriving at the fork in the road, Jiang-su waved to a Nuonuo, see you the day after tomorrow. Yeah. A Nuonuo nodded, be careful on the road. Jiang-su glanced at Jun-yu and went towards his home. Jun-yu said calmly, do you have an appointment on Sunday? Yes. A Nuonuo said, Brother Junue, goodbye then, see you tomorrow. Junue wanted to ask for more details. But then she thought that this was too clear-cut. It might scare a Nuonuo, so forget it. Junue smiled and said goodbye. Back home, Jiang-su cooked first. Then he turned on his phone and saw the message from Lin Nan. Are you there? Jiang-su replied, I'm Editor-in-Chief Lin, is there anything I can do for you? On the other side, Lin Nan sent a message, but after waiting for a long time without a reply, she became a little anxious. Seeing Jiang-su's reply, she immediately perked up. 10 fingers typed quickly, your book has done very well. When will you send me the beginning of the second book? If the quality is not particularly bad, it should be at least 1,500 words. Jiang-su, I have sent it, please check it. Lin Nan. Jiang-su had already written the beginning and saved it in his mailbox. He was just waiting for Lin Nan to talk about the price increase. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then immediately opened his mailbox. He saw the manuscript sent by Jiang-su. Click in. The name of this film is Youth and Sorrow. The name sounds very emo. Lin Nan read it attentively. This film tells a very bloody story. The male protagonist likes the female lead. The female lead likes the male lead. The female lead likes the male lead. The male lead likes the female lead. The male lead likes the female lead. The main theme is a complicated one. Although it is bloody, there are very few of this type on the market. There must be a huge market. Jiang-su is not worried about the poor performance. Jiang-su wrote 4 chapters at the beginning, and Lin also attached an outline. Lin Nan finished reading it quickly and felt that she was still not satisfied. Her eyes lit up. Her intuition told her that this one would be more popular than the previous one. So, after a little thought, Lin Nan quoted Jiang-su a price that he could not expect. Based on my professional perspective and your performance in the first part, I will give you 150 yuan per 1,000 words. But there is a requirement, that is, the number of words must be at least 100,000. Every deputy editor-in-chief has the power to raise the price beyond the scope once a year. For example, if you are a first-level author, you can only get 1,300 yuan at most. But with this power beyond the scope, the price can be raised to a new level. Jiang-su was quite surprised after receiving Lin Nan's message. Originally, he thought that it would be very good to get 60 yuan per 1,000 words for the second book. Jiang-su would naturally not refuse such a generous condition. He originally planned to have about 150,000 words in this book. Moreover, he was aiming to be adapted for the screen in the future. If all the words are written, after deducting taxes, there will be 20,000 yuan. He agreed immediately. Lin Nan was overjoyed and said that he would send the contract to him as quickly as possible. End of the conversation. Jiang-su cooked, ate by himself, and sent it to his parents. Then, he went to a large electrical appliance store nearby to buy a laptop. It was time-consuming and laborious to go to the internet cafe all the time, which was not cost-effective. Laptops are still very expensive these days. At least 5,000 yuan. Among all the brands, a certain one is the most popular. But for some reasons, Jiang-su would never touch this brand. In the end, he chose a HP one, which cost 6,008. He paid and left. The money earned from selling clothes was almost used up. Back home, Jiang-su started typing. He had high expectations for this book, so he wrote slowly. Only 3,000 words an hour. It took him 2 hours to finish 6,000 words. After checking for typos, he saved and went to bed. Living his life again, he knew too well how much harm staying up late would do to his body. In his previous life, he often went to bed at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning to work on projects. As a result, he was in poor condition and became bald at a young age. The next day, Jiang-su woke up on time. He washed, read, made his own breakfast, and left a copy for his parents, then opened his notebook and continued typing. He had to write more this Saturday. He wrote for 10 hours today and had 30,000 words. Zhou Qingyue got up very early. She ran to the post office to see if there was any mail for her. After searching for a long time, she found the mail sent by the story club. She was delighted. She took the mail. She returned home. She took a deep breath and then opened it. When she saw the words, "Sincerely invite you to sign a contract," she jumped up on the spot. Then she read it carefully. The general content said that her work was good and she could sign a contract. The price was 10 yuan per 1,000 words. What a high price. Zhou Qingyue counted on her fingers and thought happily, I write 1,000 yuan a day, and I can make 450 yuan a month. Then she thought of a Nuonuo and snorted, I will soon become a beautiful writer. What can you compare with me? She seemed to have seen the near future. Jiang-su's admiration and love for her, and a Nuonuo's sadness, licking her wounds alone in the corner. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but let out a burst of laughter. Sister Xiaoyuan, Sister Shuer, hello. In the orchard of Grand Hyatt, a Nuonuo politely greeted the other 2 girls. Jianyue's elder sister, Wang Xiaoyuan, just graduated from college this year. Jianyue's childhood neighbor, Chen Shuer. Hello, Sister Nuonuo. Chen Shuer greeted with a smile, but there was a flash of disdain in her eyes. A Nuonuo's dress is simple to put it nicely, and poor to put it bluntly. She also has such an old-fashioned hairstyle. Brother Junue, how could he like such a girl? Obviously, he and Brother Junue are a perfect match. Wang Xiaoyuan stepped forward and grabbed a Nuonuo's little hand. Nuonuo, I haven't seen you for several years. You are getting more and more lovely. A Nuonuo whispered, Sister is so beautiful. Unlike Chen Shuer, Wang Xiaoyuan likes a Nuonuo very much. Originally, I was going to go shopping with my bestie today. I was dragged here by my brother. The main purpose was to reduce Nuonyo's vigilance. After all, they haven't seen each other for such a long time. As soon as they came, they made an appointment alone in a place like the orchard where there are few people. I can guess what the other party's intention is. Junhua said, stop chatting, let's go pick grapes first. Jiangqing belongs to the south, and grapes are ripe in June and July. Junyue's orchard is very large, and more than 20 kinds of fruits are planted. It was the first time for Nuonyo to come to such a place, and she was dazzled. Everything felt new. She thought to herself, it would be great if classmate Jiang Su could come too. Before she knew it, it was past 5 in the afternoon, almost 6. No, there are too many, I can't finish them. Before leaving, Wang Xiaoyuan and Junhua kept stuffing fruits onto Nuonyo's bicycle. There was a large cardboard box on the back rack of the car, and it was almost full of various fruits. Junhua smiled and said, it's good for girls to eat more fruits, and uncles and aunts can also eat them. Tell me when you're done, and I'll deliver them to you personally. Thank you, brother Junhua, thank you, sister Xiaoyuan. Nuonyo was very moved. Junhua said thoughtfully, why don't I take you back, there are so many things. No, it's not far from home, I'll go first. Bye. Goodbye, be careful on the road. Watching Nuonyo leave, Wang Xiaoyuan said with a smile, this girl is good, with a good personality and very virtuous. And that figure, you can see that she is good at giving birth, you have good taste. Of course. Junyu's eyes were full of love. He also discovered this girl who looked silly and rustic by chance. In fact, she was a piece of peerless jade. Then he observed carefully and found that she was the little sister who played with him in the village when he was a child. So he created an encounter. The only thing that was not good was that there was a fly next to her, which was very annoying. Chen Shuer, who was next to him, was naturally very upset when she heard this, but she didn't say anything. Okay, you work hard on the rest, I don't care. Wang Xiaoyuan stretched, her clothes were tight, revealing her good figure. Then he took out a storybook from the back pocket of his jeans and read it while walking. A new article called Those Years of Bleak Youth was very much to her liking. The writing was very good and the story was very readable. She seemed to see her lost youth and had read it several times. 30,000 words, done. Jiang Su stretched, his head a little dizzy. In addition to cooking, eating, and delivering meals to his parents, he was constantly typing on the keyboard. Tomorrow, I should be able to write about 10,000 words when I have time. I looked at the time. It was past 6 o'clock. I shook my head. I wondered if Nuonyo had returned home yet. I should cook first. I turned off the computer and walked out of the bedroom. Just as I was about to enter the kitchen. Outside, Nuonyo's clear and pleasant voice rang out, Student Jiang, are you home? Outside the house. The girl was holding a bicycle. The afterglow of the sun was shining down, and a butterfly happened to fly over and landed on her head. It formed a beautiful picture. Jiang Su, who came out of the room, happened to see this scene. He was stunned for a moment, then walked over, are you having fun? Happy. The girl smiled sweetly and looked very healing. Brother Junhua, sister Xiaoyuan and sister Shuer are all very good. The orchard is so big, the grapes are so sweet, and the apples are so delicious. The girl was rarely lively and became a chatterbox, chattering. Jiang Su smiled and looked at her with a little pampering in his eyes. It's a pity that you didn't go. Nuonyo changed the subject, but it doesn't matter, they gave me a lot of fruit. You take half. I just passed by your restaurant and brought some to my uncle and aunt. You also took some for my parents. Jiang Su was a little surprised. At the same time, he was a little touched. Yes, uncle and aunt are so kind to me, this is what I should do. As she said that, the girl began to take the fruits out of the box. She took them to the house. When she came out, she was holding a bunch of washed grapes in her hand. Try it, it's really sweet. Jiang Su blinked and raised his hands, I just went to the toilet and didn't have time to wash my hands. You feed me. Ah you. Then go wash your hands first. Nuonyo said shyly. Jiang Su said nonsense seriously, after washing the grapes, they will taste bad if you don't eat them for a minute. It's too late, feed me quickly. Really? The girl asked stupidly. Of course. Jiang Su said very seriously, I am the first in the second grade of high school, how can I lie to you? Okay. The doubtful girl picked a grape and put it to Jiang Su's mouth. Her hands are very slender. Although her skin is a little rough due to years of work. But the shape of her hands is perfect. Jiang Su took a bite, well, it's really sweet, another one. Nuonyo pouted slightly. By now, she had realized that if she didn't eat it within a minute, it would taste bad. Liar, huh? However, she still obediently fed Jiang Su a whole bunch of grapes. Then she wrinkled her nose, I'm leaving, bad guy. The girl turned around, and her long hair fluttered. A faint smell of shampoo, mixed with the girl's unique body fragrance, entered Jiang Su's nose. It was the smell of youthful hormones. Jiang Su shouted at him, I'll find you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, see you tomorrow, classmate Jiang. Call me brother. If you don't want to call me, just call me classmate Jiang, Loyalu. The girl stuck out her tongue at Jiang Su, and then rode away on her bicycle. Jiang Su smiled. Under his intervention, Nuonyo's personality became more and more lively. She was also slowly blooming with her own light. Jiang Su was about to turn around and go back to the house when the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Answer it. A queen voice came from the other end, hello, I'm Lin Nan, is this Sui Sui and Ping? It's me, Editor-in-Chief Lin. Jiang Su was a little surprised. Why did she call him out of the blue? I'm at the post office now, is it convenient for you to come over? I've brought you the contract. What? Jiang Su was stunned. What's going on? The editor-in-chief personally delivered the contract. I shouldn't have such a big influence yet. What Jiang Su didn't know was that Lin Nan was obsessed with the position of editor-in-chief. So, taking advantage of this Saturday and Sunday, she came here to deliver the contract herself. The sooner the contract is done, the sooner she can publish it. After confirming again and again that Lin Nan was not joking, Jiang Su rode to the post office. From a distance, he saw a very fashionable woman standing at the door of the post office. She was about 30 years old. She had burgundy curly hair, and she was intellectual with a hint of sexiness. It should be her. Jiang Su stopped and asked, Editor-in-Chief Lin. It's me, Sui Sui and Ping, right? You're so handsome. Lin Nan's eyes lit up. Although she had seen Jiang Su's ID card, he was naturally more outstanding in person. After a few casual opening remarks, Lin Nan took out the contract. It was the same as last time, except that the title and price had changed. After reading it, Jiang Su signed it. Then, Lin Nan took out another envelope. It contains the remaining royalties from your first book. After deducting taxes, it's a little over 1,000. Take a look. Huh? Won't the royalties be paid next month? Yes, but I think you should spend more money at your age, so I'll advance it to you. Lin Nan now pinned all her hopes on Jiang Su. She was willing to do anything that could improve his favorability. After Jiang Su opened it and read it, he put it away. It's naturally good to get the money in advance. By the way, how many manuscripts do you have now? Lin Nan asked. If it's a lot, it's also an advantage. There is a rule in the story club. That is, if a work performs well and is updated quickly, it can occupy more content pages. Jiang Su is the fastest person Lin Nan has ever seen. Jiang Su, I currently have 34,000 manuscripts on hand. I will send them to you when I have more than 50,000 in a few days. Hiss. How much? Lin Nan was shocked. This boy is so terrifying. What kind of hand speed is this? After confirming again and again that Jiang Su was not joking, Lin Nan went back with satisfaction. Jiang Su also went back. Since Lin Nan gave him so much face, he should write more at night. After everything was done, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Su turned on the computer and wrote 6,000. 40,000, I should be able to get 10,000 tomorrow. Turn off the computer and go to sleep. The next day, he woke up at 6 o'clock. At 6:40, he continued to type. At 9:40, he had 6,000 words. Jiang Su stopped and went out. He rode his bike to the door of Nuonuo's house, where she was already waiting. She was still dressed in a rustic way. However, Jiang Su liked it no matter how he looked at it. He swung his tail like a dragon and stopped in front of Nuonuo. Let's go, get in the car. Where to? Don't ask, you'll know when you get there. Oh. The girl sat in the back seat of Jiang Su's car skillfully. Let's go. Half an hour later, Jiang Su parked the car outside the mall. Do you want to buy anything? The girl asked. Well, buy you clothes. Ah. Why do you want to buy clothes for me? No. Nuonuo shook her head. She is not someone who can enjoy the gifts of others with peace of mind. No reward without merit. Silly girl, have you forgotten that you helped me sell clothes? Jiang Su pinched her face, but I didn't pay you. Now I buy clothes as a reward. No need, it's just help between classmates. When I got the goods, your father helped me bargain, which means I made more money. Now I'm giving back. Really no need, Nuonuo said, and her voice weakened. Because of her deskmate, her eyes gradually became fierce. Finally, after much persuasion, the girl agreed. But she could only accept less than 15 yuan. And only one piece. Jiang Su could only sigh that people are different. If it was Zhou Qingyue, she would definitely buy as much as she could. She would buy as much as she could. As for whether Jiang Su could afford it, that was not within her consideration. When they arrived at the place where women's clothing was sold, Nuonuo was a little nervous. Jiang Su took her to one of the houses with fewer people. Hello, both of you. The waiter came up with a smile. Jiang Su's eyes wandered. Then he picked up a white long skirt, a set of sports trousers and short sleeves, and a pink skirt that was about knee length. He gave them all to Nuonuo. Try them all. Nuonuo looked embarrassed and winked at Jiang Su. Jiang Su understood. He felt that these clothes could definitely not be bought for 15 yuan. Jiang Su said, try them first, and then we'll decide whether to buy them or not. Oh, okay. The girl felt that it would be bad to talk about it, so she went in and changed her clothes obediently. Not long after, the door opened. Nuonuo came out. Jiang Su felt his heart was about to stop. She was wearing a long white dress that fell to her ankles. Her waist was slender, and his eyes moved upwards. There were only 4 words to describe it. Far ahead. Her skin was even whiter and more delicate, like jade. Under the light, it was shining. Although her bangs covered half of her face. But just this figure alone was the kind of duguchobai. The clerk exclaimed, wow, this lady has a great figure. Nuonuo was a little embarrassed. Although this dress was not revealing, she always felt a little uncomfortable. Jiang Su came back to his senses and swallowed quietly. Pretending to be relaxed, he said, it's okay, try another one. Okay. Nuonuo quickly got into the dressing room. Jiang Su quietly asked the clerk how much this set of clothes cost. Well, sir, this is the latest model, made of solid materials, and it's a brand, so the price is 138, no bargaining. This price is not expensive. Jiang-su also asked about the prices of the other two sets of clothes. One set was 99, and the other was 108, and they were both non-negotiable. I want all three sets. I'll pay you 325 first, and then. Jiang-su leaned close to the clerk's ear and whispered a few words. The clerk nodded and glanced at Jiang-su. Why can't I meet such a good boy? And Nuonuo came out again. This time she changed into long pants. They also looked good and youthful. Finally, it was the pink skirt that reached the knees. Jiang-su took a look and almost had a nosebleed. He quickly asked her to return it. Okay. And Nuonuo was a little depressed. She thought it was because she didn't look good in it. After she changed back to her original clothes, Jiang-su said, that long skirt is good and suits you very well. He pretended to ask the waiter how much it cost. This skirt is on sale now, 20 yuan. Okay, I'll take it. Jiang-su gave the money to the clerk in a flash. And Nuonuo didn't have time to stop it. But thinking that the difference between 15 yuan and 20 yuan is not big, she didn't hesitate. After collecting the money, the clerk went to bring a box. He smiled and said, our store is doing an event, and all customers can get a chance to draw a lottery. Hey, why is there another lottery? And Nuonuo felt a little strange. It was the same last time she went to eat spicy hot pot. But Jiang-su didn't give her a chance to think, he grabbed her hand and put it in the box. And Nuonuo grabbed a ball of paper casually. Then handed it to the clerk. The clerk opened it. Then he exclaimed, wow, miss, you are so lucky. You won the prize of choosing 2 clothes from our store. Ah. And Nuonuo stared at the clerk blankly. Like a little goldfish, it looked very cute. Jiang-su patted her shoulder, you won the jackpot, otherwise you should take these 2 pieces, after all, you have tried them on. Really? And Nuonuo felt very magical. Really, I didn't lie to you. The clerk showed the ball of paper to Nuonuo. Seeing that Nuonuo was still absent-minded, Jiang-su asked the clerk to pack up the 3 sets of clothes. Taking advantage of Nuonuo's inattention, he stuffed 10 yuan into her pocket and whispered, get me 2 pairs of white stockings to put in there. These were to match the knee-length skirt. And Nuonuo's legs looked a bit foul. In addition, Jiang-su's possessiveness was at work, and he didn't want other men to see them. The clerk nodded slightly. Soon the clothes were packed, and Jiang-su took them in his hands and shook Nuonuo, who was still in a daze, let's go. And Nuonuo came back to her senses. She followed Jiang-su outside and whispered, I always feel like something is wrong. Jiang-su didn't give her time to think about it, let's go, I'm a little hungry, let's go buy something to eat. Interrupting meditation. And Nuonuo stopped thinking about it and smiled brightly. Who wouldn't be happy to get 2 sets of beautiful clothes for free? Oh, my stomach is uncomfortable. I'm going to the toilet. You wait here. After saying that, Jiang-su ran to the toilet. And Nuonuo waited there. Suddenly, she touched her 2 pockets, oh, the hairband may have been left in the store. After looking in the direction of the toilet, Nuonuo trotted to the store just now. Just as she reached the door and was about to go in, Nuonuo heard the voice of the clerk, talking to someone. You don't know, a young couple came in just now, it's so interesting. The girl's family is probably not well off, so the boy paid most of the money while she was changing clothes. Then, he asked me to write a winning note. There were more than a dozen notes, all with the same content. Oh, the clothes worth more than 300 yuan, the girl thought she got it with only 20 yuan. I'm so envious, if only there was a boy who treated me like this. And Nuonuo's whole body was stiff there. The lake of her heart seemed to be thrown into a huge rock, rippling. She bit her pink lips tightly. She finally understood why she felt something was wrong. She thought of the last time she ate spicy hot pot. So, it was like this. In a place she couldn't see, the boy did so much for her. Tears rolled in her eyes. An emotion called touching spread from her heart. And Nuonuo raised her foot and was about to return the clothes. But she quickly took it back. She thought of Jiang-su trying every means to give her clothes. If I return it, he will probably be very angry and sad. And Nuonuo gritted his teeth and decided to accept it. After calculating the money he had on hand, he had more than 300 yuan. He decided to buy Jiang-su a gift of equivalent value. Anyway, summer vacation is coming soon, and he doesn't have to go to the cafeteria to eat, and it doesn't cost much. Thinking of this, Nuonuo felt a little relieved. He turned around and returned to where he was. A beautiful smile spread across the corner of his mouth. Before Jiang-su came out, Nuonuo came back first. After he came out, Nuonuo said, let's go. Last time, my parents said they would invite you to dinner at their home this Sunday. Jiang-su's heart moved, and he asked, is uncle back? No. Nuonuo shook his head, he called last night and said he would be back today, but the specific time is uncertain. Jiang-su asked again, have you sold the clothes? I don't know, Dad said everything will be decided after he comes back. Jiang-su didn't ask any more questions. On the way back, Jiang-su reminded, there are a lot of bad guys outside now, you can't wear too revealing clothes. For example, if you want to wear that short skirt, you must wear stockings, understand? I know. Jiang-su felt that Nuonuo's tone was a little different from usual. But he couldn't say what it was. Nuonuo looked at Jiang-su's broad back with a gentle face. It's great to be your deskmate. When passing by a fruit store, Jiang-su bought some apples. When he arrived at Nuonuo's house, it was almost 11:30. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled the fragrance of rice. Dad, you're back. Anfeng said with a smile, yes, Xiaoxiu, you're here, hurry up and sit down, it's time to eat. Xiaoxiu is here. Li Yuanwan came out of the kitchen with a pot of soup, don't despise this simple meal. Jiang Su said seriously, Auntie, your food is at the level of a chef. If you eat it outside, this table will cost more than 1,800 yuan. You are really good at talking, kid. Li Yuanwan smiled from ear to ear. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. 5 dishes and 1 soup. Although it was not a precious delicacy, it looked very good. After the 4 of them sat down, Li Yuanwan picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in Jiang Su's bowl, try it. Well, it's fat but not greasy, and it melts in your mouth. Auntie, after eating the food you cook, I won't be able to eat other people's food in the future. Although it was a bit exaggerated, Li Yuanwan was coaxed very happy. She kept picking up dishes for Jiang Su. This scene also made Nuonyuo feel inexplicably happy. By the way, uncle, have you dealt with that batch of clothes? Li Yuanwan and Nuonyuo also looked at Anfeng. Anfeng said with a smile, all sold, after deducting the cost, I made 25,000 yuan this time. After saying that, there was an irrepressible smile on his face. The 3 were shocked. Li Yuanwan put down her chopsticks, are you kidding? Of course not. Anfeng said proudly, and the boss also said that he would take all the goods in the future. Jiang Su asked in a deep voice, uncle, who is the other party? Is there any trick in this? Yeah, how can money be made so easily? There won't be any trap, right? Li Yuanwan looked worried. No, no. Anfeng waved his hand, speaking of which, good people are rewarded. You don't know, that day I got off the train with a few coworkers. Not long after walking out of the train station, we encountered a car accident. Sparks began to come out of the front of the car, and no one dared to step forward. I didn't think too much, I rushed up, broke the glass, and rescued the driver and passengers inside. One of them was a big boss, and he knew that we were going to sell clothes. So he generously took all the clothes at the price of 26 yuan per piece. He settled the payment on the spot, and said that as long as I went to sell in the future, he would take any amount. The 3 were stunned. This is a bit magical. Jiang Su asked again, uncle, do you know the name of this boss? Yes, her name is Zhang Xiaowei. What's her name? Jiang Su suspected that he had heard it wrong. Zhang Xiaowei. Anfeng was a little surprised, do you know this boss? Jiang Su sat up straight unconsciously, uncle, can you describe the boss's appearance? Yes, she is very tall, 1.7 meters tall, very beautiful, very elegant, with a beauty mole on the left corner of her mouth, and looks to be in her early 40s. Good guy, Jiang Su exclaimed. It was indeed that woman. In the previous life, Zhang Xiaowei, who had won the top spot on the list of domestic richest women for 5 consecutive years. This is a legendary figure. She started from scratch, and her husband died young. Later, she became a wealthy man with a net worth of nearly 100 billion with her own ability. Got it. The mystery was solved. No wonder Anfeng rose so fast in his previous life. It is probably Zhang Xiaowei who helped him behind the scenes. I just don't know if the relationship between the two is clean or not. Jiang Su felt that there was probably something fishy going on. Otherwise, even if Anfeng saved someone once, this little bit of affection would not have pushed Anfeng to the position of the richest man. The biggest possibility is that Anfeng is capable. In addition to saving Zhang Xiaowei, and the possibility that the 2 of them fell in love with each other during their time together, the case was solved. After figuring out the reason, Jiang Su looked at Anfeng strangely. I didn't expect you to be such a person, actually eating gigolos. Pa! I'm ashamed to be with you. Anfeng didn't notice Jiang Su's eyes. He said excitedly, there are still a lot of clothes in the factory. If we can sell them all, we can make at least hundreds of thousands. By then, our family can get rid of poverty. Li Yuanwan and Nuonyuo were also very happy. We must drink something today. Li Yuanwan got up to get the wine. The couple got drunk after drinking. Jiang Su and Nuonyuo helped them into the room, and then helped to clean up the leftovers. The kitchen of Nuonyuo's house is a little small, and it is a little difficult for 2 people to stand. From time to time, their arms would touch each other. Whenever this happened, Nuonyuo would pull her arms back as if she had been electrocuted. Her pretty face was so red that it was about to bleed. She whispered, I'll do it, you go out. How can that be, I can't eat without working. Jiang Su said seriously. In fact, he was unwilling to miss such a good opportunity to increase his feelings with Nuonyuo. In a confined environment, feelings grow very quickly. Nuonyuo bit her lip slightly. She always felt that Jiang Su did it on purpose, but she had no evidence. After several times in a row, Nuonyuo wanted to go out. It's not disgust, but shyness. Jiang Su saw through her thoughts and said quietly, you won't leave the guests to work and go out to play, will you? Nuonyuo. She felt like she was being controlled by the man in front of her. Ha ha ha. Jiang Su laughed. He knew when to stop and didn't continue. He washed his hands and went out. Ha. Nuonyuo breathed a sigh of relief. 5 minutes later, she washed the dishes and took out some fruits. The blush on her face had faded, but she was still charming. Jiang Su checked the time, it's getting late, I'll go back first, see you tomorrow. Okay, I'll take you there. He walked her to the door. After Jiang Su's figure disappeared from her sight, she turned around, locked the door, and then sneaked out. Thank you, little cutie, for helping to correct my mistake. I love you. Little girl, do you want to buy a watch? The owner of the watch shop was about to close the shop. Seeing Anuonuo come in, he paused. Anuonuo nodded gently. Then her eyes slowly swept over the glass counter. Soon, she fell in love with a leather watch. The style was very young. Just one look, Anuonuo decided on this watch. I think it goes well with Jiangsu. He must look very handsome wearing it. But the price marked on it is a bit expensive. It costs 480. She only had 300 yuan on hand. So she said to the boss, can this one be cheaper? 260 is okay. The boss widened his eyes. Little girl, what are you thinking about? This is a branded product, and the workmanship is very fine. Moreover, this watch will not be difficult to sell, at most I can give you a discount of 20 yuan. Anuonuo begged, boss, I really want this. I want it to be given to a very important person. This is all I have, 316.50 cents, all for you. Anuonuo took out all the money on her body. The boss still shook his head, this little girl is really not good. If I sell it to you at this price, I won't make any money. Please, boss. Anuonuo pleaded. She fell in love with this watch at first sight and thought it matched Jiangsu very well. When she looked at other things, she didn't have that feeling. Sometimes it's hard to change a person or thing that you like at first sight. Perhaps it was because he saw a little girl like Anuonuo begging so hard that he couldn't bear it. So the boss said, how about this, you clean my shop and I'll sell you this watch. Anuonuo's eyes lit up, okay, I'll do it right away. She picked up the broom and started cleaning. This shop probably hasn't been cleaned for a while, and there is a lot of dust. After a while, Anuonuo was covered in dust. But she didn't care at all. After sweeping the floor with her hands and feet, she wiped the table, chairs, and even the door with a rag. The boss nodded. He had a better impression of this little girl. He took out the watch and packed it silently. After Anuonuo finished cleaning, he handed it to her. Now, this watch is yours. Give it to your sweetheart, right? No. Anuonuo shook his head, give it to a very good friend. Boss, thank you, I'm leaving first. Holding the gift box, he trotted home. He was in a very happy mood. She did have a certain liking for Jiangsu. But to say that he liked her, it was far from being a lover. After all, the time they spent together was too short. Hua la la. It started to rain just halfway through the sky. It turned into a heavy rain in a short time. Anuonuo was soaked. He held the box tightly in his arms and ran with his head down. When he got home, he was already soaked. He quickly took out the box. Fortunately, it was not wet. A smile appeared on his face. Thinking that Jiangsu would like it. The next day, it was still at the fork in the road. Jiangsu arrived first today. After waiting for a few minutes, Anuonuo arrived. Good morning, Ah Chio. Anuonuo sneezed. What's wrong? Jiangsu asked with concern. Nothing. Anuonuo shook her head, maybe I caught a cold last night. By the way, this is for you. She took out a gift box from her school bag and handed it to Jiangsu with both hands. What? Jiangsu asked curiously. You'll know when you open it. With a bit of curiosity, he opened the box. What came into view was a silver-white, stylish watch. Jiangsu liked it at first sight. He felt that this watch was a good match for him. He looked at Anuonuo with some surprise, is this for me? Yeah. Anuonuo nodded slightly, I don't know if you like it. I like it, but it's not cheap, right? More than 20 yuan. Anuonuo pretended to be a little embarrassed and said, I bought it a few days ago. I bought it at a stall. I hope you don't dislike it. Jiangsu put it on his left hand on the spot. Shaking it left and right, the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He said to Anuonuo with a smile, this is the best gift I have ever received. I will wear it for the rest of my life. Anuonuo smiled happily, I'm glad you don't mind it. How could I mind it? It's so beautiful. I like it so much. Jiangsu was not perfunctory, but spoke from the heart. So this is what it feels like to receive a gift from a girl. It's like eating a piece of iced watermelon in the hot summer when your mouth is dry. It's also like eating a piece of very sweet candy. The sweetness spreads from your mouth to your heart, and then spreads to your whole body. It seemed like all the cells in his body became active. Seeing that Jiangsu really liked it, Anuonuo felt relieved. The two went to school together. However, Jiangsu's happiness did not last long before it was destroyed. Because Junyu, the annoying guy, also showed up. He had a short haircut and a good temperament. He looked sunny and handsome, and had some muscles. Moreover, he brought breakfast for Anuonuo. What the hell, is he imitating me? Thank you, brother Junyu. Anuonuo smiled sweetly. Junyu felt that his heart was about to melt. At this moment, he even thought about where to bury Anuonuo in the future. Someone was grinding his teeth. The three of them came to the parking lot of the school. After parking the car, Anuonuo took out 2 buns from her school bag. Handed them to Jiangsu and Junyu respectively, this is what my mother made last night. It smells so good and looks beautiful. Wow, it's delicious. Auntie's cooking skills are great. Junyu took a bite of the bun. Then he made a very exaggerated sound. Jiangsu felt sick. This guy is really shameless. How could he say such a disgusting thing? Jiangsu raised his hand carelessly, completely forgetting that he had said something similar when he was having dinner at Anuonuo's house yesterday. He said to Junyu, I just bought this watch. Can you give me a review? Junyu's family is quite rich, and the things he uses are also expensive. Although he is not very old, he still has good eyesight. He can tell at a glance that Jiang Su's watch is an ordinary brand. He wanted to show off in front of Nuonuo. So he coughed and said, "The shape of your watch is ordinary. Let me see the material. It's also quite ordinary. The workmanship is also quite rough. It's not worth much, at most 1 or 200 yuan. It will definitely not be very comfortable to wear, and the time may not be very accurate. In fact, this thing still depends on each person's needs. The one I wear is a little better, more than 8,000 yuan. Young people don't need to compare, as long as it can be used." After speaking, he shook it in front of Jiang Su. Nuonuo couldn't help but lower her head. Jiang Su grinned. "I couldn't help but pat Junyue on the shoulder. This watch is what Nuonuo just gave me." Junyue, question mark. What the hell? He was quite proud just now. He tried to use material things to make Jiang Su feel ashamed. Junyu, who was so proud of showing off in front of the girl he liked, was dumbfounded on the spot. Then he saw Nuonuo with his head down. Anger and jealousy suddenly surged out. Junyu looked at Jiang Su very angrily. This guy is so hateful. He actually dug such a big hole for himself. Seeing in Nuonuo's depressed mood, Junyu panicked on the spot. He quickly explained, "Nuonuo, I don't mean that. I mean the gift is small but the sentiment is great. No, this watch is very beautiful." He became incoherent. Jiang Su was naturally in a very good mood. "Let you dangle in front of me." And Nuonuo raised her head and forced a smile. "It doesn't matter. This watch is not worth much, and I can't afford a good one now." Junyu wanted to slap herself twice. She was even more jealous. Why did Nuonuo buy a watch for Jiang Su? How could Jiang Su get the watch sent by Nuonuo? However, at this time, Jiang Su added, "How could it be? This watch is the most precious gift I have ever received. Even if someone offered me 100 million or 1 billion, I would not sell it." Comparing the two, the difference is obvious. Junyu was about to explode. "Can you stop fanning the flames at this time? It's simply inhuman. Nuonuo, it's not what you think. I don't mean to laugh at you." And Nuonuo shook his head. "I know, it's getting late, I have to go to the classroom, goodbye brother Junyu." Junyu was hesitant to speak. He could only watch the two go side by side. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Sinister villain, you make me angry." He came to the classroom. Jiang Su had just put his school bag away when Fu Yanjie came over. He said, "Didn't you ask me to build a base last time? My mother has bought me a villa with 2 floors above and 1 floor underground. It is fully decorated and she also bought 5 top-of-the-line desktop computers. Let's go and have a look after the final exam on Thursday." Wow. Jiang Su was shocked. "I asked you to buy a house, but you built a 3-story villa. I just want to ask if your mother still needs a son." "Okay, then I will go with Nuonuo," Jiang Su said, deliberately raising his left hand and shaking it in front of him. "Okay." Fu Yanjie didn't notice Jiang Su's intention and nodded, "Then let's go together." After that, he was about to go back to his seat. "Hey." Jiang Su grabbed him, "Don't you find anything different about me?" Fu Yanjie looked confused. "What's different?" He shook his left hand in front of him again. This time Fu Yanjie finally saw the watch on Jiang Su's hand. "Why are you wearing a watch? I've never seen you wearing one before." Jiang Su grinned, "How do you know that this watch was given to me by Nuonuo?" Fu Yanjie didn't want to talk to Jiang Su anymore. He silently raised his middle finger at him. Then he said, "Dang thing," and went back to his seat. Sour. Damn, why didn't any girl give me a gift? I'm not bad looking, I'm handsome and cool. After the first class, Jiang Su ran out. Nuonuo sat in her seat. She kept coughing while reading. Nuonuo's physique was originally a little worse than that of ordinary people. After returning home from the rain last night, she didn't drink ginger soup or anything like that to get rid of the cold. She felt unwell. But she was penniless now, so she could only bear it. She kept coughing. Nuonuo planned to get up and get some hot water. At this time, Jiang Su put a box of 666 cold medicine in front of her. "Take it quickly, so as not to aggravate the condition." Jiang Su saw her coughing all the time during class. He knew it was serious. As soon as the class was over, he ran to the school clinic and bought a box of cold medicine. Before Nuonuo could say anything, another box of Xiao Chaihu granules was placed in front of him. It was Junyu. He noticed that Nuonuo's voice was a little strange in the morning. After thinking about it, he bought a box of cold granules. Didn't it say on a forum that teaches people how to chase girls? Help a girl when she is weakest. It will leave a deep impression on the other party. So he ran over happily. But what made Junyu very unhappy was that Jiang Su also bought it. "Are you deliberately going against me?" Little did he know that Jiang Su had the same idea as him. Why is this guy still haunted? I can see him everywhere. The classmates in the class, especially the female classmates. They all looked at Nuonuo with envy, jealousy and shock. I can't figure it out no matter how hard I think. Why is the ordinary Nuonuo so popular? Besides the school hunk Jiang Su who has always been very nice to her. Now there is another one. And he is such a handsome guy. Li Honghong's face looked a little ugly. She recognized Junyu. And, in fact, she has always been secretly in love with Junyu. But Junyu is as bright as the stars in the sky. Li Honghong's conditions in all aspects are relatively ordinary. She doesn't have the courage to get to know this very outstanding boy. Now she sees Junyu taking the initiative to show his courtesy to a girl who, in her opinion, is worse than her in all aspects. You can imagine how she feels. Jiang Su said, 666 cold granules are better. Jun Yu was not to be outdone, the formula of Xiao Chaihu is more advanced, and the medicinal power is also milder. Jiang Su, drink mine. Jun Yu, drink mine. Nuonyuo turned her head to Jiang Su for a while, and then to Jun Yu. Finally, she opened both boxes of cold granules. She took out a pack, tore it open and poured it into the water cup. He whispered, can I drink both? Stop arguing. Then he ran to get some water. Jiang Su, Jun Yu, Jun Yu left. Although he was not the only one who gave her the drink, the result was acceptable. Jiang Su did not distance her from him. That's what he thought anyway. Nuonyuo came back from pouring hot water with a flushed face. Jiang Su touched her forehead and it was a little hot. He told her, take 2 more classes. If the situation doesn't get better, take a leave and I'll take you home. No, Nuonyuo shook her head, the final exam is coming soon, and I want to get a good grade. Perhaps it was because of the good nutrition during this period. Nuonyuo found it easier and easier to study. I felt that I should be able to get a good grade in this final exam. Jiang Su did not say anything. But he made up his mind. If her condition did not get better, he would carry her back even if he knocked her out. Fortunately, when school was over at noon, her fever subsided. Jiang Su asked her to stay in the classroom and went to get her lunch. Then the two of them ate together in the classroom. Jiang Su pretended to ask casually, does your brother Jun Yu have a romantic crush on him? Nuonyuo has no appetite now. But she also knows that she must eat enough at this time so that her body can get better quickly. So she forced herself to eat. Hearing Jiang Su's question, she paused while eating, then shook her head, of course not, I have always regarded him as my big brother since I was a child. If I work and make money in the future, I will definitely treat him to a big meal and buy him a gift. Thank him for his help when he was a child. The little girl's eyes were full of purity and seriousness. Jiang Su relaxed a little. In his heart, he silently crossed Jun Yu. But it's hard to say about this kind of thing. That kid is not a good thing at first glance. He may use some despicable tricks. Still have to be on guard. After eating and drinking a pack of cold granules, Nuonyuo fell asleep on the table. Jiang Su took out his notebook and continued to type. Although Jiang Su said that he didn't want to work hard when he was just reborn. But it was just talk. Even if he knew that Nuonyuo's father would become the richest man in the future. But if he didn't have much ability, achievements and foundation, the two of them wouldn't last long. Jiang Su also had a detailed plan for what to do next. He planned to open a literary studio of his own. In the name of the studio, he would cooperate with Story Club. While Story Club is still in a relatively strong period, he would make a name for himself. After he became famous, it would be much easier to work alone or get a better guaranteed price. When the opportunity was right, he could find a way to adapt what he had into film and television. In order not to disturb Nuonyuo, Jiang Su went to another corner and sat down to write. After the classmate finished his meal, they came back one after another. Zhou Qinyue and Li Honghong also came back. Zhou Qinyue held her head high and was much more confident than before. Since she signed the contract with Story Club, she believed that sooner or later, she would become famous all over the world and become a beautiful writer. Glancing at Jiang Su who was writing in the corner, Zhou Qinyue was a little envious. She also wanted a notebook. In this way, she would not have to write the manuscript by hand. If she had asked Jiang Su for the computer in his hand before, he would have given it to her without saying a word. Now Zhou Qinyue was unsure. However, she changed her mind. It should be okay for her to borrow her computer for a while, right? When Jiang Su asked her what she was going to do with the computer, she would say that she had signed a contract with the Story Club and needed to write. Jiang Su would be shocked when he heard that, and then he would look at her with new eyes. She didn't have to wait until her manuscript was published to change Jiang Su's mind. Thinking of this, Zhou Qinyue's mouth curled up slightly. So she walked towards Jiang Su. Li Honghong didn't understand why, so she followed. When she got to Jiang Su, Zhou Qinyue said softly, can you lend me your laptop? Jiang Su said without even raising his head, wait wherever it's cool. The smile on Zhou Qinyue's face froze. Li Honghong was furious, Jiang Su, what are you so proud of? It's just a broken computer, what's so great about it? Jiang Su moved his neck. He looked at Li Honghong coldly. This woman is so noisy, just like a fly, buzzing. He was almost at the limit of his patience. Li Honghong was frightened by Jiang Su's eyes and couldn't help but take a step back. Zhou Qinyue said with red eyes, why are you so malicious to me? At least we are classmates. Jiang Su wanted to let her go quickly. But suddenly he had an idea. He said, it's okay if you want to reconcile with me, but you should stop associating with Li Honghong in the future. I hate you partly because of this woman. If you agree, I can consider it. Note that he said consider. Zhou Qinyue had let him down so much in his previous life. In this life, it's not too much for him to take a little interest, right? Zhou Qinyue suddenly realized. It turned out that the reason why Jiang Su hated him was because of Li Honghong. Suddenly, his disgust for Li Honghong soared. Then he was very tempted. Best friends or something, how can they be more important than Jiang Su? After all, Li Honghong would not buy all kinds of gifts for herself. She would not work hard and never complain, and she would not always respond to requests. But Jiang Su would. However, Zhou Qinyue would naturally not agree to it in public. That would definitely make her ostracized by the whole class. So she angrily pulled Li Honghong back to her seat. Li Honghong was deeply moved, and then glared at Jiang Su fiercely. When the first class in the afternoon was over, Anonuo had no other problems except a slight cough. The last class was physical education. Jiangsu pulled Anonuo to ask for leave from the physical education teacher. The physical education teacher saw that Anonuo did look a little haggard. He nodded, then shook his head, but, according to the rules, I have to be sick in the next class. Alas, my physical education teacher who could kill a buffalo with one punch but was weak and sickly. Jiangsu said dimly, Teacher, you don't want anything to happen to your students, do you? Okay. The physical education teacher agreed. The main reason was that Jiangsu was the first in the grade, so it was no problem to miss a class. After getting the leave note, Jiangsu thanked him and left with Anonuo. When they reached the door, the physical education teacher added, Young people have strong hormones, but there are some things that cannot be done yet. Anonuo blushed all of a sudden. She wanted to explain, but was pulled away by Jiangsu. Why don't you let me explain? We are not in that kind of relationship. Jiangsu, do you want to wait for the head teacher to return to the office and then intercept? Anonuo whispered, Actually, it's okay for me to have another class. Jiangsu knew of course. This was done to deal with Junyu. Otherwise, when the class is over, the kid will haunt him again. Jiangsu, I will give you a makeup lesson tomorrow. How can the head teacher teach as well as I do? Head teacher, I am offended. Oh, okay. Anonuo felt that what Jiangsu said made sense. The two of them left the school with the leave application. On the way, Jiangsu asked her father about the current situation. Anonuo said that Anfeng had taken a large batch of goods from the factory again this time. This time, 2 vans were chartered. Anfeng's plan was to buy the factory if he could sell all the goods in the factory. The gears of fate have begun to turn. Send Anonuo to her doorstep. Jiangsu's eyes flashed, Auntie is not at home, right? No, she went to work. That's great, oh no, I mean I'll take you in, boil water for you, and give you a packet of instant powder to prevent recurrence. No, I can do it myself. Anonuo's face was a little hot. There were only 2 people in the same room, and it always felt a little awkward. Although, she believed in Jiangsu's character. Jiangsu, no, you need it. Seeing Jiangsu being so familiar with her, boiling water for her and making instant medicine, Anonuo felt a little uncomfortable. She also felt a little strange in her heart. Jiang was a little too nice to her. He wouldn't be Anonuo couldn't help but fantasize about it. Jiangsu put the instant medicine in front of her, drink it while it's hot, and then go to sleep. I'll cook later, and make a little more and bring it to you. No, thank you. Anonuo was glared at by Jiangsu and gave in. Jiangsu looked at the time, got up and left. Then he took the key to Anonuo's house away. He said that he didn't need to bother her to open the door when he came later. Anonuo. Class was over. Zhou Qingyue dawdled until she and Li Honghong were the only ones in the class. Her attitude suddenly changed drastically. She said with a cold face, Honghong, we don't want to be together in the future. What did you say? Li Honghong was stunned. Zhou Qingyue said seriously, I think what Jiangsu said before makes sense. Honghong, if you really treat me as a friend, then you should help me. I will remember you, and when I marry Jiangsu in the future, I will definitely repay you. Li Honghong was stunned, no, how can you be sure that he is not lying to you? Zhou Qingyue was thinking about this matter during the whole class. She felt that Jiangsu was right. How could he suddenly change his attitude towards such an excellent girl like her? It must be because of Li Honghong. So she said firmly, he has no reason to deceive me, so let's do it. From now on, whether it is after school or going to the cafeteria, we will separate. Don't walk with me anymore, and don't let Jiangsu misunderstand. After that, she picked up her school bag and left. Li Honghong gritted her teeth and pounded the table hard, damn it, Jiangsu, it's all because of you, you bastard, I won't let you go. At the school gate, Junyu patiently waited for the figure that made her dream. Subconsciously touched her school bag. In order to redeem the bad impression he left on Anonuo this morning. He spent several classes compiling a very detailed study material covering all courses. This is very precious, and it is something he is proud of. He thought that after giving such a precious gift, Anonuo should not be angry with him anymore, right? But he waited and waited, but Anonuo did not show up. Junyu was puzzled. Could it be that she was on duty today? No, I had already inquired about it, and she was not on duty today. Seeing that the school was about to close, Junyu ran back to school and came to Anonuo's classroom. The door was locked. He was dumbfounded. What's the matter? I didn't see her come out. At this time, Anonuo's head teacher left the office. Junyu had already inquired about everything about Anonuo, so he naturally knew who her head teacher was. So he ran over and asked, hello, teacher. I am Anonuo's friend. Doesn't she have class this afternoon? Oh, she's not feeling well, so she went back for the last class. Junyu. At this moment, he felt that the word clown was clearly engraved on his forehead. Jiangsu, it must be that bitch. Junyu suddenly reacted and asked again, teacher, did Jiangsu also ask for leave? Yes. Junyu gritted his teeth. He knew he was being tricked. That guy was simply not a human being. He made him wait here for so long in vain. The resentment in his heart at this moment was enough to feed several evil sword immortals. When Jiangsu brought the meal over, Li Yuanwan came back. She was obviously in a much better state. It should be because Anfeng made money and became more confident. After knowing the reason why Jiangsu brought the meal, Li Yuanwan's favorability towards him rose to a new level again. Auntie, I've prepared yours too. Try my cooking, don't dislike it. Li Yuanwan smiled from ear to ear, Xiao Su, you're so good. Any girl who marries you in the future will definitely be very happy. Jiang Su scratched his head and pretended to be shy, no. Li Yuanwan is like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looks, the more she likes him. She can't wait to let her daughter reach the legal age and get the marriage certificate. Auntie, hasn't Nuonuo gotten up yet? Not yet, go and call her. That's not good, it's a girl's room. Jiang Su looked embarrassed, but in fact he hoped that Li Yuanwan would say that it didn't matter. In that case, he would go in reluctantly. Maybe, he could see some scenes that need to be mosaicked. Unfortunately, Li Yuanwan changed his mind and said, what you said makes sense, so I'll go. Jiang Su. No, auntie, why don't you play by the rules? Can't you just hold on a little longer? If you hold on a little longer, I'll agree. Nuonuo woke up in a daze. Her eyes were hazy and her hair was a little messy. She walked left and right, like a little penguin, so cute that it was unfair. After finishing the meal, Jiang Su said to Nuonuo, I will tutor you. There are still 2 days left. I promise that you will be able to improve your skills. The girl pursed her lips and said thank you timidly. Li Yuanwan saw it and said with a smile, you go study, don't worry about me. Then let's go to my bedroom. Nuonuo suggested, still a little embarrassed. Okay, let's go. Jiang Su nodded without hesitation. He was afraid that if he was reserved, there would be no more. Nuonuo. Her bedroom was no different from the last time she came. It was just that after entering, she smelled a special fragrance. It was the girl's body fragrance, fragrant and charming. The two sat on the desk. Because the desk was relatively small, it was inevitable that their bodies would touch each other a little. Boys and girls, at this age, a little touch with the opposite sex will produce a big reaction. The girl's face was flushed again. The two were in close contact, and she could easily feel the heat emanating from the boy's body next to her. It was hot and strong. Her body was a little soft. The pen in his hand almost fell. Jiang Su was also a little distracted. But he quickly calmed down. No rush. Take your time. Let Nuonuo's grade results be stable at the second place first. By then, I will be ranked above and Nuonuo will be ranked below. This will also be a good story. Time soon came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Su stopped. Nuonuo's comprehension ability is getting stronger and stronger now. Basically, she can learn it after explaining it once. As long as she performs normally, this final exam, not to mention the grade ranking. As for the ranking in the class, it won't be a problem to be in the top 10. Okay, that's all for today. I'm leaving first. Jiang Su stood up and said. Thank you. Nuonuo looked at the boy in front of her with bright eyes, I'll take you there. She made up her mind to repay him well in the future. No, you should rest early. I'm leaving. Jiang Su walked to the door and stopped again, by the way, I have something for you. In the morning, it was still the three-way intersection. When Jiang Su arrived, Nuonuo hadn't come. But Junyu had. When the two saw each other, they both said bad luck in their hearts. Then they snorted coldly and turned away at the same time. Neither wanted to see each other. In less than 2 minutes, Nuonuo arrived. Brother Jiang, good morning, Brother Junyu. Nuonuo's voice was crisp and soft. Both boys felt their bodies soften. Jiang Su couldn't help but think of something. If this voice was used in some specific occasions, wouldn't it instantly reduce his combat effectiveness by half? From her voice, it can be heard that the cold has healed. Junyu showed a sunny smile and took out his study materials from his school bag. Handed it to Nuonuo, here, this is all my learning experience, problem-solving methods and the like. Take it and have a good look at it when you have time in the next 2 days. It will definitely improve your strength a lot. You will definitely get a good grade in this final exam. Jiang Su said lightly, I don't think it's necessary. Junyu retorted, of course it doesn't matter if you have good grades, but Nuonuo still needs it. Jiang Su, what I mean is that she doesn't need to read the learning materials you gave her. Because last night, I gave her mine. This wave, I predicted your prediction. Junyu was a little unhappy, you give it to her, and I give it to her. Jiang Su, a martial arts secret book of the world's #1 master. Put it together with a martial arts secret book of the second best for 1,000 years. What do you think everyone will choose? These words directly broke Junyu's defense. His face flushed red. For a moment, he didn't know what to say to refute. He complained crazily in his heart. Jiang Su grew up eating knives. Why are his words so hurtful? 2 kunba is too much. Sensing that there was a bit of tension between the two, Nuonuo quickly collected the study materials. She thanked Junyu and said that she would definitely read it. Junyu felt better. On the way to school, Junyu secretly made up her mind. There were still a few days left, and she must study like crazy. Then, in this final exam, she would get the first place in the grade. Completely suppressed Jiang Su's arrogance. When he came to the classroom, Jiang Su glanced at Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong. Neither of them spoke. One was reading a book, and the other was writing something. Usually, you can see the two of them chatting as soon as you come in. Jiang Su was immediately happy. It seems that Zhou Qingyue really did what she said. Noticing someone coming in, Li Honghong and Zhou Qingyue raised their heads at the same time. But the way they looked at Jiang Su was completely different. One was resentful, and the other was happy. When Jiang Su passed by, Zhou Qingyue greeted him happily. However, Jiang Su ignored her and pretended not to hear her. Jiang Su. Zhou Qingyue called again, raising her voice. Jiang Su stopped and said in a cold tone, "What's going on?" "Zhou Qingyue, let's have lunch together at noon." She wanted to refuse. But then she thought. If she refused now, the two of them would probably be very good. These two handsome men like to make trouble when they are together. So she nodded, okay. After that, she sat back in her seat. Zhou Qingyue was ecstatic. It turned out that Jiang Su did not lie to her. The reason why he treated her like that before was entirely because of Li Honghong. In an instant, Zhou Qingyue's dissatisfaction with her reached a peak. She vowed never to play with her again. Nuonyuo heard this and asked in a low voice, "Are you going to reconcile with her?" Jiang Su raised the corner of his mouth, "Guess." Nuonyuo shook his head, "I can't guess." Jiang Su smiled and said nothing. Nuonyuo lowered his head to read a book, but he didn't know where his mind had drifted to. It was noon soon. As soon as school was over, Zhou Qingyue ran over. She was so excited, "Let's go eat." "Jiang Su, I used to get you food. Today, you go get me food and bring it to the classroom. Get more." "Oh, okay, wait for me." Zhou Qingyue glanced at Nuonyuo and ran to get food happily. She thought that Nuonyuo, her substitute, was about to be abandoned. Nuonyuo felt a little lost. She put away her things silently and planned to get up to get food. Jiang Su pushed her down directly, "What are you doing?" "Going to the cafeteria to eat. Didn't I ask Zhou Qingyue to get it just now?" "Ah." Nuonyuo didn't understand. "Didn't I just ask him to order a bigger portion, enough for the two of us? Isn't this a bit bad?" Nuonyuo hesitated. Jiang Su felt that he needed to explain to her. Otherwise, she would think that he was a person who liked to bully girls. So he told her about the past between him and Zhou Qingyue. After listening, Nuonyuo clenched her fists. Her face was puffed up, "How could she do this to you?" Jiang Su shrugged, "I was ignorant before. But later I told her very clearly not to bother me again. Since she insisted on provoking me, then naturally I have to teach her a lesson." Nuonyuo nodded, "Yeah, it should be." Although she was naive, she could still tell the difference. In this way, she could eat this meal with peace of mind. Just think of it as venting anger for her deskmate. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Qingyue came back. She must have run over, panting slightly, sweating. A few strands of hair stuck to her face. Putting the food in front of Jiang Su, she said shyly, "I don't know what you like, I've ordered one portion of each dish." "Yeah." Jiang Su nodded, "Okay, go ahead. Let's eat together." She also put her portion on the table. Jiang Su ignored her. He gave half of the food to Nuonyuo. He broke the disposable chopsticks again. The smile on Zhou Qingyue's face disappeared. "Why did you give it to her?" "Jiang Su, is this food for me?" Zhou Qingyue, "Yes." "Jiang Su, since it's for me, it's mine. I can give it to whoever I want, what's your business?" Seeing Jiang Su's cold tone, Zhou Qingyue reacted instantly. Her eyes were red. She was even more angry, "You are deliberately playing tricks on me." Jiang Su, yes, I have felt this feeling many times before. "You bastard, I hate you, and I will never forgive you in this life." Zhou Qingyue burst into tears. She covered her face and cried, and fled the classroom. Jiang Su was calm. There was only one thought. That is, "I hope you will keep your promise and never talk to me again." Zhou Qingyue ran out of the classroom and unexpectedly ran into Li Honghong. She ran up to her and said with great grievance, "Honghong, woo, I was deceived." Li Honghong was stunned for a moment, and then asked what happened. Zhou Qingyue told her what happened. After listening, Li Honghong laughed, Zhou Qingyue, you deserve it. Who made you such a bad person?" She shook her hand away forcefully. Li Honghong said coldly, "People like you deserve to have no friends in your life." After that, she walked away. Zhou Qingyue burst into tears. She squatted on the ground and cried very sadly. She felt as if she was abandoned by the whole world and everyone was bullying her. But she didn't think about it. The reason why she came to this point today was entirely her own fault. At this time, in the cafeteria, Junyu blinked his sore eyes. He sat where he could see two doors. But for such a long time, he didn't see Nuonyuo. Many classmates left after dinner. Junyu had a bad idea in his mind. Could it be that Jiang Su, the sixth brother, was doing something weird again? He tried every means to find an opportunity to get closer to Nuonyuo. It's just that Jiang Su has been ruining it recently. Junyu's guess is correct. At noon, Jiang Su asked Zhou Qingyue to go get lunch, and he also wanted to avoid Junyu. It can only be said that the devil is 1 foot high and the road is 10 feet high. Junyu, a young man, is still a little naive to compete with Jiang Su for girls. Half a class was left in class today. The closer it is to the exam, the more it is like this. It was past 5 o'clock when the teacher said that school could be dismissed. Everyone rushed out in a swarm. Even Fu Yanjie, who usually likes to play, has been reviewing hard these 2 days. The main reason is that his father has issued a bounty order. As long as the total score exceeds 300 points, a bonus of 5,000 yuan will be given. In the whole grade, Jiang Su is probably the most relaxed. Because he can now recall most of the test questions for the final exam at that time. When they got downstairs, Jiang Su grabbed a Nuonyuo who was going to the parking space. "Don't rush back, I'll take you to a place to relax." "Ah. Where to?" "Just follow me." Jiang Su took her to the back of the school. Outside the wall, there is a field of mango trees. These were planted by the school, and they are basically mature now. However, because they are afraid that students may encounter accidents when climbing the trees, the door that was originally there has been sealed. A layer of broken glass is also placed on the top of the wall to prevent people from climbing over. But Jiang-su knows that there is a place to go through. He came to the leftmost corner of the wall. There were a lot of weeds growing here. He pushed the weeds aside. The whole wall looked like a hole. In fact, part of it had been destroyed by former senior high school students. As for how Jiang-su knew it, it was naturally because of his cousin Chin-mi. She was also in this school and was a small leader. When she left school, she told Jiang-su this secret. Jiang-su used a little force and pulled out the bricks one by one. A hole was formed that could be entered by bending down. Anuonyo was stunned and whispered, "We are destroying school property. Isn't it not good? Jiang-su, as long as we restore it later, it won't be considered destruction." It made sense, and Anuonyo couldn't refute it. At Jiang-su's urging, she followed him in. She was very nervous. She had always been a well-behaved girl. This behavior seemed a bit beyond her scope. However, deep down, she felt a little excited. Why do we often hear that some beautiful and good-looking girls are taken advantage of by some yellow-haired guys? It's because it can bring people very different feelings and emotional value. Passing through the high wall. Suddenly, the fragrance of ripe mangoes came to her nose. Many ripe ones fell on the ground. Jiang-su looked up, chose a mango tree, and climbed up. Anuonyo exclaimed from below, "Be careful." He climbed to the end nimbly. He put the ripe mangoes into his school bag one by one. It was full in a short while. Jiang-su climbed down. He took out one, peeled it, and handed it to Anuonyo. "Try it, is it sweet?" "Very sweet." The girl's eyes lit up and her eyebrows raised. This was a sign of her good mood. Jiang-su also tasted one. "Well, free things are delicious. I'll pick some too." The girl became interested and ran to some shorter trees. Some branches full of mangoes were pressed down. She only needed to tiptoe a little to get them. She had a lot of fun picking. Jiang-su looked at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock. He thought, Junyu should have left. This is another plot against Junyu. At the same time, Junyu, the big wronged person, waited at the school gate for more than half an hour. He didn't see Anuonyo again. So he rushed to Anuonyo's classroom again. When he saw that she was not there again, he exploded on the spot. He happened to see Anuonyo's head teacher again. He asked her if Anuonyo had taken leave again today. The head teacher said no, and classes were normal. Junyu was confused. Is there a back door in the school? In the end, he went back in a daze with a lot of confusion. Not long after he went back, Jiang-su and Anuonyo came out. Both of them were holding books in their arms, and their school bags were full of mangoes. Some were ripe, and some were half-ripe. The girl jumped up and down, her ponytail swinging. She let out a series of silver bell-like laughter. "Wait until the exams are over tomorrow, let's continue, okay?" The main reason was that Jiang-su had just told her that basically no one came to pick these mangoes. Every year they fell to the ground and were wasted. The girl felt quite sorry. With so many mangoes, you can pick them and eat them yourself, or sell them. Of course, but Jiang-su looked around. "This is a secret between the two of us, you can't tell anyone. Otherwise, if the teacher knows, you and I will be in trouble. Including your brother Junyu, you can't reveal a single bit, understand?" "Well, I know." On the way back, Jiang-su said again, "Let's take another road tomorrow. There is a delicious mutton noodle restaurant on that road. I'll take you there." After Anuonyo bought a watch for Jiang-su, she didn't have a penny on her. With a tight budget, she shook her head and said she couldn't go. Jiang-su, the owner of that store, is very good at talking. Candidates who go there to eat noodles get his blessings, and the probability of getting good grades is very high. You bought me a watch last time, I'll treat you to a meal of noodles. It's just a few dollars, don't feel psychologically burdened. I have a plan to make money during the summer vacation, and I need your help. Jiang-su said so, and Anuonyo agreed. Jiang-su showed a hint of conspiracy at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Junyu, who just returned home, suddenly sneezed. I felt a little uncomfortable, as if I was being plotted against. After returning home, he finished all the work. At 8 o'clock, Jiang-su typed on the keyboard for another 2 hours. Then he sent all the 55,000-word manuscripts he had written in the past few days to Lin Nan. In a single apartment in Guidu, there was a scream. Someone sent a manuscript of more than 50,000 words at one time, which made the beautiful deputy editor full. The next day, Jiang-su set out a few minutes earlier and came to the door of Anuonyo's house. Then he saw her feeding Kun in the yard. I guess the girl gets up so early every day. Looking at the girl's back, Jiang-su touched his chin and thought, this home-raised Kun must be delicious. Ah, why are you here? Anuonyo, who just turned around, saw Jiang-su appear in front of the yard. She was startled. Jiang-su smiled and said, I got up a little early today. Don't worry about me, you go ahead, it's still early. I'll be ready soon. Anuonyo washed her hands, and then came out with her school bag on her back and pushed the cart. The girl is no longer hunched like before. The whole person seemed much more confident. When he arrived at the mutton shop, there were quite a few people. The rich aroma could be smelled outside the stall. Jiang-su shouted at the boss, 2 large bowls of mutton noodles, add more mutton and less noodles. You bastard. The boss laughed and scolded, why don't you say that I can just give you all mutton? Jiang-su, not impossible. Boss, get lost. The two found a place to sit down. Anuonyo asked, are you familiar with the boss? It's okay. We used to play chess together. But he is not good at it and always likes to cheat. Once he was so angry that he said he wanted to call me big brother. Please let him win. Anuonuo covered his mouth and chuckled. With two clangs, 2 full bowls of mutton noodles were put down. The boss stared at Jiangsu with a bad face. Don't talk nonsense, kid. I am very good at chess. Every time I didn't beat you and make you lose your armor and beg for mercy. Jiangsu wanted to expose his past. But when he saw that the mutton in the 2 bowls of mutton noodles was at least half more than that of other customers, he immediately smiled and said, yes, the boss is unparalleled in the world, I was just talking nonsense. There was no way, he gave too much. Humph, just know it. The boss was satisfied. He looked at Anuonuo and said, little girl, this guy is the first time to bring a girl here. Although he is a little thick-skinned, a little shameless, a little lecherous, and not as handsome as me, he still has advantages. It's not bad to be a boyfriend. Boss, you misunderstood, we are just friends. Anuonuo explained hurriedly. I understand. The boss had an expression that I had seen through everything. Anuonuo was anxious. Anuonuo wanted to explain again, but the boss had already gone to greet other customers. Jiangsu was happy in his heart. He would definitely not explain such things. Pick up the chili sauce on the table and open it. He poured some for Anuonuo. This is what the boss made himself, it's fragrant and spicy. With mutton, you will never forget it. Anuonuo picked up a piece of mutton, opened her delicate pink lips, and put it into her mouth. The next second. Delicious. The girl's eyes brightened, so mutton tastes like this. This is the first time she has eaten mutton since she was a child. She immediately liked the taste. Jiangsu smiled, said nothing, and buried his head in eating. A bowl of spicy and fragrant mutton noodles. Drinking it with the soup, the whole body was awakened. Anuonuo was sweating profusely while eating. Jiangsu picked up a tissue and wiped her. This slightly intimate move made the girl shrink her neck. Smoky eyes and charming actions. Jiangsu pretended that nothing happened. Let's go. Oh, the two rode their bikes and walked towards the school. By the way, will Junhua brother be waiting for me there? Just after walking out of the noodle stall, Anuonuo suddenly thought of Junhua. She felt like she had forgotten something since the morning. Now she finally remembered it. Jiangsu, he is not a 3-year-old child. He can just leave by himself when he sees that no one is around. Can he just wait there like an idiot? How stupid of him to be. Anuonuo thought so too. What the girl didn't know was that it would actually take Junhua more time to take this road. On the other side, Junhua waited at the fork in the road for a long time, but still couldn't see Anuonuo. She was getting more and more anxious because if she didn't leave, she would be late. Why is Anuonuo so late today? Did she oversleep? No. Junhua woke up suddenly. Anuonuo didn't come today. But the hateful guy who always suppressed her was nowhere to be seen either. Junhua used her smart brain. Soon he figured it out. It must be that shameless Jiangsu who said something to Anuonuo. He asked her to change her route to school, leaving her empty-handed. After figuring this out, Junhua was furious. He roared to the sky, Jiangsu, old thief, I can never coexist with you. Today is the last day of the final exam. All teachers are not teaching. They just keep handing out various test papers and ask you to keep doing them. Of course, they will definitely delay the class. However, in the last class in the afternoon, the biology teacher showed mercy and let everyone finish the class on time. Everyone rushed out in a swarm. They were afraid that the biology teacher would go back on his word. Today, Jiangsu couldn't think of any way to avoid Junhua. But he could accept him following her occasionally. But what he didn't expect was that Junhua didn't show up at the school gate. At this time, Junhua was sitting in the classroom with a desperate look on his face. The teacher said. The class will end at least at 5:30 today. My Anuonuo, I can't see you again. If it weren't for the wrong occasion. He wanted to shout to the sky, God, please don't mess with me. After returning home, Jiangsu finished his work around 8 o'clock, and then continued to write. The final exam was very stressful for others, but he didn't take it seriously. When he was busy until 10 o'clock, he finished another 6,000 words. He saved the manuscript and went to bed on time. On the other hand, Junhua tossed and turned, and couldn't fall asleep. Thinking back to what happened in the past few days, he became more and more angry. He hadn't seen Anuonuo for many days. He couldn't bear not to see the girl. So he made up his mind and set an alarm for 5 o'clock. He thought that since he got up so early this time, it would be impossible for him not to see her again, right? When the alarm rang at 5 o'clock, Junhua got up immediately. He brushed his teeth and washed his face, then put on his school bag and quietly left home. He came to the door of Anuonuo's house. Looking at the door of the yard, he laughed foolishly. Then, he squatted under the corner of the wall, hugging his knees. A cold wind blew, rolling up the leaves on the ground. Flying past him. Junhua felt that the leaves seemed to form 2 letters. S. B. Today, Anuonuo woke up 10 minutes later than usual. This is what Jiangsu told her when she came back from school yesterday. The more critical the time, the more you need to get enough sleep. Only then can you fully exert your strength. After washing up, Anuonuo fried the leftovers from last night. After eating, she set off. Just after locking the door. When she turned around, she saw a person squatting in the corner, which scared her. The scream also woke up Junhua. When she raised her head, she saw Anuonuo. She quickly stood up and said stupidly, Nunuo, good morning. There were a few leaves and some white things on his head. Those were the gifts left by a group of swallows that flew over his head in the morning. In fact, Anuonyo's mother went out after 6 o'clock. But she left in a hurry. In addition, it was not very bright at that time, so she didn't notice him. Anuonyo was shocked. Brother Junue, why are you here? Ah, I saw that you haven't shown up for the past 2 days, so I thought you were not feeling well. So, I came a little earlier today to see you. No, I'm fine. Anuonyo said, Brother Junue, do you want to wash your hair? Why do you want to wash your hair? Junue looked puzzled. Because. A moment later. A scream cut through the sky. Junue wanted to cry but had no tears. He found that it seemed that after meeting Jiangsu, he became very unlucky. Everything he did was not going well. He used the water from Anuonyo's house to wash the things on his head. When he looked at the time, he was about to be late. The two rode their bicycles and rushed. There was no sign of Jiangsu at the fork in the road. Anuonyo was a little disappointed. Jiangsu waited here until he was about to be late for school and then left by himself. Although he liked Anuonyo and wanted to chase her, he would not give without limits. It was meaningless. It was impossible for him to give up the halo of being the first in his grade just to wait for her. 1 minute before class started, Anuonyo hurried into the classroom. She was breathing heavily. Jiangsu asked her why she was so late today. Anuonyo told him what happened in the morning. After listening, Jiangsu burst out laughing on the spot. Junyu, you are really a talent. Is this driven crazy by yourself? Jiangsu is not a silly girl like Anuonyo, and he has no doubt about Junyu's statement. When he fell asleep, it must not be more than 10 or 20 minutes early. Could it be that this boy arrived at 5 o'clock? In order to chase a girl, he actually worked so hard. Isn't this a big lick dog? But when I think about how I seemed to be even more outrageous before, I can't laugh anymore. The exam has begun. Everyone's desk was cleared. Then the seats were separated. There are 2 invigilators. The high school that Jiangsu attends is the best in Jiangcheng. It is also the most strict. In this semester's final exam, those with good grades will receive bonuses. It is said that there are quite a few. The first exam is Chinese. The questions were all quite simple for Jiangsu. The essay question made Jiangsu stunned for a moment. Write an essay of more than 800 words with the title, My Father. Jiangsu. Suddenly, many images appeared in Jiangsu's mind. When I was a child, I always wanted the stars in the sky, so my father gave me the stars on his shoulders. Later, I realized that this was a kind of responsibility. When I grew up, I realized that the lamp in my father's study not only illuminated the room, but also the guiding light of the whole city. When I played chess with my father when I was a child, my father always thought again and again. When I grew up, I realized that my father was thinking not only about the chess game, but also the development plan of the whole province. Shaking his head, he drove away the strange ideas in his mind. Jiangsu picked up the pen to write. The final exam will take 2 days. 2 subjects in the morning and 2 subjects in the afternoon. In the morning, it is Chinese and physics. For Jiangsu, there is no difficulty at all. After the 2 exams, some classmates ran to school. Their parents would bring food over. Jiangsu and Anuonyo's parents did not come. Jiangsu was because his parents were full of confidence in him and felt that it was unnecessary. Li Yuanwan was also because of Jiangsu. During this period of time, she tutored Anuonyo and her grades improved a lot. He also took good care of her. So she was relieved. On the way to the canteen, Jiangsu looked at Anuonyo. How did you do in the exam? It shouldn't be a big problem. I think it was all pretty easy. Yeah, that's good. Arrived at the canteen. Both of them had a full meal. Li Yuanwan gave her 200 yuan last night. She said that the family is now well off and they don't have to be so frugal. Anfeng sold the second batch of goods and made tens of thousands of yuan. Then he bought a 4th or 5th hand van. He will be back tonight. He will ship another batch tomorrow. Nuonyo, how did you do in the exam? As soon as the 2 sat down, Junyu also sat over. He looked at Nuonyo with concern. I can answer all the questions, so I should be pretty good. Brother Junyu, how about you? Junyu's face looked a little unnatural. Of course I can answer all the questions. But there was one thing he didn't say. Just because he got up too early this morning, he was a little distracted during the exam. He mixed up 2 questions. Those were 2 big questions. Junyu didn't react until the end of the exam. But it was too late. Such an embarrassing thing. Naturally, he couldn't say it in front of the girl he liked. Jiangsu ate his meal and ignored him. Junyu didn't mean to talk to Jiangsu. He hated this man to death. By the afternoon of the next day, all the subjects were finished. He could just come to get the transcript in a few days. After the exam, the head teacher came over and said, everyone has worked hard in recent days. We still have some class fees. Tomorrow night, let's go sing together. Let's gather at the school gate at 5 o'clock. I'll pay for the money that's not enough. As soon as the voice fell, the classmates in the class were boiling. Jiangsu poked Nuonyo's arm, let's go pick mangoes. Okay. The girl's eyes sparkled, I took several bags. Put more in, and go to set up a stall with my mother tomorrow. Although Foam has made a lot of money now. However, the girl has long developed a habit of thrift. Whenever she has free time, she thinks about making more money. No. Jiangsu shook his head, don't sell these mangoes, I have other uses. Ah. The girl tilted her head and looked at Jiangsu in confusion. Jiangsu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This head-tilting kill, innocent with a hint of cuteness, cute with a hint of charm. It had a huge impact on Jiang-Su. Explosive kill. Gulyalu. Jiang-Su's throat moved, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This little girl's unintentional actions all have great lethality. Jiang-Su couldn't help but stand in awe. There was nothing he could do but silently recite Fu Yanjie's name 10 times in his heart. Don't mention it, this method is really useful. After a while, Jiang-Su felt that he had become pure and free from desire. This brother can get along. After the exam, will you come to my house tonight? Fu Yanjie walked over. Ugh. Jiang-Su retched. What's wrong with you? Fu Yanjie looked puzzled. Jiang-Su shook his head, nothing, I just thought of disgusting things. I won't go, I'll go there in a few days. Fu Yanjie looked at a Nuonuo on the side. Got it. Okay, now that you have a girl, I'm out of favor, go by yourself. Jiang-Su took a Nuonuo and left quickly. His intuition told him that someone might come to the classroom. Sure enough. Less than 2 minutes after the two left, Junyu ran over. The previous few times, they were all secretly plotted by Jiang-Su. This time, Junyu learned to be smart. Just come to the door of the classroom to block, I don't believe you can still run away. However, when he came to the classroom, he was dumbfounded on the spot. Where are the people? Where is my Nuonuo? Someone gnashed his teeth, Jiang-Su, I'm not done with you, all. Behind the school. Jiang-Su warned, don't pack fully ripe ones, they will go bad in less than a day, pack green or half green ones. Oh, okay. The girl took 2 snakeskin bags and picked them happily. Most girls of this age are more concerned about their reputation. Many girls would not be willing to do such an act of holding snakeskin bags. They picked for an hour or so. 2 school bags, 2 snakeskin bags, were full of mangoes. Added together, it is estimated that there are 130 kilograms. A Nuonuo carried the 2 school bags, one in front and one in the back. Jiang-Su carried the 2 snakeskin bags. It's not easy to carry more than 100 kilograms of things, but it's not too difficult. These mangoes are all placed at Jiang-Su's house. It's too late today, so Jiang-Su won't send a Nuonuo off, as he has a lot of things to do. He said to a Nuonuo, come to me tomorrow morning, and I'll take you to make money. Okay. A Nuonuo nodded heavily. I like Jiang-Su the most. I can make money with myself. Chenyu called at noon and said that she was going to a party with friends in the evening and didn't need to cook for them. Jiang-Su went out to eat a little. Then he went to several nearby internet cafes. A Nuonuo's house. Anfeng is back, and Li Yuanwan is also at home. In just a period of time, he has changed a lot. He is full of joy and gives people a feeling of full confidence. Money is the courage of heroes. This thing is the most nourishing. My dear daughter, how did you do in the exam? Well, everything is good. I should be able to get a good score this time. That's good. This is for you. Anfeng took out a pink wallet and handed it to a Nuonuo, the wallet is a gift for you. There are 2,000 yuan in it. Your parents were useless before, and you suffered a lot. From now on, you stay at home and be a little princess. A Nuonuo was shocked, so much money. Li Yuanwan smiled and said, your father has earned more than 100,000 yuan in these 2 business trips. The family's debts have been paid off. When all the goods in the factory are sold, your father will buy the factory. So you can take this money, and you don't have to suffer anymore in the future. Yes. Anfeng said, I also asked your mother not to work anymore. She will stay at home and take care of you in the future. The girl looked at the pink wallet and the 20 banknotes in it, and was a little dazed. Happiness came too quickly, and she was a little caught off guard. The first thing she thought of was to treat Jiang-Su to a good meal. She had received too much kindness from him before. Back to her bedroom. A Nuonuo looked at herself in the mirror. Her hairstyle was old-fashioned and covered half of her face. As a result, after 2 semesters of classes, no one in the class could see her true appearance. She used to be not confident enough. Now she has changed a lot. Maybe, I should change my hairstyle. Once this thought came up, there was no way to stop it. A Nuonuo took out 100 yuan from her wallet and went out. When she came to a nearby hairdressing shop, a Nuonuo said, please help me cut my bangs and style it. The next day, a Nuonuo set out early to find Jiang-Su. But what made her very uncomfortable was that along the way, many people looked at her. She was used to being ignored, and suddenly she was receiving so much attention that she felt uncomfortable. There were even a few bold people who stopped her halfway and asked for her contact information. She was so scared that she hurriedly accelerated and left. Student Jiang, I'm here. When she arrived at the door of Jiang-Su's house, a Nuonuo shouted at the top of her voice. The door opened. Chenyu walked out. I went to a party last night, so the restaurant closed early and I went to bed early. I was thinking of getting up early today to make breakfast for my son. Who are you? Chenyu was shocked when she saw a Nuonuo. Such a beautiful girl, I have never seen such a beautiful girl in my life. When did my son hook up with such a girl? Then she got angry. I regard a Nuonuo as my future daughter-in-law. No other girl will do. Chenyu's murderous intent was boiling, and 108 kinds of torture had emerged in her mind. Jiang-Su, who was typing in the bedroom, shuddered involuntarily. Jiang-Su scratched his head, strange, why do I feel like I am being stared at by a powerful creature? Auntie, I am Nuonuo, don't you recognize me? What? You are Nuonuo. Chenyu's pupils dilated. This beautiful, charming, fair-skinned and beautiful girl in front of her is a Nuonuo? Chenyu was completely stunned. But she could still recognize the voice. After confirming again and again that this was indeed a Nuonuo, Chen Yu's mouth was about to smile crookedly. It turns out that my future daughter-in-law is so beautiful. As expected of my son, he has a good eye. I bet in advance, and the bet was successful. He immediately pulled a Nuonuo into the living room. A series of concerns burst out. Have you had breakfast? Are you tired from riding a bike? Are you hot? What do you want to drink? How about the exam? When do you plan to have a baby? Ahem. Cross out the last one. A Nuonuo crossed her two little hands together, feeling very shy. Auntie's performance was really too much, so she didn't know how to answer. Too enthusiastic. Chen Yu was almost overjoyed. She liked a Nuonuo very much. Now seeing her true appearance, she wished that her son would marry her home on the spot. You are here to find Xiaoxiu, right? He is in the bedroom, go in by yourself. As he said that, he pulled a Nuonuo directly to the door of Jiang Su's room. Then he knocked on the door gently. Jiang Su's voice came from inside, the door is not closed, Mom. Chen Yu blinked at her and ran away. With an aunt's smile on her face. A Nuonuo hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly opened the door. The next second. She covered her mouth, but still screamed. A Nuonuo's scream startled Jiang Su. Turning his head, he saw a young, beautiful and invincible back. She wore the white dress that Jiang Su bought for her today. Just from the back, she was flawless and ethereal. What are you doing? You scared me. Jiang Su said speechlessly. A Nuonuo blushed, why aren't you wearing clothes? To be precise, she didn't wear a top. Jiang Su, it's so hot, boys only wear shorts. A Nuonuo, you're a hooligan. Jiang Su, sister, did you make a mistake? This is my house. A Nuonuo, dot. Okay. She was confused for a moment and forgot about it. But she still stomped her feet, anyway, it's your fault. Jiang Su, dot. Sure enough. No matter how beautiful and gentle a girl is, there will be times when she is unreasonable. Jiang Su was speechless for a while, but still put on his top, okay, turn around. A Nuonuo then slowly turned around. Jiang Su shook his head. Was he shocked or hallucinating? He looked again. Damn. A Nuonuo, you. This time, it was Jiang Su's turn to be shocked and incoherent. At this moment, what appeared in front of him was a girl with skin as white as snow, bright eyes and white teeth, gentle and intellectual, black hair like a waterfall, and a graceful figure. She had thousands of advantages. She didn't need to do anything. Just standing there was a peerless painting. This sudden scene had a huge impact on Jiang Su. Shocked, my female classmate actually did this behind my back. Seeing Jiang Su's look. A Nuonuo pinched her skirt unconfidently, is it not good looking? Jiang Su came back to his senses. He took a step forward. Looking at it from a close distance, the shock brought by a Nuonuo's face was even greater. During this period, under Jiang Su's continuous feeding, she had gotten rid of malnutrition. A face full of healthy blood red. The cheeks were also fleshy, looking pink and chubby. Why did you suddenly think of changing your hairstyle? Jiang Su asked. Because I want to make some changes. Does it look bad? There was a deep lack of confidence in her tone. Although a few men approached her on the way here just now. However, long-term lack of confidence cannot be reversed all at once. Originally, Jiang Su planned to wait until he got a Nuonuo. Then get rid of her thick bangs. But now she took the initiative to complete the change. Although Jiang Su was a little unexpected, he could accept it. He didn't say anything against his will and let her return to her previous appearance. He smiled and said, it looks very good, like a fairy. I now declare that the high school beauty will be yours for the next 2 years. Hearing this, a Nuonuo was relieved. As long as it's not ugly. As for what kind of school beauty Jiang Su was talking about, she didn't care. She also felt that she couldn't reach that level. A Nuonuo, whose seal was lifted, was really too eye-catching. People's eyes wanted to stick to him directly and not leave for 24 hours. Jiang Su also used great willpower to not sink into it. Wait for me here first. After saying that, Jiang Su ran out. A Nuonuo was a little confused. Then she stood there obediently waiting. Although a Nuonuo was very curious about Jiang Su's room. But she was very sensible and didn't touch it. She didn't even sit down, just stood there. When Jiang Su came back and saw her still standing there, he couldn't help but said strangely, you have been standing? A Nuonuo nodded. Why don't you sit down? You didn't let me sit down, and isn't it rude to sit anywhere in someone else's room? Looking at her silly and cute look, Jiang Su felt endless pity in his heart. This silly girl is so silly and cute. He couldn't help but rub her head hard. He was not satisfied until he messed up her hairstyle. What a stupid girl. With your IQ, you will be cheated sooner or later. A Nuonuo pouted and defended herself in a low voice, I'm not stupid. Hey, put this on. Mask? Why do you wear this? To temporarily seal your appearance so that it won't affect your money-making later. A Nuonuo had a face full of question marks. However, a Nuonuo's biggest characteristic is obedience. Or rather, she is obedient in front of Jiang Su. Without asking too much, she put on the mask very obediently. Then Jiang Su took her away. Riding his bicycle, they came to the vegetable market. Boss, how much is pork? $9.50 a pound. I want 10 kilograms. Can you give me a discount? Then I'll give you 2 cents per kilogram. Okay, thank you, boss. Boss, how much are the eggplants? Anuonuo was a little confused when he saw Jiangsu bargaining skillfully with the owners of the stalls. Soon, he had a lot of vegetables in his hands. Anuonuo finally couldn't help asking, what are you going to do? Jiangsu smiled and said, make lunch boxes and sell them in internet cafes. This was an idea Jiangsu had a few weeks ago. Internet cafes are still at their peak. Business is extremely hot on weekdays. Not to mention the summer vacation now. Take a medium-sized internet cafe for example. 200 computers. Even if only 40 of them order food. That's a lot of money. There are 5 or 6 internet cafes nearby, so there is no need to worry about business. At this time, not many people are paying attention to this business. He can make some money first. As for meat, Jiangsu bought 10 kilograms of pork and 15 kilograms of kuan meat. Then some vegetables, peppers, etc. All added up, it was almost 200 yuan. Then they bought some disposable lunch boxes and chopsticks. The two returned home carrying large and small bags. Then, the two of them got busy. Anuonuo washed vegetables, cut vegetables, and cooked rice. Jiangsu took charge of the cooking. One was braised eggplant, one was diced chicken with spicy sauce, one was stir-fried cucumber with meat, one was stir-fried tomato with eggs, and one was stir-fried meat with peppers. 5 kinds of dishes were prepared on the first day. There was also soup, just a simple seaweed egg drop soup. After that, the rice was also cooked. The two began to pack. There were 66 servings of this kind of food. If all were sold, there would be 528. After deducting the cost, there would be a profit of 300 yuan. In this way, the profit of a fast food meal is more than 3 yuan, less than 10 yuan. Jiangsu said to Anuonuo, from today on, you will help me. I will give you 5 yuan for every copy you sell. Is that okay? No. Anuonuo shook her head, you paid for the cost, the venue, and the idea. I am just helping you. I can't take so much. 20 cents will be enough. Only this girl would be so stupid. Actively reduce her own interests. There are those big foam boxes at home. Bring 2 and pack all the lunch boxes together. Put them on the electric tricycle. Oh, and mangoes. 2 large snakeskin bags of mangoes picked yesterday. Jiangsu picked out some of the ripe ones. Set off. Anuonuo sat behind the electric tricycle. A small stool was made for her. She wore a mask on her face, covering most of her beauty. Only a pair of clear and bright eyes were exposed. They came to the first internet cafe. It was also the first internet cafe that sold clothes last time. Coincidentally, the boss was there. Jiangsu took out a box lunch and walked in with Anuonuo. Hello, boss. It's you. The boss was still quite impressed with Jiangsu. Jiangsu smiled and handed over the box lunch in his hand. Boss, I made this meal myself. How does it taste? The boss was a little confused about what Jiangsu wanted to do. But he still opened the box lunch. This was a tomato scrambled egg and spicy chicken cubes. The aroma was very strong. After the boss tasted it, his eyes lit up. Not bad, good cooking skills. Jiangsu's cooking skills need not be said much. After all, he has been in the kitchen since the first grade of junior high school. Jiangsu then explained his purpose. Boss, my main purpose for coming here this time is to help you increase customer flow and enhance your competitiveness. Oh. The boss became interested. Tell me more about it. Boss, many people here will get off the plane to eat at noon, right? Yes, that's right. Even if these people get off the plane and come back after eating, it will take at least an hour to go back and forth. With more people and more times, it will cost a lot of money. If there is a handsome guy who can provide meal ordering service at this time, so that these people don't have to get off the plane at mealtime, then the boss can make more money, right? Although the internet cafe also sells drinks and snacks, these things are not very filling. It is impossible to eat them every day. The boss's eyes lit up, and this is indeed the truth. Why didn't he think of it before? The boss slapped his thigh. He gave Jiangsu a thumbs up. Are the students nowadays so good? Jiangsu smiled and said, the brains of those who have just been out of the factory are more useful. The boss immediately expressed his welcome to sell in his internet cafe. However, Jiangsu did not start selling immediately. Instead, he quietly took out a contract and placed it in front of him. Boss, we still have to have some rules when we do things. Please sign this for me. The content of the contract was very simple. It was that from now on until the end of summer vacation, this internet cafe can only let him sell here. If other merchants sell meals here, they need to compensate him personally. This is also to prevent the internet cafe owner from seeing that this business has a lot of profits. Then kick Jiangsu away and do it himself. He will not care about it in the future. But this summer vacation, only he can do the business in this area. The internet cafe owner didn't want to sign it. Do you have to sign a contract to sell lunchboxes? So he used his eloquence. He said that this was not the first one, and other internet cafes had already signed it. If you don't sign it, you will fall behind others. He even took out several signed contracts. The internet cafe owner was anxious all of a sudden. After reading the contract, he was sure that there was no problem. But he made a request. That is, Jiangsu could only sell lunchboxes to 2 internet cafes at most. If there were more, he would have no advantage. Jiangsu agreed immediately. Jiangsu was thinking that he would sign 2 by himself. It would be enough to let Anuonuo sign 2 more. The boss probably didn't expect that this young boy was so cunning at such a young age. After finishing this, the two brought in the lunch boxes and mangoes. Jiangsu held the foam box and shouted loudly. Selling lunch boxes. Selling lunch boxes, cheap and delicious lunch boxes. Only 8 yuan a box. In addition, on the first day of opening, we will give you a big mango. The shouting attracted a lot of people's attention. A customer who was about to get off the plane became interested. He asked, "What are all?" Jiangsu reported the dishes. He also opened the lunchbox to show him. The rich aroma wafted out at once. The ones he opened were all spicy. The aroma wafted out especially quickly. This was also what Jiangsu did on purpose. It's almost time for dinner. This kind of fragrant spicy smell can easily arouse people's gluttony. Then I want a spicy chicken rice. 8 yuan for a meal is not particularly cheap. But with a mango the size of an adult's palm, it seems very affordable. And there is also a free soup. Give me one too. The aroma attracted many people working in front of their computers. Jiangsu took a look. Most of them were playing Legend. There were a few people who were not short of money. A Nuonuo was in charge of collecting money and delivering mangoes. The first internet cafe sold 22 boxes. Then the two went to the next one and did the same thing. They signed 2 more. They sold the lunch boxes smoothly. In the end, Jiangsu kept 2 boxes for himself and a Nuonuo. The two found a corner where no one was and squatted to eat. A Nuonuo was not as delicate as other girls. She ate very happily. Although she only made more than 10 yuan in the morning. But she was very happy. The main thing was that she could learn a lot from Jiangsu. This classmate always had all kinds of ideas that were different from ordinary people. She admired him very much. Jiangsu finished the lunchbox. He said to a Nuonuo, "Today is the first time to sell, and I am not very familiar with some places. It will be much better tomorrow." He was going to KTV to sing in the afternoon, so he would not sell in the afternoon. Tomorrow he planned to go to the vegetable market to find a few fixed suppliers to lower the price cost. Then Jiangsu took out 13 yuan and gave it to a Nuonuo. "Thank you." A Nuonuo happily took the money. Jiangsu looked down at a Nuonuo's feet. The canvas shoes she was wearing were already very old. He said to her, "You should change a pair of shoes. Let's go buy shoes." "Yeah, okay." "Yeah." This time it was Jiangsu's turn to be surprised. "You actually agreed so easily." He thought he needed to make a lot of mental preparations. A Nuonuo told the truth. "Dad said he has made more than 100,000 yuan in this period. He just gave me 2,000 yuan in pocket money yesterday. After I'm done with my work tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal, okay?" Jiangsu was happy. It seems that a Nuonuo has finally gotten what she wanted. Naturally, he would not give up the opportunity to get along with a Nuonuo. "Okay, let's go." Jiangsu rode an electric tricycle and took a Nuonuo to the commercial street. Only a girl like a Nuonuo would not care about other people's strange eyes and would be willing to sit on the back of an electric tricycle. If it was Zhou Qingyue, she would probably have slapped her. On the way to the commercial street, Jiangsu stopped by the post office and got his pay slip. Lin Man contacted him yesterday, and it was the payment slip for the first book. Although he got the money, he still had to keep the slip. On the way, Jiangsu suddenly remembered a joke. "Let me ask you a question. How many years does it take to complete all the 12 zodiac signs?" "Huh?" And Nuonuo answered stupidly, "Isn't it 12 years?" "No." Jiangsu shook his head and laughed, "It takes 13.5 years. Because it takes 2.5 years to complete the year of the rooster." A Nuonuo, ? Well. No one knows this joke yet. Even my brother has only been out of his shell for a few years. Coming to the commercial street, a Nuonuo has become the focus again. Although she is wearing a mask. But her figure is so great. This makes a Nuonuo subconsciously hide behind Jiangsu, lowering her head and acting like an ostrich. Jiangsu raised the corners of his mouth. This action means that a Nuonuo has a high degree of trust in himself to a large extent. Subconsciously, he regards Jiangsu as someone he can rely on. Came to a place that specializes in selling shoes. Although a Nuonuo is rich now. However, she only bought a pair of white sneakers at a discount of 19.9. Jiangsu asked her to buy another pair of running shoes so that she can use them in physical education classes in the future. A Nuonuo followed Jiangsu's advice. But she didn't buy a big brand, she just bought a pair of very ordinary running shoes for 30 yuan. She directly changed into the new sneakers and packed up the old ones. The girl was reluctant to throw them away and felt that they could still be worn. "Shall I buy you a pair of shoes?" The girl said, and without waiting for Jiangsu to answer, she pulled him into a shoe store with the slogan, "To Bananpuan." The shoes here are generally more than 100 yuan. Jiangsu was a little touched. She was very stingy with him, but very generous to Jiangsu. Such a good girl, Jiangsu thought. I can only marry her home in the future and repay her well. Jiangsu knew that if he refused, the girl would definitely be sad. So he chose a pair of white running shoes, 109 yuan. A Nuonuo paid the money readily. Then the two went home first, and then walked to the school together. It was estimated that it was almost 5 o'clock when they arrived at the school. "Qingyue, you are so amazing, you are simply my idol." On the way to school, Li Honghong and Zhou Qingyue held hands. The two of them reconciled. The reason was that Li Honghong knew that Zhou Qingyue had signed a contract with the story meeting. Moreover, the first article had appeared in the latest version of the story meeting. Although the position was not particularly good. But for a student, this is already something worth bragging about. Li Honghong felt that she was proud to have such a beautiful writer. She would be more confident when she went out to brag to others. Zhou Qingyue dressed up today. She wore a light blue skirt that covered her knees. It was a waist-cinching skirt that showed off her slender waist. She wore a pair of women's sandals, revealing her white and tender feet. Although she didn't wear makeup, she was still charming and youthful. For girls of this age, youth is the best makeup. Along the way, she also attracted a lot of attention. Zhou Qingyue was very proud. But on her face, she still pretended to be calm and calm. It's just a so-so, just 10 yuan for 1,000 words. I only make 4 or 500 yuan a month. Li Honghong was extremely envious. This is already very good. My mother earns less than 2,000 yuan a month. You have to treat me to milk tea more often in the future. Zhou Qingyue said indifferently, no problem. Li Honghong changed the subject. If Jiang Su knew about this, he would definitely look at you with new eyes. Then he would pursue you madly again. Zhou Qingyue's mouth curled up. But when she thought of Jiang Su's various actions during this period of time, she was in a bad mood. Thinking in her heart. Even if Jiang Su came to pursue her again, he had to suffer a lot. Also, he had to let him humiliate Nuonyo in front of her, so that he could eliminate the grievances he had suffered during this period of time. As they were talking, they arrived at the school gate. Many classmates in the class had already arrived. After seeing Zhou Qingyue's outfit today, they all showed surprise. Several bold male classmates ran over and showed their courtesy. Zhou Qingyue looked reserved on the surface, but in fact, she enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. The loudmouth Li Honghong even took out the latest version of the story club. I have a great news for you all. Our beautiful Zhou Qingyue is now a contracted writer of the story club. And, it has been published there. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Oh my god, is this true? Are you kidding me? Hurry up, let me see. This incident caused a huge shock among the high school community. Zhou Qingyue nodded rather reservedly. I was lucky to get the contract. It's on page 15. It's called Campus Love Story and the pen name is Youth with the Wind. Everyone flipped it open and saw that it was true. A female classmate said with admiration, Classmate Zhou, you are so amazing that you can publish it in the story club. Zhou Qingyue said calmly, it's just a so-so. Her eyes wandered around, trying to find someone. Unfortunately, she hadn't seen him yet. Suddenly, Zhou Qingyue felt a little bored. Another male student asked, how much money can I get for this? All the students looked at him with concern. This was what everyone was paying attention to. Li Honghong answered the question for her, not much, 10 yuan per 1,000 words, 400 to 500 yuan a month. Everyone took a deep breath. Many people don't even have 100 yuan in pocket money a month. And Zhou Qingyue now earns 400 to 500 yuan a month with her own efforts. Suddenly, men admire her, women worship her. Zhou Qingyue was so proud. On the surface, she tried to maintain her dignity. In her heart, she was shouting like crazy, don't stop, keep praising. What are you talking about? The head teacher came and rented 3 vans. Teacher, Zhou Qingyue signed a contract with Story Club. It was also published, look. She is so awesome. The head teacher was stunned. Immediately, he praised Zhou Qingyue, not bad, great, keep up the good work. Well, thank you, teacher. Is everyone almost here? Li Honghong looked at them and then said in a somewhat gloomy tone, hey, there are only 2 people left. Some people really have no sense of time and ask everyone to wait. It's 4:50 now. Just arrive at the specified time. What are you shouting here? Jiang Su's voice came, without any politeness. This woman is really annoying, gossiping. Li Honghong turned her head angrily. But the next second, the whole person was stunned there. Not only her, but the rest of the people were the same. Their eyes were all looking at the same place. To be precise, it was the same person. A Nuonyo. When have they seen such a beautiful girl who is so beautiful that it is difficult to describe in words? Just standing there quietly, she became the focus of the whole audience. Compared with her, Zhou Qingyue was eclipsed, just like mutton fat jade compared to ordinary stones. Fu Yanjie's eyes sparkled as he tugged at Jiang Su's clothes. Who is this sister? Hurry up and introduce her to everyone. All the boys in the class stared at Nuonyo. She was pure and cute. Although she was only in the 2nd year of high school, her body had developed very well. Her hair, which was originally dry and yellow due to malnutrition, has now become soft and shiny. She stood there without saying anything, and was a beautiful scenery. Originally, everyone's attention was on Zhou Qingyue. But with the appearance of a Nuonyo, Zhou Qingyue suddenly lost her appeal. And those female classmates, looking at a Nuonyo, couldn't even be jealous. At least in terms of appearance, temperament and figure, she would kill all the female classmates in the class in seconds. In the past, a Nuonyo was a little transparent in the class. Now there were so many eyes. She immediately retreated behind Jiang Su, only sticking out a little head. Zhou Qingyue looked at a Nuonyo with jealousy and hostility. Originally, she was the focus of the whole scene. With a Nuonyo coming, she was nothing. Moreover, when did Jiang Su have such an unbelievably beautiful girl around him? What is the relationship between them? Jiang Su expected these people's reactions. He said with a smile, really? You don't recognize me just because I changed my vest. This is a Nuonyo. After the words fell, there was silence at the scene. Then there were bursts of laughter. Don't be ridiculous. A Nuonyo has nothing to do with her, okay? If she is a Nuonyo, I will call you dad. Jiang Su pulled a Nuonyo out from behind him, say hello to everyone, we are all classmates. Hello everyone. Nuonuo blushed and felt a little uneasy. When Nuonuo opened his mouth, the scene fell into a brief silence again. Then it was completely blown up. Oh my god, it's really Nuonuo. You changed your head, didn't you? This is unbelievable. The ugly duckling that was originally ignored in the class suddenly became a fairy. This transformation is really too big. And the most uncomfortable ones are Li Honghong and Zhou Qingyue. These two people have always been full of hostility and contempt for Nuonuo. They thought Nuonuo was just a country bumpkin and was not worthy of being compared with them. However, the facts gave them a big slap in the face. This girl whom they looked down on before, surprised everyone. Even the head teacher was stunned for a while. Then he smiled and said, "Let's go, get in the car." Fu Yanjie hooked Jiang Su's neck. He said viciously, "Did you know the real appearance of Nuonuo a long time ago? Then you took action against her in advance?" Jiang Su smiled but said nothing. "Damn it, Jiang Su, you really deserve to die." Fu Yanjie's tone was full of sourness. Seeing such a beautiful girl around his brother, Fu Yanjie felt uncomfortable. He was afraid that his brother would suffer, and he was afraid that his brother would drive a Land Rover. Damn it. Zhou Qingyue stomped his feet hard. Li Honghong was indignant. What a thoughtful woman. She must have deliberately dressed up like a country bumpkin for a year. Just to be the center of attention for this scene today, it's really shameless. So, narrow-minded people are narrow-minded no matter what they see. Zhou Qingyue was not willing to let Nuonuo take all the limelight away from her. She gave Li Honghong a look. She understood immediately. She walked in front of Jiang Su. She raised the Story Club in her hand. "You don't know yet, our Qingyue has signed a contract with Story Club. Her works have been published here. How about that? Pretty impressive, right?" Jiang Su had a blank expression. Oh. On the contrary, Nuonuo had a look of admiration on her face. Very impressive. Zhou Qingyue was very dissatisfied with Jiang Su's reaction. She looked at the expression on his face carefully. She tried to see something from his face, but was disappointed. Zhou Qingyue suspected that he was pretending. There was no big expression on his face. In fact, he had already admired her in his heart. Yes, it must be like this. Didn't you see that countrywoman also had a look of admiration on her face? Some people are like this. Always so self-righteous. Li Honghong added, "In the whole high school, there is probably only Qingyue who can sign a contract with the Story Club. Talent is always more important than appearance. She is the pride of our class. Jiang Su, don't you want to say a few words?" Zhou Qingyue straightened her back. Jiang Su was speechless for a while. Great, hurry up and get in the car, don't waste time." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the van with Fu Yanjie arm in arm. Li Honghong curled her lips and said to Zhou Qingyue, "He must be feeling inferior now." Zhou Qingyue's mouth corners rose. "Hey, Jiang Su, your things fell." A male classmate walking behind Jiang Su saw a piece of paper fall out of his trouser pocket. Curiously picked it up and unfolded it. Unconsciously, he read the contents on it. Payment slip, Jiang Su, pen name, Sui Sui and Ping, June fee, 1500 before tax. Source, the work, Those Years of Bleak Youth. Wow. The male classmate's voice was not small, and everyone heard it. They gathered around. Almost everyone in the class had seen this movie. 10 years later, this kind of story is very cliché and bloody. But now it seems to be quite explosive. It's like when Dupo was first released. Everyone who has seen it is obsessed with it. Jiang Su himself doesn't know that he has actually accumulated a lot of fans. Many classmates who gathered around. After seeing this payment slip, they all looked at Jiang Su with incredible eyes. Wow, Sui Sui and Ping is Jiang Su. I have always regarded him as an idol. Ah, I thought this was written by a middle-aged man. Oh my god, Jiang Su is so talented. If Zhou Qingyue's speech at the story meeting was like throwing a firecracker into a lake, then Jiang Su blew up a mountain. It's completely different. What, Jiang Su is Sui Sui and Ping? Zhou Qingyue's body trembled. Then she rushed over and took the manuscript fee slip in her hand. After taking a look, her eyes blurred, and then her face felt hot. It turned out that Jiang Su had also signed a contract with the Story Club. And the manuscript fee was several times more than hers. And from the popularity of the works, the two were not on the same level. It was ridiculous that she still thought she was so great. Once Jiang Su knew that she had signed a contract with the Story Club, he would definitely look at her differently. Now it seems that she is definitely a clown. Li Honghong was also stunned by the news. Ever since she read Those Years of Bleak Youth, she became a fan of Jiang Su's books. She often imagined that the author was such a handsome big brother. Who knew that it was right under her nose? Her mood was so complicated. Jiang Su saw everyone's reactions. Then he patted Fu Yanjie who was standing next to him in a daze. "I remember you said something. If I had written Those Years of Bleak Youth, I would have called you Dad. Now you can call me Dad." Fu Yanjie got out of his thoughts of how he should lick his good brother in the future since he is so awesome. Looking at Jiang Su, he blinked blankly. "You remembered it wrongly, when did I say such a thing?" Jiang Su shrugged. "Okay, I wanted to take you to make money together, Godfather, please accept Yan Jie's greetings." Jiang Su pulled a Nuonuo into one of the vans. He let a Nuonuo sit by the window, and Fu Yanjie sat next to Jiang Su. Many male classmates rushed into the car. One by one, they were very attentive to Jiang Su. "Brother Jiang Su, you are so great. Brother-in-law, let me protect Nuonuo in the future. Jiang Su Appa, just agree to my marriage with Nuonuo." Jiang Su raised his middle finger to them, get lost, whoever dares to hit on my sister, break all 3 of his legs. Of course. Only a few of the more naughty and active ones in the class would joke like this. Most of the male classmates. When they saw such a beautiful girl like Nuonyuo, they didn't dare to look at her anymore. Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong both walked towards another van in a daze. They were in a complicated mood. This is what is called pretending to be poor but getting in trouble. When they arrived at the KTV, Nuonyuo was no longer nervous. But there was still a faint blush on her face. It looked as if she had applied a natural rouge. Natural and unpretentious. Everyone got off the car. And Nuonyuo naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Nothing could stop the light radiating from the inside out. Zhou Qingyue's face turned pale. She lost. And she lost miserably. Now, she finally knew why Jiang Su abandoned her. The head teacher booked a large private room. After entering, many people asked Nuonyuo what she wanted to sing first. This was a treatment she had never had before. Nuonyuo was a little flattered, and waved her hands repeatedly, saying that she was not in a hurry to sing. Jiang Su pulled Nuonyuo to sit down beside him, you guys play by yourselves. These little bastards almost had the words, I'm going to do something bad to you, written on their faces. Nuonyuo leaned against the wall, and Jiang Su was next to her, which gave her a great sense of security. Some of the more active students in the class had already started to howl. Fu Yanjie came over, Godfather, what is the trick you just mentioned to make money? Jiang Su told him about selling lunch boxes. In the future, Nuonyuo and I will be responsible for making it, and then you take it over to sell it. For every copy sold, I will give you 50 cents. How about it? Jiang Su's initial idea was like this. He would open up the sales channels first, and then Fu Yanjie would mainly do it. He also had to find time to set up a studio. Then, see if he could make enough money to buy an office space this summer. Jiang Su has never liked to rent a house or an office space. Other people's things always lack a sense of security. It's better to buy them yourself, and they can still appreciate in the future. And if you want to make enough money, selling lunch boxes alone is definitely not enough. The main thing is to write. The second part will be finished in a few days. Then, Jiang Su will start the third part. Oh my god, you are really awesome. You can think of this and make it happen. Fu Yanjie gave Jiang Su a thumbs up. Then he said, give me an extra 20 cents for each lunchbox, and I will help you solve the cost problem. Jiang Su's eyes lit up, do you have a way? Of course. Fu Yanjie said proudly, the stall in the South Market, mine. If you want to buy cheap and fresh ingredients, just say a word. Jiang Su was curious, then why don't you help your dad during the summer vacation, wouldn't you make more money? Fu Yanjie looked unhappy, my dad said that if you work under him, he will take 90% of the salary. It's too damn black. Jiang Su. Jiang Su shook his head, okay, in this case, we can hire a few more people and expand the business. Originally, Jiang Su just wanted to have another way to make money during the summer vacation. But since Fu Yanjie has a way, he will naturally not miss this opportunity. Seeing that the two of them were talking excitedly, Nuonyuo couldn't help but join in. None of the three noticed Zhou Qingyue approaching. She originally wanted to invite Jiang Su to sing and try to save the situation. Then, she heard the three of them discussing how to make money. She looked at Jiang Su's profile, lost in thought. Jiang Su was becoming more and more unfamiliar in her eyes. And more mysterious. At this time when everyone was just thinking about having fun, he was already planning how to make money. Moreover, he had written a bestseller. This boy, whom she used to look down on, was getting farther and farther away from her. It seemed that there was no possibility for her to catch up. In the future, the intersection between the two sides would become less and less. When she thought of this, Zhou Qingyue's heart ached slightly, and her face turned a little paler. She gave up the idea of inviting Jiang Su to sing, and returned to her seat in a daze. Jiang Su and the other two didn't notice Zhou Qingyue at all. After discussing for a while, they formulated a detailed strategy. That is, Yan Jia would be in charge of the outside, while Jiang Su and Nuonyuo would be in charge of the inside. Fu Yanjie grinned, I hope to surpass my father in wealth soon. In the future, it will be my turn to throw money in his face and say generously, old man, spend it. Jiang Su gave a thumbs up, you are really a good son of your father. I want to become the angel you love in the fairy tale. A beautiful voice came, it was Zhou Qingyue singing. She has a good voice. She sang this song with emotion, which attracted everyone to applaud. After the song ended, she bowed to everyone, sorry, I have something to do at home, I have to leave first, goodbye. After that, she put down the microphone and left. The moment she turned around, crystal tears fell. It was just because the room was dim, so no one noticed. Hey, wait for me. Li Honghong chased after him. Jiang Su quickly grabbed the two microphones. Give Nuonyuo a duet, let's sing a song, what do you want to sing? The girl said timidly, I don't want to sing. Jiang Su, no, if you want, then let's sing Mermaid. Nuonyuo. Jiang Su went to order songs, and then started, I draw a circle on the beach, it belongs to our two comfortable worlds. Then he gave Nuonyuo an encouraging look. Nuonyuo took a deep breath, stood up, and sang along, it belongs to our two comfortable worlds. The private room suddenly became quiet, and everyone listened quietly to the duet. Except for Jiang Su, everyone heard Nuonyuo sing for the first time. The voice is ethereal and gentle. It's like a trickle, flowing into people's hearts inadvertently. The song is over. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone applauded. Fu Yanjie even cheered, give me a kiss, give me a kiss. Jiang-Su kicked him. Blind Jill started to make trouble. What kind of occasion this is? It would be fine if there were fewer people. Anuonuo was naturally blushing and quickly dropped the microphone and curled up in the corner, becoming invisible. They played until 9 o'clock and then everyone left. When they got outside, many female classmates asked Anuonuo for QQ. Anuonuo was a little overwhelmed. She hasn't registered her own QQ yet. If she said this, I'm afraid no one would believe it and would think she was aloof. Jiang-Su stood up to help her out. I'll post it in the group later, she can't remember her QQ. The girl cast a grateful look at Jiang-Su. Being around him, there is a full sense of security. The head teacher is responsible for sending everyone home safely. Jiang-Su asked the car to stop at the three-way intersection near his home. Goodbye, teacher. The three walked side by side. Fu Yenjie saw a milk tea seller not far away, so he asked the two what flavor they wanted, and then ran over to buy it. Jiang-Su and Anuonuo walked slowly. The girl had a graceful figure and was much more developed than her peers. It seemed that it was during the time when Jiang-Su was feeding her. I don't know if it was because of Fu Yenjie's instigation in the KTV before, she still didn't know how to talk to Jiang-Su. The two remained silent. Fu Yenjie came back soon and handed over the milk tea. Then he slapped his head and said, I forgot something. Huh? They both looked at him. Fu Yenjie, there are more than 50 internet cafes of all sizes near our home, and my father has invested in them. So, we don't have to sign contracts one by one tomorrow. As long as I say a word, we can sell lunchboxes there. Jiang-Su. Anuonuo. No, what's going on with you? Jiang-Su had a lot of question marks on his head. Why did your father invest in so many internet cafes? Fu Yenjie scratched his head, because my father doesn't allow me to go online, he invested in these internet cafes just to monitor me. Jiang-Su, 6. Your talent is beyond my reach. Anuonuo asked quietly, are the owners of those internet cafes willing to invest in uncle? Many are not willing. Fu Yenjie spread his hands, my dad said at the time. If you don't invest in him, he will open a bigger and more luxurious one next door. Moreover, it's completely free, and you will go bankrupt directly. Anyway, it doesn't cost much to open an internet cafe. Anuonuo, ah. Jiang-Su opened his mouth, with countless complaints, but he didn't know how to spit. Finally, he popped out a sentence, how rich is your family? In his previous life, he only knew that Fu Yenjie's father had 3 listed companies. As for the rest, he didn't know. I don't know. Fu Yenjie's eyes revealed clear stupidity, my dad always warns me to keep a low profile. Don't let others know that my family is rich. Jiang-Su didn't want to talk to this bastard anymore. Isn't it just a few stinky money? I don't have much for the time being, but my future wife has plenty. Jiang-Su waved his hand with a look of disgust, get out of here, I'm upset when I see you. Fu Yenjie chuckled, then I'm leaving, you can do whatever bad things you want. Jiang-Su kicked him, but he dodged it swiftly. Jiang-Su looked at the girl's uncomfortable look and smiled, he was joking, don't mind it. Yeah, he said in silence and sent her home. Then. A big black rat jumped out. Both of them were startled. Looking closely, it was Junyu. Jiang-Su kicked him directly, are you sick? You ran out to scare people in the middle of the night. Junyu ignored the footprints on his legs and looked at Anuonuo. Then, the whole person was hit hard. Anuonuo, who was unsealed, would be shocked by anyone who was familiar with her when they saw her for the first time. Although Junyu had accidentally caught a glimpse of Anuonuo's true appearance. But it was not as intuitive as seeing it face to face at this moment. Brother Junyu, why are you here? Junyu came back to his senses, his heart beating fast. He stammered, I was waiting for you. I wanted to ask for your contact information. He felt so miserable. On the first day of summer vacation, he wanted to find Anuonuo. But when he came early in the morning, Anuonuo was gone. He came again at noon, but she was still not there. In the evening, he got stubborn. He had to wait for Anuonuo. I don't have QQ, and I don't have a cell phone. Anuonuo whispered, Brother Junyu, have you been waiting for a long time? No, I just got here. Junyu smiled like a fool. Anuonuo is so beautiful now, you can never get tired of looking at her. Jiang-Su was speechless. This guy has the same personality as an ox, so persistent. He is even better at licking than he used to be. Junyu said again, let's go to the internet cafe together tomorrow, and I will help you register a QQ account. It's very inconvenient without QQ. Anuonuo, thank you, Junyu. Jiang said he would help me register. Junyu felt very depressed. No matter how he looked at Jiang-Su, he couldn't stand it. Why was this guy like a dogskin plaster, sticking to his sweetheart every day? He didn't give up and asked again, then when are you going tomorrow? Can you take me with you? He had to keep an eye on his future wife and couldn't let Jiang-Su, a bastard, take advantage of her. Ahem. Jiang-Su coughed, sorry, she's going to my house tomorrow. I have a computer at home. Junyu. He wanted to say something else, but Jiang-Su had already pushed Anuonuo to the door of his house. Okay, it's too late, you should go back and rest. Oh, then goodbye, classmate Jiang, goodbye, brother Junyu. Jiang-Su waved his hand, and then turned and left. Only Junyu was left standing there stupidly, wanting to cry but without tears. Brother Junyu. Just when Junyu was about to leave, Anuonuo suddenly poked his head out again. Junyu was shocked. She quickly ran over, Anuonuo, is there something wrong? Anuonuo pursed her lips. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Brother Junyu, I just treat you as an older brother. You don't need to be nice to me on purpose, otherwise I will have a psychological burden and I won't dare to see you in the future. Junue was stunned. Anuonuo felt a little bit reluctant, but still said in a firm tone, maybe I think too much, but I think it's better to make it clear. So as not to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings to brother Junue. Don't waste time on me. The girl seemed stupid, but her mind was very sensitive. Junue showed it too obviously. And she really didn't have that kind of thought about Junue. This is completely different from Jochinue. Junue only felt that the corners of his mouth were very dry and bitter. Anuonuo's words were a huge blow to him. After a moment of silence, Junue said in a hoarse voice, then, do you like Jiangsu? Junyu's question stumped her. She didn't know whether she liked Jiangsu or not. She just knew that she was very happy and relaxed when she was with him. That feeling couldn't be brought by being with other people. However, it shouldn't be love. Anuonuo couldn't say what it was specifically. But in order to make Junyu give up. Anuonuo nodded, well, I like him very much. Junyu's mind was blank in an instant. Did her love wither before it even sprouted? I'm sorry, brother Junyu, it's too late, you should go back early. Anuonuo bowed deeply to Junyu, and then ran back to the house. Junyu staggered towards home, looking lonely. The back was bleak. Snowflakes were fluttering, and the north wind was whistling. No. The next day. Anuonuo ran to Jiangsu's side early in the morning. She didn't have to do anything at home now. In order to make up for her, Li Yuanwan took over all the housework. When she saw Jiangsu, Anuonuo's eyes were a little evasive. After all, she said in person in front of Junyu last night that she liked Jiangsu. If this got to Jiangsu's ears, she would not know how to behave. Come on, I applied for a QQ number for you, 268x times x times 22, written by Zijir, don't add it, do you like this number? Anuonuo leaned in front of the notebook to take a look. A newly registered QQ number. The avatar is a little rabbit, and the nickname is, Glutinous Rice Ball. Jiangsu felt that with Anuonuo's temperament, he shouldn't give her any messy nicknames such as Mars symbol, I only love you, and attachment. Just keep it simple. Anuonuo likes this name. Click on the friend list. Jiangsu has helped her add all the classmates except Li Honghong, Zhou Qingyue and Qing Fei. This. The girl stretched out her green jade finger and pointed at the first one in the friend list, who is the super invincible handsome brother. Jiangsu smiled but said nothing. Anuonuo. She looked at him with a puffy mouth, you are so conceited. Jiangsu said, the password is your birthday, did you remember the number? Yes, I remembered it. Jiangsu closed his notebook and unplugged the phone line. His family didn't have broadband yet, so he didn't usually connect to the internet. He only plugged it in for a while when he was about to send the manuscript to Lin Nan. Fu Yanjie also arrived and rode his electric tricycle over. Since the last time this kid helped him make money, he has awakened the characteristic of being happy as long as he makes money. The whole person seemed very excited, let's go, let's embark on the journey and cross the mountains and seas. Jiangsu kicked him, don't compare, we are just a small vendor, and you make it seem like the company is going to go public. Fu Yanjie smiled, what if it comes true in the future? The three of them came to the vegetable market. Fu Yanjie told his father about this last night. He agreed with this matter. After all, it can train his son. So he called some vendors that night. It's not that he wants them to sell at a loss, but to give them a cheaper price. These vendors were naturally willing to give face. So when Jiangsu and his friends arrived, they bought the raw materials without much effort. Pork was 6 yuan per catty, and the rest were 1/10 to 2/10 cheaper than when he bought it yesterday. After buying the raw materials, the three returned to Jiangsu's home. The ingredients bought today were twice as much as yesterday. Including Fu Yanjie, they were busy from 9 in the morning to 11:30. A total of 135 boxed lunches were made. Some of the ingredients were left, and they were saved for the afternoon. Jiangsu and Anuonuo didn't go today. In addition, a male classmate was hired in the class for 10 yuan a day to help Fu Yanjie. Then Jiangsu and Anuonuo ate first. Anuonuo finished eating first and took the initiative to clean up the kitchen. Today, I tied my hair up, revealing my snow-white neck. It's a pity that I didn't tie a double ponytail that could double my attack speed. After Jiangsu finished eating, he said to Anuonuo, let's go, take the snakeskin bag, and continue to pick mangoes at school. Okay. The girl jumped for joy. She liked picking mangoes very much. She rode an electric tricycle to the school. It was summer vacation, and it was deserted. There was only an old man guarding the door. When they reached the door, the old man stood up, smoking a dry pipe, you are not allowed to enter the school now, go back. He knew very well that children of this age were full of blood. Running to school at this time must be doing something shameful. I am a sacred gatekeeper, how can I let this happen? Jiangsu hurriedly handed over a box of cigarettes bought on the road, Grandpa, we are going to pick mangoes behind the school, please give us a favor. Well, go. The old man put away the cigarettes in a flash, and then looked away. Jiangsu immediately pulled Anuonuo in. The girl looked at Jiangsu in admiration, you are awesome. For a high school student, Jiangsu's way of handling things seemed very experienced. Generally, high school students, as well as some college students, would choose to sneak in by climbing over the wall. Jiangsu, you haven't seen my real strength yet. Anuonuo, ahem. Jiangsu coughed, let me ask you a question. A couple is in the bridal chamber, but it happens that the wife has her period that day, and both her hands are injured, her foot is sprained, her zhichuang is broken, and she has an airport, and she also has a mouth ulcer. What should the husband do at this time? The girl tilted her head and looked at Jiang Su with a silly face. She couldn't understand what Jiang Su was talking about at all. Jiang Su said seriously, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand now, I will teach you step by step later." He took 4 snakeskin bags, filled them up, and returned home. After putting the things away, Jiang Su said to Nuonuo, "Don't go back, just stay here. If you want to rest, there is a guest room, and if you want to read, there are a lot of books in my bedroom." "Then, I want to read." "Well, let's go." In Jiang Su's bedroom. Nuonuo took an English book and read it seriously. English is her shortcoming, and the improvement speed is relatively slow. Jiang Su opened his notebook and quickly got into the state. Occasionally, when he glanced at a Nuonuo who was reading seriously, a faint smile would appear on the corner of Jiang Su's mouth. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and the flowers are fragrant. My youth is very good with you. At about 1 o'clock, Fu Yanjie came back. All the lunch boxes were sold out. A total of 1,080 were sold. After deducting the cost of ingredients of 390, and hiring one person for 10 yuan a day, it was exactly 400. Nuonuo got 27 yuan, and Fu Yanjie got 94 yuan. The rest was Jiang Su's income. After deducting some costs such as water, electricity, and gas from this part, the net profit was about 400. Unexpectedly much. If the same amount can be sold in the afternoon, then almost 1,000 yuan can be earned a day. Fu Yanjie took his remuneration and was very happy. "Jiang Su, I have a new idea. We can also add some other things, such as milk tea, grilled rice noodle sausage and the like." Jiang Su nodded, "This is a good idea, you go ahead and do it. You can keep the money you earn from this part." "Okay." Fu Yanjie rubbed his hands, full of energy. The two of them also stayed at Jiang Su's house. When it was 2 o'clock, the two of them began to prepare the ingredients. Nuonuo wanted to help, but was stopped by Jiang Su. "What a joke, how can your future wife stay with another man? Even if one of them is a good brother." Jiang Su kept typing until 4 o'clock and wrote another 12,000 words. He has already written more than 120,000 words for this second book. If he writes a little more in the evening, it will be finished in the next few days. Then he went to cook with Nuonuo. The lunch boxes sold so quickly, which is inseparable from the cooking skills of the two. The meals were all ready at 5:30. There were a little less in the evening, only 120 servings. Wait and see how the sales are in the evening, and then decide whether to increase or decrease tomorrow. After finishing, Nuonuo went back. Jiang Su continued to write. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Nan sent a message. His first book had been serialized to the last issue. The market response was very good, and several publishing houses had come to him, wanting to publish it. But the copyright was in Jiang Su's hands, and the price was average. So he asked him if he wanted to sell it. Jiang Su naturally wouldn't sell it so easily. When he had a few more works, his popularity would be pushed up. By then, the price would be different. Another thing was that the second part had also begun to be serialized. It occupied a good position in the story. Jiang Su also asked if the royalties for the second part could be paid to him in advance. Otherwise, if he waited for a month, his plan to buy an office would not be realized. Lin Nan agreed without hesitation. As long as he sent all the manuscripts for the second part and confirmed that there was no problem, she could pay in advance. This was the treatment only big guys had. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Fu Yanjie came back. The evenings was also sold out. After deducting the cost, Jiang Su made nearly 400 that night. That's 800 or 900 a day. Fu Yanjie took more than 100 yuan, grinning with joy. After they left, Jiang Su continued to type. He was in a particularly good state tonight, reaching a speed of more than 4,000 words per hour. At 10:01 p.m., he had produced another 15,000 words. The total number of words was more than 140,000. He immediately turned off the computer and went to bed. "I will get up early tomorrow and try to finish this book in the morning." The next day, Jiang Su got up before 6 o'clock. After brushing his teeth and drinking a cup of warm water, he turned on the computer and started typing. There are still 8,000 words left, and he will finish it within 2 hours. At 8 o'clock, Jiang Su typed the last punctuation mark. Done. After sending all the manuscripts to Lin Nan, Jiang Su stretched his body. This second book is done, and the royalties are about 20,000 after tax deduction. Jiang Su doesn't know the current price of office buildings in Jiangcheng, but it will not exceed 5,000 per square meter. It doesn't need to be too big at the beginning. A 60 to 70 square meter is enough. He needs a separate office and a toilet, and the rest is used as a public area. If it is calculated based on 60 square meters, it will cost 300,000. It is still far from enough. It depends on the performance of the second book. If it is better than the first book, the remuneration for 1,000 words will be increased, and it will be easier for him to achieve it. Nuonuo came, still carrying a school bag and holding soy milk and fried dough sticks in her hand. And today, she wore the pink, knee-length skirt that Jiang Su bought for her. She also wore white stockings. Her beautiful legs are long and straight. Today she didn't tie a ponytail, and her long black hair was just tied with a pink ribbon. She exudes a strong youthful atmosphere inside and out. I can't stand it at all. Sister, you are so foul. What's wrong, doesn't it look good? Seeing Jiang Su's expression, the girl fiddled with the hem of her skirt a little unnaturally. It was the first time she wore such clothes. She didn't dare to ride a bike today, so she walked here. Although, she was wearing shorts inside. It's okay. Jiang Su said insincerely. The main reason was that he was afraid that if he praised her too much, the girl would become proud. "Oh, let's have breakfast." After breakfast, Fu Yanjie came. He said with some dissatisfaction, "Zhang Jiqiang quit, and we have to find someone else. Zhang Jiqiang came to help yesterday." Jiang Su didn't think much about it. "It's okay, I'll help you today." He was going to apply for a bank card today and register the studio. At 11:30, everything was done. There were a few more today, 150 copies. Jiang Su told Nuonyuo to just read at home, and she didn't need to follow. She was used to following Jiang Su's instructions, so she agreed obediently. "Hey, isn't that Zhang Jiqiang?" The two came to the outside of the first internet cafe. Fu Yanjie had sharp eyes. He immediately saw Zhang Jiqiang and a classmate. It was none other than Cheng Fei. They were also selling boxed lunches. Moreover, the price was 2 yuan lower than that sold by Jiang Su. Fu Yanjie was angry. He immediately rushed over. "Zhang Jiqiang, what do you mean by this?" Zhang Jiqiang was startled and felt a little guilty. But he soon became confident again. "No one stipulates that I can't sell boxed lunches." He saw Fu Yanjie selling boxed lunches yesterday, and the daily turnover was nearly 2,000 yuan. And he only got 10 yuan a day. The gap was too big, and naturally he felt very unbalanced. So, he found Cheng Fei and told him about this matter. The two hit it off and started to work. The first step to snatch business from Jiang Su and others is to reduce profits. They have calculated 6 yuan, and there is still money to be made. "You are so shameless." Fu Yanjie's eyes were blazing. "This is plagiarizing our ideas." Cheng Fei sneered, "Did you invent the idea of selling lunch boxes? Only you are allowed to sell them, and no one else is allowed to sell them. You." Fu Yanjie was furious, but he couldn't refute. While he was talking, several people came out of the internet cafe and bought lunch boxes from Zhang Jiqiang and others. Jiang Su took a look at what they were selling. "I don't know how it tastes, but the portion is quite large. Although they can't sell it in the internet cafe, they can save 2 yuan by walking a few steps, so everyone is still willing to do it." Fu Yanjie was angry, but he had no choice. Should he also lower the price? But what if the other party also lowers the price? Wouldn't he lose all his money by then? He couldn't help but cast a questioning look at Jiang Su. It's okay to let Fu Yanjie charge forward. It's not okay to let him use his brain. Jiang Su had anticipated this situation a long time ago and made a way to deal with it. He just didn't expect that the person competing with him would be a classmate. Patted Fu Yanjie on the shoulder. "It's a small scene, don't panic, the advantage is mine." Although the profit of this internet cafe is not big, Jiang Su is not going to give it up. Let Fu Yanjie wait here. He went back home and brought 2 bags of mangoes. Fu Yanjie came up and said with gritted teeth, "These 2 bastards sold 6 boxes again." Across the street, Zhang Jiqiang and Cheng Fei cast provocative eyes at the two. "Calm down." Jiang Su looked normal. "These 2 are just small characters, not worth our anger." Jiang Su put a bag of mangoes on the ground and opened it. Seeing someone coming out of the internet cafe, he planned to buy food from Zhang Jiqiang. He shouted at the top of his voice, selling lunch boxes, 8 yuan per serving, and 2 big and sweet mangoes for free. "You want to play a price strategy, right? Then I will fight back with gifts. A mango weighs at least 1 pound. If you buy it in a store, you can't get it without 1 or 2 yuan. The 8 yuan lunchbox is slightly more expensive. But with 2 big mangoes, it's a crushing defeat." Zhang Jiqiang and Cheng Fei's faces changed. "Are you crazy? You'll lose money this way." Jiang Su ignored the 2 of them. "These mangoes don't cost money. It just takes a little time to pick them. There are dozens of mango trees behind the school, enough for him to use for a long time. Besides, few people know how to get there." Fu Yanjie's eyes lit up. He also knew the fruit trees behind the school. He went there with Jiang Su last semester. When he saw these mangoes, he guessed that they were picked from there. He couldn't help but admire Jiang Su very much. "You are still thoughtful, unlike me, who has nothing except a few stinky money at home." Jiang Su, get lost. A few people were originally going to buy lunch boxes from Zhang Jiqiang. When they heard Jiang Su shouting, they came over. "Are you really going to give 2 big mangoes away with lunch boxes?" One of them also bought Jiang Su's lunch box yesterday and got a mango. It was very sweet and juicy. If he gave 2 today, he felt it would be more cost-effective. Jiang Su smiled and said, "Of course. Okay, then I want a lunchbox with fried eggplant and meat." After Jiang Su received the money, he gave the man an extra mango. "Brother, help me go in and promote it." "Hee, no problem." Everyone has the characteristic of loving to take advantage. Soon, most of the people who were going to buy from Zhang Jiqiang now all turned to Jiang Su. He still had 30 or 40 copies that he hadn't sold. Zhang Jiqiang and Cheng Fei's faces turned green. They couldn't beat them at all. Asshole, so shameless. Zhang Jiqiang was very angry. He said to Cheng Fei, "Hurry up, let's pack up and go to the next internet cafe." Jiang Su saw that they were about to leave, and immediately said to Fu Yanjie, "Leave some of the lunch boxes and follow them." Hee. Fu Yanjie rubbed his hands. "Is this a business war? It's really interesting." He followed. Zhang Jiqiang and Cheng Fei were riding tricycles, and Fu Yanjie followed them easily. The 2 took turns pedaling, and the chain was about to smoke, but they still couldn't get rid of Fu Yanjie. This made them both feel desperate. On the other side, after Jiang Su sold all the lunch boxes, he ate the last mango in his hand and went to apply for a bank card. After applying for the card, Jiang Su rented a small office and registered a cultural company. Without an office location, you can't register a company. The name is Momi Cultural Company. When you buy an office later, you can change the address. On the way back, Jiang-Su received a text message from his bank card. The manuscript fee has been transferred. After deducting taxes, it is 19,900. Lin Nan also sent a message saying that the price of the third book needs to wait until 1 week after his second book is online. The price will be determined based on the performance. The second book has been online for 5 days. After returning, I will write the third book first. Jiang-Su has already thought about what to write about the third book. It is still love. But I refer to the routine of a certain country's TV series in the past. Car accident, serious illness, and amnesia. These 3 elements alone can write millions of words. When I got home, Nuonuo was already preparing the food to be sold in the afternoon. Jiang-Su went over to help immediately. I'm coming. Fu Yanjia's rough voice came from outside the house. He was holding a grill in his hand and carrying a big bag. What are you doing with this? Jiang-Su asked. It's used to bake starch sausage. Fu Yanjia said, putting the grill on the ground. Then he took off his backpack. Inside were the starch sausages he had just purchased, as well as some other snacks. This kid still has some business sense. How about those 2 people at noon? Jiang-Su asked again. Ha. Fu Yanjia looked disdainful, they were just 2 weaklings, and they surrendered soon. And they promised not to continue selling in our territory. This is just a small matter. After cooking, Fu Yanjia went to sell it himself. According to him, if he asked another person to come to help, he might be stabbed in the back again. Instead of this, he might as well work a little harder. Jiang-Su just let him do what he wanted. The next 2 days went smoothly and he lived a regular life. Jiang-Su's third book is called Pure White Lovers. He has written 30,000 words in 2 days and sent Lin Nan the beginning of 10,000 words. Next, he has to find someone to help in Nuonuo. Then he will focus on writing books. Both sides can make money. Guidu. Lin Nan's office. What the hell is this? She threw a submission into the trash can in annoyance. Since signing with Jiang-Su, she seemed to have used up all her luck. Except for Zhou Qingyue who barely passed, the rest were terrible. Dong dong. QQ rang. Lin Nan clicked it. At first glance, it was an email from Jiang-Su. She immediately felt excited. It must be a new book. I don't know what type of new book it is. Pure White Lovers. She clicked it and read it carefully. Soon, she was immersed in it. It's gone. It's gone. Just when she saw the exciting part, she found it was gone. Lin Nan felt like she was being teased, but at the critical moment, the other person ran away. This feeling of being neither up nor down made her very uncomfortable. At the same time, she also saw the potential of this book, which was definitely far greater than the previous 2. Then there was the price, which made her a little troubled. It must not be lower than the second book. But if she gave too much, the company would not agree. If she gave too little, Lin Nan would feel guilty. After thinking for a long time, she had an idea. She would go directly to the boss to discuss it. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Fu Yanjia came back. Business is better today, and we have to do more tomorrow. After deducting the income of the 2 of them today, Jiang-Su's net income was more than 1,100. It was a good sign. Afterwards, Jiang-Su sent a Nuonuo home. My deskmate had just grown up. It was very dangerous for a person to walk outside at night. Now it is not like 10 years later. The whole city, except for public toilets, is full of cameras. After sending a Nuonuo home, Jiang-Su returned alone. As soon as he got home, he saw a woman standing at his door. A very beautiful woman with a tall figure, outstanding temperament, and a queen-like demeanor. Hello, who are you looking for? Jiang-Su walked over. The woman turned around and smiled at Jiang-Su. Are you Jiang-Su's classmate? Yes, yes. Hello, my name is Wang Xiaoyuan, Jun-Yu's sister. Jiang-Su's eyes flashed. What can I do for you? Wang Xiaoyuan stroked the strands of hair on her forehead. He has been in a very low mood these 2 days and has become much more haggard. After I asked him, he told me that a girl he liked rejected him. Then he said that he liked another boy. So I wanted to see what the person who could defeat my brother looks like. Although Wang Xiaoyuan used to beat her brother. She also always stole his pocket money and framed him, but it did not prevent Wang Xiaoyuan from loving Junyu. Seeing his state these 2 days, she couldn't bear it. She came to see Jiang-Su just to find out the truth. Then see if a strategy can be formulated. Help her brother and snatch his sweetheart back. Jiang-Su immediately found the highlight. According to what Wang Xiaoyuan said just now. Did a Nuonuo reject Junyu and told Junyu that she liked him? 6. Jiang-Su suddenly became excited. So, this is going to be done soon. No, he couldn't hold it back. He wanted to go to a Nuonuo and ask her clearly. But he held back in the end. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Wang Xiaoyuan was looking at Jiang-Su seriously. He found that he seemed to be just a little more handsome than his brother, 2 years taller, with a calmer temperament and brighter eyes. Oh my. Thinking of this, his brother didn't seem to lose unfairly. Jiang-Su said, now that you have met, do you have anything to say? He still had to go back to write. Wang Xiaoyuan said, where are you going to play in the summer vacation? Can you take me with you? They just met and couldn't tell anything. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. You must first understand Jiang-Su's personality, preferences and so on, so as to prescribe the right medicine. This woman is a bit long-winded. Jiang-Su didn't intend to pay attention to her. But suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Then, he looked at Wang Xiaoyuan with a smile. Wang Xiaoyuan felt a little uneasy when Jiang Su looked at her. She subconsciously took 2 steps back and crossed her arms. She looked at him warily. Hey, what are you doing? Huh? Xiao Haizi, right? Jiang Su was a little speechless. I don't have time to play, I'm starting a business now. Wang Xiaoyuan was stunned. Starting a business, what business? Jiang Su briefly told her about selling lunch boxes. Wang Xiaoyuan's eyes changed when she looked at Jiang Su. This kid is only in the 2nd year of high school, and he's already doing these things. He's amazing. Unlike her brother, who was rejected by a girl and was dejected. She really wanted to apply for a replacement brother. Okay, I don't have time to talk to you so much. Jiang Su waved his hand. I'm still short of manpower here, I have to go back and find a way. Wang Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up. I can help. You. Jiang Su looked her up and down. Can you cook? If you can't, you can learn, and don't you want to find an assistant? This is a good opportunity to get to know Jiang Su. It doesn't take too long. As I am 4 or 5 years older than the other person, it will be enough to observe for 3 or 5 days. Then I can choose to run away. Jiang Su looked at her in confusion. You should have graduated from college, aren't you going to find a job? No need. Wang Xiaoyuan blinked. My mother left me a film and television company. There are special people to manage it. Occasionally, if there is something important, I just sign my name. Alas, I am such a waste. I can't find a job after graduation. Apart from inheriting a listed company in my family, I can't do anything. Please hire me, let me experience the hardship of the grassroots. Jiang Su. Okay, so you play it this way, right? Everyone around you is rich, and you are the poorest, right? Damn, I was fooled by her. Jiang Su pouted. You can come if you want, 10 yuan a day. Working hours are 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. Okay, deal. Wang Xiaoyuan agreed without thinking. Then she added Jiang Su as a friend and left in high heels. Jiang Su went home and typed for a while, then went to sleep. The next day, a Nuonuo came with breakfast. Now that she is not short of money, she will bring breakfast every day. Good morning. The girl's voice is soft and sweet. Putting breakfast on the table, her beautiful eyes moved around. Where are the uncle and aunt? They are in the store recently and rarely come back. Anyway, the 2nd floor of the hotel can be accommodated. It also saves running back and forth every day and wasting time. Of course, the most important thing is that they know what Jiang Su is doing now. If a Nuonuo comes every day and sees the 2 of them, wouldn't it be very uncomfortable? There are not many parents as open-minded as Jiang Su's parents. Most parents would kill off any signs of love at their children's age, let alone romance. Oh. A Nuonuo didn't think much about it. By the way. Jiang Su came over. Staring at the girl's clear eyes, I heard someone told someone yesterday that he liked me. The girl's face flushed. Her little head was buzzing, and her voice became intermittent. What are you talking about? I don't understand. A big question mark appeared in her little head. How did Jiang Su know? Did Jun Yu say it? But it's impossible, the 2 of them have always been at odds. Why are you so nervous? Jiang Su deliberately said, no, that girl is you, right? A Nuonuo stamped her feet, I'm not, I don't. She was anxious. Don't say it. She looked unusually cute now. Seeing Jiang Su's look of, I don't believe it. The girl was so anxious that smoke was about to come out of her head. Like a lost duck, she was spinning in place. Finally, she had no choice but to tell Jiang Su what happened last night. Jiang Su was disappointed. It was not what he thought. But the strong are good at taking advantage of all conditions. Jiang Su pretended to be a little angry and said, Nuonuo, it is not right for you to do this. If these words get out, how can I live? After all, I am an innocent little boy with a clean reputation, and it has been tarnished by you. How can I face my classmates, teachers, and fellow countrymen in the future? To put it more deeply, what should I do if I can't get a wife in the future? A Nuonuo was confused. She thought it was just a small matter. But after hearing what Jiang Su said, she seemed to have violated the law of heaven. Facing that arrogant Jiang Su, a Nuonuo couldn't help shrinking her neck and said weakly, I didn't mean it. Jiang Su deliberately frowned, just say it was not intentional and that's it. No, you must compensate me. The girl was at a loss, how should I compensate? Jiang Su almost laughed out loud. This little girl is too naive. After a cough, Jiang Su said seriously, this is related to my reputation. And the important matter of marrying a wife in the future, I must not be careless. So, otherwise you can just marry me and solve these problems perfectly. A Nuonuo knew that she was fooled by Jiang Su. She stared at him angrily. However, this look was not lethal at all. Instead, it would make people want to bully her. It fully explained what it meant to provoke me and nothing would happen. Jiang Su finally couldn't help but pinch her cheek. It was chubby and felt great. You are so annoying. The girl took a step back, her face flushed, and her eyes were full of shyness. Boss, I'm here to work. Wang Xiaoyuan's voice came from outside the house. Jiang Su's door was not closed, so Wang Xiaoyuan broke in directly. Then, the two beauties were stunned at the same time. Sister Xiaoyuan, why are you here? Nuonuo, are you two living together? The two girls said in unison, and Nuonuo couldn't hold it anymore. What is living together? This jump in thinking is too exaggerated. After a few minutes, the two girls understood. Wang Xiaoyuan suddenly felt a little bit of ant. This problem is tricky. These two are together every day now. Even if there is no affection, you have to get along with them. Is there any hope for my silly brother to turn the tables? Not long after, Fu Yanjie also came. When he saw Wang Xiaoyuan, his face suddenly turned red. He became stammering when he spoke. This sister is. Huh? Jiang Su was surprised. What's the matter with Fu Yanjie, is she shy? This shy look, but it's the first time I've seen it. Wang Xiaoyuan greeted her generously. Hello, my name is Wang Xiaoyuan, I'm here to help. Hello, Sister Xiaoyuan. Fu Yanjie scratched his head, wanting to look at Wang Xiaoyuan but not daring to. Jiang Su was amazed. I didn't expect this kid's taste is like this, he likes older people. But Wang Xiaoyuan is in the golden age of a girl. She is excellent in all aspects. It's not surprising that she would attract a pure boy like Fu Yanjie. Jiang Su saw through it but didn't say anything. You guys go and get busy. Okay. Fu Yanjie was full of energy all of a sudden. He showed the style of a little leader. He did everything himself, just like a peacock courting the opposite sex. Jiang Su went back to the bedroom to write. For the third part, he estimated that the number of words would be around 300,000. Even if he wrote 30,000 words a day, it would take 10 days. Guidu, the headquarters of the story club, the top floor. Boss, just promise me that this author really has potential. In the office of the boss of the story club, Lin Nan's mouth was dry. The boss of the story club is a man in his late 50s named Gu Li. He was a little embarrassed. I've read the work of Sui Sui and Ping you mentioned, and it's really good. But, you're asking him for 300 per thousand words, that's too much. He's worth the price. Lin Nan said very seriously, haven't you read his new book? This kind of writing style, this kind of storyline, will definitely sell well. 300 per thousand words, I think it's a good deal to invest in a future great writer. No, this price is still too high. Gu Li disagreed. Besides, if other writers know about it, they will definitely have opinions. Let's do this, I can only give him 200 per thousand words at most. And I have to specify it in the contract. If the subsequent sales of this book are not good, the price per thousand words will be reduced. Lin Nan thought about it and felt that this plan was okay. But she still wanted to fight for more rights for Jiang Su. So she said, then add one more thing. If this book performs well, then the price per thousand words must be adjusted according to the performance. Most editors are very good to their own authors. They all try their best to fight for more rights for them. Okay, let's do as you say. Gu Li saw that this book would indeed achieve good sales. But he didn't think it would reach such a high level. What he didn't know was that it would not be long before he would regret his behavior. Jiang Su's phone, who was typing, vibrated. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Lin Nan. Hello, I have negotiated for you to pay 200 yuan per thousand words for your book, Pure White Lover. Do you think it's okay? Jiang Su was a little surprised. This price was much higher than he expected. In this way, after writing a book, he can get more than 50,000 yuan in royalties after tax. He immediately replied to her that this price was okay. Lin Nan, okay, I will use express delivery and try to deliver the contract to you tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Su, okay. Another thing, I have set up a studio, so this book will be signed in the name of the studio. Lin Nan, wow, you are awesome, sure, no problem. After finishing the chat, Jiang Su moved his wrists. He continued to type. This price also gave Jiang Su a lot of motivation. At this rate, he should be able to earn at least 200,000 yuan before the end of summer vacation. Then he can ask his parents for a few 100,000 yuan, and then he can get an office of suitable size. After Nuonuo and the other two came back from buying vegetables, they began to prepare. Wang Xiaoyuan basically didn't do housework before, and was clumsy. But in order to spy on intelligence, she still studied hard. Fu Yanjie walked back and forth in front of her, pretending to be very busy and diligent. He wanted to attract Wang Xiaoyuan's attention. Unfortunately, she had been chatting with Nuonuo in a low voice. She didn't deliberately inquire about Jiang Su's information. Instead, she obtained the information she needed through indirect questions and some casual questions. It also allowed Wang Xiaoyuan to get some useful things. However, after knowing this, she was even more uncertain. For example, Jiang Su's grades were the first in the grade. He also had a business mind. Before the summer vacation, he made a lot of money with Nuonuo and Fu Yanjie. He also has various talents. Especially he is very good at playing basketball. Wang Xiaoyuan felt that her brother was too weak. What level is her brother, and he is worthy of liking the same girl as Jiang Gu. At 11:30 in the morning, the meal was ready. Fu Yanjie invited Wang Xiaoyuan to go to sell together. She thought about it and agreed. Knowing more about Jiang Su's entrepreneurship will give her more topics to talk about later. Wang Xiaoyuan's family is quite rich, but she is not arrogant. When she got outside, she sat directly behind the electric tricycle. Then she took out the story club and read it with relish. Fu Yanjie, Sister Xiaoyuan, you also like to read the story club. Which book do you like best? Wang Xiaoyuan smiled and said, an author with the pen name Sui Sui and Ping, his two books are very good. It would be great if I could meet him in person if I had the chance. Fu Yanjie was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Jiang Su? Look at Wang Xiaoyuan's expression again. There is a trace of yearning and admiration for the idol in her eyes. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, and a little alert rose. If Wang Xiaoyuan knew that Sui Sui and Ping was Jiang Su, would she like him because of this? The boy was worried for the first time. After hesitating again and again, he still didn't say it. Thinking that Jiang Su now has someone he likes. If he said it, wouldn't it destroy Jiang Su and Enuonuo? Thinking of this, Fu Yenjie felt that he was right to do so. Wang Xiaoyuan finished reading the latest updated chapter and felt a little unsatisfied. After putting away the story, Fu Yenjie looked at his back and said, "Tell me about Jiang Su." Fu Yenjie's heart skipped a beat, and he forced a smile. "What do you want to know, sister?" "Personality, hobbies, etc. He likes singing, dancing, and playing basketball. He used to like to surf the internet with me. Since he fell in love with Enuonuo, he abandoned me. His favorite foods include oil cakes, fruit powder, steamed meatballs, oyster balls, and shrimp heads. Rice with fragrant wings, fried fish with essence, pigeon, coriander, and chicken with chicken, crispy mountain, chicken feet, berry juice, unburned lamb, magia glue, and purple shark. As a good brother, although he would not deliberately blacken Jiang Su, he would tell the truth. Wang Xiaoyuan silently wrote down this information. Several internet cafes rotated, and all the lunch boxes were sold out at around 1 o'clock. Then Wang Xiaoyuan was shocked. In one morning, more than 1,300 yuan was sold. More than 100 yuan of it was earned by Fu Yenjie himself from selling grilled sausages and other snacks. Putting this aside, the net profit was 700 to 800 yuan. Is this something a boy in the second year of high school can think of? Could this be a reborn person? Suddenly, she developed a strong interest in Jiang Su. I wrote 10,000 words this morning. Jiang Su took a short break. He looked at the time and it was 12 o'clock. He had lunch with Enuonuo. He saw a senior high school math book next to her. He asked her if she didn't understand anything. The senior high school courses are so difficult. The girl shook her hair gently. I only understood a little bit. I'll teach you. Jiang Su said. Enuonuo's eyes lit up. How much have you learned? Jiang Su, all. He has mastered all the senior high school courses again. Wow, you are so amazing. The girl's eyes were full of admiration. Jiang Su waved his hand. As long as you work hard, you will be 1/10 as good as me sooner or later. The girl wrinkled her crystal clear and small nose, pretentious. Under Jiang Su's explanation, Enuonuo quickly got into the state. He explained very well, from the shallow to the deep, step by step. Slowly opened up Enuonuo's narrow mind, and it suddenly became clear. It allows Jiang Su to input more knowledge essence. Enuonuo greedily absorbed the nutrients of knowledge and grew up little by little. Fu Yenjie and Wang Xiaoyuan came back. Seeing the two studying in the living room, they slowed down. Wang Xiaoyuan walked behind them carefully. After listening for a while, she couldn't help showing a strange look. She found another advantage of Jiang Su. In terms of learning, he is far ahead. The second year of high school has just ended, and people have begun to assist the little sister in the third year of high school courses. And you can tell at a glance that the level is extremely high. Ordinary teachers may not have this level. My dear brother, I feel that even with the help of my sister, you have no chance of winning. Wang Xiaoyuan thought in her heart. Wait. She quickly thought of something. What if? Let's say what if. If I can catch Jiang Su. Then my brother won't have a chance. The more I thought about it, the more Wang Xiaoyuan felt that this was very feasible. However, Jiang Su's age, she quietly took out her mobile phone and opened a web page. Type in the search box, is it illegal for a 21-year-old girl to be with a boy in the second year of high school? Soon, the search results came out. Just 2 words. Really criminal. Wang Xiaoyuan, dot. Well, this road is blocked. Auntie, long time no see. Zhou Qingyue's aunt came to her home today. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Oh, Xiaoya, you have grown up so much, so beautiful, so beautiful. Zhou Qingyue was a little embarrassed. No, I'm very ordinary. Since she saw Enuonuo's true face, she was hit hard. During the summer vacation, she didn't go anywhere. She just stayed at home and wrote. Don't say it, in this strange state, her thoughts were like a spring, erupting violently, and her creation speed was very fast. Lu Yu stared at Zhou Qingyue for a while, and suddenly said, Yeah, can you sing and dance? Zhou Qingyue was stunned for a moment, and then said, Yes, a little, I learned it from watching TV when I was free. Come on, perform for auntie. Zhou Qingyue didn't understand, but still did it. Very good, you have a great talent for acting. Lu Yu stood up excitedly. Grabbing Zhou Qingyue's hand, she said, Yeah, are you interested in entering the entertainment industry? Your aunt is now a gold medal agent with a keen eye. As long as you are trained and packaged by the company, you will definitely be a big hit. Ah. Zhou Qingyue was stunned by these words. I can't do it. She had never thought about being a star. Zhou Qingyue's mother was also here and said, Can she do it? Of course. Lu Yu said with certainty, I just opened a company with a few other people. There is a great demand for artists at present, and Yaya has potential. And she is a relative of ours, so we will definitely not let her down. Zhou Qingyue still shook her head. Then what about my studies? Oh, silly boy, do you know how much an unknown 18th tier artist earns a year? Starting from 5 million. Zhou Qingyue was shocked. So much? Lu Yu, that's not right. Even if you graduate from a prestigious university, you will earn 10,000 a month. It will take more than 40 years to earn 5 million. Moreover, with your conditions, it is not a problem to earn tens of millions a year. Imagine that a few years later, your classmates have just graduated from college. They work hard from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, and squeeze into the subway and bus. They sweat every day and may be taken advantage of by perverts. In order to save a few dollars, they dare not even eat slightly better meals, and can only get a few thousand yuan a month. By that time, you will be a nationally famous artist, living in a mansion, driving a luxury car, wearing all kinds of famous brands. Going in and out of various high-end places, you can also meet various celebrities and be surrounded by stars. The annual income is tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Two completely different lives, which one do you want to choose? Zhou Qingyue was moved by what she said. Mainly, she thought of one thing. If she became a nationally famous star, then, Jiang Su will not treat me like this anymore, right? He will definitely come back to me again. Jiang Su has now become Zhou Qingyue's obsession. At the beginning, she didn't like Jiang Su. She was just unwilling to accept it. It's like you can get 10,000 yuan every month without paying anything. But suddenly one day, the money is gone. You are naturally unwilling and want to get it back. In the process of striving, Zhou Qingyue slowly discovered the shining points of Jiang Su. Unknowingly, she fell in love with this boy. Moreover, the obsession is deep. She was originally desperate. After all, Jiang Su has a girl like a Nuonuo who is like a fairy from heaven, and she has no confidence at all. But Lu Yu's words gave her hope. If in the future, I will be the center of attention and work day and night. Maybe you will like me again. Thinking of this, Zhou Qingyue no longer hesitated and agreed. Since Jiang Su was reborn, the biggest change has occurred. At this time in the previous life, Zhou Qingyue was not at home, but took Jiang Su to the supermarket and sucked his blood. So I didn't meet this aunt who only went back to her hometown once a year at most. Zhou Qingyue's parents, when they heard that they could earn hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan a year, did not object. One of them trusted Lu Yu, and the other was that if their daughter could make money early, they would not have to worry about working. That afternoon, Zhou Qingyue followed Lu Yu. Her fate was heading in another direction. Then see you tomorrow. In the afternoon, Wang Xiaoyuan waved her hand and said goodbye to several people. Goodbye, Sister Xiaoyuan. Jiang Su patted Fu Yanjia's shoulder. Don't look, there's no shadow. So you like this type? Fu Yanjia blushed. What nonsense are you talking about? Where did I say I like her? It was not reasonable. A Nuonuo was laughing on the side. I won't pay attention to you, hum. Fu Yanjia fled in a panic, and Jiang Su's mocking voice came from behind him. Afterwards, Jiang Su sent a Nuonuo back. I wonder if I should buy a motorcycle. How can riding a bike be as comfortable as driving? But now women's motorcycles are still quite expensive, at least 5,000. Just bear with it for the time being. When she arrived at a Nuonuo's house, she got off the back seat of the car. Standing in front of Jiang Su. The breeze blew gently, and the skirt and hair fluttered. The pink lips slightly opened. Well, some of the chickens raised in my family can be slaughtered. Do you want to eat them? From the angle where Jiang Su was, he could just see the chicken coop. He sighed. Your chicken coop didn't collapse. The chicken coop I built for several years collapsed. Eat hard. The girl blinked her eyes, not quite understanding. Jiang Su's family doesn't raise chickens. He was so mysterious and kept saying things that he couldn't understand. Where is the chicken coop in your house? On the way back, Jiang Su stopped by several bookstores. He found that there were a lot of people. He stopped to observe for a while. Boss, give me a copy of the latest story. Sold out, sorry, you can buy it somewhere else. Similar conversations were heard in several bookstores. After observing for a while, Jiang Su went up to the boss and asked, Boss, which story is the most popular? Of course, Those Years of Bleak Youth and Youth and Sorrow, both written by the same author. A customer who was paying next to him echoed, Me too, but the second one, the author made the protagonist too miserable. I couldn't eat for several days. Damn author, don't let me know who it is, otherwise I will kill him. This resonated with many readers, who scolded him. The old thief is really a jerk. If I see him, I will definitely hang him up and beat him up, and then rewrite the plot. That's right, it's too light to kill him. Too shitty, it's really too shitty. Jiang Su couldn't help shrinking his neck and running away. These people don't have any literary talent at all. However, judging from the few bookstores I observed, the sales of the second book are obviously better than the first one. Youth and Sorrow will soon be serialized. Then the third book will be serialized soon. Throughout the summer vacation, the popularity of the story will be on Jiang Su. Jiang Su is now a relatively well-known writer, especially in high school. Most of the girls in his class have now become Jiang Su's die-hard fans. They often send him messages on QQ and ask about his well-being. If he were a little bit worse, he could have been a fan of that kind, with different fans every day. At present, Jiang Su's goal is to write 10 short stories first, to make a name for himself. Then, he can take 3 paths. The first is to write the outline himself and hire someone to write it. He just needs to control the quality behind the scenes. Anyway, once the reputation is established, as long as the quality is up to standard, readers will naturally pay for it. This is also the path that many famous writers will take. They often have their own studios. The second path, of course, is online literature. The peak of the Story Club was in 2010, when Jiang Su went to college, and then it began to decline. And it is the kind that has fallen to the bottom. Online literature is on the rise and has been thriving for more than 20 years. The third way is to adapt it to film and television. This one is more difficult and requires funds and connections. However, Wang Xiaoyuan seems to have a listed film and television company but is not familiar with them yet. It is a bit early to talk about cooperation now. And there is also the factor of Grand Hyatt. It is still unclear whether they are willing to cooperate. For now, it is better to have an office of your own as soon as possible. Dad, you are back. As soon as he got home, Anoonyo was surprised to find that Anfeng was back. In the past, his father rarely left home for a few days or a week. Anfeng's temperament is getting better and better. There is a strong sense of self-confidence between his eyebrows. That is the taste of success. He seems to have a lot younger and his temperament is much better. Sure enough, having money can make a skilled worker undergo such a huge transformation. My dear daughter, you're back. Anfeng took out a few bags with a smile. Look, I bought you all kinds of brand name clothes, shoes and bags. Anoonyo was naturally happy, but still asked, Dad, these are expensive, right? It's okay, a total of more than 10,000. Anoonyo's hands trembled, and she was about to let Anfeng return it. Anfeng smiled and said, don't panic, your father has made nearly 1 million this time. I made you suffer in the past, but this will never happen again. Also, I bought 2 latest mobile phones. You use the pink one, and you give the black one to Jiangsu tomorrow. Anfeng was still very grateful for the various help Jiangsu gave her when her family was down and out. Anoonyo was stunned. Her father's words made it difficult for her to digest for a while. Dad made nearly 1 million so quickly. It was like a dream. Oh, by the way. Anfeng slapped his head, there is one more thing, you can help me give it to Jiangsu tomorrow. The author is such a jerk, he's really inhuman, woo woo woo. At Wang Xiaoyuan's home. After taking a shower, she lay on the bed in her silk pajamas. With her legs crossed, she cried while reading Youth and Sorrow and greeted someone. From the side, her curves were undulating, which was very enjoyable to watch. Although she kept scolding, she still finished reading the latest issue of the story club she bought when she came back. Her taste has been spoiled now, and she is not interested in other authors except those written by Jiangsu. She wiped her tears. Wang Xiaoyuan suddenly thought of something. By the way, these two are very suitable for being made into TV series. Although she is quite lazy in her daily life. But she still has the business sense. Besides, she really likes these two. Thinking that if she gets the copyright and supervises it personally, she will definitely restore the original work perfectly. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyuan immediately took out her mobile phone and called the contact number at the end of the story club. Soon the call was transferred to Lin Nan. They talked for a long time. Finally, Lin Nan said it was a bit late, and she would give an answer after she asked the author tomorrow. After the call ended, Wang Xiaoyuan fell asleep with expectation. With a snap, the light was turned off. Before going to bed, Wang Xiaoyuan blinked. It seemed that she had not done something. But she could not remember it. Forget it, since she could not remember it, it must not be something important. So she fell asleep peacefully. And in the next room, Junyu stood on the balcony, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with a sad face. The sky is not old, and love is hard to end. The heart is like a double silk net, with thousands of knots in it. As he said, he drank the red liquid in the glass in his hand. The sadness lingering on his body became more intense. Then he picked up the big can of Coke on the railing and filled it up for himself. Since ancient times, people have been sad about separation, and it is even more unbearable to be left alone in the autumn festival. Where will I wake up tonight? It must be that the good times and beautiful scenery are in vain. Noa noa, my noa noa. He was drunk. Coke does not make people drunk. Sadness flows backwards into a river. Woo woo woo. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiangsu woke up on time. It was enough to get 8 hours of sleep a day. After washing up, he started to write. The number of words in this book is the most in Jiangsu's plan. The number of words in the following 7 books is between 100,000 and 150,000. With the reputation accumulated by the previous 3 books. The following books will definitely be priced high, so there is no need to pile up the number of words. At 8 o'clock, Anoonyo arrived on time. She had things in both hands. 2 slaughtered koan, breakfast, and a black bag, I don't know what it contains. Jiangsu took the things and said, thank you for your hard work, I will reward you with 1/10 more homework today. Jiangsu now assigns some serious homework to Anoonyo every day, so that she can ensure that she can absorb and master everything she learns. The girl puffed her cheeks, I don't want it. Jiangsu, girls like to say the opposite, not wanting means wanting. Anoonyo, then I want it. Jiangsu, okay, I'll satisfy you. Anoonyo stopped talking. She has never been Jiangsu's opponent in terms of words. What is this? Jiangsu looked at the black bag. Oh, this is the phone my dad asked me to give you. Anoonyo took out her new phone. Shaking it in front of Jiangsu, my dad bought it, one for you and one for me. Jiangsu recognized at a glance that Anoonyo's phone was a Tianyu phone, and it was a folding phone. The price was not cheap, 3 or 4,000. He opened the bag and found a touchscreen CoolPad phone inside. CoolPad is still very powerful these days, and this phone also costs 3 or 4,000. Jiangsu asked in surprise, did your uncle get rich? Dad said he made almost 1 million, and he's going to buy the factory today. Jiangsu nodded. Anfeng got on that guy's ride, and he will definitely rise to prominence from now on. It seems that his early investment was right. Anfeng is still very grateful. Oh, and this. Anoonyo took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Jiangsu, Dad asked me to give it to you. There are 80,000 yuan in it. The password is 6/8. Why are you giving me money? Dad said you have a good business mind. If I give you this money, maybe you can do something famous. He said you don't have to pay it back. Jiangsu couldn't help grinning. He is worthy of being his good father-in-law. He hasn't made a fortune yet, and he thinks of himself first when he has a little money. He didn't make any hypocritical politeness and put the card away directly. He smiled and said to Anuonuo, "Thank uncle for me. I can't repay your great kindness. Why don't I marry you?" The girl couldn't stand being teased. Her face turned red all of a sudden. Then she bit Jiangsu lightly, "Bad guy." After saying that, she ran to the kitchen. Jiangsu changed his mobile phone card. Just after breakfast, Wang Xiaoyuan and Fu Yanjie arrived. After seeing Fu Yanjie's clothes, Jiangsu couldn't hold it anymore. "No, are you sick? Why are you dressed like this? Suit, leather shoes, slicked back hair, and applied hair cream. This is a perfect cold sword look. What do you know? This is called maturity." Fu Yanjie snorted and looked at Wang Xiaoyuan. "Sister Xiaoyuan, don't you think so?" Wang Xiaoyuan suppressed a smile and nodded. After the three of them went to buy groceries, Jiangsu continued to type. At 9 o'clock, Lin Nan sent a message saying that someone wanted to buy the copyrights of his 2 film and television dramas. But she didn't know what Jiangsu's psychological price was, so she didn't agree. When I contacted Jiangsu today, I just gave him the other party's phone number and QQ. Then Jiangsu added the other party using another work number he had just registered. The other party's avatar was an office building, and his online name was Chairman Wang of Chuanxing Entertainment Company. This was obviously a work number. In less than a minute, the other party accepted and sent a handshake emoji. Chairman Wang, "Hello, I am the boss of Chuanxing Entertainment." Jiangsu, "Hello, are you planning to buy the copyrights of my 2 books? Chairman Wang, "Yes, regarding these 2 books, I wonder if you are willing to sell the copyrights." Jiangsu, "It depends on the price you offer." There was a pause on the other end, and then a text was sent. Chairman Wang, "Those years of bleak youth, a one-time buyout of 300,000. Youth and sorrow, a one-time buyout of 350,000. For this price, Jiangsu could only say ha. If it was the price for 2 or 3 years of copyright, he could accept it. But if it was a buyout, it would definitely be a blood loss. After all, if it is well managed, it can be written into several series. For example, a certain movie of a certain person made a lot of money after several series. After thinking about it, Jiangsu replied, "There are 2 cooperation models, one is the sale of 3-year copyright, 300,000 and 350,000. The other is free authorization, but I want to account for 30% of the revenue from the film and television drama." After the message was sent, the other party did not reply for a long time. In the living room of Jiangsu's house, Wang Xiaoyuan looked at the message on her phone and frowned slightly. She didn't go with Fu Yanjie to sell lunchboxes today. She had already gotten all the word she wanted to get out of him yesterday. This disappointed Fu Yanjie. Wouldn't his mature and handsome outfit be wasted? Wang Xiaoyuan thought about it and typed a reply, "This condition is a bit difficult to accept. To be honest, although you are a little famous now, it is not enough to make such a condition. Although she likes these 2 movies very much, it is impossible for her to pay without thinking. If she can lower the price, she will definitely try her best to lower the price." The other party replied quickly. "It doesn't matter, forget it if we can't reach an agreement. Anyway, Jiangsu can't sell out these copyrights unless the other party offers a very high price." Wang Xiaoyuan was angry. She thought that this author was too greedy. They didn't continue chatting. Putting down the phone, Wang Xiaoyuan looked at Anuonuo who was reading quietly on the side. She glanced at Jiangsu's bedroom again. Curiously asked, "What is he doing in there?" She wanted to ask yesterday, but she had been holding back. "I'm reading a book." Anuonuo answered in a low voice. She didn't know whether Jiangsu wanted to let outsiders know the identity of the writer. "Oh," Wang Xiaoyuan retracted her gaze and looked at Anuonuo with a gossipy expression, "How far have you 2 developed?" Anuonuo looked a little unnatural, just like that. "Wang Xiaoyuan, have you kissed?" "Ah." The girl looked confused. Wang Xiaoyuan, "Oh, just kissed." "No, no." Anuonuo shook her head like a rattle. She felt guilty. It was originally a fictitious thing, and she was very unconfident now. It was impossible to tell the truth to Wang Xiaoyuan. Otherwise, Junyu would come to pester her again. "Hehe, you are progressing too slowly. If it were me, I would have already." Wang Xiaoyuan boasted. Obviously, she had no practical experience at all. But in her mouth, it seemed that she had experienced it many times and had so much experience. Anuonuo blushed as she listened to Wang Xiaoyuan's boasting. "Is this something I can listen to without paying?" I was embarrassed to listen, but I couldn't help it. Guidu, Qinghe Entertainment Company. When Zhou Qingyue arrived here, she immediately became nervous. In her opinion, the decoration here is just like the palace, which inevitably made her feel inferior. Moreover, the people here are dressed so fashionably. She looks like a country girl, so old-fashioned. Lu Yu saw her nervousness and grabbed her hand. "Don't be afraid, just treat it as your own home. This company has 40% of the shares of my aunt, and she is definitely the largest shareholder. If you perform well in the future and can make enough achievements, you can also become a shareholder of the company. And these well-dressed people you see in front of you will serve you." Zhou Qingyue's eyes lit up. "Okay, let me take you to do a simple test first to see how good your innate performance ability is." Lu Yu took Zhou Qingyue to a workshop. There were several men and women. Lu Yu took out a card and handed it to Zhou Qingyue. "Perform according to the plot above, don't be nervous, and play freely." "Oh, okay." 10 minutes later. Several people in the room looked at Zhou Qingyue in shock. "Oh my god, have you really never learned acting before?" One of the men asked in amazement. Zhou Qingyue shook her head. "I found a treasure." Lu Yu was very excited. Yeah, you are born to do this." Believe me, you can definitely become a superstar in the future. She has never seen any of her peers with acting skills that are 1/10 of Zhou Qingyue's. In addition to the appearance, the voice is also very good. It is unreasonable that she is not popular. Lu Yu's mind turned quickly. Her company is now lacking a stabilizing force. Instead of spending a lot of money to dig outside, it is better to cultivate it herself. After all, she is still a relative and will definitely not betray her. And Zhou Qingyue gave her hope. Soon, Lu Yu made up her mind to do it. So she turned her eyes to one of the men wearing glasses. Director Wu, are there any youth-themed movies or TV series recently? Lu Yu planned to let Zhou Qingyue play a small role first to test the waters. Director Wu shook his head. There are no suitable scripts or on the market at present. This is difficult. Lu Yu frowned. At Zhou Qingyue's current age, acting in a youth campus drama is the most suitable and easiest to handle. Other themes are difficult to achieve the effect she wants. Listening to the conversation between the two, Zhou Qingyue's heart moved. After thinking about it, she said in a low voice, well, I have a recommendation. I don't know if it will work. Lu Yu actually didn't take Zhou Qingyue's words seriously. But she didn't reject her face, and asked with a smile, what is it? I have it with me, it's called Those Years of Bleak Youth, it's very good. Zhou Qingyue said while putting down her school bag. She took out 3 story books from it. Lu Yu took it and took a look. At first, she didn't care. But soon, Lu Yu's expression became serious. After she finished reading it, she gave it to Director Wu. How is it okay? Zhou Qingyue asked cautiously. It's great. Lu Yu was very happy. I feel that this book is written specifically for you. If you act in it, it will definitely be a big hit. Zhou Qingyue's heart trembled. Lu Yu's words made her suddenly enlightened. She quickly went through the plot of this movie in her mind. When she first read it, she felt inexplicably familiar. Now that Lu Yu pointed it out, she immediately reacted. Isn't this movie about herself and Jiangsu? She was wet. Her eyes were wet. It turned out that she had such a high status in Jiangsu's mind. The reason why he treated her like this must be because of love turning into hate. The deeper the love, the heavier the hate. Yes, it must be like this. Zhou Qingyue couldn't help but clench her pink fists. She swore silently in her heart. She must succeed as soon as possible, and then make Jiangsu change his mind and come back to her. After Director Wu read the beginning, he also praised, this plot, this creativity and character design are all very good. And I don't think it needs to be changed too much, we can just take it and shoot it directly. Okay, that's it. Lu Yu made the decision on the spot, I will contact the author in person and buy the copyright. Lu Yu is a man of action. Once he makes up his mind, he will take action immediately. After settling Zhou Qingyue, he contacted her. In the future, when you know that I recommended the copyright for you, you will definitely be very happy, right? Zhou Qingyue thought happily. On the other side. Soon, Lu Yu contacted Jiangsu through Lin Nan. After a few simple opening remarks, Lu Yu quoted an amount that surprised Jiangsu. Hello, we sincerely want to buy the copyright of Those Years of Bleak Youth. Now we have 2 cooperation plans for you. One is a 3-year copyright, the price is 400,000, including tax. The other is a cooperative development model, free authorization. In the future, 15% of the total revenue of the developed products will belong to you. Jiangsu did not expect the other party to give such generous conditions. He also knew Qinghe Entertainment Company. It can be ranked in the top 10 in China. Of course, not now, but 10 years later. Jiangsu vaguely remembered that Qinghe seemed to have been listed in the end, and its market value was close to 10 billion at its peak. The reputation of this company is still quite good. It seems that there has been no dispute between the actors or employees and the company. However, Jiangsu did not agree immediately, but asked again, I want to know how long it will take for your company to go from project establishment to listing. If it takes too long, it is better to choose to take the money. Lu Yu said, we plan to use this to support newcomers. Time is money, so it will take at most 2 months from project establishment to launch. Works like this youth campus theme have very low requirements for shooting. Many scenes are indoors and can be completed with a curtain. It mainly depends on the actors and the plot. 2 months is more than enough time. If it is only 2 months, you can take a gamble. See if you can get higher returns. If the movie is a hit, the income will be considerable. Moreover, if it really achieves good results, there is a high probability that it will be made into a TV series in the future. The income will be even higher at that time. It is equivalent to having a kun that can lay golden eggs continuously. Jiangsu, okay, then I will choose the second cooperation model. But there are a few points. One is to only sell the film copyright. Another is that if you want to make a TV series in the future, the cooperation model must also be chosen by me, and this point must also be written into the contract. Lu Yu thought for a while and said, okay, then it's settled. I will send someone to sign the contract with you immediately, and I will contact you before noon tomorrow. Jiangsu, okay, then we will talk about it in detail then. After ending the call, Jiangsu went to the kitchen. It was past 5 in the afternoon. Anuonyuo was dealing with the 2 kun she brought in the morning. The kitchen at home has 3 modes. One is gas, one is electricity, and the other is firewood. This is because Jiangsu's father prefers to eat the kind of cakes baked with firewood. So they were specially preserved. One kun was wrapped in lotus leaves and covered with a layer of soil. It was placed in the firewood stove to burn. The other kun was divided into 2. Half was used to make chicken soup. The other half was cut into pieces for barbecue. A Nuonuo is a good cook and has nimble hands and feet. She is also a beauty. She has a perfect figure and a well-behaved personality. She will have inexhaustible wealth in the future. Who is dating a girl like this? Oh, it turns out that I am dating, so it's okay. A Nuonuo turned his head and glanced at Jiangsu. It's almost done, you wait outside for a while. Yeah. Jiangsu smiled and said, I'll go out to see if there is any express delivery, you stay at home alone. Okay. No, this is not my house. A Nuonuo looked up and found that Jiangsu had left. On a pretty face, a thin layer of red clouds spread over the delicate skin. She looked beautiful and delicious. She stamped her feet lightly, causing a surge of hate, and came to the post office. Jiangsu found the contract sent by the story club. He opened it on the spot and read the contract. After confirming that there were no problems, he signed it and went back to the post office. When he got home, Fu Yanjie and Wang Xiaoyuan also came back. Fu Yanjie was like a follower, following Wang Xiaoyuan wherever she went. The intention was too obvious. Wow, Nuonuo, your cooking is so delicious. Wang Xiaoyuan did not hesitate to praise a Nuonuo. In his heart, he didn't know how many times he scolded his brother. It's useless. Such an excellent girl, you can't get her. A Nuonuo has already prepared several Korean dishes. The air is filled with rich fragrance. The chicken soup is well stewed, and the soup is golden in color. The barbecue and roast Korean are also delicious. The three of them were hungry just by looking at it. They couldn't wait to get started. A Nuonuo served soup to everyone. Jiangsu took a sip and it was so sweet and fresh that it lingered in his mouth. The meat was also roasted to the perfect temperature and was crispy. It was a pity that he was not old enough. Otherwise, it would be a top enjoyment with a can of beer. Wang Xiaoyuan ate without caring about his image. After taking a bite, he praised a Nuonuo and cursed Junyue in his heart. He was heartbroken. Why can't such an excellent girl be the daughter-in-law of my old Wang family? A Nuonuo felt embarrassed by the praise. Wang Xiaoyuan took a bite of the chicken leg and then said to Jiangsu, I won't come to help tomorrow. Jiangsu didn't say anything yet. Fu Yanjie was anxious. Why, sister? Hey. Wang Xiaoyuan sighed, I came here to help. I just wanted to find out about Jiangsu's background and then find his weaknesses and target them. So that I can help my disappointing brother get Nuonuo. But after a few days of getting along, I found that Junyue is a scum compared to Jiangsu. As long as Jiangsu is alive, Junyue has no chance. So, there is no need to stay. A Nuonuo's face was flushed. Although it was fake, she was still very shy when Wang Xiaoyuan said it in public. Sister Xiaoyuan, please stay a few more days. Jiangsu has many problems and weaknesses. I can tell you. Jiangsu. Okay, you are going to betray your brother like this, right? Wang Xiaoyuan shook her head, no, I have given up, eat quickly. Oh. Fu Yanjie became depressed. The four of them ate up the two kunkans cleanly. Everyone's stomach was full. Although Fu Yanjie was in a bad mood, he ate the most. After a short rest, a Nuonuo put the dishes back in the kitchen. Wang Xiaoyuan felt embarrassed to only eat and not work, so she also ran to help. Jiangsu patted Fu Yanjie on the shoulder, you two are not suitable. There are many gentle and beautiful girls in the school. There is no need to hang yourself on a tree. Fu Yanjie clenched his fists, who said that? I can feel that Sister Xiaoyuan also has a good impression of me. Question mark. Jiangsu's face was full of question marks, how did you know? Fu Yanjie, this morning in the kitchen. She told me that you are so cute, brother Fu. She said I am diligent and hardworking. If she didn't like me, how could she say that? Jiangsu's forehead was throbbing with blue veins, get rid of your love brain. Then I'll go first. I'll take your sister Xiaoyuan off. Fu Yanjie followed happily. Jiangsu shook his head. This child is so stubborn. He has told him many times that Wang Xiaoyuan would never like a kid like him. He just wouldn't listen. He could have lived happily at the most carefree age. But he had to taste the bitterness of love. A grown-up son is no longer under the control of his father. Forget it, let him go. Jiangsu also sent a Nuonuo home. After returning, he continued to type. The next day. A Nuonuo came for a while before seeing Fu Yanjie appear. He looked listless and had heavy dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that it was because of Wang Xiaoyuan. As expected. After seeing Jiangsu, Fu Yanjie hugged him and burst into tears. Wow, when I sent her home yesterday, she clearly rejected me. She said she liked mature and stable men, and she also disliked my height. I'm so miserable. This is the first time I've liked someone since I was a child, and I'm heartbroken like this. Okay, don't cry. Jiangsu patted his back, that's because she is blind and didn't see your advantages. By the way, what are your advantages? It seems that there really are none. You are not handsome, not tall enough, not good at sports, and your grades are average. Thinking about it this way, it's reasonable for her not to like you. Fu Yanjie glared at Jiangsu, are you still a human being? Can't you see that I'm so sad, and you still hurt me like this? Jiangsu kicked him away the next second, why are you complaining about such trivial matters here? Go to work. Go if you want to, why are you so fierce? Fu Yanjie said aggrievedly, you used to be very gentle to me. Since a Nuanan appears, you are getting more and more impatient. Do you really disappear? A new Noah was covered with a black line on his forehead, just to beat him. After saying, he went out. At the agreed place, Jiangsu saw each other. Finding a lawyer confirmed that it was safer. He also agreed. As long as you are generous to me, you are my friend. It's so comfortable not to have to get up early. Wang Xiaoyuan stretched. A pair of jade feet stretched out from both ends of the quilt. The toes are crystal clear like jade, and the playability is 5 stars. Sure enough, I am not suitable for work. I can only be a waste who inherits my parents' huge assets. Wang Xiaoyuan picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table. She whispered, after one night, I wonder if you have changed your mind and want to sell the copyright to me. Thinking of this, she sent another message to Jiang Su. Hello, have you thought it through? The price I gave is already very affordable. Jiang Su replied quickly. But the content of the reply made her confused. Those years of dismal youth has actually been sold. Wang Xiaoyuan sat up quickly and rubbed her eyes hard. I didn't see it wrong. Is it true or not? Wang Xiaoyuan was a little unbelievable. It's only been one day, how could it be sold? She slowly typed a question mark and sent it. Thinking, could the other party say this on purpose? The purpose is to raise the price. Jiang Su quickly replied, saying that it was bought by Qinghe Entertainment. He was not in a position to say the specific price. But it must be higher than the price quoted by Wang Xiaoyuan. Otherwise, Jiang Su would not sell it. The reason for saying this is to make Mr. Wang feel nervous. If you don't buy it, the other one may be sold soon. Wang Xiaoyuan knew about Qinghe Entertainment. The major shareholder is a well-known gold medal agent in the industry. She had tried to poach him, but failed. Wang Xiaoyuan opened the address book and wanted to call Lu Yu. But she changed her mind and gave up. Calling directly would be equivalent to telling him that he also had his eyes on the copyright, and maybe others would come to compete for it. Forget it, it is safer to use connections to make indirect inquiries. Wang Xiaoyuan waited for more than 2 hours and finally got the information she wanted. Those years of bleak youth was indeed bought by Qinghe. But the specific details of the transaction were unclear. Wang Xiaoyuan couldn't sit still immediately. She regretted secretly. If she had known it would be like this, she would not have bargained. Sometimes buying and selling things is like pursuing a girl. When he is alone, he doesn't care much. Once a competitor appears, the importance of the pursuer will be raised to a higher level. Wang Xiaoyuan hurriedly contacted Jiang Su. I want the 3-year copyright of Youth and Sorrow, 450,000. This price is basically the limit she can offer. Jiang Su also responded to the message quickly and agreed. This price is already high enough. After deducting taxes, there will be about 400,000 in hand. Add to his current savings. It is almost enough to buy an office of 50 to 60 square meters. However, since the funds are sufficient now, why not wait until he finishes writing the 3rd book? After receiving the manuscript fee, buy an office of more than 100 square meters at one time. Then you can expand your office. Get a sofa, a big soft bed for sleeping, etc. If I get together with a Nuonuo in the future, we can also do it in the office, hehe. After receiving Jiang Su's consent, Wang Xiaoyuan planned to get up and meet him. But then she thought, forget it, she still won't go. In her mind, Sui Anping is a writer with a well-proportioned figure, wearing glasses, and gentle. What if she saw that the other party was unshaven, unkempt, and full of fat? That would really shatter the filter and destroy her beautiful imagination. It's better not to meet forever. Let yourself keep the best imagination. So Wang Xiaoyuan called and asked her secretary to sign the contract. Jiang Su chose the location at the law firm just now. Anyway, he hasn't left yet. The signing process is the same as before. But what made Jiang Su a little unhappy was that this time the other party did not reimburse the lawyer's consultation fee. The pattern. The payment speed is quite fast. After signing the contract, the assistant went back. In less than 2 hours, the money was transferred to Jiang Su's bank card. The bank card deposit was nearly 600,000. Jiang Su looked at the balance in the card and had another idea. Otherwise, just buy an office building that combines business and residence. All in one go. You can also stay overnight there in the future. The first floor is used for office, and the second floor can be used for cooking, living, etc. Refer to the 3-story house his parents bought, which cost more than 2 million. If you buy a 2-story house with a slightly smaller area, 1 million should be enough. As for the address, choose one that is not far from the school, which is also more convenient. With a goal, you are full of motivation. Jiang Su plans to set the number of words he types to at least 40,000 words per day. And Fu Yanjie also worked hard after being rejected by Wang Xiaoyuan. He wants to make some achievements to let Wang Xiaoyuan see that he is no longer a child. Maybe he will change his mind. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Su stood up and stretched his muscles. There were crackling sounds all over his bones. Today's 40,000 word update is completed. In a few days, the 3rd book can also be finished. Wait until the manuscript fee for the 3rd book is received. I can go to my parents and ask for another 300,000 or 400,000 yuan, and then I can buy a house. I turned off the computer. Jiang Su picked up his phone and checked QQ. He found that the group was particularly lively today. After looking through the chat records, he found out that Zhou Qingyue had actually gone to be an actress. This news was revealed by Li Honghong. No matter in the past life or now. For most ordinary people, actors are high-ranking, glamorous, and mysterious professions. Many classmates in the group expressed envy. There were also many people asking Jiang Su how he felt and how he viewed this matter. What could Jiang Su think? He could just use his phone to see it. Needless to say, he was naturally very happy. This woman went to be an actress, and Jiang Su really hoped that she could make a name for herself and become famous. In this way, they would never have to meet again in the future. How great. There were also many people in the group who complimented Li Honghong. After all, Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong had the best relationship. If Zhou Qingyue became popular in the future, Li Honghong might also benefit from it. It would definitely not hurt to build a good relationship with her in advance. Li Honghong was so happy. It had been a long time since she had been complimented like this. She sneered in her heart, thinking that Jiang Su was really blind. When Zhou Qingyue becomes a big star in the future, you will regret it. Jiang Su did not take this matter to heart. After washing up, he went to bed. And the Nuonuo was also looking at the messages in the group at this moment. For some reason, she inexplicably felt a sense of urgency in her heart. She was originally planning to go to bed. But she put down her phone again. She took out the unfinished sweater and pants from the drawer. The whole thing was 90% done. But the pattern had not been embroidered yet. According to a Nuonuo's estimation, if the progress was normal, it would take about half a month to complete. Didn't you sleep well last night? Why are your dark circles so heavy? The next day. When Jiang Su saw a Nuonuo, he found that she was listless and had dark circles under her eyes. A Nuonuo shook her head a little guilty. She couldn't let Jiang Su know. She knitted a sweater for him last night and didn't go to bed until after 2 a.m. A Nuonuo couldn't figure out why she did this. It was after she saw last night that Zhou Qingyue might become a shining star. She wanted to get the sweater done as soon as possible and send it to Jiang Su. Jiang Su, you go and rest for a while now, I'll do it. A Nuonuo shook her head, no, I'm fine. Jiang Su, really no, you go and rest. A Nuonuo, I can do it. This little girl is sometimes so disobedient and stubborn. Jiang Su was too lazy to talk nonsense. With a Nuonuo's exclamation, he directly picked her up. Walked towards his bedroom. Oh, what are you doing, put me down. The girl struggled to break free. But her strength was not particularly strong. A delicate little face was covered with red clouds in an instant. A Nuonuo was very light and her body was very soft. Holding her was like holding a large ball of wet cotton. I'm coming, Fu Yanjie, who had just come in from outside, saw the explosion. His jaw almost dropped. She didn't dare to go forward. Instead, she stood at the door, beating her chest and stamping her feet, birth, it's really birth. I haven't even held a girl's hand, and you are already exploring the supreme mystery of life. Jiang Su put a Nuonuo on his bed. The girl's big watery eyes were obviously filled with fear. She was afraid that Jiang Su would do something he shouldn't do next. But she was obviously overthinking. Jiang Su was not born to this point. He pulled the quilt over, covered a Nuonuo, and turned on the air conditioner. Then he glared at a Nuonuo fiercely and said, get a good rest. If you come out before 10 o'clock, I will fuck you, do you hear me? The girl tightened the quilt around her, leaving only her head exposed. She bit her lips slightly and nodded gently. She dared not resist. Only by being obedient could she barely maintain this kind of life. Well, you are so good. Jiang Su rubbed her hair vigorously, and then went out. Fu Yanjie came over immediately. Jiang Su saw sympathy on his face. What's your expression? Hey. Fu Yanjie patted Jiang Su on the shoulder, find some time to see a Chinese doctor. While you are young, it should still be possible to treat it now. Don't delay too long. Jiang Su's face was full of question marks, what are you talking about? Fu Yanjie, from the time you enter the room to the time you come out, it's only 2.5 minutes. Assume that it takes 1 minute to take off your clothes, and then 10 seconds to wipe them. It takes 1 minute to put on your clothes, so you actually have 20 seconds. Jiang Su got hard. His fist got hard. Good boy, it costs nothing to make a rumor, right? If it weren't for the wrong gender. I'll let you experience what's scary right now. 2 days later, Jiang Su finished writing the 3rd book. Lin Nan was shocked again. How did this boy practice his hand speed? The keyboard must be smoking. Jiang Su's first 2 works have been serialized. Taking advantage of Jiang Su's popularity in the market, Lin Nan made arrangements without stopping and serialized the 3rd one. And because Jiang Su's production capacity is too high and his performance is also very good. So when the 3rd part was serialized, it directly occupied the best section. And Jiang Su also proposed to withdraw the royalties in advance again. Lin Nan readily agreed. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Su received the royalties from Lin Nan. After deducting taxes, it was just a little short of 50,000. Adding what he had on hand. And the money from selling lunchboxes during this period, it was 650,000. Buy a house, buy a house. Jiang Su packed up and left the bedroom. He planned to ask a Nuonuo to go find his parents together. But when he came out, he didn't see a Nuonuo. Where did you go? There was no guest room, nor a bathroom. Could it be on the 2nd floor? Jiang Su went up to the 2nd floor. Then when he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he was stunned. In the living room. Jiang Su and a Nuonuo looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere was a bit weird. A Nuonuo looked at Jiang Su with anger and grievance. In extreme anger, she was angry. Time went back to 5 minutes ago. I didn't find a Nuonuo on the 1st floor, so I ran to the 2nd floor. Who knew that as soon as I went upstairs, I saw a Nuonuo mending clothes. While working, her top was accidentally torn. So, I took the needle and thread. While no one was around, I ran upstairs secretly and planned to sew it. Who knew that Jiang Su ran up halfway through? What will happen next, even people without brains can guess. So there is the scene at the beginning. Ahem. Jiang Su scratched his head. I didn't see anything, after all, it's so dark upstairs. Don't say any more. The girl's cheeks were hot, and she was a little embarrassed. She didn't believe what Jiang Su said at all. Now she just wants to leave quickly. So she said something and left quickly. Jiang Su felt that she needed to calm down, so he didn't follow her. Jiang Su packed up and went out to his own restaurant. Speaking of which, he should have gone to the restaurant to help every day at this time. But there was no way, he had a lot of things to do now and couldn't take care of it. After arriving at the restaurant, Jiang Su went straight to the point and said to Jiang Shan, Dad, how much money can you take out now, give me some first. Jiang Shan, how much do you want? Jiang Su, 400,000. Wait a minute. Jiang Shan said, and left the room. After a while, he pulled Chen Yu in. By the way, he closed the door. Jiang Su was startled. Dad, what are you doing? Jiang Su saw that he was holding a long wooden stick in his right hand. Chen Yu's expression was also serious. Why do you want so much money? Did you make Noonyo pregnant? Jiang Su's head was full of black lines. What are you thinking about, am I such an unreliable person? He was also reckless and didn't make his words clear. So. He told what he had done recently. Including the money he earned from writing in the copyrights he sold, all of these were also told. After hearing this, the couple was naturally shocked. The first reaction was that my son couldn't be so awesome. After confirming it again and again. After seeing the text message of the account arrival on Jiang Su's mobile bank, they were completely convinced. Then they became excited. Everyone hopes that their son is better than his peers. And Jiang Su is already far ahead. Good son, wait, I'll get you the money right away. Chen Yu ran away with a giggle. There is no reason not to support her son who is so awesome. Businesses like their family usually keep spare cash. Chen Yu took out 400,000 from the safe and handed it to Jiang Su. Jiang Shan said, Son, do you need us to accompany you? After all, it's not safe to carry so much cash. Jiang Su shook his head and said no. There is a bank next to this street. Go there and deposit the money first. It's 5:40 now, and the bank hasn't closed yet, so there's still time. Only a reliable child like Jiang Su. In addition, the two of them are very generous. Only then would they be so confident to hand over such a large sum of money to Jiang Su at his age. Carrying a big school bag, Jiang Su went to the bank and deposited the money into the card. There was a total of 1.05 million in the card, which should be enough. Then he came to an agency. After he told his needs, an agent immediately introduced him enthusiastically. Currently, there are 2 houses that meet Jiang Su's requirements. They must be near the school and have commercial and residential properties. One of them is more than 20 years old and is relatively old. The area is more than 200 square meters, and the total price is 1.65 million, which he can't afford. The other one was built 2.5 years ago, covering an area of 100 square meters. There are 2 floors and a backyard of more than 30 square meters. It is a 5-minute walk from the high school where Jiang Su is studying. From the photos provided by the other party, it looks pretty good. But we have to go and see it in detail. The offer for this house is 960,000. Jiang Su proposed to go and see it in person. The agent immediately rode a motorcycle and took him there. 10 minutes later, Jiang Su came to the outside of the building. The appearance is quite nice, and the tiles are also very new. I didn't go in right away. Instead, I asked the agent to drive me around the neighborhood. There is a vegetable market, a kindergarten, a medium-sized clinic, and a large supermarket. The surrounding living facilities are very complete. Jiang Su is very satisfied. There is a main road at the door, and the flow of people is quite large. If you want to do business, you can also set up a stall at the door or something. Then walk into the building. There is a small yard in front, which can accommodate 2 cars. There are a lot of weeds, and it seems that it has not been taken care of for a while. Open the door. Wait for a while before going in after the air is ventilated. This house has been renovated. Jiang Su still likes the decoration style, which is simple and elegant. According to the agent. The owner of this house originally planned to build it for his son's wedding. By the way, he can also start a small company. Who knew that he got rich more than a year ago, and now the whole family has immigrated? This house is no longer useful, so just sell it. If the owner is not lying. The cost of materials for the house he lives in will definitely not be too bad. All kinds of home appliances and furniture are complete. According to the agent, these furniture will be charged separately. It will cost an additional 20,000 yuan. It is still acceptable. Let's look at the second floor first. There are 2 bedrooms on the second floor. Each bedroom has an independent bathroom. A kitchen and a public bathroom with dry and wet separation and a bathtub. Jiang Su was very satisfied with the overall layout of the room. After visiting the second floor, he came to the first floor. The layout and decoration of the first floor are designed for office use. There is a public office area. There are 2 rows of long tables. 6 to 10 people can work on it. There are also 2 independent offices, one large and one small, both equipped with independent bathrooms. The balcony is also quite spacious and connected to the living room. If necessary, the balcony in the living room can be connected to increase the usable area. After reading it, Jiang Su basically had no dissatisfaction. On the surface, he did not show too much emotion. He said to the agent, everything is fine, but can the price be reduced? The agent shook his head, Sir, I'm really sorry. The owner has said that not a penny can be reduced. This price is also very cost-effective in Jiang Su's opinion. After all, in a few years, you will never be able to take it down without 20 or 30 million. Jiangsu knows. It won't be long before, with the support of some external forces, Jiangcheng will make rapid progress in all aspects. It will become a first-tier city in a very short time. A house like this with complete formalities. As long as you pay the money, you can get the certificate on the same day. This agent guy probably just started working not long ago, and he is particularly hardworking and enthusiastic. After Jiangsu paid the money, he immediately got busy. It should be that some of their agency's connections were used. So it only took Jiangsu more than 2 hours from buying the house to getting the certificate. After getting the property certificate, Jiangsu couldn't help but sigh. It's really not easy. After working so hard for so long, plus the support of 400,000 from his parents and 80,000 from his future father-in-law. Finally, he bought a small building in full. Rounding it off, isn't this equivalent to buying a house with his own efforts? The house has everything. Jiangsu changed the lock of the door while it was not too late. Then he sent a message to Nuonuo, asking her to go shopping together in the evening. A few hours have passed, and that thing should be over, right? I've been so tired recently, and the third book has just been finished, and it's time to rest for 2 days. The message was sent, but there was no immediate reply. Jiangsu looked at the balance in the card. It cost a total of 980,000 yuan to buy this small building. There are still more than 70,000 yuan left in the card. Let's buy a women's motorcycle. The current regulations are still very loose. No documents are required. On the other side, Nuonuo received a message from Jiangsu. She wanted to go in her heart. But when she thought of the embarrassing scene before, she couldn't help but blush. So she became a little hesitant. After a few minutes of consideration, she still held the phone in both hands and replied to Jiangsu. Guidu, Qinghe Entertainment Company, Dance Studio. Huff, Zhou Qingyue lay on the ground without any image, breathing heavily. Her clothes were soaked with sweat. She has a lot of things to do every day now. Get up at 6 in the morning and run for an hour. Start vocal music and performance classes at 8 o'clock, which last until 12 noon. Then have lunch and rest, dance and body shape classes at 1:30 in the afternoon until 5 in the afternoon. Then rest for an hour, and then learn foreign languages, etiquette for some high-end occasions, etc. At 9 o'clock, you can go back to the dormitory to rest. However, Zhou Qingyue did not go back, but came here every day for extra training. Although she has been here for only a few days, a vast world has been opened up for her. She longs to succeed. In her mind, the image of that boy will constantly emerge when she closes her eyes every night. That has become an obsession for her. She longs to gain the recognition of that boy. She longs to make the other party like her again. So she trained desperately and worked harder than others. After a short rest, Zhou Qingyue got up. She practiced speaking, lines, etc. in front of the mirror. The copyright of Those Years of Dismal Youth has been bought. Various preparations for the film are already underway. Lu Yu even went against all odds and gave Zhou Qingyue the heroine of the film. Although it is a low-cost film, the total investment did not exceed 2 million. But Zhou Qingyue is also very serious about it. Jiangsu, wait for me, I will soon appear in front of you with a brand new image, for sure. Did you buy it? When Jiangsu rode a white motorcycle to the door of Nuonuo's house. When she saw the motorcycle, her eyes lit up slightly. This women's motorcycle has a beautiful shape, which is the kind she likes. Yes, I bought it specifically for picking you up in the future. Are you happy? I don't believe it. The girl pouted slightly. Bad guys like to tease themselves the most. Humph, so annoying. Jiangsu handed her the helmet with a smile, put it on, let's go drink milk tea and eat delicious food. Okay. The girl put on the helmet and got on the car carefully. She didn't dare to hold Jiangsu's waist, but held the crossbars on both sides of the car. Are you sitting firmly? Okay. Let's go. Jiangsu turned the throttle and the car moved forward at a constant speed. Some ghost fire boys like to brake suddenly when carrying girls. Under the action of inertia, the girl's whole body will lean forward and hit the back of the girl. But Jiangsu didn't plan to do this. Only gangsters and hooligans would do such things. Wow, there are so many people. When she came to the snack street, Nuonuo couldn't help shrinking her neck. There were so many people. Jiangsu asked her not to take off the helmet. Then he pulled her arm and said, come on, let's buy things and go eat somewhere else. Don't grab my arm. Nuonuo couldn't help but struggled. But the force was very light, and the voice was soft. This was the same as when a girl said no in certain occasions. Jiangsu said seriously, with so many people around, it's easy to get lost. What if some pervert spots you? What should you do? There are many bad guys out there. Do you think everyone is as simple and kind as me? The girl whispered, you are the worst. What did you say? Jiangsu didn't hear clearly. Nothing. Nuonuo shook her head quickly, I said I'll listen to you. Oh, let's go. Jiangsu grinned. Look, they're holding hands. Although not holding hands. But if you hold arms today, you can hold hands tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, you may kiss, and the day after tomorrow. Nuonuo kept her head down the whole time, acting like an ostrich. If she was seen by her classmates, she would be doomed. When she goes to school, rumors will definitely fly everywhere. She bought 2 cups of milk tea, 2 candied haws, a portion of stinky tofu and 2 skewers of hot dogs. Nuonuo rushed to pay for them. It's not a skill to treat a girl to a meal. It's amazing to let a girl take the initiative to pay. Passing by a cake stall, Jiangsu asked her, do you eat oil cakes? Nuonuo shook her head. After buying things, Anuonuo couldn't wait to leave. It would be dangerous to stay here for one more minute. Anuonuo breathed a sigh of relief when the car started again. Where are we going? Because the wind is stronger when driving. So the girl had to get close to Jiangsu's ear for him to hear. The fragrant aroma hit his ears, tingling. It made Jiangsu distracted. He calmed down and said with a smile, take you to sell. I'm not worth much. Then sell you to me as a little wife. No, I hate you the most. Ah. Don't shake. The front of the car suddenly swung, causing the girl to lose balance, and subconsciously hugged Jiangsu's waist. Jiangsu, you are taking advantage of me, right? Anuonuo, I didn't, it's obviously you who was bad. Jiangsu, then let go of your hand. The girl stopped talking. As soon as she let go of her hand, the car started shaking again. She couldn't talk him out of it, and she couldn't fight him off. Her mouth was puffed up, and she looked just like a bullied young wife. When they arrived in front of the small building he had just bought, Jiangsu stopped the car. He turned his head and looked at Anuonuo, how long are you going to hold me? The girl quickly let go of her hand. Although she was wearing a helmet, Jiangsu guessed that her face must be red now. Taking off the helmet, Anuonuo glared at Jiangsu angrily. But she was not angry at all. This did not seem to have any killing power, but made people want to bully her even more. Jiangsu opened the door, then pushed the cart and said to Anuonuo, come in. Where is this? Anuonuo followed in and looked around curiously. I bought it with my royalties and a little money from my parents. This will be my office in the future. Wow, you are so awesome. Anuonuo opened her lips, quite surprised. Then there was deep admiration. In this era when most of his peers are still trying to cheat their families for pocket money every day, Jiangsu actually bought a small building by himself. He was directly several versions ahead. Jiangsu closed the door and said, I will move all the books in my house here tomorrow. You can come here anytime you want to read in the future. Yeah. Use this name to dispel some of her concerns. Once you get used to it, you will regard this place as your second home. Okay. The girl nodded. She didn't realize Jiangsu's evil intentions at all. Entering the room, the two sat down. Anuonuo ate stinky tofu first. This thing is not delicious when it gets cold. Looking at her eating stinky tofu in small bites, Jiangsu suddenly had a bad taste. Coughing, he said, let me ask you a question. If one day, you meet a bad guy who wants to violate you, what can you do to ensure that you can escape from danger safely? Ah. The girl blinked and said in a silly way, call for help. Jiangsu, there is no one around, you can only rely on yourself. Moreover, the criminals can easily control you. This question stumped her. After thinking for a long time, she shook her head and said that she didn't know. Jiangsu had a sly smile on his face, there is only one way to break the situation, that is, shit within a few seconds. When the stench comes, no matter how beautiful you look, no one will be interested in you. Just like the stinky tofu in your hand. Anuonuo looked down. Ugh. She retched for a while, then looked at Jiangsu angrily. Ha ha ha. Jiangsu laughed. The girl was very angry. This bad guy only knew how to bully her. But she was not a pushover. Seeing Jiangsu laughing happily over there, she immediately took out her mobile phone, dialed a number, and turned on the speakerphone. Soon, the call was connected. Hey, Nuonuo, how come you have time to call me? This was Chen Yu's voice. Nuonuo pouted, Auntie, Jiangsu just bullied me. What? Chen Yu's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. The murderous aura directly penetrated the phone and filled the whole room. That kid is rebellious, give him the phone. Jiangsu's laughter stopped abruptly. Nuonuo proudly handed the phone to Jiangsu. Mom, who is your mother? Chen Yu was furious. Okay, Jiangsu, you are so bold, dare to bully Nuonuo. Don't you know that she is protected by me, how dare you? Jiangsu, dot. The corners of the girl's mouth rose, and she finally found a way to restrain herself. Jiangsu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Mom, listen to my explanation, it's not what you think. The mother who sat on the clouds trampled thousands of avenues under her feet, so terrifying. It was not something that he, a little high school student who had not yet officially entered the secret world of society, could contend with. Explain, no need to explain. Chen Yu was domineering, I tell you, don't bully Nuonuo anymore. If you dare to bully her again, get ready for the mixed doubles between me and your dad, do you hear me? Humble Jiangsu nodded quickly, I heard it, I heard it. Humph, remember, if you dare to let Nuonuo suffer injustice, I will peel off your skin. After that, he hung up the phone. Jiangsu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Looking at the smug look on the girl's face, he gritted his teeth and said, when did you get my mom's phone number? Auntie gave it to me on the first day I went to help out at your restaurant. Nuonuo was in a good mood, you heard what Auntie said, it will be very miserable if you bully me again in the future. As she spoke, she waved her fist vigorously. So happy. She had always been suppressed by Jiangsu in the past, but now she finally turned the tables. Jiangsu felt a toothache, classmate Nuonuo, you are not a good martial artist. If you have the ability, don't ask for help. No, I want it, Loyalu. The girl stuck out her tongue at Jiangsu, playful and cute. Jiangsu was furious. He didn't expect that he would also have a day of failure. Nuonuo actually got such a powerful backer. He won't be able to bully her as much as he wants in the future. When will boys be able to stand up? He was so angry. He, the girl hummed a brisk tone and ate the candied haws. She couldn't eat the remaining stinky tofu. When she saw it, she would think of what Jiang Su said just now. This guy is really annoying. Jiang Su picked it up and ate it himself. Ah you. Seeing Jiang Su's actions, Anonuo was stunned for a moment. He used the bamboo stick he had just used. There was his own saliva on it, how could he not do this indirectly? Jiang Su was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. He really didn't think so much just now. It's just that he thinks that food can't be wasted, right? At this time, it's natural to play dumb. Well, what are you talking about? The girl was very flustered. But she couldn't point it out. She lowered her head, ate the candied haws, and didn't say anything. Jiang Su found it funny. After the food was finished and the milk tea was finished, Jiang Su invited Anonuo to visit the whole building. Finally, they came to the backyard. Jiang Su looked at her, give me some advice. If it were you, how would you transform this place? Let her participate. In every bit of life, they constantly leave each other's marks. Finally, they reach the point where they cannot be separated. My words, Anonuo skipped to the corner of the wall, here, we need to plant 2 grape trees. I like grapes the most. And here, we can use it to grow some vegetables, tomatoes, winter melons, eggplants, etc. We can dig a hole here and raise some fish. And here, we can make a swing. It must be very comfortable to swing when we have nothing to do. Here, we can use it for barbecue. The girl's eyes sparkled. With the beauty and yearning for the future. Jiang Su silently wrote these down. Just change it according to what she said. Bring her here after it's done and give her a surprise. It was getting late, Jiang Su rode his beloved scooter to send Anonuo back. The cool breeze at night blew away the stuffiness and blew into the hearts of the 2 people. Hey, look over there. Suddenly, Anonuo discovered something. Following the direction of Anonuo's finger, Jiang Su saw a small shop on the left. A familiar figure was buying things. Li Honghong. This is not the point is that she is stealing things. The owner of this small shop is an old lady in her 70s. Jiang Su often goes to her to buy things. He knows some of her situation. Her husband is long gone, and her son died in an accident a few years ago. Her daughter-in-law ran away, leaving only a young grandson. She raised him alone. The 2 grandparents and grandchildren rely on this small shop to survive. Originally, due to the location, the business was not very good. Who would have thought that this woman would steal things? The old lady's eyes are blurred. Li Honghong took advantage of the time when she was talking to the old lady and she was distracted. She secretly put some more expensive things into her bag. Anonuo was extremely angry, how could she do this? Because they all live nearby, Anonuo also knew some of the old lady's situation. Jiang Su stopped the motorcycle and said to Anonuo, you watch the car, I'll go over. Okay, be careful. Jiang Su took out his mobile phone and turned on the video function. Then he approached quietly. Although the camera function of mobile phones these days is average, it can still be used. Li Honghong's attention was focused on dealing with the old lady, and she didn't notice that Jiang Su had appeared behind her. This woman is really cruel. The things she stole were relatively expensive. The bag was almost full. This is worth at least 70 or 80 yuan, or even more. For the old lady, 70 or 80 yuan takes 2 or 3 days, sometimes even 4 or 5 days to earn. This woman is really damned. Li Honghong stopped when she realized that her bag was almost full. Then she bought a bag of spicy strips for 50 cents, paid and left. Jiang Su followed. He didn't want the old lady to know about this. After all, she is so old. She has always treated people with sincerity. If she knew that there was a child with such a vicious mind, she would be very sad. After walking for a while, Li Honghong suddenly turned around. Seeing Jiang Su behind her, she was startled. Then she started to curse, are you sick? Are you following me on purpose? Jiang Su had no expression on his face. He walked forward, took her hand and walked forward. What are you doing? Let me go, help me, you are a hooligan. Li Honghong screamed. There was a law enforcement booth more than 10 meters ahead. Jiang Su pulled her over forcefully. The 2 guards standing guard at the door heard the noise. They rushed over immediately and asked what was going on. Li Honghong shouted anxiously, save me, this person is going to do something bad to me. Jiang Su let go of her hand and said to the 2 guards, I want to report the case. This woman stole. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't. Li Honghong was startled and immediately became furious. Jiang Su raised his mobile phone, I took pictures of everything you did just now. You can't deny it. Li Honghong's heart was pounding, and she was visibly frightened. I don't know what you are talking about. I want to go home. She turned around and was about to run away, but was caught by Jiang Su. He dragged her inside. Then he showed the video he had taken to the relevant staff. Then he opened Li Honghong's bag. Seeing the various snacks inside, it was clear at a glance whether they were real or not. Where do you live and where is your school? Why do you do this? The staff asked seriously. Li Honghong's age is there. She will definitely not be locked up. At most, she will be educated and asked to return the things. Li Honghong's face was full of fear, trembling and unable to speak. Jiang Su turned on the camera and recorded everything. Finally, after several inquiries from the staff, Li Honghong confessed her motive for the crime. It turned out that she had taken a fancy to a set of cosmetics, but she had no money to buy them. It happened that there were guests at home tonight. Her mother gave her dozens of yuan and asked her to buy some snacks. Li Honghong wanted to take the money, so she had a crooked idea. As she spoke, she cried. She said that she regretted it now and shouldn't have done these things. Jiang-su sneered in his heart. She should regret being discovered, not really repenting. The staff gave Li Honghong a lecture and took her to find her parents. Another staff member was going to return the things she stole. Jiang-su said he paid 100 yuan to buy it, and don't let the old lady know about it. So the staff member accompanied Jiang-su to the store. Good evening, Grandma, help me get a bottle of Sprite, not frozen. It's Xiaoshu, hee, wait a minute. The old lady turned around and went to the shelf to get Sprite. Taking this opportunity, Jiang-su quickly threw the 200 yuan in his hand into the half-open cash drawer of the old lady. The staff immediately cast an approving look at Jiang-su. This child is kind-hearted. On the way, Jiang-su told the staff member some information about the old lady. He was even more angry about what Li Honghong had done. Then he bought some drinks and snacks from here. As a small support. Walking out of the canteen. The 2 videos taken by Jiang-su were uploaded to the class group. Don't say that she is young, give her another chance. She is so old, and will be an adult soon. She should be responsible for her own actions. And this woman is not a good thing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, maybe she can be taken away. Naturally, it is a matter of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Classmate Jiang, how is it? A Nuonuo came over pushing the car. Although she looks weak, she is actually very strong. She pushed the motorcycle very fast. Well, it's done. And, you call me classmate again? Call me brother. Classmate, Loyalu. The girl spit out her bloody tongue at Jiang-su and made a playful face. Jiang-su pretended to be fierce, naughty, huh? I'll let you be naughty, I'll let you be naughty, I'll let you be naughty. At this time in the class group. With the release of these 2 videos, the whole group exploded on the spot. Oh my god, how could Li Honghong do such a thing? Doesn't her conscience hurt? She actually stole something from an old lady. It's a shame to be a classmate with such a person. Originally, Li Honghong's popularity in the class was average. In addition, what she did this time was really too much. So almost all the classmates came out to express their anger at her behavior. After Li Honghong was taken home and her parents learned about this, they beat her up severely. She hated Jiang-su in her heart. Lying on the bed, she was about to send a message to Zhou Qinyue to complain. But when she turned on her phone, she saw a lot of QQ messages. When she knew what happened, her eyes went dark. On the other side, Zhou Qinyue was. Sister Xue, I really like your acting. I didn't expect to see you here. I'm so happy. In the dance studio, Zhou Qinyue looked at a woman who was about 25 or 26 years old with great excitement. She had a delicate face, outstanding temperament, and a slender figure. Her name was Chen Xue, a popular actress of the new generation. She had appeared in many movies and TV series. She was also a professional dancer and was very popular. She had more than 5 million fans on Weibo alone. She was also one of the shareholders of Qinghe Entertainment, and the second largest shareholder. Today, Lu Yu grabbed her and specially trained Zhou Qinyue. Little girls like to chase stars, and Zhou Qinyue was the same, so she was so excited after seeing Chen Xue. Chen Xue's personality was also very good, at least on the surface. She also spoke with a unique gentleness and intellect. She smiled and encouraged Zhou Qinyue a few words, and then asked Zhou Qinyue to continue practicing. She also liked this girl very much. She worked very hard. She had enough talent in dancing and acting. If she was well trained, she might be able to reach or even surpass herself in the future. Okay. Zhou Qinyue responded, and stood up to continue practicing. Chen Xue saw a book next to Zhou Qinyue. She took it and saw that it was the latest version of the story. Zhou Qinyue has now collected all the story that Jiang-su has published. The more she knows, the more Zhou Qinyue admires Jiang-su. Each book is completely different, but equally wonderful. Especially the latest one, Pure White Lover. It makes her unable to stop reading. So even if she comes to practice, she brings it with her. When she takes a break, she can read it. Pure White Lover, Chen Xue muttered, and then she was quickly attracted by it. This story is about the hero and heroine because of an unexpected encounter. Then they began a sweet love. However, it didn't last long, and the plot suddenly took a 180-degree turn. The heroine was hit by a car and lost her memory after waking up. Before the accident, she was infatuated with the hero. After losing her memory, she couldn't stand the hero. The infatuated hero never left. He tried every way to help the heroine recover her memory. After a lot of efforts, he finally succeeded in helping the heroine recover her memory. The two lived together sweetly again. But not long after, oh no. The hero was diagnosed with an incurable disease. In order not to drag down the heroine, the hero quietly fled the city alone. Go to live in a place where no one is, and walk the last part of the road alone. The heroine went crazy looking for him, and finally, in a snowy weather, she found the hero who was already frozen. The main theme is a heart-wrenching. If this kind of plot is written 10 years later, it will definitely be scolded. But now there are very few such plots on the market. Although it is dog blood, it is still very exciting to watch. When Chen Xue finished reading the latest chapter, she was still unsatisfied. She was so anxious. She wanted to hold a knife on the author's head right now. Let him update it for her quickly. It's so good, I want to share it with my fans. Thinking of this, Chen Xue took out her mobile phone and took a picture of this. Turn on the microwave, edit the content and publish it. My dears, I found a very good one today. It is called Pure White Lover. You can all go and have a look. A few minutes after this content was posted, many fans commented and forwarded it. Wow, it is rare to see Shueisue recommend it. The name makes me very appetizing. Okay, I will go and buy it now. Well, Shueisue recommends it, so I must buy it. In addition to fans, there are also some friends in the circle who follow her. And some newcomers who have just entered the circle and want to curry favor with her also commented and forwarded it. It happened that today was calm and nothing big happened. No star's reputation was ruined. So this Weibo quickly rushed to the 10th place in the hot search. It was seen by more people. Some of Chen Shui's loyal fans bought the story meeting as soon as possible. After reading it, most of them gave good reviews. Then they went to Weibo to promote it. Further expanded sales. In a very short time, the story meeting in most areas was sold out directly. Bookstores contacted the headquarters urgently one by one and asked for restocking. After hearing the news, the headquarters was stunned on the spot. Because the market expectations for Jiang Su's new book are relatively high, this time they printed 1/10 more copies than before. The first batch of shipments is 100,000 copies. According to the forecast, it should take 1 to 2 weeks to sell the first batch of goods. It has only been online for 2 days, but it has been sold out in most areas. The people at the headquarters did not have time to find out what happened. They called the printing factory immediately and rushed to print another 100,000 copies. Lin Nan was also shocked when she got the news. Then she jumped up and down in her office with excitement. It's stable, it's completely stable this time. The position of editor-in-chief must be mine, and I wish you peace and prosperity every year, ha ha ha. After the excitement, Lin Nan wanted to tell Jiang Su the good news. But then she thought, let's wait. Now, although the sales volume is very high, it has not reached the limit. Wait until the results are higher before telling him, it will probably scare him. After sending in Nuonyo back, Jiang Su drew the design drawings of the backyard when he returned home. Then he took a picture and sent it to Fu Yenjie. Part of his family's business is decoration. Ask him to help ask how much it would cost according to his own design drawings and requirements. 10 minutes later, Fu Yenjie replied. It would cost 12,000 to take all the packages. This includes labor, materials, and Jiang Su's request to plant grapevines and the like. All of them were contracted together. At this price, Jiang Su was a little skeptical whether his family could make money. So he asked. Brothers should settle accounts clearly, and they can't let others owe them for nothing. Fu Yenjie replied that there is still profit, but he just gave Jiang Su a discount. Jiang Su was relieved. After washing up, he went to bed. After turning off the lights, he was thinking about the 4th book. This 4th book is not going to be on the campus, but to write a new story. Wake up the next morning. Jiang Su ate breakfast and sat in front of the computer, but suddenly he didn't want to write anything, and he felt weak all over. Sure enough, writing can't stop. He stopped for just one day, and he became lazy. Jiang Su stared at the computer fiercely. You are already a mature computer. You have to learn to write and make money to support your owner, you know. Get moving, get moving. Laptop computer, dot. In the 4th book, Jiang Su plans to write about a domineering CEO falling in love with me. The heroine Xiaomei is ordinary and confident. Although her family is poor, she dares to scold the boss and employees in the company. The hero Xiaoshui is the president of a listed company. He has a paralyzed face and many girls pursue him every day, but he doesn't like them at all. Until he met the heroine. This woman made his eyes light up. Other women were crazy about him and submissive. Only this woman. After meeting him, instead of flattering him humbly, she cursed at him. The domineering CEO trembled in his heart. After so many years, he finally met a woman who didn't covet his money. Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention. Then a bloody story of a man chasing a woman unfolded. The hero didn't want the second female lead who had fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, graduated from a prestigious school, and had a wealthy family. He just liked the heroine who looked average, had an average family background, average education, average figure, and a bad temper. Who is chasing this type of person? The answer is a group of little people who live in their own fantasies. When Jiang Su thought about it last night, he got goosebumps. It's so embarrassing. However, although it's embarrassing, the audience group is still very large. Even after more than 10 years, this subject matter has become rotten. But if it is filmed, there will still be many people who like to read it. Well, the title of the book is called The Domineering President Falls in Love with Me. After criticizing the laptop for a while, Jiang Su started writing. For something like this, as long as you know the routine, it is not difficult to write. The whole plot direction. When Jiang Su turned off the lights and went to bed last night, he had already gone through it in his mind. In addition to the 3 books before him, his hand speed has now improved to a higher level. He can produce 6,000 words in an hour. If this speed is placed among online writers, it can only be regarded as medium. There are many who can produce 10,000 or 20,000 words in an hour. Jiang Su still has a lot of room for improvement. By 8 o'clock, he had finished 10,000 words. I won't send it to Lin Nan for the time being. Wait until the 3rd book is serialized and see the final results. And Nuonyo is here. With her hands behind her back, she looked a little embarrassed. Jiang Su asked what was wrong. And Nuonyo looked around. Seeing that Fu Yenjie had not come yet, she quickly put her hands in front of Jiang Su. Jiang Su saw that she was holding a bag in her hand. And Nuonyo whispered, I was bored these days, so I knitted a sweater and trousers. Although the weather is not cold now. In short, if you like it, you can keep it. If you don't like it, I will take it back. When she spoke, she didn't dare to look at Jiang Su. Jiang Su was stunned for a moment. He took the bag from Nuonyo. When he opened it, he saw a set of black sweaters and trousers. There were some patterns on it. The style was not old-fashioned, but quite fashionable. Jiang Su saw Nuonyo's dark circles again. He immediately understood. This was not made out of boredom. It was knitted specially for him by staying up late. And it might be more than one night. Jiang Su was immediately moved. She just lay down on the sofa. Come on. Nuonyo, ah. What for? Jiang Su, this is the first time a girl has given me such an expensive gift. I have no way to repay you, so I can only promise you my body, sob. You are so annoying, I will ignore you. Nuonyo turned and ran into the kitchen. Jiang Su opened his eyes and hugged his sweater and trousers. There seemed to be a girl's unique fragrance on them. He laughed happily. Like a fool. Jiang Su, your father is here, let me show you my new concubine. Fu Yanjie walked into the living room. He saw that he was carrying a mountain bike in his right hand. This thing is very expensive, and it costs at least 1 or 2,000. Fu Yanjie said proudly, how about it, this shape is handsome, riding on the road, it will definitely turn heads. Jiang Su sat up and pouted, General. Fu Yanjie sneered, this is a gift from my grandfather, and the price is as high as 2,300 yuan. You are just jealous. Speaking of which, his family is also quite weird to him. If there are any good things, such as laptops, various brand name sneakers and clothes, they will be granted as long as you ask for them. But the pocket money is not much. Although it is a lot compared to other people in the class. But if it is compared with his family's assets, it is very little. Jiang Su pointed to the motorcycle parked outside, that motorcycle, you saw it when you came in, right? Fu Yanjie, I saw it, your parents bought it. Jiang Su sneered, I bought it with my own money. Do you think everyone is like you, a rich second generation who only knows how to ask for money from your family? With your current situation, what can you achieve in the future? In addition to inheriting your parents' several listed companies, dozens of properties, and hundreds of millions of savings. What else can you do? What are you still? Fu Yanjie lowered his head in shame. He felt like a failure. Woohoo, stinky Jiang Su, his words are so hurtful. Hey, what's in your hand? Fu Yanjie was quickly attracted by the sweater and trousers in Jiang Su's hand. It's so hot now, what are you doing with this thing? Jiang Su said with a smile, I advise you not to know. I'm afraid you will be sad if you know it. This aroused Fu Yanjie's curiosity. He urged Jiang Su to speak quickly. Jiang Su, do you really want me to say it? Fu Yanjie, hurry up, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Su, actually, it's nothing, it's just that Nuonyo stayed up late and made it for me personally. You know that feeling, right? Oh, by the way, you have never received a gift from a girl, you won't understand even if I tell you. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Snap. He slapped himself hard in the face. Why couldn't he control his curiosity? Now, he was hit hard again for no reason. Fu Yanjie said stubbornly, I don't care, it's just a sweater. I'll buy him 10 or 8 pieces later. Hitting good brothers is also one of the joys of life. Jiang Su continued to add, only those who are incompetent will use money to buy. Those who are capable and charming rely on girls to make them and then give them to themselves. How long have we known each other? She makes sweaters and trousers for me so thoughtfully. If it was longer, all kinds of clothes, pants, and shoes. She made them all by herself and gave them to me. How can I go out to buy new clothes and new shoes? I can't spend any money. Will it cause the business to have no money to make and then go bankrupt? It's so distressing. You are better. You won't have this kind of distress. Because no girl will give it to you, ha ha ha. Woo, please stop talking, you are really a piece of shit. Fu Yanjie's eyes were filled with tears. He wanted to escape from here right now. Jiang Su was too angry. It dealt a heavy blow to Fu Yanjie's young mind. He was completely sick. Jiang Su spread his hands and said innocently, I told you not to listen a long time ago, but you refused to listen. Can you blame me? Fu Yanjie was furious, from now on, the father-son relationship will be severed for 10 minutes. Jiang Su, whatever, I will just pretend that I don't have a son like you. In the end, Fu Yanjie was defeated and went to work dejectedly. A helper came today to help Nuonyo. She is also a girl in the class. Her family conditions are relatively poor and she is also shy. Her name is Zhang Yuanyuan. The money given is 5 yuan more per day than the last time I gave Zhang Jiqiang. After the lunch was ready, Jiang Su saw Fu Yanjie taking the barbecue stove with him. Why did you take this with you? It's useless. Fu Yanjie scratched his head, I saw that the barbecue business is very good recently. So I discussed it with my dad and opened a barbecue restaurant in the middle of several internet cafes. I can just get it from that store in the future, and I don't need to work so hard. Jiang Su, 9, rich people know how to have fun. Jiang Su returned to the bedroom and continued to write his domineering CEO. Not long after he started writing, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After thinking about it, Jiang Su chose to answer it. Then Zhou Qingyue's voice came from the phone, how are you recently? The next second, there was a beeping sound. Jiang Su cursed in his heart that he was crazy, hung up the phone on the spot, and blocked the number. At this moment, Zhou Qingyue was on the set. After only a few days of emergency training, she was about to start acting in Those Years of Dismal Youth. The first scene today was a recollection of campus youth many years later. The director asked Zhou Qingyue to be sad with a hint of nostalgia. She has never been good at sadness. So she called Jiang Su. Sure enough, he hung up the phone without saying a word to her. Isn't this sadness coming? Zhou Qingyue quickly got into the state. If Jiang Su knew the purpose of this woman's call, he would probably be even more angry. Good, very good, perfect. The first scene is very important. The director was mentally prepared to waste several days. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qingyue passed it the second time. Lu Yu next to her couldn't close her mouth with a smile. Zhou Qingyue gave her more and more surprises. She couldn't wait for the movie to be released as soon as possible. Zhou Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief and then silently thanked Jiang Su in her heart. You are really my lucky star. Originally, the shooting time for a day was 8 hours. But Zhou Qingyue wanted to finish the filming as soon as possible, so she took the initiative to ask for overtime. The male actor had a smile on his face, and he hated her in his heart. After finishing his part, he did not leave. Instead, he stayed on the set, watching how others performed and taking notes. She didn't take studying seriously, but she was extremely focused and serious in acting. The staff on the set were all praising Zhou Qingyue for being well-behaved and sensible. But they didn't know that she had hurt a young boy badly. At about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Fu Yanjie came back. He was obviously tanned these days, but he looked healthier. Well, there was nothing else to praise him for except being healthy. Dividing today's income, Fu Yanjie took a sip of fat house water. Then he said, do you know that Li Honghong has left the group? And I heard from a neighbor who lives very close to her that her whole family has moved. This is normal. After all, that woman is very face-conscious and vain. After that incident, she naturally had no face to stay. Jiang Su's heart moved, then what about her house? If it is to be sold, and the price is right, he will take it down and intercept the woman's luck. I don't know. Fu Yanjie shook his head, are you interested? Jiang Su nodded, you have more connections, help me find out. Fu Yanjie, oh Kuan 8K, wait for my news. Fu Yanjie left. Nuonyuo and Zhang Yuanyuan's home were on the same way, and the two girls went back together. On the way, Zhang Yuanyuan asked curiously, Nuonyuo, are you and Jiang Su really relatives? Yes, what's wrong? Nothing. Zhang Yuanyuan shook her head. After this day, she always felt that the relationship between Jiang Su and Nuonyuo was a bit strange. They didn't seem like relatives at all, but more than friends, but less than lovers. On the other side, Jiang Su waited until everyone left, then ran to the bathroom and closed the door. He put on the sweater and trousers. He stood in front of the mirror and looked left and right. Wow, so handsome, the clothes are very beautiful, worthy of being made by my future wife, just beautiful, really warm. That's right, it's summer, it would be strange if it wasn't warm to wear like this. He farted for a while before taking off his clothes. It was covered with sweat. After washing, I hung it up and took a photo. Posted on QQ Space. With the text, in the afterglow of dusk, there is a faint golden color, that is my youth. It is a little disgusting, but Jiang Su still chooses to send it. Not long after, Fu Yanjie left the first message. 3 words, go stuff. Then Nuonyuo also left a message, with a smiling expression. These days, smiling expressions do not discriminate. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Su came to the new house. The decoration started this afternoon. Because he wanted to finish the work as soon as possible, he gave an extra 2,000 yuan to let the masters work overtime. He bought some drinks on the way and shared them with several decoration masters. Jiang Su took some clothes, daily necessities, books and the like he brought to the bedroom on the second floor. The room was originally equipped with a bookshelf, which saved him from having to buy extra ones. After it was done, the decoration masters also went off work. The yard is not big. According to the current construction progress, it will be completed in 2 or 3 days. It was a bit late, so Jiang Su simply stayed here overnight. Anyway, it has been a long time since the decoration was completed here, so there will be no formaldehyde or the like. Fu Yanjie sent a message. He found out about Li Honghong's house. It was indeed for sale. The house was 90 square meters. It had been there for more than 30 years and was relatively remote. So they didn't dare to offer too high a price, the total price was 234,000. 2,600 per square meter. Jiang Su thought he could still bargain a little more. But he didn't have much money on hand now. After buying the house, he had 70,000 left, and he would spend almost 20,000 on a motorcycle and the decoration of the backyard. Now it all depends on how the third book performs. If the performance is good, maybe by the time the fourth book is finished, it will be enough to buy Li Honghong's house. The next day at noon, Jiang Su received a call from Lin Nan. Her voice was unusually excited. Do you know what the sales data of Pure White Lovers is? You know, we sold 120,000 copies yesterday. In the few days since it was launched, the total sales have exceeded 220,000 copies. And it's still popular now. The machines in the printing factory are smoking. No. Jiang Su was surprised. How can it be so high? If he remembered correctly. Since the creation of the Story Club, the highest sales of a single issue is only more than 600,000, right? Under normal circumstances, the sales of a single issue, a week, are only about 150,000. It's only the 4th day of the new cycle. Yes, your third book is popular. Lin Nan laughed particularly loudly. In the next few weeks, your third book will dominate the charts. And, my boss is probably secretly vomiting blood in the office now. The contract for the third book is a floating income. That is, if the sales data is good, Jiang Su will receive an additional reward. The minimum sales of one issue is 100,000 copies. If it exceeds, Jiang Su can get 50 cents for each additional copy sold. So far, Jiang Su has made an extra 60,000 yuan. If the sales of the next few issues can maintain this trend, Jiang Su estimated that this book alone could bring in millions of extra revenue. No wonder the boss of Story Club was secretly vomiting blood. Jiang Su was a little excited. With this result as a foundation, the price of the fourth book would not be too low. Moreover, Jiang Su still planned to extend this contract. As for whether Story Club would agree, unless they have a problem in their brains, they would refuse. But Jiang Su was still very curious. Why did it suddenly become popular? What went wrong? According to the information I got from visiting some bookstores in person, your book was noticed by the big star Chen Shui. She promoted it on the microwave, which led to a large number of fans buying it. Jiang Su didn't know Chen Shui. Then the topic changed and talked about the new book. I have written the beginning of the new book and I will send it to you now. Lin Nan's interest came up all of a sudden. Okay, I'll read it right away. After the call ended, Jiang Su sent the beginning. On the other side, Lin Nan opened the email. The domineering president falls in love with me. Lin Nan became interested just by looking at the title of the book. After she finished reading the 10,000-word opening, she scratched her head. She really wanted to know the plot later. This Sui Sui and Ping is really too much. How could there be a chapter break? She was addicted all of a sudden. No, I want to read it again. She quickly opened Jiang Su's chat box and typed a paragraph. Brother, give me another chapter, I can't stand it anymore, please brother. I feel uncomfortable all over and can't breathe. Please brother, just give me another chapter, just one chapter, and I won't touch it again today. I really can't stand it anymore, I toss and turn now and can't sleep, really. I can't stand it anymore. Jiang Su, who was about to go to bed, saw this message sent by Lin Nan, and his mind was full of question marks. What kind of daily speech is this? Forget it, her uncle spoils her father. He sent her the remaining 40,000 words. Seeing the subsequent chapters sent by Jiang Su, Lin Nan exhaled heavily. I survived. Shouldn't it be enough? Half an hour later, all were read. Lin Nan looked unsatisfied. He wanted to read more. He wanted to read more. Quick, give me all the following chapters. I have contracted a disease that makes me weak. Wake up the next day. After washing up, Jiang Su remembered and looked up this person called Chen Shui. He had never played with microwaves in his past life. The current microwaves are actually okay. But after a few years, they have completely deteriorated and are called NWC by netizens. The first microwave that Chen Shui pinned was about his book. Then, the second and third ones were also introducing his other two books respectively. After reading the latest chapter of Pure White Lovers, Chen Shui was still not satisfied. So she went to read Jiang Su's other two books. Naturally, she became a die-hard fan of Jiang Su. Help him promote unconditionally. Jiang Su wrote down this name. If there is a chance in the future, he will help him. Then he returned home and immediately devoted himself to typing. The word count for this book, The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me, is about 150,000. If there is nothing special, Jiang Su can get 50,000 to 60,000 words a day. He can finish it today and tomorrow. Writing so fast, there are naturally many typos. But he never corrects them. These are things that editors and readers have to do. What does it have to do with me as an author? At noon, Lin Nan sent another message. The remuneration for his fourth book came out. 320 per thousand words. It has more than doubled. However, the sales incentive is missing. Jiang Su naturally couldn't agree to this. He replied directly, then I will look for another company. This almost frightened Lin Nan. This won't do. Jiang Su is her cash cow. So she comforted him in a hurry, and then ran to find Guli in a hurry. Boss, I told him that he didn't agree, so you should add that clause. No. Guli glared, tell him not to be too greedy. 320 per thousand words, this price is already for first-line writers. He was still unknown a month ago. If it weren't for our platform, would he have the reputation he has now? Lin Nan felt a little unhappy, but didn't show it. Boss, you are right, but there are too few authors like Sui Sui and Ping who have extremely high output and good quality. I think we won't lose money if we give him the contract according to the previous contract. No loss. Guli's voice suddenly rose, it's all your fault. If you hadn't added that clause last time, I wouldn't have lost so much, at least millions more. Guli felt his blood pressure soaring. Lin Nan was almost unable to control his temper. She took a deep breath and said, Boss, I still think. No need to think about it anymore. Guli waved his hand and interrupted her, that's it, 320 yuan for 1,000 words, you can sign it if you want. Without him, the platform can still have more high-quality authors, it's not necessary to have him. Although he saw Jiang Su's ability. But he didn't like this kind of author who liked to bargain with the boss. And Guli also believed that they were the largest platform on the market. If Jiang Su went to other places, those small platforms would not be able to support him at all. In the end, he would most likely have to come back. Lin Nan's temples were throbbing. She almost couldn't help cursing with her temper. In the end, she held back. She left Guli's office expressionlessly. Then, she told Jiang Su about this matter. At the end, he added, don't worry, leave this matter to me, and I will definitely help you get your interests. After hearing this, Jiang Su said something that surprised Lin Nan. Why don't you quit and come with me? Jiang Su suddenly said, which made Lin Nan stunned for a moment, what? Jiangsu said, I have set up a literary studio, but I haven't hired anyone yet. Why don't you come and join me? When the company grows bigger in the future, you will be a veteran. Is this reliable? Lin Nan was full of doubts. Jiangsu said seriously, why is it unreliable? Only people like me who love literature can succeed. Your current boss, who only thinks about money, how can he lead the company to a higher level? Don't you want your authors to create more famous works in the future? Don't you want to ring the bell with me in the future to let the company go public? Don't you want to own shares of a listed company in the future? Jiangsu's voice was full of temptation. The air was filled with the smell of pie. But the next second, what Lin Nan said made Jiangsu unable to hold back. But, when I was 18, my father gave me a listed company with a market value of over 100 million. It's just that the company makes auto parts. I don't like it, so I ran out to be an editor. Jiangsu. Okay, you are all trying to mess with my mentality, right? No, everyone around you is toxic, right? Fu Yanjie is like this. Wang Xiaoyuan is like this. The future in Nuonuo is like this. Lin Nan is like this now. Is it really appropriate for you to do this? Take a deep breath. Jiangsu didn't believe that he couldn't get you, a rich girl who just started working. His voice suddenly became low. Tell me, what is your dream? Dream of having endless money, I have realized it. Goodbye. There was really no way to chat that day. I never expected that Lin Nan would agree in the end. The main reason was that Guli went too far this time. She felt that the company would not develop much in the future if it was in the hands of such a person. It would be better to leave early. But she still had to deal with some things here, and it would take about 2 weeks before she could go there. Well. While Lin Nan was still here, Jiangsu asked for the manuscript fee in advance again. Let's buy Li Honghong's house first. Anyway, in a few years, the housing price will soar by more than 10 or 20 times. Lin Nan agreed immediately and said that the money would be transferred to his account within a few days. After the call ended, Jiangsu's eyes flickered. Since the story club can no longer cooperate. Then the next step is to set up in advance. Jianyang was established in May 2002. The current development is okay, but it has not reached its peak. Moreover, Dupo has not been published yet. It was published in 2009. In his previous life, Jiangsu read Dupo no less than 10 times. In addition to liking the whole story very much. Another point is that the subsequent income of this book is really strong. Even if it has been completed for more than 10 years, it can often appear on Jianyang's bestseller list. Some other platforms have also achieved very good results. At least millions of income a year. Just relying on Dupo, you can live a life without worries. In addition, there are many excellent works. Although it cannot be copied 100%, Jiangsu still remembers the general framework. Opening a paid website will not lose money. It's just that some of the initial investment may be relatively large. The first person that came to mind was naturally Fu Yanjie. Good brothers, naturally they should take good care of them. When he came, Jiangsu did not ask him for investment directly. Instead, he talked about the decoration. How many days will it take to be completed? Fu Yanjie, I asked yesterday, it will be completed the day after tomorrow, by the way. After a pause, Fu Yanjie asked curiously, when did your parents buy another house there? I bought it, and my parents sponsored a little bit of 100 million. Oh, what did you buy? You bought it? Fu Yanjie jumped up on the spot and looked at Jiangsu in shock. Where did you get so much money? He always thought that the house was bought by Jiangsu's parents. But now he was told that Jiangsu bought it himself. No, where do you get so much money? Fu Yanjie had a face full of question marks. You didn't go to find a rich woman, did you? It would be too much if you didn't introduce me to such a good thing. First of all, you are too ugly, no rich woman would like you, unless you are gifted. Secondly, this money is earned from writing books and selling 2 copyrights. Did you sell the copyrights? Fu Yanjie was dumbfounded. How much did you sell for? This kind of thing was only seen on the internet before. This is the first time in real life. Not much, just 400,000. Jiangsu looked calm. Well, I finally pretended in front of this guy. Fu Yanjie was numb. With envy and jealousy on his face, Jiangsu, you are really damned. You found such a beautiful girlfriend, and now you are so good at making money. No, I feel unbalanced. I will go to my father and ask him to transfer a listed company to me. Jiangsu. He quickly grabbed Fu Yanjie, who was really going to go to his father. If this guy really goes, he will most likely be served by 7 wolves. Well, I have a startup project, do you want to invest? I said so much before just to let Fu Yanjie know his current ability to make money, so that he can tell his father. The investment money must be from his father. What? Fu Yanjie became interested. Jiangsu told him about his business plan. Fu Yanjie didn't quite understand. What about paid reading, IP and so on? But he felt that Jiangsu's words were very profound, and he sounded very impressive. So he patted his chest and said, no problem, how much investment do you want? Jiangsu pondered, it may not be much in the early stage, 500,000 is enough. You can tell your uncle that I can give you 5% of the shares for this 500,000 investment. Don't think it's too little. If you are willing to invest, then when signing the contract I will indicate that after 1 Koan year, if the company's scale does not meet expectations, I can invest 50 million to buy out your shares. Fu Yanjie was shocked, don't play so big, 50 million, you can give me 5 million, I can't imagine it. If there is 50 million, I will just clean it up and wait for you. Get out. Jiangsu kicked out, I'm going to make a detailed plan now, and you can take it back to show my uncle and aunt in the evening. Okay, go ahead. Jiang-Su spent more than an hour to come up with a detailed plan. With his experience in his previous life, it is still easy to make a plan that satisfies investors. After giving the plan to Fu Yanjie in the evening, Jiang-Su grabbed An Nuonyuo and let Zhang Yuanyuan go first. What's wrong? An Nuonyuo blinked. Hee hee. Jiang-Su rubbed his hands and smiled evilly, I want it today. You said that this investment plan was made by Jiang-Su. Back home. When Fu Yanjie showed the plan given by Jiang-Su to Fu Xinghan, there was disbelief in his eyes. Yeah, is there any problem? Fu Yanjie became nervous all of a sudden. This was the first time his good brother came to him for investment, so he couldn't let him down. And after listening to what Jiang-Su said, he also felt that it would definitely work. Hey! Fu Xinghan suddenly let out a deep sigh. Then he put the plan aside and silently pulled out his belt. Fu Yanjie was surprised, Dad, what are you doing? The next second, Fu Yanjie screamed. It was time to call it a day. Fu Xinghan felt refreshed. Fu Yanjie was wiping tears in grievance, no, Dad, why did you hit me for no reason? Fu Xinghan snorted coldly, I get angry when I see you. Why is Jiang-Su so outstanding? He has bought a house and started a company with his own strength at a young age. And you, it's really annoying to compare yourself to others. Fu Yanjie whispered, like father, like son. Your genes are like that, how can I be outstanding? As expected, he was beaten again. Then Fu Yanjie's mother heard the noise and rushed over to ask the reason. Fu Yanjie hadn't said a word for help. His mother picked up the broom and joined in. Fu Yanjie, 6. After beating his son, Fu Xinghan said, tell Jiang-Su tomorrow that I have invested in this company. But we have to make it clear first that the money will be paid in 3 installments. The first 100,000 yuan, and you have to make some things in the early stage, such as the overall framework. Otherwise, I won't give the follow-up funds. Fu Yanjie grinned, I know. You, what are you going to do? An Nuonyuo took a step back, looking at Jiang-Su's appearance, feeling a little scared. Hee hee hee. Jiang-Su rubbed his hands and smiled evilly, I'm going to ask you to help me clean up today. An Nuonyuo. Well, she thought too much. The girl's cheeks were hot. Jiang-Su was so hateful, teasing her again. An Nuonyuo had just finished cleaning and was about to go back. Jiang-Su received the final exam report card and grade ranking list from the head teacher. No surprise, first in the grade. Far ahead. But the second in the grade was not Junyu, but a girl. Junyu's grades dropped to 5th this time. Jiang-Su touched his chin, it should have nothing to do with me, right? Look at An Nuonyuo again. The improvement in grades is huge. 15th in the class, 42nd in the grade. Fu Yanjie's grades have also improved a little, 29th in the class. Very good. If he keeps this up, Fu Yanjie can get into a better university than in his previous life. However, it is definitely impossible to go to the same school as Jiang-Su. Whether in the last life or this life, Jiang-Su wanted to go to Magic City University the most. It was just that he gave up this opportunity because of Zhou Qingyue in the last life. He must go in this life. And the Nuonyuo should still go to the first academy. Jiang-Su did not intend to interfere with this. He would not be as naive as in the previous life. If he liked someone, he would have to stick together all the time. Student Jiang, I am ranked 15th in the class. The girl jumped and danced in front of Jiang-Su, extremely happy. Stop, stop, stop. Jiang-Su hurriedly called her, stop jumping. An Nuonyuo, why? Jiang-Su, it's too dazzling, I'm so sad. The girl tilted her head and didn't understand what he was saying at all. Ahem. Jiang-Su coughed, let's go, I'll take you back. It happened that he had run out of disposable lunchboxes and chopsticks, so he was going to buy some. Oh. On the way, Jiang-Su asked An Nuonyuo, I helped you improve your grades so much, how are you going to thank me? I just said thank you. The girl is not stupid. Usually when Jiang-Su asks this, he must be up to something bad. So, you can't just go along with what he says. What? Jiang-Su's voice suddenly got louder, you said you want to be my girlfriend to thank me? Nonsense. An Nuonyuo was anxious, I didn't. Jiang-Su, what? And you want a kiss? That's not good. An Nuonyuo silently took out her phone and opened the dial interface. The first contact was Qinyu. Then she showed the screen to Jiang-Su. Jiang-Su, An Nuonyuo, you can easily lose me like this. This girl has learned bad things now. She actually doesn't want to be bullied by herself. The girl smiled. When she smiled, her eyes were like crescent moons, so cute. When they arrived at her door, Jiang-Su stopped. An Nuonyuo held his shoulders and got out of the car, and said thank you crisply. Jiang-Su, you haven't said how to thank me for helping you improve your grades. An Nuonyuo blushed. She lowered her head. After waiting for a few seconds, she raised her head and said in a weak voice, then close your eyes. Jiang-Su's heart began to beat uncontrollably. What does this mean? Is it not good for her to do this? I haven't prepared myself mentally yet. I closed my eyes immediately. Seeing Jiang-Su close his eyes, a cunning look flashed in the girl's eyes. Then she twisted Jiang-Su's waist hard and ran away quickly. After opening the door, she made a face at Jiang-Su who opened his eyes, goodbye, this is my thank you. Jiang-Su gritted his teeth, okay, An Nuonyuo, you just wait for me to punish you tomorrow. This little girl is getting bolder and bolder every day. But this is interesting. The more you resist, the more I. He turned around and bought disposable lunch boxes and chopsticks. Ha! Jiang Su was about to go back. He saw a familiar figure getting off a very luxurious car in front. And Feng. A closer look showed that it was indeed him. This is not the point. The point is that after Feng got off the car, a woman who was dressed very fashionably, looked very noble, and had an amazing figure walked down. Jiang Su looked closely. Wasn't this Zhang Xiaoyi? This was not important, after all, he had no intersection with her. The important thing was. After the two got off the car, Zhang Xiaoyi actually took the initiative to hold Feng's arm. Their words and actions were quite intimate. Feng did not reject this behavior. Jiang Su was slightly shocked. Did the two of them get to this point so quickly? Then, after looking around, they walked towards a small alley. Oh my. So fun. Jiang Su's eyes flickered. He parked the motorcycle in a safe place. Then he ran over quietly. He was very familiar with this area and was not worried about being discovered. He soon found a safe place where he could see the two of them and hear them talking. I haven't seen you for a few days. Do you miss me? Zhang Xiaoyi's voice sounded charming and full of charm. Feng smiled bitterly. When you suddenly appeared just now, I was shocked. What if my wife and daughter saw it? Zhang Xiaoyi pouted. If they saw it, we'd divorce. Am I not better than your wife? Feng, each has its own merits. Zhang Xiaoyi, if you divorce her, I will definitely do my best to help you. Let your career advance by leaps and bounds to a level that you never dared to think of before. Feng said very seriously, if I were the kind of person who abandoned his wife and children for the sake of profit, would you still dare to like me? I can abandon them for the sake of profit now, and I will definitely abandon you for this in the future. Zhang Xiaoyi's voice was a little softer, you are right. Then, there were bursts of sucking sounds. Jiang Su was envious. No, embarrassed. It must be said that Feng is also very good at CPU. Such a strong woman is now obedient under his hands. Otherwise, she could have become the richest man in her previous life. After sucking for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Su almost dozed off, so they stopped. Then they said some sweet words that sounded like they gave people goosebumps. Then they left. Jiang Su waited for more than a minute before going out. He saw Feng walking home alone. Zhang Xiaoyi's car drove away. Jiang Su hesitated for a moment, but still appeared in front of him and stopped him. Feng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Xiao Su, what a coincidence, why are you here? Jiang Su said lightly, Uncle, I saw it all just now. Feng smiled disappeared, what did you see? Jiang Su, you and Zhang Xiaoyi are intimate. Feng's face changed slightly. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain. Jiang Su ignored his expression and continued, Uncle, Zhang Xiaoyi is younger, more beautiful, and of course richer than Auntie. But I hope you can understand one thing, you can't abandon your wife who has shared your hardships. And Nuonuo, you have to consider her feelings. I hope she will never know about this, okay? This kind of thing is actually nothing. Jiang Su thought so anyway. After all, who doesn't have a woman outside if they are a little rich? But playing is playing, and the family must be maintained. Jiang Su didn't want to see a Nuonuo no one day. His father, who looked honest and simple, actually did such a thing. Feng's expression was solemn, don't worry, I will definitely keep this secret forever. That's good. Jiang Su changed his tone and immediately put on a gossipy expression. He winked at Feng, Uncle, tell me, how did you take down that strong woman? Although Jiang Su had some doubts after knowing that Feng had saved Zhang Xiaoyi for the first time. The two might get together. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was still very surprised and extremely curious. Feng was a little uncomfortable with the change in Jiang Su's expression. But seeing his curious face and a little admiration in the depths of his eyes, Feng still said it with a little pride. In fact, there is nothing complicated. It's just a characteristic that many people have. That is, whether they like themselves or not. Zhang Xiaoyi is extremely excellent in all aspects. As a result, all men who have seen her will fall in love with her. But Feng is an exception. He has seen Zhang Xiaoyi many times. But there is no such instinctive impulse of a man towards a woman in his eyes. This makes Zhang Xiaoyi curious. So she started to test him in various ways. After testing him again and again, the two of them got along well. Jiang Su didn't know how to express his envy. With such a powerful confidant, it would be hard not to succeed. At the end, Feng reminded again, remember to keep it secret. Don't worry. Jiang Su patted his chest and promised, I will never let Nuonuo get hurt. Feng was completely relieved. Then the two parted ways. Jiang Su was still in a good mood. At least Feng now has a big handle in his hand. If he doesn't agree to be with Nuonuo in the future, he can use this to threaten him. Uncle, you don't want your aunt and your daughter to know about this, right? He. Although this method may be a little dirty, it's okay as long as it works. The next day, Fu Yanjie came with good news. This was within Jiang Su's expectations. The contract and other things had been prepared, using the simplest format. Fu Yanjie signed after checking that there was no problem. His back straightened immediately. Standing on the chair, as the second largest shareholder of the company, let me say a few words. Nuonuo whispered to Jiang Su, can I buy shares? She believed in Jiang Su's ability. At the same time, there were some deep-seated factors that she herself was not aware of. Jiang Su nodded, of course, how much money do you have? Nuonuo, originally, I only had more than 2,000 yuan. But when my father came back yesterday, he suddenly gave me another 50,000 yuan. He said that girls should have some savings on hand. I refused to take it, but he insisted that I take it and didn't let me tell my mother. When she said this, there was still some doubt in her eyes. Needless to say, Anfong must have felt guilty. So he planned to make up for it with money. No, it should be said that he should make himself feel at ease. Thinking of this, Jiang-su gritted his teeth and felt extremely unbalanced. What do you mean by this? Why give your daughter so much money? And I, who discovered your secret, am not willing to give a dime for hush money. Since Nuonuo wants to invest, that's fine. According to the investment amount, she will be given 0.5% of the shares. And Nuonuo happily ran back to get the money. Fu Yenjie was extremely envious. You are lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend who is so excellent in all aspects. And I don't know when I can chase Sister Yuan. This guy still hasn't given up. Jiang-su was too lazy to persuade him. It was just like how Fu Yenjie persuaded him not to lick Zhou Qingyue, but he would not listen. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Wang Xiaoyuan came for a sudden visit. Fu Yenjie was like a dog that smelled something and immediately pounced on him. He tried to please her in various ways, which made Jiang-su roll his eyes. There was no need to lick her like this, right? Suddenly he remembered a sentence. You are the busiest in the circus. You are the craziest in Getten City. You stand guard in front of McDonald's. You are the big and small jokers in the playing cards. Wang Xiaoyuan said a few words to Fu Yenjie politely. Then he walked up to Jiang-su. Are you free, brother Jiang-su? I have something to talk to you about. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyuan came to find Jiang-su on purpose, Fu Yenjie was a little jealous. He quickly said, Jiang-su is very busy. If you have anything, come to me and I can help you. Wang Xiaoyuan smiled and said, you may not be able to help with this matter. Fu Yenjie, how is that possible? As long as you say a word, no matter what it is, I will do it for you properly. Wang Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up, really? You can also do the mathematical Olympiad for the second year of high school. Fu Yenjie, what? Wang Xiaoyuan, it's like this. A little cousin came to my house. She is a second year of high school this year. She couldn't do a few questions, so she asked me, and I didn't know how to do them. The current academic questions are so abnormal that even I, a college graduate, can't do them. So I decided to come to Jiangsu. If you can do it, help me. Hello. Fu Yenjie took out his mobile phone. Hey, it's. Let's talk about your matter. The more they talked, the farther they walked. Wang Xiaoyuan. Jiangsu asked, doesn't your brother know it? Wang Xiaoyuan sighed, he's useless. Now he knows how to drink to relieve his sorrow all day long. Jiangsu was speechless. Since they had come to her house, Jiangsu agreed to go back with her to have a look. Before leaving, he patted Nuonuo. I'm going out for a while, take good care of the house. Got it. Well, according to the current development trend. Nuonuo is not far from completely changing into her own shape. Wang Xiaoyuan drove a car. Jiangsu sat in a co-pilot. He saw Wang Xiaoyuan fastened her seatbelt, and her figure was very breathtaking. In the past, she was wearing loose clothes. I didn't expect her to be so strong. This is at least the size of a coconut. Wang Xiaoyuan noticed Jiangsu's gaze, and she was not shy. She smiled and said, Sister, do you have a good figure? Jiangsu, not bad. Then, Wang Xiaoyuan's eyes flashed with a strange color, do you want it? Jiangsu, if you are irresponsible, you can. Wang Xiaoyuan, get out. The car started. After more than half an hour, they arrived at Wang Xiaoyuan's house. Her house is very large, a 4-story villa. The front and backyards add up to 2,000 or 3,000 square meters. A big dog owner. Wang Xiaoyuan took Jiangsu to the 3rd floor, the study. The door opened, and a girl wearing glasses, twin ponytails, and JK stood up. She was about 1.6 meters tall, with very white skin and a few pimples on her face. Her appearance was still very high, and she could get 90 points out of 100. She looked very well behaved. Jiangsu took a look and was surprised that she had glasses, twin ponytails, and JK. Suddenly, he thought of a sentence that Mr. Lei had said, how cool is that? Hello, sister, and hello, brother. The girl's voice was soft, and she looked like a good girl. Wang Xiaoyuan introduced the two parties, this is my cousin Jiang Xiaoyan, and this is my friend Jiangsu. Jiangsu smiled and nodded. Wang Xiaoyuan said, then you help my cousin, and I'll get you some fruit. After Wang Xiaoyuan left, Jiang Xiaoyan pulled out a chair and said to Jiangsu shyly, brother, please sit down. This girl gave Jiangsu a good first impression. She is well behaved, cute, and polite. I just don't know if it's really the same as what netizens say. The more well behaved you are, the more fun you have. Once you take off your glasses, you can start working at full capacity. Jiangsu sat down and asked, which question do you not know? Take it out for me to see. Jiangsu is quite confident in this regard. Not to mention the 2nd year of high school, even in the 3rd year of high school, he can basically do most of the questions. Jiang Xiaoyan took a workbook from the side. Turn to the last page. He said embarrassedly, it's this question that I don't know. Sorry to bother you, brother. Jiangsu took it and looked at it carefully. At first glance, it seemed that he was dazzled. After another look, question marks popped up in his head. What the hell? He looked at Jiang Xiaoyan, who looked cute and harmless. Are you sure this is a math problem for the 2nd year of high school? Are you kidding me? Jiang Xiaoyan blinked. Yes, what's wrong, brother, is there any problem? Jiangsu said, which book did you see this question from? Let me see it. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes flashed slightly. I didn't bring that book. Hee hee. Jiang Su sneered. I am not that idiot Wang Xiaoyuan. This is not a high school math problem at all, but one of the world's top 10 unsolved math problems. Not to mention your stupid cousin, even I can't solve it. Sure enough, the main point of the I-girl is a contrast. Being discovered by Jiang Su, Jiang Xiaoyan simply stopped pretending. Pulling the chair next to her, she sat down facing Jiang Su. Crossing her legs, with the right leg stacked on top of the left leg. It presents a perfect arc. Jiang Su stared at her intently. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted, a playboy. Jiang Su said seriously, a gentleman is lustful but not lewd, starting from emotion and stopping at etiquette. I appreciate beauty, not lust. Jiang Xiaoyan, it's not that hooligans are scary, but it's that hooligans are educated. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. The sweet girl temperament disappeared. Instead, there was a maturity that was not in line with her age. Jiang Su even saw a trace of the characteristics of a strong woman in her. In an instant, Jiang Su made an evaluation of her. Either she is a person with a quirky personality, or she likes to play the pig and eat the tiger. Jiang Su is more inclined to the latter. Jiang Su asked, why do you want to play tricks on your cousin? Jiang Xiaoyan, she is too long-winded and chattering in my ear. The original intention was to make her give up, but who knew that she actually went to find external help. After that, Jiang Xiaoyan looked at Jiang Su with a scrutinizing look. Well, you are the most powerful among my peers. Have you finished the senior year courses? I have finished it. Jiang Su nodded, let's compete. It was the first time that Jiang Su met such an interesting girl. From her, he felt a sense of real opponent. Jiang Xiaoyan raised her eyebrows, come on. So the two began to compete. First in mathematics. Each of them gave the other the 10 most difficult questions. The two solved them almost at the same time. It took them 10 minutes each, 1 minute for each question. Then came literature, biology, geography, and even philosophy at the end. The two of them were evenly matched. Then, the way they looked at each other changed. During this time, Wang Xiaoyuan came up with some fruit. Seeing how serious the two of them were, she retreated with relief. Jiang Xiaoyan stood up. Her beautiful legs were stretched straight. She gently twisted her waist and walked towards Jiang Su step by step. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Jiang Su could clearly see her flawless face. And the faint fragrance emanating from her body. She leaned her head over and looked at Jiang Su intently. Then, she said something that surprised Jiang Su. I want to be your girlfriend. Jiang Xiaoyan's tone was gentle, but it contained a sense of dominance. It seemed to be saying, I'm not discussing with you, but ordering you. Jiang Xiaoyan is a genius, the top genius. Any genius always has some unusual places. Just like Jiang Xiaoyan speaks directly. Of course, it's not like this for everyone. Only when Jiang Xiaoyan thinks that she is the same kind of person will she reveal her true nature. Under normal circumstances, she looks like a good girl in front of classmates or elders. Jiang Su shook his head, not interested. Why? Jiang Xiaoyan was puzzled. She exhaled like orchid. Because of the distance, the fragrance she exhaled hit Jiang Su's face. Jiang Su, you are too smart. If we are together, no secrets can be hidden from you. It's boring. Although some women look very beautiful, they are covered with thorns. If you don't pay attention, you may get your hands covered with blood. It's really boring. Jiang Xiaoyan sat back in her original position. She was able to take the initiative to propose this idea, which was already a concession. Jiang Su would not refuse, but he would not be shameless. Jiang Su looked at her and his heart moved. From our communication just now, you are very good at mathematics. Can you program? A little bit. I wrote more than a dozen software and created a website by myself during the summer vacation. She said it calmly. There was no element of boasting. It was as if she was talking about a trivial matter. For Jiang Xiaoyan, this was indeed a very simple thing. There was nothing to brag about. Jiang Su's eyes lit up immediately. He was now worried about where to find a reliable technician. To build his own website, payment system, anti-piracy, and so on. So he invited her. Jiang Xiaoyan became interested. Tell me about the future plan of your company. There is no need to be petty when talking to smart people. Jiang Su said everything he could say. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded slightly. It's a good plan. I also know something about the internet. It is straightforward, fast-paced, large in quantity and low in cost. It is a good choice for most people to entertain themselves. Give me 10% of the shares, no salary, I will invest in technology. Jiang Su was not reluctant to give 10% of the shares. The premise is that he has to see Jiang Xiaoyan's strength. Jiang Su, okay, then you build the website first, and it must be complete. After I finish reading it and think it's okay, we will sign the contract. Jiang Xiaoyan, deal. Then Jiang Su stated his requirements. It is still the era of PC. It was not until 2011, when Fruit 4 came out, that the PC began to decline. In the end, the two added each other as friends, and Jiang Su got up and left. Going to the first floor. I saw Wang Xiaoyuan lying on the sofa without any image. Her legs were placed on the table. While watching TV, she laughed foolishly. She is indeed a stupid college student. But her legs are really big. No, her legs are really round, and no, hey, hello. Wang Xiaoyuan got up quickly. Jiang Su glared at her. What kind of words is that? Here, this is for you. Just consider it as a thank you for your help this time. Wang Xiaoyuan took out 100 yuan and gave it to Jiang Su. Hey, we are all friends, there is no need to be so formal. You treat me as an outsider, right? She said this, but her hands did not slow down at all. She quickly put the money in her pocket. Wang Xiaoyuan, do you know what I admire most about you? Jiang Su, handsome. Talented? No, it's shameless, super shameless. Jiang Su was angry, you are slandering me. Wang Xiaoyuan took out another 100 yuan and stuffed it into his hand. Jiang Su chuckled, sister, you are really good at judging people. Wang Xiaoyuan rolled her eyes at him, okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I'll take you home. I'm going to pack my things. I have to go to the crew tomorrow. Jiang Su, are you going to film a movie? Yes. Wang Xiaoyuan nodded, I just bought the copyright of a movie recently. I don't know if you have read it. It's called Youth and Sorrow. It's very well written. It will definitely sell well if it is filmed. It's a pity that the other movie, Those Years of Bleak Youth, was snatched away by someone else. Jiang Su's face suddenly became extremely strange. It turned out that she bought her own copyright. Should I tell her that I wrote it myself? After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. It's best not to know. Otherwise, if she wants to buy the copyright again next time and play the acquaintance card, it will be troublesome. Send Jiang Su to the door of his house. Wang Xiaoyuan rolled down the car window and blew a kiss to Jiang Su, I'm leaving. You were great at my house just now. I will find you next time if I need you. You won't be short of money. After that, she stepped on the accelerator. As luck would have it, a Nuonuo, Fu Yanjia and Zhang Yuanyuan just came out. When a Nuonuo and Fu Yanjia heard this, they felt terrible. Fu Yanjia rushed up, with a sad face, what happened to you two? A Nuonuo subconsciously clenched her hands tightly and held her breath. Jiang Su said unhappily, that woman is full of bad water. She said that I tutored her cousin very well. Oh, so that's the case. Fu Yanjia breathed a sigh of relief, I said it, Sister Yuanyuan doesn't even like me, how could she like someone like you? Jiang Su. A Nuonuo also quietly loosened her hands. The tense face became relaxed again. Jiang Su shook his head speechlessly. Ah, I don't want to go to work. Lin Nan looked at the keyboard with a look of despair. She was originally the most diligent one. But now that she decided to resign, she immediately lost interest in everything. She just wanted to slack off. But there were still some things that had not been dealt with, and she couldn't leave immediately. Lin Nan glared fiercely. Little bastard, why do you want me to hit you every day? Do you like my big keyboard? I'll hit you to death with my big keyboard. Why do you only get such a small salary? Huh? Little bastard, tell me. Did your predecessor also type on the keyboard for so long every day like me? Just when she was distracted, a colleague from the finance department called. Lin Nan was startled and came back to her senses. She got up and ran over. It should be the matter of early withdrawal of royalties that she helped Jiang Su apply for. Originally, Guli was not very willing to do so in advance this time. But after Lin Nan's repeated insistence and harassment, Guli reluctantly agreed. After paying Jiang Su the royalties for this time, he can submit his resignation. Arriving at the finance department, Lin Nan greeted several colleagues. Then he asked, how much is Sui Sui and Ping's royalties at present? The head of the finance department said with emotion, it's actually as much as 160,000. It's really amazing. Lin Nan was also very surprised by this number, and then laughed, yes, my author is a quick shooter, and he types super fast. He deserves to make money. She originally estimated that 100,000 would be enough. She was busy with other things these 2 days, so she didn't pay attention to sales. I didn't know that as word of mouth fermented, sales were getting better and better. More than 95% of the thousands of stores across the country were sold out every day. Lin Nan confirmed the data and signed after finding that there was no problem. She watched the finance department transfer the manuscript fee to Jiang Su's account before leaving. After she left, the subsequent share of the manuscript fee could only be transferred to him at a fixed time every day. After returning to her office, Lin Nan sent a message to Jiang Su, asking him if the manuscript fee had arrived. A text message came. Jiang Su opened it and saw it. He was happy. The manuscript fee actually arrived, and it was as much as 150,000. With this fee, plus the tens of thousands of yuan he had on hand, and some bargaining, he could almost buy Li Honghong's house. Then he replied to Lin Nan and said that he had arrived. Then, Lin Nan immediately replied, hurry up, give me the subsequent chapters of The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me, I feel uncomfortable if I don't read it for a day, I'm almost dying. I have become. If I don't read it, I will become a little fool. Jiang Su. Sister, can you speak properly? Speechless, he sent all the tens of thousands of words he had updated recently. This book, The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me, is about to be finished, and there are still a few days. But now that the strategy has been changed, Jiang Su does not plan to publish this book in the physical store for the time being. He has other new plans. In the afternoon, Fu Yanjia came back from selling food and told Jiang Su that the house was decorated. After Nuonuo went back, he went to see it with Fu Yanjia. This house has a good location and the decoration is also very good. Fu Yanjia was also here for the first time. After reading it, he gave a positive evaluation. Then he visited the 2 offices on the first floor, the smaller office is mine, right? No. Jiang Su laughed and scolded, how dare you say such a thing? Fu Yanjia glared, I am the second largest shareholder, can't I have my own office? You are the third largest shareholder, and the second largest shareholder is someone else. Besides, you don't need an office. If you want to play games, go to the internet cafe. Fu Yanjie was furious. You dare to talk to investors like this, I will withdraw my investment. Jiang Su raised his middle finger at him and ignored this guy. Came to the backyard. I felt refreshed immediately. It was done exactly as I wanted. Grapevines, swings, small ponds for fish, etc. were all arranged. In addition, an acrylic cover was installed above the yard. Even if it rains, you can sit in the yard, holding a quoll in one hand and a spicy strip in the other, and recite a poem. When you need books, you will regret not having enough. There are so many mountains and so much grass. There are also 3 rows of flower pots hanging on the wall. Various small flowers are planted, and some have already bloomed. Those who come here for the first time will definitely feel like they have walked into a paradise when they see this place. Very good. Tonight, I will invite a Noonyo to come over. Then, have a candlelight dinner in the yard. When we are almost done eating, I will deliberately turn off the lights and then. Hee. Perfect. Jiang Su checked the weather forecast for tonight. There is no moon, I hope it is accurate. Then Jiang Su went to visit the villa that Fu Yanjie bought. I had promised him to come here a long time ago, but I never had the time. This guy turned the whole villa into an esports style. The first floor is for rest and fun. The second floor is full of high-end computers. The third floor is a buffet area. I can only say that rich people know how to play. Jiang Su played a few CFs with him here and then went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. After arriving at the vegetable market, he sent a message to a Noonyo while walking, inviting her to come over in the evening. Soon, a Noonyo replied to the message. I can't go today. I had a stomachache after I came back. Jiang Su immediately asked what happened. No, I just had a stomachache. I'll be fine after a good sleep. Jiang Su understood. It's the relatives coming. It hurts because the body is cold. The first thing that came to mind was a news story I saw in my previous life. A girl had dysmenorrhea in the middle of summer, and in a hurry she sat on a stone pillar exposed to the sun. Then she miraculously found that the dysmenorrhea was gone. Some netizens who were more mean said that this was called reducing juice with a big fire. Of course, Jiang Su couldn't hold a big stone pillar to her house. Girls are relatively fragile and sensitive at this time. It's time to establish a deeper connection. Jiang Su immediately came out of the vegetable market, went to a nearby fruit store, and bought 2 durians. He let one go and put it in a bag. Little known fact, durian is a hot fruit. Eating it has the effect of promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, which is much better than any brown sugar water. The disadvantage is that it is expensive. Came to a Noonyo's house. Knocked on the door. Li Yuanwan opened the door. Now she doesn't need to go to work, and she has money, so she dresses more elegantly. She looks a lot younger. I hope she will never know what her husband does outside. It's Xiaoshu, come in quickly. Li Yuanwan smiled and was very enthusiastic when she saw Jiang Su. Jiang Su nodded, thank you, auntie, then I'll come in. Look at you, kid, come here whenever you want, why do you bring things? Li Yuanwan was a little angry. Jiang Su smiled innocently, I bought a little bit, and Noonyo, I heard that she was not feeling well, is it convenient for me to go and see her? Sure, she is in the bedroom, you go in. Li Yuanwan is very relieved about Jiang Su now. Judging from the way she looked at Jiang Su, she probably can't wait to hold her grandson. Well, she still has the thinking of the older generation. Came to a Noonyo's room and knocked on the door gently. The door was not closed. It opened with a push. A Noonyo was lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, with sweat on her forehead. On the bedside table was a half-drunk bottle of brown sugar water. It was indeed a relative who came. A Noonyo didn't notice until she walked in front of her. Her voice was very weak, why are you here? I'm here to help you solve your pain. Come, I'll help you up. He carefully helped a Noonyo up. Jiang Su took out the durian, come, eat a little, it will help you. A Noonyo frowned, it stinks. Many people can't get used to the smell of durian. I like it, and I like it very much. Jiang Su comforted, eat a little, it can relieve your stomachache. A Noonyo, no. Jiang Su, if you don't listen, I will log into your QQ account and send a message in the group saying that you like me. A Noonyo had a very conflicted expression. Finally, she took a deep breath, made a great decision, and opened her mouth a little with a red face. Jiang Su said helplessly, open wider, you can't put it in if you open so small. After taking a bite of durian, a Noonyo blinked her eyes. It seemed that it was not as bad as she had imagined. It didn't smell very good, but it tasted okay. Jiang Su picked up another piece and put it to her mouth. Can I do it myself? A Noonyo said in a low voice. She was not used to the feeling of being fed by others. Jiang Su, your hands are dirty, let me do it. My hands are not dirty. The girl was a little aggrieved. Jiang Su wanted to rub her. Under Jiang Su's toughness, a Noonyo's cheeks were always bulging. She finished eating all the durian. After a few minutes, a glimmer of light appeared in the girl's eyes, it seems that it really doesn't hurt that much. Really? Jiang Su smiled and said, there is another one outside, and I will eat it tomorrow. Thank you. A Noonyo said sincerely. Outsiders had no idea how painful she was just now. Because it was like this every time she came before, she didn't want to worry her mother. So after drinking some brown sugar water, she just stood up. If Jiang Su hadn't come, she didn't know how long she would have to endure. Jiang Su said with a smile, then how do you want to repay me? His eyes were so scorching that a Noonyo didn't dare to look at him. the temperature in the room suddenly rose. The girl's voice was weak and mosquito-like. What do you want me to do? This time, she didn't refuse. Jiang-Su was immediately excited. He tried to make his voice gentle. I have never really tried to hold hands with a girl since I was a child. Can you fulfill my little wish? Originally, Jiang-Su wanted to make a more excessive request. But considering that a Nuonuo might not accept it. So he first made a small request that was slightly acceptable. As the saying goes, the first time is raw, the second time is familiar, the third time can drive, and the fourth time, you can get the experience of automatic driving. That's the truth. Me. The girl's face was hot. She didn't know how to answer Jiang-Su's proposal. Jiang-Su struck while the iron was hot. I don't have any other intentions, I just want to experience it. I don't know many girls around me, and we are all friends. You shouldn't be so stingy, right? A Nuonuo bit her pink lips, still a little hesitant. This is too embarrassing. It's not just holding hands, but holding hands tightly. Isn't it only lovers who can do this? Does Jiang have other ideas? A Nuonuo suddenly became confused. Seeing her like this, Jiang-Su sighed, forget it, my request is too much. It's okay, at worst I can find a girlfriend in the future and experience it. Okay, then I'll go first. As he said that, he pretended to stand up and leave. At the same time, he silently counted 1, 2, 3 in his heart. When he counted to 2, a Nuonuo spoke. I agree. The voice was so low that Jiang-Su almost couldn't hear it. Jiang-Su sat down quickly again. Want to laugh? Hold it back. Reach out your hand, but look at the door. The door is closed. Behind the door, Li Yuanwan shouldn't be so bored as to eavesdrop, right? But for safety reasons, Jiang-Su still got up to open the door. Auntie, you. As soon as she opened the door, Li Yuanwan staggered and almost fell to the ground. She quickly steadied herself, feeling very embarrassed. But she immediately said in a hurry, oh, I'm cleaning the room, and you opened the door just when I was wiping it. It's okay, you guys chat, don't worry about me, ha ha ha. A Nuonuo couldn't help but cover her face with the quilt. Jiang-Su was also speechless. Auntie, I didn't expect you to be so gossipy. Close the door again. She shouldn't eavesdrop anymore this time, right? Sit on the edge of the bed again. Gently pull off the quilt covering in Nuonuo's head. Her face was as red as that thing again. Jiang-Su liked to see the shy look of girls like this, and he never got tired of it. She said with a smile, let's continue the topic just now. It's too late, you should go back. After being interfered by Li Yuanwan, her courage suddenly shrank 10 times. Then she planned to regret it. Jiang-Su wanted to slap himself in the face. Why did he go to open the door for no reason? Even if he was overheard, it would be nothing. That won't do. It's not easy to get such an opportunity. If you miss it, it will be more difficult to get her to agree in the future. Student A Nuonuo, do you know what will happen when a person is very happy and experiences great disappointment? A Nuonuo, ah. Jiang-Su said nonsense seriously, it will cause depression, which will cause a decrease in blood flow and insufficient blood supply to the brain. Then, problems will occur in various organs of the body. Then it will affect study, the entire family, and even my future. So, please be sure to agree to what I said just now. A Nuonuo was dumbfounded. How could it be so exaggerated? As for seeing that she was still hesitating, Jiang-Su had no choice but to use his trump card. Zhou Qingyue should be willing, otherwise I will go find her. As soon as the voice fell, the girl had already stretched out a slender jade hand in front of Jiang-Su. Her hands were as slender as jade, her skin was as white as snow, and every knuckle exuded a kind of smart beauty. Under the reflection of the light, it exuded a faint luster. The girl retracted her legs and buried her head in her knees. A weak voice came out, hurry up, it's just a short while. You can tell from her voice how shy she is now. Jiang-Su grabbed her and clasped his fingers together. She didn't do much heavy work during this period. The calluses on her hands were gone, and she had a little more flesh. Girl's hands, really, seemed to have no bones at all. Holding it in his hand, it was like holding a ball of jelly just taken out of the refrigerator. While a Nuonuo was playing ostrich, Jiang-Su used his hand speed to the extreme after being single for 2 lifetimes. He quickly took out his mobile phone, turned on the camera, and took more than a dozen photos. A Nuonuo heard the sound of the camera and quickly raised her head. She was a little panicked. You rogue, how can you take pictures, what if? After thinking about what if for a long time, there was no answer. She tried hard to pull her hand back, let go, it's almost done. How could Jiang-Su let go so easily? He thought divergently and immediately had an idea. He deliberately changed the subject, do you know what the 5 virtues are? A Nuonuo replied, benevolence, righteousness, sincerity, perseverance, and wisdom. Jiang-Su, then do you know what the 5 virtues are that I understand? A Nuonuo shook her head. Jiang-Su, I like Lolita, and pity the weak, which is benevolence, I like the girl next door, and I am willing to accompany her when she grows up, which is righteousness, I like beautiful women, and I don't pretend to be married or not, which is sincerity, I like those over 30 years old, and I don't abandon them because they are getting older, which is perseverance, I like my second-dimensional wife, and I don't resist her beauty because she is not from my world, which is wisdom. These are the 5 virtues that I uphold, benevolence, righteousness, sincerity, perseverance, and wisdom. You are talking nonsense. A Nuonuo's eyes were watery. What is Jiang-Su talking about? It's really embarrassing. Jiang-Su was proud of himself. Very good, he successfully diverted her attention. He said seriously, how can this be nonsense? Everyone has different understandings. If you think it's wrong, just tell me your understanding. My understanding is, he said a lot of things. Jiang-su smiled and seemed to be listening very attentively. In fact, he didn't hear a word. His attention was all on Anuonyuo's slender jade fingers. Jiang-su nodded and responded from time to time. Anuonyuo was talking well, but suddenly she reacted. With a strong pull, she finally got out of control. She stared at Jiang-su angrily, bad guy, you did it on purpose. At this time, she naturally had to pretend to be stupid and looked at Anuonyuo with a puzzled look, what are you talking about, I don't understand. Huh, I won't pay attention to you. The girl turned her head away. Jiang-su laughed and said, you look like you just had a fight with your boyfriend. That's not the case, you're talking nonsense. Jiang-su couldn't help but burst into laughter. Anuonyuo was a little angry. Turning around, she wanted to bite Jiang-su. But she was dodged. Looking at the time, Jiang-su said, okay, it's getting late, I'll leave first. Don't go over these 2 days, I'll come to see you tomorrow. Goodbye. After Jiang-su left, Anuonyuo covered her head with the quilt again. So embarrassing. I shouldn't have agreed so impulsively just now. Also, what did he say just now that it was like a fight with a boyfriend? What? It's obviously not. Involuntarily, the scene of the two people holding hands just now emerged in my mind. It seems that they do look a little bit like a boyfriend and girlfriend. But soon, Anuonyuo drove this idea out of her head. Jiang-su said that he just wanted to experience it. When Jiang-su got home, he asked about the progress of Jiang Xiaoyan's website. According to what she said during the day, building a website is easy for her, and it only takes a few days. Soon, Jiang Xiaoyan replied. But the content of the reply is a bit. I can't write anymore, Jiang-su. This girl is a little crazy. However, Jiang-su likes it. Replied immediately. Hehe, you said you don't want to write, but when you touch the keyboard, you still have to write for me obediently. You use too much code. Huh, you are such a great programmer. Jiang Xiaoyan was at home. Looking at the chat records with Jiang-su, she smiled happily. There was even more excitement in her eyes. She finally found someone in the channel. Someone who was willing to go crazy with her. She got up and went to the bathroom to change a set of clothes. After returning, she replied to Jiang-su that it could be done within 2 days. The reason why it was so fast. One is that her own strength is very abnormal. Another reason is that she actually kept a lot of website building templates. Covering most of the types currently on the market. Just take one and modify it. The difficult part is the rest, such as anti-piracy, payment system, and prevention of hacker intrusion. After getting Jiang Xiaoyan's definite reply, Jiang-su washed and went to bed with peace of mind. After a few days, when another General Lin Nan came over, he could start the next stage. The next day, Jiang-su wrote 12,000 yuan early in the morning. Then he went to help in the kitchen. Anuonyuo didn't come today, so he was a little busy. After Fu Yanjie and Zhang Yuanyuan left at noon, Jiang-su went out. First, take down Li Honghong's house. I still found the agent brother from last time. The other party was still enthusiastic. After listening to Jiang-su's request, I checked that the house was still there. I took Jiang-su there. The main reason was that the house was in a remote location, so no one went to see it. Arrived at the destination. Jiang-su took a look. The exterior of the house looked very simple, and many walls had fallen off. Walking in, the light inside was also dim. And it was a one-story building. The agent scratched his head and said, to be honest, this house is very ordinary. I don't think it's worth the price. Why don't we go and look for something else? The agent was quite honest. Jiang-su took a look and said, please ask the owner if he wants to sell it for 190,000 yuan. If he does, I will transfer the money right away. Okay, please wait. The agent nodded, and then took out his mobile phone to make a call. After a while, the agent ended the call. He came to tell Jiang-su that the other party agreed. It is estimated that the other party also thinks that it is very good to sell this broken house at this price. It took more than 2 hours to get all the procedures done. He successfully got the house certificate. Then Jiang-su suddenly thought of something. He asked the agent, can I upgrade this house to another floor? At this point in time, many places should not have banned self-built houses. If it can be built, as long as the foundation strength allows. It won't cost much to build 1 or 2 more floors, 2 or 3 floors without decoration. The agent said, it can be. It's just that after the construction is completed, it needs to be reported to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development, which is more troublesome. If you have this need, I can do it for you, just give me 200 yuan for hard work. Jiang-su nodded, okay, I'll contact you then. He still called Fu Yanjie and asked him to help contact the relevant master to come and inspect. Hearing that Jiang-su bought another house. Fu Yanjie on the other end of the phone was almost biting his teeth, you are really a beast, why did you buy another house? At this rate, after high school, you will have more money than my father and I combined. Jiang-su, be bold, it may be realized after the end of the 2nd year of high school. Fu Yanjie immediately changed his attitude, Godfather, if you become rich, don't forget me. Jiang-su, huh. Not long after, Fu Yanjie came over with a few masters. Jiang-su handed them drinks. Then the masters took out various instruments they carried with them and conducted inspections. Fu Yanjie pestered Jiang-su to teach him some secrets of success. Jiang-su, first, you have to be handsome. Second, you have to be handsome. Fu Yanjie. It took the masters more than half an hour to complete the test and told Jiang Su the results. Several masters came over. One of them said to Jiang Su, after our careful investigation, the foundation and load-bearing capacity of this house are very good. Conservatively speaking, 2 more floors can be added. Jiang Su's eyes lit up and he handed them cigarettes. Thank you, masters. If 2 more floors can be built, at least a few million can be earned if it is demolished in the future. Then Jiang Su asked them again, if it is just to raise the floor, how much will it cost? He does not plan to live in it. So the height of the first floor is just a little more than 2 meters. Reinforced concrete and so on are also in accordance with the minimum standards. In this way, the cost should be reduced a lot. One of the masters thought for a while and replied, if this is the case, all the costs together are 15,000. Labor is not expensive now, and the prices of various materials are not high. This price may also save the face of Fu Yanjia's family. Jiang Su finalized the matter on the spot. And hoped to start construction as soon as possible. After quietly asking Fu Yanjia if these people are reliable and getting a positive answer, Jiang Su first gave these masters a salary of 1,000 yuan each. Money has to be paid sooner or later. But paying in advance will undoubtedly make them more motivated. After all, most people in this line of work are in the process of collecting debts for a long time after finishing the work. As expected. When he gave a small part of the wages first, these people looked at Jiang Su with gratitude. At a young age, he knows the ways of the world. When they meet, they give drinks and cigarettes. It is very comfortable to get along with such people. They have made up their minds. They must do this thing beautifully. When several masters left, Fu Yanjia looked at Jiang Su curiously. No, why are you so experienced in doing things, just like my dad? Jiang Su, am I not your dad? Get lost. Fu Yanjia raised his middle finger at him. I won't talk to you anymore, go home and play games. Jiang Su, get lost. He went back slowly. In a good mood. Everything is moving in a good direction. Marrying a white, rich and beautiful woman and reaching the peak of life is just around the corner. Guidu, photo studio. Okay, today's filming is over, everyone go back. The director shouted, and many actors immediately scattered. Only Zhou Qingyue ran to the director and whispered, Director, can I see what we just filmed? Because she is diligent enough. In addition, everyone also knows that she is a relative. So often when filming, it is clear that she can go home. But Zhou Qingyue still asks to shoot more. Everyone is unhappy, but no one shows it. And because of this, the filming progress is very fast. It has reached 60% of the progress. At this rate, it will be completed in more than a week. The director smiled and nodded. He liked Zhou Qingyue's tenacity. If she was not a relative of the boss, he would have to use his hidden rules. But since there is this relationship, the director can only pretend to be a kind and amiable elder as much as possible. Zhou Qingyue said thank you. Then she carefully watched what she had just filmed. While watching, she took notes. She was holding back a breath in her heart, this movie must be a success. When she returned to the dormitory, it was already past 1 in the morning. She dragged her tired body to take a shower. She had just finished a shower, and her body exuded the unique fragrance of a young girl. She was wearing a loose skirt and pajamas, but it was still difficult to hide her perfect figure. The collar of the pajamas was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. The hem swayed gently with her steps, showing her slender legs. Zhou Qingyue's figure was slender and plump. She was more mature than most of her peers. Her skin was also very white, as if it had been soaked in milk for a long time. It was white and glowing. Lying on the bed, she picked up the latest version of the story club on the bedside table. As she read it, she burst into tears. After all, it was the first time she had gone out so far since she grew up. Although she had an aunt by her side. But in the dead of night, she still felt lonely. She couldn't help but think of Jiang Su. Thinking of all the good things that boy had done to her. I miss you so much, Jiang Su. Zhou Qingyue fell asleep while crying. I don't know what I dreamed about, but there was a faint smile on my lips. It was a little after 8 o'clock the next morning. Jiang Su stretched his body. Done. The 4th book is finished. Next I have to write Dupo. Of course, Jiang Su didn't plan to use the original name, but changed it to Wudong Cangqiong. There was a sound of the door opening outside. It should be a Nuonuo coming in. Jiang Su gave her the key to his house. At first, the little girl was reluctant, thinking that this was not a good idea. However, after a while of CPU from Jiang Su, the two exchanged their house keys. By the time a Nuonuo realized what was happening, it was a done deal. Of course, Jiang Su had no intention of sneaking over in the middle of the night. But, he reserved this right. Ahem. Walking out of the bedroom. Jiang Su's eyes lit up. She was like a fresh and elegant painting, which made people's hearts beat. Snow white with a jade-like luster. Her eyes were as bright as a lake, full of innocence. Her long black and shiny hair naturally fell to her waist, highlighting her slender waist. My classmate has grown up, and she can conquer the city with one smile and the country with another. Why are you looking at me like that? The girl was a little unnatural, and she had not yet adapted to the fiery look that Jiang Su occasionally showed. Jiang Su stepped forward and grabbed her delicate and small hands. A Nuonuo subconsciously wanted to pull it out, but found that she couldn't. What are you doing? Let me go. She felt that Jiang Su was really going too far. She was a little angry. Who would grab a girl's hand so early in the morning? Isn't this a hooligan? Jiang Su said seriously, well, your hands are not cold, and your stomach should not hurt, right? Ah. A Nuonuo was stunned for a moment. It turned out that Jiang Su was concerned about her body. She felt very ashamed immediately. She thought Jiang Su was taking advantage of her. Well, it doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you for buying durian, but it's a bit expensive. Jiang Su smiled and said, it's okay. We are good classmates, so we should help each other. Nuonuo was moved. Looking down at Jiang Su, who was still holding her hand, her cheeks were a little hot. She said weakly, can you let go? It's been a long time. Although Jiang Su's hands are big and hot, it's very comfortable to be held by him. But it's still a little embarrassing. Oh, right. Jiang Su suddenly raised his voice and showed an expression that he had just thought of something. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Now that your stomach is fine, why don't we go to my newly bought house for dinner tonight? Nuonuo's stomach didn't hurt anymore, so there was no problem. She agreed immediately. Then she said, can you let me go now? She always felt that he was taking advantage of her, but she had no evidence. By the way, there is one more thing. Jiang Su acted as if he didn't hear her words. He said to himself, how are your senior year courses going? School will start in half a month. Well, I have learned more than half of all the major courses. After she went home every day, she would read for a while. In addition, she has opened up now, and her learning efficiency is getting higher and higher. By the time school starts, it will not be a problem to master part of all the senior year courses. Nuonuo, so, you can. Speaking of which. Jiang Su smiled and said, our summer vacation is still quite boring. We haven't gone anywhere else to play. Other students are probably going out to play and travel. Nuonuo, Jiang Su moved his ears. He heard the sound of the door opening outside. It should be Fu Yanjie coming. So he naturally let go of Nuonuo's hand. The girl took a step back and said a little aggrievedly, you are a bad guy. Jiang Su glared, what, I'm fine. Nuonuo, you are so bad. After saying that, she hurried away. Fearing that she would be caught again. Jiang Su grinned and smelled his hands. There was a faint fragrance. Well, decided not to wash his hands today. Jiang Su continued to be busy. Today, he had to come up with the outline of Wudong first. Although he had read it many times, he couldn't reproduce it 100%. It's just the general plot direction and the main characters. In addition, some plots that readers of the original book regretted could be modified. For example, Yun Yun was not collected, which was too much. If Jiang Su wrote it, he must collect it. Well, there is also Xiao Yixin. As a savior-like male protagonist, what's wrong with giving more love to a few girls in need? By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Su had already written the outline of the entire Wudong. He can officially start writing in the evening. There is still half a month before school starts. There will not be so much time after school starts. If you write 10 hours a day and earn 6,000 per hour, you will have more than 90 or 1 million manuscripts in stock by the start of the school year. Lin Nan sent a message. She has already resigned and will come tomorrow. Moreover, she brought 2 trainee editors with her. They had just graduated and had been in Story Club for less than half a month. Seeing that they were both diligent and studious and had good personalities, Lin Nan persuaded them to come. And coincidentally, the 2 trainee editors were also from Jiangcheng. They probably agreed because they could go back to their hometown to work. 3 editors were enough for the early stage. Moreover, there were not many things in the early stage, and Jiang Su had other ideas. Fu Yanjie and Zhang Yuanyuan went back. Jiang Su looked at their backs, these 2 are quite suitable. Yeah. And Nuonuo on his left nodded, Yuanyuan is a very good person. I think she also has a good impression of Fu Yanjie. What about you? Jiang Su suddenly came over and stared at her with burning eyes, do you have someone you like? Of course not. The girl turned her head away unnaturally. Then do you know who I like? Who? Put your ear closer and I'll tell you. Nuonuo was a little alert, you're not going to play tricks again, are you? She had been fooled many times. Am I that kind of person? You are. Forget it, I won't tell you. No, I'll just move closer. The girl still wanted to know this. Her ears were crystal clear, and you could see countless tiny blood vessels and hairs. The thickness of the earlobe was just right, like a perfect work of art. It made people want to hold it in their hands and play with it for a while. Jiang Su swallowed unconsciously. Every time he got a little closer to Nuonuo, his willpower would be put to a huge test. He smiled and deliberately blew out a stream of hot air, of course it's my parents, who else could it be? The girl's body softened and she almost fell to the ground. Then she was angry, and then bared her teeth, revealing 2 rows of snow-white pearly teeth, and bit down on Jiang Su's arm. Jiang Su felt a little pain, but he didn't care. Instead, he smiled and said, you know, only lovers bite each other. Nuonuo still didn't let go. Jiang Su stretched out 3 fingers, I'll kiss you if you don't let go. The frightened girl quickly let go, stepped back a few steps, and covered her mouth. She felt that Jiang Su really dared to do this. Jiang Su laughed and waved his hand, okay, you go back. Don't forget the appointment tonight. I'll find you at 8 o'clock. Got it. The girl ran away, then turned around and stuck out her tongue at Jiang Su, stinky guy, stinky bad guy, Jiang Su pretended to chase her, and the frightened girl quickly ran faster. Jiang Su laughed dumbly. Now Nuonuo is as active as she should be at this age. It won't be like the beginning, lifeless, stuffy, like a little idiot. Checking the time, Jiang Su went to look around the newly bought house. Lin Nan and 2 other editors are coming tomorrow. Help them find a place to live first. Yeah. The company is just starting out in the early stage, and we still need to be considerate to our employees. If the salary is not enough, we can make up for it with warmth. I looked for a few places to rent. Finally, I found a house with 4 bedrooms and a living room. The decoration is okay, it's quite new. The surrounding environment is not bad, and there are security guards at the front and back doors. The rent is $800 per month, 1 deposit and 3 payments. Jiang-Su is quite satisfied. I don't know if Lin Nan and the others like it. I took pictures of each room and sent them over. Soon Lin Nan replied, saying that she liked it very much. Jiang-Su told her that if she liked it, they would rent it. He would pay for the first month's rent, and they would pay for the rest. Anyway, Lin Nan is not short of money, so she shouldn't care about this. Lin Nan replied that it was no problem, she would pay the rent herself, and the 2 kidnapped editors would not have to pay for it. Rich man, let's be friends. Once the contract was signed and the keys were taken, it was done. Then Jiang-Su went to the vegetable market to buy some ingredients, and bought 2 bottles of cola, a few pink candles, and 2 bouquets of roses. If you can't drink red wine, use this stuff instead. When he got home, Jiang-Su began to prepare. He was busy until 7:30 and everything was done. Jiang-Su covered the dishes to prevent them from getting cold. Jiang-Su had thought about the steps for tonight. First do this, then that, and finally do this and that. It should be able to take the relationship between the two to the next level. Then cultivate it until graduation from high school, and then you can confess your love. Then, looking at the time, Jiang-Su was ready to go out to pick up a Nuonuo and accept his routine. But at this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan called. Guy, the website is ready, come and have a look. Jiang-Su almost dropped his phone when he heard Jiang Xiaoyan's voice when he answered the phone. How come this voice is so cute in its artificiality? But it also surprised Jiang-Su. Didn't they say it would take 2 days? It hasn't even come yet. Jiang Xiaoyan said delicately, of course it's because Guy needs it. So I worked overtime and have dark circles under my eyes. How are you going to compensate me? Jiang-Su, would you please have Jiang-Su's cream cake? Yes, I like it the most. I didn't like this tone of voice at first, but I got more and more addicted the more I listened. What should I do? Although I know that Jiang Xiaoyan is pretending and is a bitch. But most boys really fall for this. Of course, there may be something fishy about it. Jiang-Su said, okay, I'll go over later. I have something to do now. By the way, where is your home? Or tomorrow? It's too late, your parents should be worried. Jiang Xiaoyan said in a coquettish voice, it's okay, I live in a small villa by myself. My father has a mistress outside, and my mother doesn't care about me. Her tone was nonchalant, as if she was used to it. Jiang-Su's heart moved. So this is what her family is like. Perhaps, this is the reason why she has an unpredictable personality and a bit of a black belly. Okay, then send me the address and I'll go over later. Well, I'll wait for you, brother, she dragged out the last syllable. It seemed to be giving people some kind of hint. I don't know where this little girl learned it from. She rode a bike and went out. When she arrived, a Nuonuo was already waiting at the door. She wore a new set of clothes today. A white shirt and jeans. She wore a pair of white sneakers. The jeans fit her perfectly, showing her exquisite figure. The shirt was long enough to cover the shock absorbers. She was still very conservative in her clothes and couldn't accept that part being watched by everyone. Unlike a few years later, the streets were full of belly-exposing clothes and the shorts were shorter than that. It was no different from wearing a bikini on the street. Jiang-Su stopped and waved, beauty, do you want to take a ride? I'll give you a kiss after each ride. You're annoying. The girl spat lightly and got into the car smoothly. With more and more times getting in the car, a Nuonuo also went from being unfamiliar at the beginning to being extremely proficient now. When she got home, a Nuonuo saw that it was dark and asked why the lights were not turned on. Jiang-Su took out the prepared black cloth, come, cover your eyes, there is a surprise. A Nuonuo covered her eyes with a bit of curiosity. This is also part of the routine. You can't see, so I must hold your hand, right? It was pitch black in front of her. Although she knew that Jiang-Su was next to her, a Nuonuo still felt a little scared. But at this moment, Jiang-Su grabbed her hand. Familiar feeling. The broad and powerful hands brought a Nuonuo a great sense of security. The tense muscles relaxed all of a sudden. Jiang-Su deliberately took her around a few times. There was no other purpose, just to hold the hand for a while longer. Then they came to the backyard. Jiang-Su lit the candle. Then he took off a Nuonuo's blindfold. Slowly opened his eyes. For a second, discomfort. Then, when a Nuonuo saw the scene in front of her, she covered her mouth in surprise. In fact, this was nothing new to Jiang-Su. But for girls nowadays, such scenes have only been seen on TV before. A Nuonuo used to think it was very romantic and yearning when she saw the hero and heroine having a candlelight dinner together on TV. Unexpectedly, one day, such a scene would be placed in front of her. After being surprised, a Nuonuo was a little at a loss, with a red face. But because it was dark all around, with only the light of a candle, it was completely invisible. But the girl's voice could be clearly felt to be trembling. Why is it like this? Isn't it only couples who do this? A Nuonuo suddenly became confused. She made all kinds of random guesses. Is Jiang-Su doing this to confess his love to her? What should she do if he confesses his love to her? Should she refuse? But if she refuses, how will they get along in the future? If she doesn't refuse. Although a Nuonuo has a good impression of Jiang-Su, it is far from the level of becoming a boyfriend or girlfriend. Just when she was extremely entangled in her heart. Jiang Su's words directly brought her back to reality. No, the light bulb in the backyard is broken. It's late at night and there is no place to buy it. We have white candles at home, but they are too weird. So I bought these pink ones at the nearby grocery store. Jiang Su certainly knew that the relationship between the two was more than friends, but less than lovers. A rash confession now would definitely bring the relationship between the two to a freezing point. It would even make the two drift apart. Oh, so that's how it is. Anuonuo immediately felt embarrassed. It turned out that she was wrong. But at the same time, a hint of disappointment rose in her heart. But this disappointment soon disappeared. Because Jiang Su took out a box from nowhere like a magic trick. Hey, classmate Anuonuo, you have worked hard recently. I give you a small gift, I hope you don't dislike it. Gift? The girl's eyes sparkled. She took it curiously. She asked if she could open it and take a look. After getting Jiang Su's affirmation, she carefully opened the box with some expectation. Inside the box, there was a cherry blossom grass-shaped bracelet lying quietly. How about it, do you like it? Jiang Su asked with a smile. Anuonuo put the bracelet on her left hand as quickly as possible. Look left, look right. Needless to say. From her expression, it can be seen that she likes this bracelet very much. Thank you, I like it very much. Anuonuo's voice was filled with joy. She gently stroked the bracelet, and liked it more and more. Jiang Su, as long as you like it, you should wear it all the time. You can't take it off under any circumstances. Seeing it is like seeing me, understand? Only boyfriends and girlfriends would say such things in this tone. However, Anuonuo had never been in a relationship, so she had no idea about this. So she didn't find the trap in Jiang Su's words. She nodded happily. Okay, sit down and try the food I cooked. Yeah. This candlelight dinner lasted for more than an hour. With the help of the dim environment and the atmosphere on the scene, the relationship between the two people has unknowingly taken a step further. I want to go to the bathroom. Anuonuo stood up. Jiang Su, oh, be careful. Click. When passing by the switch socket, Anuonuo subconsciously pressed it. Then, the light came on. Jiang Su's body stiffened. The air suddenly became quiet. The boy and the girl looked at each other. Jiang Su was dumbfounded. Then he wanted to slap himself in the face, and forgot to turn off the main switch. Anuonuo didn't say much, stared at Jiang Su for a few seconds, and turned to go to the bathroom. Jiang Su, dot. Forget it, let's make the best of it. After Anuonuo went to the bathroom, she said she wanted to go back. It's already very late, almost 10 o'clock. That's when she came out and told her mother that she came to Jiang Su's place to play. If she went to someone else's house. If she didn't go home so late, she would have been looking for her everywhere. Go out and take the contract with her. After sending Anuonuo back, Jiang Su went to Jiang Xiaoyan's house without stopping. She lives in the core villa area of Jiangcheng. Even now, 1 square meter here costs 80,000 or 90,000. Another little rich woman. There are either big rich women or little rich women around. Thank God for his kindness, heart. When he arrived at the door of the villa, Jiang Su called Jiang Xiaoyan. In a few minutes. Wearing a white short skirt and 2 pigtails. Jiang Xiaoyan, who was still wearing white stockings on her legs, ran out jumping. Brother, you're here. I've been waiting for a long time. The voice was very hoarse, and there was a little resentment in the tone. People who didn't know would think that Jiang Su had done something worse than an animal to her. Jiang Su roughly guessed the girl's personality, so he smiled and didn't explain. Jiang Xiaoyan led Jiang Su into the villa. There were cameras everywhere around, and the security force was sufficient. Entering the villa. Jiang Su asked if the owner of this house was Jiang Xiaoyan. Jiang Xiaoyan said it was hers. Although her father was very unreliable. But he never treated her badly financially. He gave Jiang Xiaoyan a card in particular. Every month, 6-digit pocket money would be deposited into it. If it was used up, she would call her father directly and he would recharge it. Jiang Su, 6. What do you want to drink, brother? As soon as she entered the room and closed the door, Jiang Xiaoyan kept leaning on Jiang Su. Her eyes were also flashing electricity. Jiang Su pushed her away. Female donor, please respect yourself, otherwise, the harmonious beast will mercilessly kill me. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes showed a trace of fear. I think she has heard of the name of this beast and knows how terrible it is. She said seriously, the thing is on the 2nd floor. She suddenly became dignified and elegant, giving people a sense of sacredness and inviolability. In a trance, Jiang Su seemed to see a white light coming out of her body. I couldn't help but look at Jiang Xiaoyan with new eyes. She can really be called a versatile fairy. She can change various postures at will. If you can chase her and make her your girlfriend. One person can experience pure, charming, sexy, cute and other styles. It belongs to buy one get more. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, this girl is neurotic. Sometimes this, sometimes that. Come to Jiang Xiaoyan's bedroom. Her room is very distinctive. 4 walls, 4 different styles. A pink wall with many cute cartoon patterns on it. A black wall with many dark style pictures on it. For example, vampires and the Dark Knight. A blue wall with various fish. A red wall with various bloody killing pictures. The case has been solved. This woman is just a neurotic character. I became a little alert in my heart. It takes great care to deal with such a girl. Otherwise, it is easy to have an uncontrollable scene. For example, chatting with you. With a smile on her face, suddenly a knife stabs you. Seeing you covered in blood, she asks you innocently if it hurts. Thinking of this scene, Jiangsu's scalp tingles a little. It's so fucking. All the functions were designed completely according to Jiangsu's ideas. There were even some things that Jiangsu hadn't thought of, but Jiang Xiaoyan had also come up with. For example, the unique reading mode. When reading a book, it will bring an immersive experience. There are also chapter and paragraph comment functions. Jiangsu looked at Jiang Xiaoyan with some surprise. This idea is a bit advanced. You know, it will take many years for this function to be available on the PC side. But it's a bit of a waste to use it now. It's easy to be copied by competitors. It's better to wait until there is a certain user group before adding it. Let Jiang Xiaoyan hide this function first. After Jiangsu experienced all the functions, he took out the contract directly. Sign it, my second largest shareholder. Jiang Xiaoyan picked up the pen and signed without even looking at the content. Jiangsu was stunned. Don't you need to look at the content? Aren't you afraid of being cheated by me? Jiang Xiaoyan smiled sweetly. How could it be? The brother is a good person at first glance, he will definitely not bully his sister. If the brother bullies others. Jiang Xiaoyan changed the subject. She was still a sweet girl in the last second, and the next second, her whole face became cold. The chill emitted seemed to be able to freeze the entire room. He said sinisterly, they have many ways to deal with my brother. For example, the defense system of the website is as good as paper in my eyes. For example, with a little trick, the payment system of the website can be collapsed. For example, on a sunny afternoon. My brother is happily leaving school. Someone calls you. Turn around, and a dagger pierces your body. Pull out the dagger, and a blood flower blooms. That scene must be very beautiful. Jiangsu narrowed his eyes. But he soon laughed. He rubbed the girl's head hard. Don't worry, as long as you don't do anything to hurt me or the people around me. I won't do anything to let you down. Now it was Jiang Xiaoyan's turn to be a little surprised. Just now, normal people would be afraid of the look, and even avoid it like a snake or scorpion. Aren't you afraid? She asked. Don't be afraid. Jiangsu said seriously, I know that you don't want to be like this. In the future, I will take you out to play more and make more friends. I will try to cure your mental illness as soon as possible and let you live like a normal person. Jiang Xiaoyan's heart was filled with ripples. Jiangsu was the first person to say such words to her. Her mind was sharper than many people. She could feel that Jiangsu was not just talking casually, but was sincere. So, Jiang Xiaoyan said something that shocked Jiangsu. Why don't you stay tonight? The girl looked at Jiangsu sincerely. Jiangsu was shocked. No. What a joke. If he agreed, he would not be able to leave the house tomorrow. Because the four sides of the house would be blocked by 404s that fell from the sky. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled and said, what are you afraid of? I'm not asking you to live in the same room with me. I want you to live in the guest room next door. I've been alone for a long time, and I'm a little lonely. As she said that, her mood became a little depressed. Jiangsu's heart softened and he thought of her situation. Well, as long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become very beautiful. Okay, then I'll accompany you tonight. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes immediately showed a bright smile. Then let's play cards. The loser has to tell the winner a secret, and it must be true. Jiangsu nodded indifferently. The two played blackjack. Whoever has the higher points wins. In the first hand, Jiangsu had 15 points and Jiang Xiaoyan had 16 points. Yeah, I won. Jiang Xiaoyan cheered. Brother, my question is, have you ever played with it? Play with it? Jiangsu was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, oh, you actually asked such an embarrassing question? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him with a sharp look. Don't worry about me, just say whether you have played it or not. I heard that many boys at this age can do it, don't be embarrassed. You must tell the truth, otherwise it will not be fun. When you lose a round, ask me similar questions, and people will answer them. Jiangsu's forehead was full of black lines. No, absolutely not. Oh, okay, let's do it again. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted. Hey, what's wrong with your disappointed expression? Do I look like that kind of person? In the second round, Jiangsu only had 13 points. I thought he was going to lose, but Jiang Xiaoyan was even lower, only 12 points. I lost. Jiang Xiaoyan was excited. Hurry up and ask me some very secret questions, the more secret the better. Jiangsu. This girl, something is wrong, very wrong. Jiangsu still has to save face. Although, he does have a little curiosity. But he certainly can't ask it. Ahem. Jiangsu touched his nose. My question is, how tall are you? Why ask such a boring question? Jiang Xiaoyan was very disappointed. 1.65 meters. At this age, 1.65 meters is very tall. In the next 2 years, it is estimated that he can grow a few centimeters. The third time. Jiangsu won again. Before he had time to ask, Jiang Xiaoyan said faintly, brother, be a little manly, don't pretend. Jiangsu was angry. This chick looks down on him, right? Okay, then my question is, when you take a shower, do you have a shower head? Yes. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded excitedly. Every time I take a shower, there is one. Do you want to ask me how it feels? No, stop it. Jiangsu stopped. Don't tell me the details, otherwise the live broadcast room will be blocked. The fourth time, Jiangsu still won. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't say anything, but from the look in her eyes when she looked at Jiangsu. I hope the questions Jiang Su asks are as outrageous as possible. Jiang Su hesitated for a moment and asked, do you have any true friends? No. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted, don't play the emotional card, brother, ask something exciting. Jiang Su, 666. In the 5th round, Jiang Xiaoyan won. Her red lips opened and closed quickly. I want to know if you still have a dream now, brother. Jiang Su stroked his forehead, no. Pervert or you are perverted. In the 6th round, Jiang Xiaoyan won again. Brother, how many G of popular science films are stored in the D drive of your computer? No. Jiang Xiaoyan obviously didn't believe it. Brother, you are boring now, what can't be said about this? Jiang Su was helpless, really not. He had long been out of low-level interests and had achieved the advanced state of having no films in his hands but films in his heart. Brother is great. Jiang Xiaoyan said this, but disdain appeared in his eyes. Jiang Su was speechless for a while. He was actually despised. Unknowingly, he had been playing for more than an hour. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes kept fighting. Then her body tilted and she fell directly on the sofa. Well, are you asleep? Jiang Su shook her. Seeing that she didn't move, Jiang Su could only pick her up. The little girl looks very heavy, but she is actually very light, probably only about 80 kilograms. It's amazing that at this weight, she can still be so far ahead in terms of figure. Put Jiang Xiaoyan on the bed, turn on the air conditioner, adjust it to 26 degrees, and cover her with a quilt. Jiang Xiaoyan, who fell asleep, looked very peaceful, well-behaved and cute. People couldn't help but feel pity for her. Jiang Su took a thermos kettle and a cup from the living room and put them on the bedside table. The little girl chattered for so long just now, and she didn't drink a sip of water. She will probably be very thirsty when she wakes up. After doing all this, Jiang Su turned around and walked out of the room. What was not noticed was that the moment he turned around, the corners of Jiang Xiaoyan's mouth slightly raised. Jiang Su had fallen asleep next door. I was supposed to write tonight, but it was delayed. The next morning, Jiang Su was woken up by being tickled. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Xiaoyan lying on the edge of the bed. She was holding a small tuft of her hair and fiddling with his face. The girl had an innocent smile on her face. But it made Jiang Su's scalp numb. He always felt that she would sneer in the next second and then put a knife on his neck. Why did you wake up so early? I always wake up at this time. Jiang Xiaoyan said tenderly, brother, I felt at ease when you were here yesterday. The quality of sleep is much better than before. How about living here permanently in the future? That's definitely not possible. Jiang Su refused without hesitation, I'm very busy. Then I can live in your house. Jiang Su laughed. If she went, what would Nuonyuo think? If her parents knew, there was a 99% chance that they would beat herself to death. Anyway, they are not too old, and they can still practice a trumpet. Jiang Xiaoyan curled her lips and changed the subject, brother, are you a real gentleman or a fake villain? Yesterday, people were not on guard at all, but you did nothing. Jiang Su stood up and stretched his body. He stretched out his hand and tapped her smooth and white forehead, little girl, your head is full of Yilu every day. I won't say anything more. I'll make you breakfast and then go back. From the conversation yesterday, I learned that there were originally 2 aunts in the villa, one responsible for cooking and the other for cleaning. But they were both driven away by Jiang Xiaoyan. Usually, we buy meals outside. The cleaning aunt only comes once a week. She is driven away immediately after cleaning. Cooking a meal for her should bring a little warmth to her cold heart. But this little girl doesn't play by the rules at all. As soon as Jiang Su finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyan said something that needed to be mosaicked. Stop talking, sister. If you keep talking, the live broadcast room will really be blocked. Jiang Su was really convinced. At such a young age, his mind was full of Yilu, and he was also drunk. In the end, Jiang Su naturally did not agree to her rude request. Instead, he went to the kitchen and cooked her a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. There were still a lot of ingredients in the kitchen. Eat quickly, I'll leave after eating. Okay. The little girl picked up the chopsticks obediently and tasted it, well it's delicious, brother, thank you. If there is a chance, I will definitely repay you with gratitude. Jiang Su. It's better to repay you with gratitude. Jiang Su left only after seeing her finish eating. He suddenly wanted to eat pan-fried buns and spicy soup today, so he only made 1 serving of noodles. Looking at Jiang Su's back, Jiang Xiaoyan's face was complicated. Then, he laughed silently. After having breakfast in front of a morning stall, Jiang Su returned home and started typing. Chapter 1, The Fallen Genius. After writing 3 chapters, a Nuonyuo came. He also brought Jiang Su a fat kuan, which was killed. It's good to feed kuan with leftovers. Thank you. Jiang Su took it with a smile. However, a Nuonyuo, who was originally smiling, suddenly became expressionless. He lowered his head and walked into the kitchen. Huh? Jiang Su's mind was full of question marks. What happened? Why did he suddenly change his expression? He walked into the kitchen. Nuonyuo, what's wrong with you? A Nuonyuo turned his back to Jiang Su, nothing. The voice was a little wrong. Jiang Su carefully recalled the conversation just now, and he didn't say anything he shouldn't say. Why did he suddenly get angry? He wanted to ask again, but the phone rang. It was Lin Nan who called, and she had already arrived. He could only go to pick her up first. I have something to do and I'll go out first. You look after the house. After Jiang Su left, a Nuonyuo turned around, biting her lips slightly, with a complicated expression. Hey, we're here. Outside the high-speed rail station, Lin Nan waved vigorously after seeing Jiang Su. Jiang Su rode over. Beside Lin Nan, there were two slightly immature girls. One of them was wearing glasses, and the other one was also wearing glasses. This is Wang Xiaowen, and this is Chen Rongrong. Jiang Su smiled and nodded. The two trainee editors had heard from Lin Nan that the new boss was very young. But after seeing it with their own eyes, they were still quite surprised. He is not even older than themselves, right? But they are not worried that the company will go bankrupt or anything. When Lin Nan recruited them, he gave them a guarantee and signed a contract. If the company goes bankrupt within 2 years, Lin Nan will give each of them a one-time compensation of 100,000 yuan. Lin Nan still concealed something from Jiang Su. Or it could be said that he was bragging. It was not because of personal charm at all, but purely because of money. After a brief acquaintance, Jiang Su called a taxi. He communicated with the driver in the local dialect so that he would not be cheated. He took them to a restaurant for dinner first to welcome them. Then, he took them to the rental house. After putting away their luggage, they walked to the company. The three girls were still very satisfied with the company's environment. The second floor is not open to the public. There are currently 3 people on the first floor, which is enough. The new office environment is very good. Then Jiang Su called Jiang Xiaoyan over and they got to know each other. In front of outsiders, Jiang Xiaoyan acted harmless and shy like a girl next door. Lin Nan and the others were very fond of Jiang Xiaoyan. Jiang Su thought that if you knew the true face of this girl, you would probably be scared away. This is a very dark and neurotic girl. After a brief introduction, Jiang Su assigned tasks. First of all, in the early stage, only male-oriented works will be done. Wait until the later stage, and then female-oriented works will be done. In the early stage, some online writers will be recruited first. Tonight, Jiang Su will write a few outlines and then let the writers write according to the outlines. For the early preparations, the library needs to be more, otherwise it will not be able to retain users. After everything was done, Jiang Su went home. It is now afternoon. Nuonyuo was reading quietly in the living room. Hearing the noise, she raised her head, glanced at Jiang Su, and then lowered her head again. This is completely different from the past. In the past, every time I came back, the little girl would smile sweetly. Jiang Su sat down next to her. The little girl immediately moved and leaned to the other side. Nuonyuo, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly angry for no reason? Nuonyuo lowered her head and said nothing. Her eyes were fixed on the book, and her mind had already flown away. Jiang Su had a headache. How could he know what she was thinking if she didn't say anything? She didn't say anything after being asked several times. Jiang Su immediately got up and closed the door and windows. Nuonyuo finally spoke, what are you doing? Jiang Su pretended to be vicious and said, if you don't tell me why you are suddenly angry, then I will. Nuonyuo pouted, I know you won't. Jiang Su, Has this little girl evolved? Are you drifting, or can I not hold the knife anymore? However, Nuonyuo still told the reason. You smell like another girl's perfume, which is not good. Jiang Su was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. This must have been accidentally contaminated when he was with Jiang Xiaoyan last night. I didn't expect Nuonyuo's nose to be so sharp that she could find this. Jiang Su, who knew the reason, was a little amused and happy at the same time. This means that this little girl is jealous. What I don't like to smell this kind of perfume, it's nonsense. I wanted to make a few jokes. But seeing in Nuonyuo's unnatural face, forget it. Lest she get angry or ashamed to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Jiang Su said seriously, oh, that's it. Yesterday I discussed the website design with the second largest shareholder of our company. Maybe we were too close to each other at that time, so I got infected. If you don't like this smell, I'll go take a shower. Nuonyuo, who had been in a gloomy mood all day, immediately became happy after hearing this. It was visible to the naked eye. She pursed her lips and tried her best to keep herself from laughing. Oh, so that's the case. Then I'll try to get used to it. Actually, it's okay. She herself may not have noticed the change in her mentality. Jiang Su saw it, but didn't point it out. But he also reminded him. He should be more careful in the future. The same mistake must not be made a second time. In the evening, Jiang Su worked overtime until after 11 o'clock. He wrote 20 outlines. 10 urban, 5 fantasy, and 5 fairy tales. He checked and found that the popular themes in these categories are still the simplest routines. The outline written by Jiang Su is slightly ahead. But I only wrote the outline of the first 1 million words. I will write the rest when the word count is up. After checking that there are no problems, I will send it to Lin Nan. Find a writer to write it. 5 to 8 yuan per 1,000 words is enough. This kind of thing does not require literary skills, just tell the story. She will take care of the rest. After everything was done, Jiang Su prepared to go to bed with the lights on. But at this time, Jiang Xiaoyan sent a few special photos. Hua la la, in the bathroom, Jiang Su rinsed his body with cold water for several minutes, and the boiling blood was calmed down. The photos sent by Jiang Xiaoyan were a bit excessive. However, seeing that she was young and ignorant, Jiang Su still forgave him. He had more experience, so it was reasonable for him to bear more. This was the pattern. On the other side, the prankster Jiang Xiaoyan put down her phone, lay down to rest, and was in a good mood. The appearance of Jiang Su did bring a lot of changes to her life. In the next 2 days, Jiang Xiaoyan tested the site several times. After confirming that there were no problems at all, she connected to the internet. The name of the website is also called Glutinous Rice. In the past 2 days, Jiang Su wrote hundreds of outlines of various types. Fortunately, Jiang Shuya had seen a lot of various types before. So there was not much pressure to do it. Lin Nan recruited writers in large numbers on a certain writer forum. These all need to prepare contracts. In case a certain writer sees the explosion, he is unwilling to take only a little money and run out to make trouble. In order to gain the trust of writers in the early stage, we adopted a daily payment method. You can choose to transfer money to your bank card or recharge your phone bill. Some people with faster hand speed can write 30,000 to 50,000 words a day. The funds are a bit high. Lin Nan and the others became busy all of a sudden. Mainly, every book must be checked every day to see if there is any spam, whether it is written according to the outline, and whether there is any prohibited content, etc. Jiang Su asked Zhang Xiaoyan if he could make a software. It can quickly check for typos and duplicates. He said that this is all child's play and can be done in a day or two. Zhang Xiaoyan is really useful. At such a young age, he has such high-end technology. In terms of expenditure, it costs 3,000 to 5,000 a day. The initial startup capital can only support 1 month at most. But after the library is built, then show the relevant data to Fu Xinghan. It should be possible to get the second investment. In the afternoon, Jiang Su took the time to see the house that Li Honghong used to live in. It has already started construction. There is no need to lay tiles on the exterior walls or even apply cement. Just build it with red bricks. If Jiang Su hadn't found out that the demolition required looting, he wouldn't have planned to take the 4 walls. The progress is still okay. Because the requirements are very simple. Jiang Su asked it should be completed before the start of school. Jiang Su took a simple look, bought some drinks for a few masters and prepared to leave. Who knew that just as he went out, he happened to see Li Honghong coming back. Enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. Of course, it refers to Li Honghong towards Jiang Su. And Jiang Su didn't take this woman to heart at all. If she hadn't appeared now, Jiang Su wouldn't have remembered that there was such a person. Li Honghong saw Jiang Su coming out of her old home. She immediately reacted, "Did you buy my house?" Jiang Su didn't even raise his eyelids and didn't want to talk to her. He walked around her and was about to leave. Saying one more word to such a stupid and ignorant person would affect one's style and IQ. And Jiang Su's indifference to herself from the bottom of his heart made Li Honghong furious. She blocked Jiang Su with her side, her expression gloomy. "Jiang Su, you are not a human being, you have ruined my life." The high school she attended was the best in Jiangcheng. Her grades were also above average. She would be able to get into a decent school in the future. But Jiang Su sent the video to the class group, forcing her to transfer. The high school she just attended is very average. The teaching quality is completely incomparable to the original one. And she has to worry every day. She is afraid that someone will recognize her in the new school. She will be exposed for what she did in the past. Then she may have to transfer again. Jiang Su felt a little funny. "Do you know what retribution is? Get out of here quickly, or I will beat you up." When dealing with such a person, Jiang Su would not talk about sympathy. As he said, he really raised his fist. Li Honghong was startled and subconsciously took a few steps back. With a sneer, "The house you bought is old and dilapidated. To tell you the truth, even if you bought it for 100,000 yuan, you have lost money. I didn't expect you to spend nearly 200,000 yuan to buy it. It's really stupid." After thinking about it, she could only think of this point to attack Jiang Su. But she didn't know it at all. Although this house is a little off, even if he doesn't add 2 more floors in the future, he can get at least 300 to 500 million after the demolition. Or a part of cash and a subsidy for a house. It is estimated that when she knows this news, she will vomit blood. She missed an opportunity to change her own and her family's fate in vain. All this is done by herself, and she can't blame others. Then let's wait and see if I will lose. After saying that, Jiang Su left. Li Honghong glared at Jiang Su's back with hatred. If she hadn't known that she couldn't beat him, she would have rushed up long ago. Back home. In the afternoon, Nuonuo saw that there was still a lot of flour in the kitchen, so she bought flour that had not been used for a while. In order to avoid it from going bad. After Jiang Su agreed, all of it was made into cakes. It was estimated to be about 20 to 30 kilograms. There were several large pots. Fu Yanjia and Zhang Yuanyuan both took some back. A part was left for Jiang Su, and Nuonuo took the rest back. It was inconvenient to walk with 2 large bags in her hands. Jiang Su took her back on a motorcycle. Nuonuo is really virtuous and has a talent for cooking. She has never made cakes before. She just asked Jiang Su to look up some information on the internet. After a little try, she made it quite well. The taste is also very good. Jiang Su dare not imagine. One day in the future, Nuonuo will wear a chef's suit. What will the scene be like when she is busy in the kitchen? Uniform lovers are ecstatic. Nuonuo took one of the 2 bags of cakes home. She insisted on giving the other bag to Jiang Su's parents. Jiang Su smiled and said, "If you become my daughter-in-law in the future, my parents will be so happy." Nuonuo blushed and stopped talking. She couldn't tell whether Jiang Su was joking or serious. As expected, Chen Yu and Jiang Shan smiled so hard after seeing the cake sent by Nuonuo. They kept praising him. As for Jiang Su, he was ignored. The 2 were too enthusiastic, causing Nuonuo to be completely unable to hold on. Not daring to stay here for too long, she said something and ran away in a hurry. Jiang Su drove her home with a smile. However, when they were still a few minutes away from Nuonuo's house, Jiang Su almost shouted, "Wow! Guidu, high-speed rail station. Lu Yu, Zhou Qingyue and others, carrying large and small bags, boarded the high-speed rail together. Zhou Qingyue looked expectant. After the last scene is filmed in Huacheng, we can call it a day. Lu Yu smiled and said, yeah, the progress is faster than I thought, you have worked hard. Zhou Qingyue shook her head. She didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she was looking forward to letting Jiang Su see her results as soon as possible. Lu Yu grabbed her hand, the quality of the film is good, you will definitely be popular. Zhou Qingyue nodded heavily. More than 100 meters ahead, almost approaching the corner. Familiar car, familiar man and woman. The woman is mature and charming, wearing black stockings and high heels. Every part of her body exudes amazing charm. The man has an average appearance, and he looks around and sneaks around. If not Zhang Xiaoyi and Enfeng, who else could it be? Jiang Su almost shouted, wow. What's going on with these two? They have a tryst near Nuonyuo's house every day. Aren't you really afraid of something going wrong? Moreover, if the neighbors saw it, it would be a disaster. And Nuonyuo was sitting behind him. She must not see this. Otherwise, it would be a big problem. Jiang Su's mind was full of thoughts. Then he drifted and floated directly into a small alley next to him. The speed was too fast, and Nuonyuo was almost thrown out. She looked at Jiang Su in shock. Jiang Su coughed, well, I suddenly have something to tell you. The girl blinked, looking puzzled. Jiang Su's head was turning quickly. He didn't know what to say at all. I said, future father-in-law, you are so good at finding trouble for yourself. You are so old, why are you still so worried? There was no way, in order to divert Nuonyuo's attention. He could only say, I have something for you, close your eyes. You are so weird, why are you like this suddenly, and in the alley? And Nuonyuo's breathing was slightly rapid. Because Jiang Su suddenly leaned his head over. The distance between the two people was only more than 10 centimeters. And Nuonyuo could only lean back as far as possible. The posture looked a bit strange. Jiang Su really didn't have any other thoughts. He just wanted to block Nuonyuo's view of the outside. To prevent the two people from suddenly passing by the intersection and being seen. Don't worry about whether it's strange or not, just close your eyes quickly. Oh, okay. Nuonyuo pouted and closed her eyes. I didn't ask you to open them, but you must not open them. As he said this, he quickly took out his mobile phone. He dialed Enfeng's number. He hung up as soon as the call was connected. He used his hand speed to the extreme. It took more than 10 seconds to edit a text message and send it. Nuonyuo's eyelashes trembled. She heard the sound of Jiang Su taking out the phone and pressing the keys, and wanted to open her eyes. Jiang Su immediately said to her, if you open your eyes, I will kiss you forcefully. Nuonyuo was so scared that she quickly closed her eyes. She also covered her mouth with both hands. Jiang Su, He reached into his trouser pocket and took out a 50-cent bill. While talking to her, he quickly folded the money into a heart shape. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Nuonyuo opened her eyes and saw Jiang Su put the heart-shaped paper money in front of her. Here, this is for you. I spent a lot of effort to fold it. Nuonyuo opened her mouth, but hesitated for a moment and still didn't say what she wanted to say. She had good hearing. She knew that this was just folded by Jiang Su. What was he hiding? The girl made a judgment in her heart. Although she gave people a silly and stupid feeling. But because of her autism over the years, the girl had already trained a delicate heart. But she believed that Jiang Su would not hurt her. If there is something to hide, then hide it. She took it and smiled. Suddenly, it was like 100 flowers blooming, beautiful beyond words. Jiang Su was stunned. The inner thoughts blurted out, Nuonyuo, you are so beautiful, in the future. As soon as the voice fell, his arm was bitten again. I don't know if this is a girl's innate skill. This time the little girl bit it particularly hard. Jiang Su bared his teeth, let go, or I will fight back. The girl didn't listen. Jiang Su was a man of bad temper, and he would never be bullied. He fought back immediately. Nuonyuo's body trembled, and she quickly let go of Jiang Su's arm. Her face flushed, and tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Jiang Su in shock, not expecting him to do such an excessive thing. Jiang Su smiled awkwardly, I told you I would fight back, you can't blame me. Nuonyuo got out of the car silently. She hated Jiang Su. Nuonyuo, listen to my explanation. It would have been fine if she hadn't said it, but once she did, she sped up. Sure enough, when a girl is angry, she is harder to press than a pig. Movement speed increases by 1000%. Damage increases by 500%. Rage value increases by 1000%. Deafness increases by 500%, and she can't hear anything. When a girl is angry, even a soldier passing by will get a few slaps in the face. Jiang Su drove after her. Zhang Xiaoyi and Enfeng had already left. Along the way, Jiang Su kept teasing Nuonyuo. But she kept a straight face. It seems that she is really angry. With a bang, the door was closed very hard. Jiang Su's head was full of black lines. But soon he laughed and muttered to himself. It is said that it is better to raise a wife from childhood, but it's a pity that Nuonyuo is already very big, which makes it less fun. Reader, it would be better if you said age. Looking around, there were not many people on the street. Jiang Su walked to a corner and dialed Enfeng's mobile number again. The other party answered immediately. Xiao Su, thank you this time. Jiang Su was a little speechless. Uncle, what's going on between you and Zhang Xiaoyi? Do you have to hang around near your house? Are you really not afraid of anything happening? Feng smiled bitterly. You think I want to? It's her. After forcing me to divorce several times and refusing to agree, she asked that there must be 3 intimate behaviors near my house. Jiang Su's heart moved. It seems that Zhang Xiaowei did this on purpose. She just wanted the neighbors, or his wife and daughter to see it. So as to break up their relationship. But maybe Feng was lucky, twice in a row, he was only discovered by an acquaintance like Jiang Su. Feng complained over there, and Jiang Su listened silently. It was mainly about Zhang Xiaowei. This woman was very cold at the beginning. But once she changed her shape, she became very clingy. She was definitely a love-brained person. Feng's heart naturally put family first. But Zhang Xiaowei couldn't be abandoned. He was used to being poor, and he didn't want to make himself and his family suffer anymore. So even if it is like walking on a tightrope now, you have to go on with it. Try your best to get more money and provide more security for your wife and daughter. After listening to it, Jiang Su could only say that it was stupid. It was obviously you who made the mistake, but you can still speak so righteously. Learned. After complaining, Feng said again, Xiao Su, you have a quick mind, help your uncle think of an idea. How can we get through the last difficulty safely? Jiang Su's eyes flickered, and he thought about it for a while. He actually came up with a good idea. Uncle, why don't we let Aunt and Nuonuo go on a trip before Zhang Xiaowei comes over next time? Feng said in a pleasant voice, as expected, you young people are smart. Let's do it. He. Jiang Su smiled, but then again, it's always a little unsafe for Aunt and Nuonuo, 2 weak women, to go out. I am not talented, but I am willing to follow you and serve you. Feng laughed and scolded, you little stinky boy, if you want to travel for free, just say it directly, and you talk so high-soundingly. Jiang Su, uncle, I just want to give them some protection. Okay, let's do as you said. Zhang Xiaohua will come the day after tomorrow, so we can leave tomorrow. Uncle is wise. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Su grinned. Great. We are leaving tomorrow, so we have to talk to my parents first. Turn around and go straight to the hotel. Good thing. Hearing Jiang Su's words, Chen Yu and Jiang Shan had no objection. Jiang Su was dissatisfied. Why don't you worry about your son at all? Worry about nothing. Chen Yu rolled her eyes. With your strong physique and quirky personality, it's a good thing not to cheat others. The complaints from her own mother were speechless. By the way, Jiang Shan changed the subject. Didn't you open a studio? It's just that I'm not busy today. Your mother and I will go to take a look. Jiang Su was naturally no problem. The two of them rode a motorcycle, and Jiang Su rode one himself. Oh, you're going home so early today. On the way, if you meet a neighbor, you will greet him enthusiastically. Chen Yu smiled and said, I'm not going home, my son, he opened a studio, let's go and take a look. Yes, he earned money and bought a commercial and residential house. Neighbor? I didn't ask you this. Jiang Shan, Jiang Su, My mother just loves to show off. Unlike myself, I am simple and low-key. Arriving at the company. This is the first time for Chen Yu and Jiang Shan. I am very satisfied with the appearance of this building. Walking inside, 3 employees are still working. Jiang Su made a brief introduction. Chen Yu enthusiastically distributed the fruits bought on the road. At this time, the door of another office opened. Jiang Xiaoyan came out. Outside, she was dressed like a good girl. She was wearing a light pink skirt that reached her knees. She was wearing straight stockings and glasses, which made people love her. Brother, you are here. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. Then he turned back to the office. After a while, he ran out with a box of biscuits in his hand. He handed it to Jiang Su with both hands. I made it myself yesterday, you try it. Jiang Su was surprised. This girl can also make biscuits. I can't tell. But now is not the time to ask these questions in person. He introduced his parents to her. Hello, uncle and aunt. Jiang Xiaoyan lowered her head slightly, with a shy face. What a cute girl. Chen Yu wanted to pinch her cheeks. But she held back. It's not polite to do this on the first meeting. After seeing her parents, Jiang Xiaoyan behaved super well. Jiang Su felt that she would not refuse anything you asked her to do. Chen Yu naturally liked Jiang Xiaoyan very much and praised her a lot. Then she waved goodbye to the others reluctantly and went to the second floor for a tour. Jiang Su took out the key. Before he inserted it, he looked at the padlock with a slightly fixed gaze. There were signs of tampering on the padlock. It was not particularly obvious, but it was just enough for Jiang Su to find out. No need to think about it, it must have been done by that girl Jiang Xiaoyan. Moreover, she deliberately let herself find out. Just to tell myself that your padlock can't trap me. Jiang Su opened the door calmly. Jiang Shan and Chen Yu walked in. Jiang Shan closed the door. The next second, Jiang Su was hit hard on the butt. He staggered and almost lost his balance. It was Chen Yu who kicked him. Jiang Su said in shock, Mom, why did you kick me for no reason? Bad boy, I will beat you to death today. Chen Yu, who was amiable downstairs, became extremely fierce after going upstairs. Picking up her slippers, she beat Jiang Su violently. Jiang Su felt pain and naturally did not dare to fight back. With a face full of grievance, Dad, take care of your wife, why are you beating people for no reason? Jiang Shan silently took off his slippers and joined in. Mixed doubles. Jiang Su. Chen Yu was beating him while cursing, Bad boy, your father and I are both honest people, how could we give birth to a playboy like you? Not to mention that the 3 employees are all beautiful girls, and there is also that Jiang Xiaoyan, what's the matter? Don't think I can't see that she likes you. Just now, she secretly looked at you several times, and she looked like she was just beginning to fall in love. I tell you, I only recognize Noonyuo as my future daughter-in-law. If you dare to get rid of her, your father and I are still young and can find another one. While talking, Jiangsu was hit by at least 100 slipper blows from the two men. These two really dared to do it, they were not kidding. Jiangsu wanted to cry but had no tears. So it was because of this. He hurriedly explained that it was just a coincidence, they were just partners. After talking dry, Chen Yu and Jiang Shan were willing to let Jiangsu go. He didn't want to visit the second floor and left directly. When he reached the first floor, he changed his face again. He greeted the people downstairs with a smile on his face. Jiangsu. He sent the two elders out. Before leaving, Chen Yu made a gesture of wiping his neck. Remember what I said, don't let Noonyuo down, otherwise you will be guillotined. Jiangsu knelt down. Yes, I will follow your teachings. The two elders left with satisfaction. Jiangsu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. A fragrant breeze blew. Jiang Xiaoyan came out and said with a smile, brother, does it hurt? Jiangsu pretended to be stupid. What did you say? Jiang Xiaoyan pursed her lips and chuckled. There are shoe prints all over my body, don't quibble. Didn't you notice that Sister Lin and the others have been holding back their laughter? Jiangsu looked down and suddenly felt dizzy. It's over, his reputation was ruined in an instant. Jiang Xiaoyan liked to see Jiangsu's embarrassed look. After laughing for a while, he said, try the cookies I made and see if they are delicious. Jiangsu had been holding the cookies in his hand. Hearing this, he opened the lid, tasted a bite, and sneered, it's bought from Miss Bai's pastry shop across the street on the left. I often buy them there. I knew it, this rich lady would never make such a difficult thing. Oh, you found out. Jiang Xiaoyan stuck out her tongue, not embarrassed at all. Jiangsu was about to ask her about the lock on the second floor. Jiang Xiaoyan spoke first, brother, have you checked your bedroom on the second floor? I left some good things for you there. Jiangsu immediately had a bad feeling. He rushed to the second floor, his bedroom, at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. When he saw what was on his bed, he almost vomited blood. It turned out to be a very sexy lace pajamas. He couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, his parents didn't enter the room to visit. Otherwise, even if he had mouths all over his body, he couldn't explain it. Jiang Xiaoyan is so hateful. He must be severely punished. Jiangsu turned around angrily. He saw Jiang Xiaoyan standing behind him. He was holding a thin bamboo stick in his hand. He held it with both hands, pouted, and said pitifully, I was wrong, please punish me. His eyes turned red and tears fell. Although he knew she was pretending, Jiangsu's anger disappeared in an instant. This girl is also very good at controlling people's hearts. I hope there is no trick here. Jiangsu, 6. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled instantly, so, you like me too. What? Jiangsu didn't understand. Jiang Xiaoyan counted on her fingers and said, because 6 equals 5 plus 2 plus 0 dash 1 plus 3 plus 1 dash 4. Doesn't this mean that you love me and want to be with me forever? You are also a love-brained person, right? Jiangsu was speechless for a while. He couldn't help but pinch her face. The flesh on Jiang Xiaoyan's face was not as fleshy as Noonyuo's, and the touch was a little worse. Don't do this in the future, take that clothes away quickly. Okay. Jiang Xiaoyan stopped. She walked into the bedroom, took out her pajamas and held them in her arms. Blinked her eyes, oh, you really don't want it? I just wore it last night and haven't washed it yet. Jiangsu wanted to vomit blood and waved his hands, girl, please take back your magic power. He really couldn't stand it. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled happily and continued to tease Jiangsu, actually, I'm older than you. I'm already 18. It's just that I study at night for 2 years longer than others. After that, he took out his ID card and shook it in front of Jiangsu. Jiangsu's eyes widened, then why do you call me brother? He is only 17 now. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't care, isn't this normal? There are girls who like to call their boyfriends dad. Jiang Xiaoyan's show was so good that Jiangsu's scalp was numb. I didn't want to discuss these topics with her anymore. Jiangsu said, I have to go out of town to do something these 2 days, so I'll leave this place to you. Ah, then I won't be able to see my brother, I will miss you. Jiang Xiaoyan blinked, looking affectionate and helpless. Jiangsu left expressionlessly. It's good if 1 out of 100 words of this woman is true. Looking at Jiangsu's back, Jiang Xiaoyan chuckled. Go home and continue typing. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, an phone called again. He said that Li Yuanwan and Noonyuo had agreed to go on a trip. They also agreed to let Jiangsu follow. Just gather at his doorstep at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The next day, Jiangsu woke up early. Wash up quickly, eat breakfast, and then write until 9:30. Lock the door and set off. Bring your computer too. As a qualified author, you must write wherever you go. Arrived at the door of Noonyuo's house. The 3 of them were already ready. Noonyuo turned his head away when he saw Jiangsu. Obviously, he was still angry with him. But it didn't matter, the journey was long, and there was plenty of time to coax him. Li Yuanwan said embarrassedly, sorry to bother you, Xiaoshu. No trouble. Jiangsu said seriously, it's my honor to travel with my aunt. Li Yuanwan smiled happily. I just like Jiangsu's sweet talk. Anfeng smiled and said, I still have to go to the factory, so I can't accompany you. Next time, I will definitely take you to play abroad. Li Yuanwan gently tidied in Feng's clothes. Well, then you should pay more attention to rest and eat on time. Okay, I know. The taxi arrived. Jiang Su moved the suitcases of the mother and daughter to the trunk. Li Yuanwan sat in the front tactfully, leaving the back seat to the two young people. Nuonuo, you look so beautiful today. Jiang Su said with a smile as soon as he got in the car. Yeah. And Nuonuo responded lightly, and then stopped talking. The little girl has a bad temper. Li Yuanwan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, seemed to be concentrating on the scenery on the roadside, but in fact, her ears were perked up. The two young people are arguing. Interesting. No matter how old they are, the essence of human beings is to eat melons. Moreover, eating the melons of their own daughters is even more interesting. With Li Yuanwan here, Jiang Su couldn't perform well. So he took out his mobile phone and sent her a message. And Nuonuo's mobile phone vibrated, and when she picked it up and looked at it, she almost laughed. She forced herself to hold it back. Super handsome brother, I was looking at you just now, you are so beautiful. Although good looks cannot be eaten, they can make meals taste better. And Nuonuo turned her head to the car window, pretending to look at the scenery. These days, there are no earthy love words. Jiang Su used this trick, and it worked. Although, when he typed these words, he got goosebumps all over his body. But looking at Nuonuo's expression, this trick is effective. Here's another one. 2 thumbs up, type quickly, and send. And Nuonuo's phone vibrated again. She didn't want to look at it again. But she couldn't help it. After a while, she opened it reluctantly. Super invincible handsome brother, since I first met you, I can only sleep in the middle of the bed, not on the sides. Do you know why? Because that will make me think about you all the time. And Nuonuo couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing. Jiang Su also laughed. Done. The destination of this trip is the flower city next door. There are many places to play. There is a large zoo, a large amusement park, and the largest clothing wholesale market in the country. Of course, there are a lot of food. In 2007, Huacheng opened the high-speed rail. So this time we took the high-speed rail directly and arrived in 2 hours. The taxi arrived at the high-speed rail. Jiang Su took the ID cards of the mother and daughter to buy tickets. The tickets were for 12:30. After buying them, we had to wait for a while. Jiang Su said to Li Yuanwan, Auntie, why don't you sit here for a while, and Nuonuo and I will go buy some food. Li Yuanwan smiled and nodded, okay, go ahead. Nuonuo, you are so beautiful. As soon as he left Li Yuanwan, Jiang Su praised her wildly. Little girls are the most susceptible to this. And Nuonuo wrinkled her nose, revealing her little tiger teeth. I forgive you this time, but if there is a next time, I will never talk to you again. Okay. Jiang Su nodded, unless we get married in the future, on our wedding night. The girl blushed again and stomped her feet hard. You are annoying. Jiang Su said very seriously, Nuonuo, don't stomp your feet in public in the future. And Nuonuo, why? Jiang Su, it's not good for your eyes and heart. And Nuonuo, question mark. The high-speed train started. Both mother and daughter were riding the high-speed train for the first time, and they looked out the window with great curiosity. Li Yuanwan sat in the front window seat. And Nuonuo sat in the back window seat, and Jiang Su sat next to Nuonuo. After the novelty wore off, Nuonuo began to doze off. Not long after, she fell asleep. Jiang Su carefully turned her head over and leaned it on his shoulder. He had no other intentions, just wanted to provide the girl with a more comfortable sleeping condition. At 2:30 in the afternoon, they arrived in Huacheng on time. Jiang Su was carrying a backpack and pushing a suitcase. At this time, he must show more. Li Yuanwan was reluctant at first, but she agreed after Jiang Su insisted. The look she gave him was even more fond of him. With such a son-in-law, what else could a husband ask for? Jiang Su had been to Huacheng many times in his previous life. He liked the humanities and history here very much. But his favorite thing was the endless and dazzling morning tea here. Some local landlords and landlady are also envied by many people. No need to work, just collect rent every month. I hold a newspaper every day and read from morning to noon. With rich morning tea, life is so comfortable. After arriving here, I booked a room first. Anfen gave me 50,000 yuan for this trip. In this era, it is enough to eat, drink and have fun here for more than a month with some left over. After booking the room and putting the luggage away, Jiang Su took them to dinner. Li Yuanwan asked, Xiao Su, you seem to be very familiar with this place. Jiang Su knew the way. The two mother and daughter had just arrived and were in the dark, so they were a little restrained when going out. Jiang Su scratched his head and said honestly, no, I did a lot of homework last night. Oh, you are thoughtful, you must not have slept well. Li Yuanwan felt very distressed. At the same time, her love for Jiang Su was raised to another level. What a good child. And Nuonuo was also moved and touched. There are delicious foods everywhere in Huacheng. Jiang Su took them to eat at a local roast goose restaurant. After eating, they walked around the area and returned to the hotel. It was the first day, so they didn't rush to play. They took a rest for the night and waited until tomorrow morning. They went back to their rooms. Jiang Su took a simple shower and then went out alone. He wanted to see if there were any specialties nearby and buy some. Yeah, very good, we'll shoot for 2 more days and then call it a day. Auntie, when can it be released? If it's fast, next week, or at the latest before school starts. Just as he walked to the corner, Jiang Su heard the conversation of 2 women. One of them was very familiar. The next second, the 2 sides met. Zhou Qingyue, who was talking to Lu Yu, was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes burst into endless joy. Jiang-su, why are you here? Did you come to see me on purpose? As she said that, she stretched out her hand to grab Jiang-su's arm. But Jiang-su dodged her. She frowned slightly and felt unlucky in her heart. What kind of shit luck is this? I came all the way to Huaqing, but I still met her. Zhou Qingyue's face darkened, and then she laughed again. Are you here alone? Jiang-su, I came with my girlfriend, you know her, Nuonyuo, we are traveling. Zhou Qingyue's heart trembled, and her face turned pale in an instant. Her body shook. She worked so hard just to make Jiang-su like her again. How could he have a new love so soon? Lu Yu saw the problem. She didn't want to get involved in the affairs of young people. After saying something to Zhou Qingyue, she went back to the house first. Zhou Qingyue's eyes were red, and her voice was crying. You are kidding me, right? Jiang-su sneered. Do you think you are worthy of me making fun of you? Not polite at all. After saying that, he quickened his pace and left. It is better to keep a distance from such people. The tragic scenes of the previous life would emerge every time he saw this woman. I will never repeat the same mistakes. Zhou Qingyue's shoulders kept shaking, and tears kept falling like pearls that had broken off the string. Jiang-su has a girlfriend, so what are all the efforts in this period of time? Classmate Zhou. Just when Zhou Qingyue was desperate, a Nuonyuo appeared. After taking a shower, she found that the sanitary pads were almost used up. So she planned to buy some in the small shop downstairs. Unexpectedly, she met Zhou Qingyue here. Seeing a Nuonyuo again. Even if Zhou Qingyue disliked her, she had to admit that a Nuonyuo was much better than herself in all aspects. A lotus emerging from the water, pure and flawless, beautiful beyond words. Zhou Qingyue wiped away her tears. She didn't want to show her timid side in front of her rival. She said with her neck stiff, why, are you here to show off and tell me that you won? Ah. A Nuonyuo tilted her head, very puzzled. Seeing her like this, Zhou Qingyue was furious, still pretending. Don't think you are great just because you are with Jiang-su. It's hard to say whether you can go to the end. Besides, you are so young and you come out to check in a room. It's really shameless. You misunderstood. A Nuonyuo waved her hands quickly. I live with my mother, and classmate Jiang also came here to play with us. Also, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Huh. Zhou Qingyue was stunned for a moment, and then she was ecstatic. Are you serious? A Nuonyuo nodded. She would not lie. Zhou Qingyue, who had been desperate, was revived all of a sudden. She felt that she was okay again. Jiang-su was lying to her, which was really too much. Humph. When I catch him in the future, I must punish him well. Her mood suddenly became cheerful. She also found a Nuonyuo more pleasing to the eye. Then, a plan came to mind. Suddenly, she grabbed a Nuonyuo's hands and said pitifully, Studentin, can I ask you for a favor? Ah. Zhou Qingyue's eyes were red and tears came. I like Jiang-su, I like him very much. He must like me too, after all, he has been pursuing me for almost a year. The feelings are so deep that it is impossible to give up just like that. I believe you can all see this. A Nuonyuo's mood inexplicably became bad. Zhou Qingyue continued, I'm going to say something you may not like to hear. Jiang-su may just treat you as a substitute for me. In other words, he is deliberately using you to anger me. I don't want you to be hurt because of what happened between me and him. So, I want to beg you, from now on, stay away from him. Jiang-su and I will be reconciled soon. We are a natural match. You two are not suitable, really. His personality is something only I can conquer. After saying this, a Nuonyuo turned pale. A Nuonyuo's psychological defenses had been somewhat loosened. Zhou Qingyue saw that there was a chance, so she planned to persuade him further. However, at this moment, a loud shout came from behind. Zhou Qingyue. Turning her head, she saw Jiang-su walking towards her aggressively. Jiang-su came back a minute ago. There was nothing good to buy nearby, just foot washing, massage, and the kind of shop that claimed to be a haircut, but the shop was under a red light. So he came back. Then he happened to see Zhou Qingyue talking to a Nuonyuo. Originally, if they were just talking about something insignificant, Jiang-su would not have appeared. But who knew that Zhou Qingyue was so vicious, he could no longer bear it. Seeing that it was Jiang-su, Zhou Qingyue's face showed panic. She opened her mouth, but before she could speak, her face was slapped. Pa! A solid slap was slapped on Zhou Qingyue's face. It was crisp and pleasant, and a deep five-finger mark immediately appeared on her fair and smooth face. Both girls were stunned. A Nuonyuo reacted immediately and grabbed Jiang-su. You hit me. Zhou Qingyue looked at Jiang-su in disbelief. Go away, bitch. Jiang-su said coldly, I've told you hundreds of times, I don't have you in my heart anymore. You don't understand what people say, right? You have to pester me again and again, self-righteous. Can't you save some dignity for yourself? After that, he pulled a Nuonyuo downstairs. Zhou Qingyue was left alone, standing there helplessly. In her mind, she replayed what Jiang-su had said before. Suddenly, she smiled. This smile was filled with resentment, unwillingness, and strong anger. At this moment, Zhou Qingyue's mentality changed dramatically. She raised her head and tried her best not to let her tears fall. Step by step, she walked towards her room. Soft but powerful words floated in the corridor. Jiang-su, sooner or later, I want you to kneel in front of me and beg for my forgiveness. Downstairs, Jiang-su pulled a Nuonyuo and explained to her. The girl's face had returned to normal, but she still said, you are too impulsive and shouldn't hit people. Jiang-su didn't care. He was hurt so badly by that woman in his previous life. In this life, she tried to destroy his beautiful life again and again. Jiang-su thought that he was very gentle by just slapping her. However, facing the girl's worried look, Jiang-su had another explanation. Okay, I'll listen to you and never do it again. By the way, what are you doing down here? A Nuonuo whispered that she was going to the store to buy something. I'll go with you. No. A Nuonuo shook her head like a rattle. Don't go, I can go by myself. Looking at her shy look, Jiang-su understood. She was probably going to buy something. He was not a pervert, so there was no need to follow her. Okay, then go. Then can you let me go? There was something inexplicable in the girl's watery eyes. Oh, sorry. Jiang-su pretended to be enlightened and let her go. Bad guy, you did it on purpose. What did you say? Jiang-su glared. A Nuonuo ran away quickly. She was already aware of some of Jiang-su's tricks. Jiang-su grinned, this is youth, my white moonlight. After getting up the next morning, Jiang-su proposed to check out. Originally, this hotel was quite good in all aspects. But the appearance of Zhou Qingyue, the troublemaker, made Jiang-su feel bad. In order to prevent some unpleasant things from happening again, let's change places. Li Yuanwan didn't know what happened last night, and she didn't say anything when she saw her daughter agreed. After completing the checkout procedures, the three left. Suddenly, Jiang-su raised his head with a feeling. He happened to see Zhou Qingyue standing in one of the windows on the second floor. He had a good eye and saw that Zhou Qingyue was wearing black lipstick that didn't belong to her age. Oh, is she going to turn evil or something? Zhou Qingyue looked at Jiang-su with a cold look. He didn't care at all, turned around and started talking and laughing with a Nuonuo. Today's schedule is to have morning tea, and then take the subway to the zoo. There should be a lot of people on the subway in the morning. If it's crowded, it's not too much to protect a Nuonuo, right? As for how to protect, it depends on how many people are in the subway. There are still a lot of people having morning tea. Just find a restaurant, basically it's full. Nowadays, there are no pre-prepared dishes in restaurants, and you can taste very authentic flavors. Both mother and daughter are very curious. This restaurant is an open kitchen, and on the long table, there are portions of morning tea. Dry steamed siumai, shrimp dumplings, barbecued pork buns, black bean sauce spare ribs, chicken feet, rice rolls, red rice sausages, etc. are all must-orders. There are also waiters pushing carts, walking around and selling. The mother and daughter looked at the food on the table and their appetites were whetted. Whether it's the appearance or the taste, it's very good. A Nuonuo picked up a shrimp dumpling and put it into her mouth. A look of joy appeared on her face. When people eat delicious food, they often show such expressions. Jiang-su also ate slowly. In addition to the taste, morning tea also has the atmosphere. The rhythm is very slow, which forms a serious separation from the busy office workers outside. A morning tea lasted more than 2 hours. Both mother and daughter were full and satisfied. A Nuonuo went to pay the bill. It cost about 90 yuan. It was quite affordable. Then they went to take the subway. It took more than 10 minutes to walk to the subway station. Jiang-su went to buy a ticket. Sure enough, there were a lot of people. Isn't this the opportunity? Jiang-su said seriously, as soon as the subway door opens, we will rush in. We must show the attitude of going forward without hesitation and dying if we are in my way. The mother and daughter were very puzzled. Isn't it just taking a subway? Why do you say it as if we are going to fight? Soon they understood. As soon as the subway door opened, the army of office workers surged. The scene was in chaos. There was still a large group of people who didn't squeeze in, so they could only wait for the next batch. There were a few lonely slippers on the ground. Li Yuanwan swallowed her saliva, it was too scary, so she suggested that they take a taxi. Jiang-su thought that was definitely not possible. If he took a taxi, how could he occupy the space? How could he show his role? So he said, Auntie, the subway is very close, it only takes half an hour. If you take a taxi, it will take at least 2 hours. The difference is so big, forget it. Okay, the next one is coming soon, get ready. The mother and daughter became nervous all of a sudden. The subway door opened, and Jiang-su naturally grabbed a Nuonuo's hand and rushed inside. Great strength worked miracles, and they squeezed in easily. Li Yuanwan, who followed Jiang-su, also got in. Then, Jiang-su forced a Nuonuo into a corner. There was a bug in the front. When the protagonist was reborn, he was not in the first or second year of high school, so now the protagonist is in the third year of high school. It has been corrected, sorry. Every carriage was basically full. Jiang-su supported the wall with both hands to provide a small space for a Nuonuo. The girl lowered her head and did not dare to look at Jiang-su. She curled up like a little quail. Because of the height, Jiang-su could smell the fragrance coming from a Nuonuo's hair. It was like mint and osmanthus mixed together. Looking at the shy Nuonuo, Jiang-su smiled and said, How are you going to thank me for helping you like this? Next time you bully me, I will spare you a bite. The girl said. Jiang-su said in a faint tone, Nuonuo, you have learned bad things. Who taught you this? A Nuonuo covered her mouth and laughed, a big bad guy taught you this. Jiang-su, hate it. A Nuonuo, dot. A few men, seeing a Nuonuo's peerless appearance, approached calmly. They had never seen such a top-notch girl before. These days, there are still many such morally corrupt things on the subway. Jiang-su's eyes instantly became fierce, like a wild wolf that chooses its prey. Get lost, I'll kill you if you dare to come near me again. Generally, only some timid and wretched people would do such sneaky things on the subway. When they saw that Jiang Su was tall and strong, and had a fierce face, they immediately became timid and left in disgrace. What's wrong with you? Anuonuo didn't understand. Jiang Su smiled, nothing. Due to the angle, Anuonuo didn't notice anything. But Li Yuanwan saw it. She showed a relieved expression. Girls, they just want to find a man who can stand up and stand in front of them at the critical moment. In this regard, Jiang Su is undoubtedly qualified. On this side, Jiang Su took the mother and daughter to the zoo. On the other side, Zhang Xiaohui actually ran to Enfeng's house. Some things were left in the living room, bedroom, kitchen, balcony, and bathroom. I have to say that middle-aged people are also quite good at playing. Then, the two sat on the sofa. Zhang Xiaohui leaned on Enfeng's shoulder, tenderly. Hey, let me tell you something. What? Enfeng, who was smoking, looked down at her and continued smoking. Your daughter is beautiful, kind-hearted, and virtuous. I like her very much. This kind of girl is very popular with big families. If you train her well, it won't be a problem for her to marry into a big family in the future. Moreover, she can also help you in your career. That's not necessary. Enfeng exhaled a puff of smoke. There is a very good boy around my daughter. Although my daughter doesn't say it, from her words and deeds, she also has a good impression of him. Zhang Xiaohui didn't care, she is just young and doesn't understand the rules of the world. When she enters society, she will know the cruelty. No matter how good a boy is, it is impossible to be compared with the rich and powerful. With your daughter's conditions, she could have become a phoenix. Enfeng frowned, that boy is different. Besides, when my family was still very poor, he secretly helped a lot. In his heart, he already regarded Jiang Su as half a son-in-law. Don't you have a brain? Zhang Xiaohui said unhappily, you will be rich in the future, and I will give you millions or tens of millions. Can't you repay this favor? It's not a life-saving favor. Is it necessary to sacrifice your daughter's lifelong happiness? Enfeng frowned even more. However, he was a little shaken in his heart. Zhang Xiaohui stopped talking and didn't say anything more. Her eyes flickered. I don't know what she was thinking at the moment. 2 days later, Jiang Su and his friends came back. They had a lot of fun playing for a few days. Especially the relationship with Anuonuo has deepened. Before coming back, Jiang Su sent Enfeng a text message, reminding him to erase all possible traces. Through Zhang Xiaohui's behavior several times, I roughly guessed her personality. The type of sultry. Under the premise that there was no one else at Enfeng's house, 9 out of 10 times, those days were spent at home. Enfeng replied that everything was handled properly. He even used mosquito coils to fumigate the whole room after Zhang Xiaohui left. It was very showy. In this way, Jiang Su felt relieved. School will start in 5 or 6 days. Jiang Su did not plan to sell food in the internet cafe anymore. There were still a few days left, so he would sprint with all his strength and save more manuscripts. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Su returned home and saw Fu Yanjie, who looked weak. He gave him the key before leaving home. Oh my god, what have you done? Did you meet a female demon? Jiang Su was shocked. You still have the nerve to ask. Fu Yanjie was extremely angry. You bastard went to have fun, I don't know how many times my workload has increased. Zhang Yuanyuan was also there, but she didn't say anything and smiled politely. Jiang Su shrugged, this is a test for you. School will start soon, and the business will not be done. Have a good rest in the next few days. Fu Yanjie had no objection. The novelty had worn off. In addition, after being rejected by Wang Xiaoyuan several times, he no longer had any hope. The lofty ambitions set at the beginning have become, the past is gone with the wind. However, Zhang Yuanyuan was a little disappointed. Her family conditions are average, and she's still thinking about earning more money. Wait a moment. Jiang Su got up and went back to the house. Not long after, he came out. He put 2 red envelopes in front of the 2 people. One for each person, the amount is the same, thank you for your hard work during this period. Fu Yanjie was very happy and opened it on the spot. Oh, 500 yuan, so generous. Zhang Yuanyuan wanted to take it but hesitated. She felt that she didn't deserve so much. Fu Yanjie stuffed the red envelope into her hand directly, take it, Jiang Su is my son, and he is filial to us. Jiang Su, believe it or not, I will slap you a few times. In more than a month, selling lunch boxes, he made almost 30,000 yuan. Fu Yanjie didn't make much money. But this experience will be of great benefit to him in the future. Most people start their own businesses in college. Fu Yanjie is 2 versions ahead. There is another red envelope, which is reserved for Nuonuo tomorrow. Although her family is rich now, she still has to give what she should give. We're leaving first. Fu Yanjie and Zhang Yuanyuan left. On the way, Fu Yanjie asked her if she wanted to drink milk tea. He would treat her. Zhang Yuanyuan shook her head. Fu Yanjie, then you treat me. I want to drink. Zhang Yuanyuan smiled shyly, okay. Jiang Su, who was standing at the door, looked at the 2 people who were quite close, and couldn't help but look forward to it. These 2 people have a chance. Go back to the house and write. During the few days of playing, Jiang Su could only write 8,000 or 10,000 at night. In the next few days, he will have to retreat. Write for more than 12 hours a day. On the other hand, after a summer of hard filming, the movie, Those Years of Bleak Youth, is about to be released. Those Years of Bleak Youth has a total investment of more than 1 million. It is considered a low-budget movie. But Lu Yu and the director have devoted a lot of effort to it. If this movie can be successful, it will not only open up the campus youth movie market. It can also make the company famous, and it will be much easier to attract investment in the future. So a lot of effort has been put into publicity. First of all the contracted artists of the company, including Chen Shui, the second largest shareholder, are also working hard on Weibo to promote it. Then major forums and the like also began to buy water armies to stir up the heat. Zhou Qingyue was not idle either. She changed several sets of clothes. Some were mature, some were pure. She took a lot of photos. Then, they were all sent to the high school and the group she joined in junior high school. Zhou Qingyue's appearance is there. In high school, no one can suppress her except a Nuonyuo. Naturally, there is also a group of loyal licking dogs. When these photos were sent out, they soon received a lot of praise. Wow, our big star is so beautiful. With this temperament and figure, if she were my girlfriend, I would live 100 years and be worth $1 billion. Good fellow, you above are not willing to take any loss. The two groups became heated all of a sudden as Zhou Qingyue posted these photos. Zhou Qingyue looked at the praises from so many people, and her heart was not moved. Because Jiang Su did not speak. But she still sent a paragraph of text in a very sweet tone. Thank you for your support. The movie, Those Years of Bleak Youth, starring me will be released the day after tomorrow. I hope everyone can go to the cinema to support it. I love you. The original junior high school group did not have much other reaction to this. A large part of the male classmates said they would go to support it. The high school group was in an uproar. Oh my god, isn't this written by Jiang Su? It was actually made into a TV series. How much does it cost? Are you two together? Otherwise, why can you act in the movie adapted by Jiang Su? Many people even at Jiang Su and Zhou Qingyue. Some male classmates were even more determined. If these two people are together, I will definitely not support them. Jiang Su saw the message in the group. There was nothing to be happy about, just feeling unlucky. Damn, my own was actually ruined by Zhou Qingyue. At this time, Zhou Qingyue naturally would not say anything that should not be said. She said very firmly that she had nothing to do with Jiang Su. The copyright was bought by the company, and she was only responsible for participating in the performance. In this way, many male classmates expressed their intention to support. Some female classmates also said that they would support. But as for whether they would go in the end, it was unknown. Then Zhou Qingyue started to act coquettishly in the group again, asking everyone to help promote it. And she also said that she would go back to school after school started. At that time, everyone could use movie tickets to exchange for her private photos signed. When they heard the 3 words, private photos, most of the male classmates became excited. The discussion in the group was heated. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief. This should have some publicity effect and make some contribution to the box office, right? Then she turned off her mobile phone and started packing her luggage. Tomorrow, we will promote and stand in the capital. Then there are several big cities, and Jiangqing is also on the promotion route. And it is in her school. Lu Yu has already communicated with the relevant person in charge of the school and got their consent. If the school can produce a star, it will also be good for the improvement of its popularity. The next day, a Nuonyuo arrived on time. Jiang Su gave her the red envelope. She now knows that Jiang Su is rich. And after traveling to Huacheng, the relationship between the two has become much closer. She didn't care so much and accepted it. It was just that after learning that they didn't sell meals, she felt a little disappointed. In this case, wouldn't she be able to come every day? But her concerns were unnecessary. Jiang Su, who was full of thoughts, had already thought of an excuse. He took out a pile of senior high school exercises. He said seriously, before school starts, you have to come every day and finish these exercises. Oh, I know. And Nuonyuo responded happily. Then she sat down obediently and started to do the exercises. Jiang Su was quite relieved to see that she was so obedient. I thought, if only I could be more obedient. But not for now. I have to wait until I graduate from senior high school and the seal is lifted. Otherwise, even if a Nuonyuo is obedient now, Jiang Su won't dare to do it. She will be blocked in minutes. In the next few days, Jiang Su spent all his time typing like crazy. He wrote 12 or 13 hours a day. The average speed was 6,000. He could make 70 or 80,000 a day. This speed was not top-notch. But for Jiang Su, it was already the top. His body couldn't take any more. At about 6 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Su had just finished his meal when a Nuonyuo came over. She took a shower after returning home. She changed into a blue corset dress. This summer vacation, she has grown a lot taller. Now she is 1.68 meters tall. By the time she is in the 3rd year of high school, she will probably be 1.7 meters tall. She has long, smooth black hair, which is simply tied up. 3,000 strands of hair, each strand is wrapped around her heart. She has no makeup on her face, but she has already charmed thousands of boys. At this moment, a sentence naturally popped up in Jiang Su's mind. 3 years of huge profits, 10 years of no losses. Shaking his head, he drove away some weird thoughts. Jiang Su, you have to stop yelling. Wait until next year. He walked over and said curiously, why are you here again? A Nuonyuo shyly took out 2 movie tickets. It starts at 7 o'clock, do you want to go and watch it? Jiang Su took a closer look. My goodness, isn't this Those Years of Bleak Youth? To be honest, he didn't really want to go. The main reason is that Zhou Qingyue is the lead actress. Originally, Jiang Su didn't have any feelings for her. But what she said to a Nuonyuo last time successfully made Jiang Su feel disgusted with her again. If he didn't know about that. And Nuonuo, this silly girl, listened to Zhou Qingyue's words and kept a distance from him, wouldn't she cry to death? And Nuonuo saw Jiang Su's resistance and whispered, I like this story very much. It doesn't matter who the actors are. Jiang Su smiled, okay, let's go. After all, it was the first time that a Nuonuo took the initiative to invite him to watch a movie. Even if it was a story about two maggots, Jiang Su had to go. Wait a minute, I'm going to take a shower. While Jiang Su was taking a shower, a Nuonuo washed the dishes, chopsticks, and boiler. By the way, she simply cleaned the living room. Seeing that Jiang Su hadn't come out yet, she went to the bedroom and tidied it up. Halfway through the tidying up, something fell from the desk. A Nuonuo picked it up and looked at it, and her cheeks were immediately flushed. It was a magazine. The cover was very that. When she opened the first page, a Nuonuo couldn't help blushing. Nuonuo, where are you? At this moment, Jiang Su finished his shower and walked into the bedroom. Then, he saw this scene in front of him. His eyelids jumped. Good guy. Why is this thing still here? I still remember that it was a sunny summer. He and Fu Yanjie passed by a stall selling CDs and magazines. Well. Fu Yanjie was attracted by the magazines on the stall. He bought 2 copies and planned to study what the adult world was like. He gave Jiang Su one. Jiang Su didn't intend to take it, but Fu Yanjie was too enthusiastic. He had no choice but to accept it. The content of the magazine was okay. Anyway, Jiang Su felt the dedication of the heroine in it. It's worth learning. A Nuonuo's delicate body trembled. She was stupid. Holding this thing in her hand, it was not right to put it back, and it was not right to put it away. Jiang Su walked in. He glanced at the magazine in her hand. He immediately complained first. She said in an exaggerated tone, wow, a Nuonuo, I didn't expect you to read this kind of thing. No, no. A Nuonuo was incoherent, this fell from your bookshelf. Jiang Su said righteously, how is it possible? A good kid like me won't touch it. Then he changed the subject, but it's understandable. At this age, you will always be curious about some things. Don't worry, I won't tell others. A Nuonuo was anxious. She wanted to say that she was really not like that. But seeing Jiang Su's expression, she knew she was being tricked again. She took out her mobile phone angrily and was about to call Qinyu. Jiang Su was so scared that she begged for mercy. No, I was wrong, I admit that Fu Yanjie forced it on me before. There was no way. Good brothers are meant to be betrayed. A Nuonuo said, and then said it was time to leave. Jiang Su only saw that his room had been tidied. He was moved. What a good girl. He only had one strength, and it seemed that he could only repay her in this way in the future. Let's go to the cinema. Jiang Su naturally asked a Nuonuo to wear a mask. Otherwise, with her looks, it would be easy for her to get into trouble. When they arrived at the cinema, Jiang Su went to buy popcorn and 2 cups of iced cola. The girl looked around in a dazzled manner. She was curious about everything. This was her first time in a cinema since she was a child. When she arrived, the time had just started. But there were not many viewers. There were only 12 people in the entire theater, including the 2 of them. The lights dimmed, and a Nuonuo took off her mask. She picked up a popcorn and handed it to Jiang Su first. Jiang Su bit it. A Nuonuo retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She looked at Jiang Su with grievance and anger. Jiang Su pretended that nothing had happened, and watched the movie start while drinking cola. A Nuonuo couldn't do anything about him, and watched the movie a little depressed. But soon, she was attracted by the plot inside. Jiang Su smacked his lips and watched it seriously. Well, the beginning is still pretty good. Zhou Qingyue's dress is very consistent with the original work. Although the performance was not amazing, it was still watchable. It was mainly because of her appearance and figure. People would ignore her shortcomings in acting to a large extent. The first half of this movie was relatively flat. In the second half, the plot had great ups and downs, which could arouse people's emotions. A Nuonuo was already secretly wiping tears. She even secretly glanced at Jiang Su. There was some pity in her eyes. Jiang Su was angry. From a Nuonuo's eyes, Jiang Su understood that she thought the clown male protagonist in the story was herself. Damn it. But on second thought, such a good opportunity can't be missed in vain. So, he lay directly on a Nuonuo's fragrant shoulders, with a painful look on his face. A Nuonuo's body tensed up and whispered, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I thought of something sad, can you lend me your shoulder to lean on? A Nuonuo twisted her body a little unnaturally and looked around. Then she turned back immediately. She saw that the audience behind her were not watching the movie at all. Instead, they were kissing each other without paying attention to anyone else. This had a great impact on a Nuonuo's young mind. How long are you going to stay here? A Nuonuo's voice sounded a little aggrieved. Jiang Su took a deep breath. His nose was filled with the unique body fragrance of a young girl. It was refreshing. Facing a Nuonuo's question, Jiang Su replied, as my desk mate, can't you understand me? Can't you see that I'm so sad? A Nuonuo was stunned for a moment. Then she saw that Jiang Su's expression was indeed very painful, and there seemed to be tears in his eyes. Her heart softened all of a sudden. She felt that what she said was indeed a bit too much. But she didn't see that Jiang Su pinched his thigh with his other hand. It hurt so much. How could he not cry? So, Jiang Su leaned on a Nuonuo's shoulders. In a little bird leaning on people posture, he watched the movie. A movie is 120 minutes. After watching it, a Nuonuo cried again. The little girl is quite sentimental. However, although Jiang-soo was very unhappy with Zhou Qingyue, the woman, and didn't like her very much, he had to admit that she acted very well in this movie. She acted out all the characteristics of the original heroine. It is estimated that the woman felt that the heroine of this movie was written for her. So she brought in some inexplicable empathy. From Jiang-soo's point of view, this movie has a high chance of becoming a hit. It may be similar to the one many years later, The Girl We Chased during those years. From another perspective, if this movie becomes a hit, Jiang-soo can also make a lot of money. Because when signing the contract, Jiang-soo did not ask for copyright fees, but for a share of the profits. Assuming that the net profit of this movie is 10 million, Jiang-soo can get a share of about 1 million before tax. However, if it really becomes a hit, the net profit will definitely be more than 10 million. And after the popularity of the theater decreases, the broadcasting rights of the movie can be sold to TV platforms. In addition, it can also increase his fame. But how much of an increase it is? It depends on what the movie can achieve in the end. After the movie ended, Anonuo was still sitting there wiping tears. Jiang-soo didn't feel anything, but he also accompanied her to Emo. The other audiences in the theater had already left. I don't know how much they watched this movie. After a while, Jiang-soo saw that Anonuo still had no intention of leaving. He smiled and said, "Why, you're not leaving yet, are you planning to stay here with Bobo?" He thought Anonuo would blush and say she hated him as usual. Or even bite him directly. Unexpectedly, this time, she said something that surprised Jiang-soo. "It's not impossible. But I have to wait until I graduate from high school." Anonuo lowered her head and whispered something that made Jiang-soo's pupils dilate and shocked. Jiang-soo scratched his ears vigorously and asked again, "What were you talking about just now?" Anonuo stopped talking and turned his head away, not looking at Jiang-soo. Jiang-soo was ecstatic. Then he felt the blood rushing up and the temperature of his whole body rose by several degrees. It seems that his sincere efforts during this period of time. Adding a little bit of small routines, it is still useful. Anonuo was afraid that Jiang-soo would misunderstand something, so she added another sentence. "It's not what you think, but I think you are too bitter, I want to give you a little sweet taste." The voice became smaller and smaller. Later, if Jiang-soo hadn't listened carefully, he couldn't hear what she said at all. Jiang-soo suddenly realized that this was the case. It is estimated that this little girl watched the movie and brought the tragic male protagonist into him. So she felt sympathy. After figuring this out, Jiang-soo wiped his tears. "You are such a good person, thank you. After we get married, I will take care of the children more and make it easier for you." Although Jiang-soo often teased her. But such words still made Anonuo a little unbearable. She immediately stood up and walked outside. After walking a few steps, she came back. She took away the 2 empty Coke cups and the bucket of popcorn and threw them into the trash can. Jiang-soo also walked out. Today's movie was worth watching. At least I got a promise of a 2-year appointment. When they walked outside, Jiang-soo asked her if she wanted to eat. Anonuo shook her head and said no, and the two went back. Back home, Jiang-soo opened the high school group. As expected, the group was basically discussing Zhou Qingyue and this movie. But most of them were boys. And they had all been to the movie. This movie is so well made that even a grown man like me cried. I didn't expect Zhou Qingyue's acting skills to be so good in her first acting role. She will definitely become popular. We will have something to brag about in the future. I am looking forward to it. She will come to the school to promote it in a few days. Jiang-soo, do you have anything to say? The topic was discussed and it turned to Jiang-soo. Then some girls who had been lurking around also came up. They all asked what Jiang-soo was thinking now. They were even more curious about how Jiang-soo felt after hearing that Zhou Qingyue was so successful. Jiang-soo didn't want to answer these questions at all. He turned off the lights and went to bed. In the next few days, Jiang-soo was busy writing at home. On the first day of school, he had accumulated 680,000 words of manuscripts for Wudong. It was less than he had estimated at the beginning. It was mainly because he went on a trip, which offset a lot of the time spent on writing. In addition, the manuscripts for the rest of the manuscripts had a minimum of more than 500,000 words and a maximum of more than 1.5 million words. The library was initially ready. All other preparations had been made. The website can be launched at any time. But Jiang-soo is not in a hurry and will slowly accumulate for a while. Fu Yanjie's father's second phase of funds has been transferred, and he can still hold on for a while. In addition, Jiang-soo will have a share of the follow-up of the story. This month, there should be 300,000 or 400,000. In the future, it is estimated that there may be only 10,000 or 20,000, or a few thousand a month. According to Jiang-soo's estimation, the library must have at least 1,000 books with more than 1 million words before it can be launched. Otherwise, readers will not be able to see a few books and will not be able to stay. In addition, the early publicity fee is also a big head. Conventional publicity is advertising. Even if 100 million is spent, it may not be able to rise. Jiang-soo is still thinking about what kind of cheap, affordable and useful way to promote. Simply put, it is to achieve the effect of using 10 yuan but having 10 million. It is best not to spend money. But such good ideas are often hard to come by. Pack up and go to school. As soon as he opened the bedroom door, Jiang-soo narrowed his eyes. Looking at the girl sitting on the sofa. Wearing pajamas and crossing her legs, why are you here? Who else is there besides Jiang Xiaoyan? Jiang Xiaoyan blinked her eyes, I just got up and was about to drink some water. Oh, what do you mean, just got up? Jiang-soo was shocked. He couldn't help but run to another room to take a look. The duvet cover and quilt on the bed were in a mess. There was also a set of changed miniskirts on the side. Needless to say, Jiang Xiaoyan must have spent the night here last night. Jiang Su rubbed his swollen head. He said helplessly, "Sister, when did you come?" He went to bed on time and didn't notice any movement last night. Think deeper. This girl didn't sneak into his room last night, and then oh, so embarrassing. Jiang Xiaoyan said with a smile, "I came here after 1 o'clock, and you slept like a pig. It's just me. If it were another girl, she would have been eaten up long ago." Jiang Su said unhappily, "School starts today, aren't you going to school?" "No." Jiang Xiaoyan curled her lips, "I asked the teacher for sick leave. What's the fun of going to school? I have already finished all the courses for 3 years of college. Even if I want to be recommended for admission, it's easy." Jiang Su believed this. This girl is a genius among geniuses. Ordinary courses are not difficult for her. However, Jiang Su still wants to persuade her, going to school is not only about learning knowledge, but also about learning how to be a person. Learn to get along with others and so on. Besides, you are so young, you shouldn't waste your time on entertainment. Jiang Xiaoyan, then let me ask you, is the main purpose of going to school to make money and support yourself? Jiang Su nodded. But I have you, my brother, you are so awesome. You will definitely make a lot of money in the future and support me, right? She acted like a spoiled child and flattered him, which made Jiang Su speechless. Forget it, since she didn't want to go, she didn't care. However, Jiang Su still warned her, don't spend the night in the future. It will be a bad influence on you if someone sees you. Besides, I don't have such a comfortable villa as yours. Of course, he was afraid that if Nuo saw him, he would not be able to explain it clearly. He obviously didn't do anything, but he had to bear a big black pot, which was too aggrieved. Okay, people know. Jiang Xiaoyan said casually. Judging from her attitude, she didn't listen to Jiang Su's words at all. Looking at the time, she was almost late. I will have a good chat with her after I come back. After Jiang Su left, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately ran to his bedroom. He threw himself on the bed, grabbed the quilt, and sucked it hard. He rolled around on the bed, making bursts of cheerful laughter. At the end, she actually. The only difference between the second year of high school and the third year of high school is that there are 2 fewer people in the class. Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong are a pair of troubles. Without them, Jiang Su came to the class and felt that the air was sweeter. The seats and other things were still the same as in the second year of high school. There was no change. A Nuo arrived earlier than him. After the seal was lifted, a Nuo could only be described as stunning. Although she sat there quietly reading. But no one in the class could ignore her. All the male classmates would secretly take a look at her from time to time, and then look away with red faces. There were even many male classmates from other classes. They all ran outside the classroom to secretly look at her. They were all amazed. And they were asking for a Nuo-specific information. Fu Yanjie also arrived. After a summer vacation, he had lost a lot of weight and darkened a lot. His already poor appearance was even worse. However, this kid boasted about everything as soon as he came to the class. You don't know what I've been through this summer. You're all busy playing games, but I've made a lot of money by selling lunchboxes and various snacks. Yes, I did it all by myself, and it's my own idea. Young people, you need to experience more before you can better enter society. Jiang Su shook his head helplessly after listening for a while. This kid brags without thinking. In his description, it's all his credit. Jiang Su was treated as a transparent person. He only made a few thousand yuan. This kid insisted on bragging about making tens of thousands of yuan. The classmates who didn't know the truth were amazed and looked at him with great admiration. This greatly satisfied Fu Yanjie's vanity. Until he saw Jiang Su notice this, he restrained himself, blinked at him, and sent a telegram. Good brother, don't expose me. If you fail in love, let me succeed in business, okay? Jiang Su replied, you pay for the drinks for the next semester. Fu Yanjie hesitated a little. This was too much. But after seeing a hint of murderous light in Jiang Su's eyes, he quickly agreed. The head teacher came. First, he asked people to distribute the new textbooks for senior high school students. Then he said, everyone knows about Zhou Qingyue. She has arrived at school and is promoting her first movie. Today's first morning reading class is cancelled. Now, the class monitor will lead the team. Let's go outside together. Jiang Su was not interested, but he still followed him out. Other classes had also received the notice. They were more active than any other gathering. After lining up, they were all looking forward to it. The head teacher acted as the host. He said some meaningless words. Then, his boss said a few words. The boss of the boss said a few words again. The students below listened to him with their eyelids fighting. Many people showed impatient expressions. Half an hour had passed. When many people's patience was about to reach the limit, Zhou Qingyue was finally invited out. Zhou Qingyue today was undoubtedly extremely beautiful. She was wearing a very expensive and gorgeous long dress. Her face was also painted with mature makeup that did not match her age. But the makeup artist's skills were still very high. Her appearance improved several levels at once. At an age when everyone was still wearing school uniforms, she wore such fashionable clothes. Naturally, she immediately hit the hearts of many people. Feeling the envious, passionate, loving, and jealous eyes, all focused on her. At this moment, Zhou Qingyue was undoubtedly extremely satisfied. She held the microphone and walked onto the stage with her head held high like a proud swan. A pair of narrow eyes quickly scanned below. looking for the figure that made her love and hate. Soon she saw Jiangsu, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Then she picked up the microphone and greeted everyone. There was a warm applause at the scene. Only Jiangsu did not applaud. "Thank you all for your support," Zhou Qingyue said sweetly. "I'm really sorry to delay everyone's study time." As she spoke, a hint of apology appeared on her face just right. Apart from anything else, the skill of this scene and acting skills has indeed been greatly improved. Then, she started talking a lot, saying how hard she and her team worked, how great the movie was, and how she hoped everyone would support it. At the end, she changed the subject. "The person I should thank the most for being able to act in this movie is my good friend, Jiangsu." Jiangsu's eyelids jumped. The other people in the class also set their eyes on Jiangsu at this time. Jiangsu felt Zhou Qingyue's gaze on him, and he also looked over coldly. Zhou Qingyue's expression did not change. "The movie I acted in is the one written by classmate Jiangsu of the same name, and I am his loyal reader. It's fate. I was the one who recommended the copyright of this movie to the boss, and then she bought it." Jiangsu really didn't know this. Others also looked at Jiangsu with envy. Lu Yu in the audience frowned and kept winking at Zhou Qingyue. These words had never been explained before, and she was asked to say them. Zhou Qingyue seemed to have seen nothing and said to herself, "I have known him for a long time, and he has always been very good to me. He will make me food every day. When it rains, he would rather get wet in the rain than give me an umbrella. He also often buys me various small gifts to make me happy. I have agreed with him that we will meet at the top together in the future. Maybe this is youth." As soon as the voice fell, many people looked at Jiangsu with unkind eyes. Such a goddess was actually taken by you, a kid. It's really abominable. Among them, Junyu was the most angry. You kid actually played two boats at the same time. However, in addition to being angry, he couldn't help but feel ecstasy. That is, a Nuonuo must have seen Jiangsu's ugly face clearly. So does he still have a chance? Jiangsu was very unhappy. Zhou Qingyue is talking pure nonsense. She said that on purpose to sow discord. At this time, a Nuonuo had already lowered her head. I couldn't see her expression. But I think she was definitely not happy. Zhou Qingyue, who was standing on the stage, had a complete view of the expressions of Jiangsu and Nuonuo. There was no big expression on her face, but her heart was full of pleasure. This was the first step of her revenge. First, let a rift appear between the two of you. And then destroy it bit by bit. I'm done, thank you all for your support. Zhou Qingyue covered her collar with one hand, bowed deeply to everyone, and then planned to go down. Wait. At this moment, Jiangsu spoke. Everyone was stunned, and none of them understood what was going on. Jiangsu stepped out of the crowd and walked directly to the stage. He took the microphone from Zhou Qingyue. "Hello, everyone. I am Jiangsu, the author of those years. Let me say a few words. First, my relationship with her is average. Second, I have never said anything like meeting at the top. After all, her academic performance is not good. As the top student in the grade, we don't have much intersection. Regarding what Ms. Zhou said just now, I reserve the right to sue. That's it, I won't waste the time of my classmates and teachers, goodbye." After saying that, he walked off the stage with his head held high. He didn't look at Zhou Qingyue's livid face at all. She clenched her fists tightly, and the veins on them were exposed. She only felt an endless humiliation. Jiangsu had slapped her in the face in public, hard, and mercilessly. Fortunately, mobile phones are not advanced and the internet is not well developed. Otherwise, what happened would definitely spread all over the internet in a very short time, making her lose face. This sudden change also caught many people off guard. Seeing this, Lu Yu hurriedly went up to say a few polite words, and then took Zhou Qingyue away. Back in the class, Fu Yanjie gave Jiangsu a thumbs up. "You are so awesome, you slapped the female star in the face." Jiangsu shrugged. The female star was just a low-budget movie. He was concerned about Nuonuo. He pinched her cheeks. "Are you happy? What does it have to do with me?" "Hee, little girl is still stubborn." Jiangsu laughed. He could clearly feel that the girl's mood just now was completely different from now. And Nuonuo couldn't help but lower her head again. Jiangsu pressed her back in dissatisfaction and shouted, "Don't always bend over and hunch your back, hold your chest and head high." The girl's mouth shrank. "Why are you so mean to me?" On the other side, Zhou Qingyue and her group left in a business car. She sat in the back seat, expressionless and silent. Lu Yu was on the side, not knowing what to say. The love affairs of young people seemed ridiculous to her. What's the point of falling in love? Isn't it better to make money? After a while, Zhou Qingyue spoke, "Aunt, I want to be the most popular female star in the country. I must step on him, otherwise I will not be able to get rid of this breath." There was deep resentment in her tone. Lu Yu was a little worried about her mental state. However, if she can maintain this will, she will definitely succeed. So she comforted her for a few words, and finally said, "Well, let's go to the next city to promote. With your talent, it won't be long before he will look up to you, or even kneel down at your feet." Zhou Qingyue clenched her fists silently. After school at noon, Junyu came running. Except for Jiangsu and Nuonuo, everyone else in the class had left. Jiangsu deliberately left a little later today. He guessed that this kid would come. "Nuonuo," Junyu said with a heavy face, "It's okay, everyone has their own mistakes. I'm here, and I will never let you be bullied in the future. Keep your distance from this kind of two-timing guy." And Nuonuo said in a low voice, "Thank you for your concern, brother Junyu, but I don't mind." "What?" Junyu was stunned. Anuonuo said again, I don't mind, brother Junyu, you should go to eat quickly and don't worry about me. Junyu was hit hard and left in a daze. This development is completely different from what she expected. After Junyu left, Anuonuo glared at Jiangsu angrily. Jiangsu used a little secret of his own to force her to say this. The purpose, of course, is to satisfy someone's bad taste. It's the most interesting to attack competitors. Facing the girl's glare, Jiangsu pretended to be fierce. What are you looking at? I'll beat you if you look again. Anuonuo was about to get her phone. Jiangsu quickly snatched her school bag and ran outside. The phone is in the school bag. Want to find a backer? No way. Anuonuo hurriedly chased after him. 2 days passed quickly. Jiangsu heard a very unexpected news. Those years of bleak youth became popular in Jiangcheng. The reason for the popularity is very simple. It was 2 days ago when he went on stage to refute Zhou Qingyue's words. What he didn't know was that those words made many classmates very curious. What happened between the two people that led to them becoming enemies? Under the influence of the gossip heart, they really found out a lot of things. What love can't be obtained, love turns to hate, love triangle, love quadrangle and other messes, some are not. Then these students went back and told their families or other friends. In addition, Zhou Qingyue now has the title of a star and an actor. The topic is very popular. Once the popularity is high, people will naturally be curious about the movie. After watching it, I found that the plot and acting skills are quite good. Then the word of mouth began to ferment, and more people bought movie tickets. This movie also aroused some people's memories of high school. Now, there is a trend of spreading to surrounding cities. After learning about this, Jiangsu was also a little amused. This popularity was a bit unexpected. I looked at Weibo. Those years was already at the bottom of the hot search list. Taking advantage of this popularity, Jiangsu hurried to register an account. After passing the real name authentication, he submitted relevant materials. Soon, there was an official certified gold label behind his Weibo account. The author Sui Anping has written Those Years of Dismal Youth, Youth and Sorrow, and Pure White Lovers. Weibo also uses the heat. Seeing that Jiangsu was related to the movie Those Years, he immediately gave traffic. Jiangsu also posted a Weibo. Youth will end, but friendship and love will not. Under the promotion of the official Weibo, more than an hour after registration, there were already more than 2,000 fans. If you continue to give volume, the increase in fans should be considerable. After school in the afternoon, Jiangsu and Anuonuo were in the classroom and did not go back immediately. One was reading a book, and the other was typing. Occasionally, Anuonuo would ask Jiangsu if she didn't understand something. Jiang Xiaoyan was in the office, and Jiangsu didn't dare to take her there. God knows if that problem girl would bully Anuonuo after seeing her. Or maybe she would be stimulated to do something irrational. Before the company grows and moves to another place, they should try their best to avoid the two of them meeting. So it's better to get along in the classroom. They studied until 5:40, and then they left with their school bags. Ding dong. Just after walking out of the classroom, Jiangsu's mobile phone rang with a text message. He picked it up and saw it, and he was happy. Jiangsu was happy when he saw the message. It turned out that the money from the story club had arrived. And the amount was beyond his expectation. 480,000, this is after tax. Before tax, it is more than 500,000. With this money, there is no need to worry about the problem of updating the library in the early stage. When he got home, Lin Nan and the others had already finished work. But Jiang Xiaoyan was still there. The girl was wearing black-rimmed glasses and sitting there, looking a little more mature. She was holding a book on advanced programming in her hand and reading it seriously. In this state, Jiang Xiaoyan looked no different from a normal beautiful nerd. But when she noticed that Jiangsu had returned, she closed the book with a click. Her eyes were cold. You don't know how to greet me when you come back. What's the crime? Jiangsu hit her forehead. If you don't want your shock absorber to be broken into 4 pieces by me, shut up. Jiang Xiaoyan was puzzled. What shock absorber? Jiangsu smiled. It has nothing to do with you, this is something that only boys care about. Strange. Jiang Xiaoyan muttered, and then said with a smile, there is a power outage over there, how about staying here tonight? Jiangsu, I don't believe it, get out of here. She had an extra bank card in her hand. Hey, I just asked my dad for 2 million. I wanted to buy a commercial vehicle for the company. In this case, I will go back. After that, she planned to get up and leave. Jiangsu stood in front of her and said solemnly, why do you say that, stepmother? Jiang Xiaoyan is 18 years old and should have obtained a driver's license. If the company has a car, it will be much more convenient to go to the office in the future. Jiang Xiaoyan raised her head and stretched out her right hand. Xiao Shuzi, why don't you support me? Hey. At night, she naturally spent it typing. Jiang Xiaoyan was here, and she didn't cause any trouble. She was in the next room. But when Jiangsu returned to his room at night, he smelled a strange smell. But he didn't find out where the source was. He was too lazy to investigate and started working. At 10 o'clock, he went to bed with the lights on. But in order to prevent Jiang Xiaoyan from doing anything weird, Jiangsu locked the door. Alas, boys have to protect themselves when they are outside. Especially handsome guys like Jiangsu. Sometimes I envy Fu Yanjie for looking so safe. The next morning, Jiangsu got up at 6 o'clock. After washing up, he went to the school playground to run. I basically didn't exercise much during the summer vacation, and my body was a little rusty. I have to exercise occasionally. Huh. While running, I saw a familiar figure. Jiang Xiaoyan was also running. I caught up with him. She was wearing a set of slim-fitting sportswear with an elegant and well-proportioned figure. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is eye-catching. The slender waist forms a sharp contrast with the muscles of the upper body, showing a healthy beauty. The sports pants are tight but not tight, perfectly outlining her slender legs. The whole body exudes a youthful atmosphere. At this time, there were only a few senior high school students running on the playground. After seeing Jiang Xiaoyan, they couldn't look away. I wondered when such an outstanding girl in all aspects came to the school. But most of the high school students are still shy. I just dared to watch from a distance and didn't dare to approach to chat. Jiang Su ran over and walked side by side with her. Do you run every day? Jiang Xiaoyan turned her head and smiled immediately with a stern face. What a coincidence, brother, do you live nearby? Jiang Su. Crazy. Suddenly, I didn't want to talk to her anymore, and ran away. After running 5 laps, Jiang Su stopped and calmed his breath. Not long after, Jiang Xiaoyan also stopped. She looked at Jiang Su and said, I used to be the first in running, but now I can only run second because my brother has surpassed me. Jiang Su. At first glance, it sounds fine. Thinking carefully, it seems a little wrong. Jiang Su waved his hand, let's go and have breakfast. Jiang Xiaoyan jumped up and down, full of energy. No one could have thought that this girl would be a psychopath. Wait for me, don't go too fast, slow down. Jiang Su. This girl doesn't know what she is thinking all day long. Such an upright young man can't be led astray. So he said, if you are bored, help me make a program. A program that can post on all platforms with one click. Although Jiang Xiaoyan is a psychopath, her brain is still very useful. I immediately understood, oh, you want to prepare for the future promotion of the website? Smart. Advertising is a waste of money. This is the only method I can think of at the moment. When it is really online in the future, I will see if there are other new tricks. Okay, I'll take care of it. By the way, Jiang Xiaoyan changed the subject, let's go to the movies together tonight. If you refuse, I'll burn your house down. Jiang Su suddenly had a bad feeling, which movie do you want to watch? Jiang Xiaoyan, Those Years of Bleak Youth, I heard that it's very good. Jiang Su, 666. Damn, isn't it only scumbags who watch a movie many times? Jiang Xiaoyan didn't give himself a chance to refuse. It seems that this movie must be watched. He asked the time, 8 o'clock in the evening. After breakfast, Jiang Su came to the classroom. A Nuonuo arrived. After seeing Jiang Su, he looked around. After seeing that no one noticed this place, he took out a red bag from his school bag and handed it to Jiang Su. This is for uncle and aunt. What is it? Jiang Su opened it and was stunned for a moment. It was a pair of black gloves and a red scarf. They were all knitted with sweaters. Judging from the workmanship, it took a lot of effort to make them. Take a closer look at Nuonuo's eyes. A little red, and the dark circles are a bit heavy. Needless to say, it must be caused by staying up late. And it should be more than one night. A warm current flows through my heart. If I marry such a virtuous girl, I would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a luxury house. Jiang Su couldn't help but tap her smooth and white forehead gently. Idiot. Why are you hitting me? The girl covered her forehead with both hands, pouted her little mouth, a little aggrieved. It's not winter now, you can just knit slowly, why stay up late? Nuonuo turned her head away. Not wanting Jiang Su to see the guilt in her eyes. Jiang Su put the things away with a smile and put them in his school bag. He thought that if his parents saw it, they would be so happy that their teeth would fall out. Such a virtuous girl is really rare. Whoever marries her will have a great fortune. By the way. After a while, Nuonuo said again, I heard that there will be a lantern event in the park tonight. Do you want to go with me? Jiang Su, ? Jiang Su swallowed silently and asked tentatively, so, what time is it? It starts at 8:30, let's go there at 8 o'clock. Nuonuo's charming peach blossom eyes were full of expectation. Jiang Su. Is God playing tricks on me? Is it inconvenient? Nuonuo saw that Jiang Su looked embarrassed and whispered, it's okay, you can go later. Of course not. Jiang Su smiled, then I'll go to you in the evening. Oh, that's good. The girl's mood suddenly brightened. After class, Jiang Su secretly ran outside and sent a message to Jiang Xiaoyan. Change the time of watching the movie to 12 o'clock in the evening. She quickly sent a question mark. Jiang Su, this movie is more interesting to watch late at night, and many young men and women finish watching movies late at night, and then, you know. Not long after sending it, Jiang Xiaoyan replied, saying that she would go at 12 o'clock, and also added a shy expression. Jiang Su breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I have to take time to learn time management. It's a pity that I don't have any connections. It would be great if I could meet Master Luo. He is a master in this area. This kind of small scene can be easily dealt with. In the evening, I returned home. Jiang Xiaoyan was still there. This girl is now staying here. But one advantage is that I don't have to cook for myself at night. The little rich woman buys all kinds of delicious food every day. It's normal to spend 300 or 500 for a meal. For the sake of food, I will bear it for the time being. After taking a shower, Jiang Su planned to leave quietly. But he was still discovered by Jiang Xiaoyan. She leaned against the door and said coldly, which vixen are you going to meet? Jiang Su looked normal, I'm going to visit the teacher's house and will be back soon. No, you are not my girlfriend, why do you care so much? Jiang Su felt that he had to show his momentum. Can't let this woman hold him in check. Oh, then go. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled. But the next second, his face changed instantly. Just like a cold-faced Shura. In his hand, there was also a fruit knife, which he gestured in front of his eyes. If you dare to go out and fool around, I will cut you to pieces. Jiang Su couldn't help but shudder. This woman is really cruel. But this behavior is too dangerous and must be corrected. Looking at the time, it's still in time. He walked towards Jiang Xiaoyan. He snatched the fruit knife from her hand and threw it to the ground. This is the first and last time. You are not allowed to use a knife in front of me. Do you hear me? The tone was very stern. The next moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's neurosis broke out. Who are you? You are qualified to control me. Pa. Jiang Su took action and slapped him. The sound was very loud. Of course, it was not a slap in the face. Jiang Xiaoyan was angry. You dare to hit me? Why not? While speaking, he slapped her several times in a row. If you don't hit her for 3 days, she will tear the tiles off the roof. She must know what her bottom line is. Otherwise, she will not be able to control this woman in the future. She is quite strong. But compared with Jiang Su, it's nothing. At first, she struggled and resisted. But after being slapped by Jiang Su for 20 or 30 times, she had no power to resist. Jiang Su raised his hand. Do you remember what I said just now? I remember it. I won't do it again. Well, his attitude changed. Sure enough, there is nothing that can't be solved by a beating. If there is, then 2 beatings. This is the super powerful secret that Jiang Su learned from his parents. Jiang Su nodded with satisfaction. Ruzi is teachable. Okay, then you stay here, I'll be back soon. Wait. Jiang Xiaoyan called Jiang Su. Under his puzzled gaze, she said shyly, hit me a few more times. Psycho. After cursing, Jiang Su turned and left. Jiang Xiaoyan's giggling came from behind. Arrived at the door of a Nuonuo's house. I saw a truck parked here. There were workers coming in and out, constantly moving things. A Nuonuo and Li Yuanwan were both at the door. Auntie, Nuonuo, what are you doing? Xiao Su is here. Li Yuanwan smiled when she saw Jiang Su. We are moving to Quyuanju. Your uncle and bought a 3-story villa with a basement there. Jiang Su immediately congratulated. The houses in that place are not cheap, more than 10,000 per square meter. A 3-story villa, even if it only has an area of 100 square meters. Including the front and backyards, it will cost at least 5 million. No matter how strong Feng's ability to make money is, it is impossible for him to make 5 million in such a short time. It is 100% that money. Li Yuanwan is naturally very happy to move to a new home. She said with a smile, you must come to the moving party in a few days. Yes, I will definitely come. Jiang Su nodded, and then changed the subject. What do you plan to do with the house here, uncle and aunt? Your uncle and means to sell it. Jiang Su said, Aunt, I have a small suggestion. This place may not sell for much money, and it is the place where Nuonuo has lived since she was a child. It is better to keep it, so that there will be more places for memories in the future. According to the timeline, this place is not far from being demolished. Selling it now will be a huge loss. What you said makes sense, so let's not sell it. After chatting for a few words, Li Yuanwan asked Nuonuo to go out with Jiang Su. She didn't need her help here. On the way, Jiang Su deliberately sighed deeply. What's wrong with you? Nuonuo asked. Your family is rich now. Will you dislike me, your poor deskmate, in the future? No. Nuonuo's voice was not loud, but her tone was full of determination. In this way, Jiang Su was relieved. It is easy for poor people to have problems in their mentality when they suddenly become rich. For example, they look down on their former friends. Like to spend money lavishly, have high expectations but low skills, etc. But now looking at Nuonuo, she is the same as before. Mingming has become the most powerful campus beauty in the history of Jiangqing High School. Still very low-key and cowardly. Only when she is with Jiang Su, she will be braver. Well, sometimes she even dares to bite him. It was a little late when we arrived at the park. But we still saw the lanterns. It is now 8:45. In time. There are many people in the park, mostly elderly people, couples and children, and it is very lively. Nuonuo wore a mask, like a white elf, flying in front of Jiang Su. From time to time, there were crisp and pleasant laughter. The lanterns were over at 10 o'clock. But I don't know what happened today, the little girl seemed quite excited. Instead of going home immediately, she took Jiang Su to buy snacks and drink milk tea. After eating and shopping, it was 11 o'clock. Jiang Su was already a little anxious. He was about to remind him that he could go back. Who would have thought that it would suddenly rain heavily? Jiang Su looked up and said, are you targeting me on purpose? End of this chapter.